In my recollection, Su Qingyu was an unattainable ice queen, the epitome of beauty at school. However, after her family's decline, she remained a resilient and stubborn delicate flower. At the class reunion, when faced with Jian Hang's assistance, she expressed her gratitude while resolutely insisting on repaying him according to the interest rates of bank deposits. Following the sudden passing of her mother, Su Qingyu broke down in tears, tightly embracing Jian Hang. Prior to this, the two had no intersection in their lives. Jian Hang, at a loss, held her in a comforting embrace. Due to a car accident, he found himself back in high school. Jian Hang vowed to steer clear of manipulative women, striving to excel at a prestigious university and rebuild his commercial empire. The only unexpected turn was Su Qingyu's early intrusion into his life. Su Qingyu harbored a secret affection for Jian Hang for a decade, yet she dared not reveal her feelings until the class reunion. Given a second chance, she wished to avoid regrets, cautiously testing the waters in hopes of winning his affection. However, mere fondness proved insufficient. She yearned for more. Jian Hang's perception of Su Qingyu was marred by repeated misconceptions. He believed her to be aloof, when in reality, she was rather shy, and later he was taken aback by her boldness. After their college entrance examinations, even though they had yet to establish a romantic relationship, she lightly kissed him as if skimming the surface of a pond. As time progressed, she took the initiative to kiss him and even proposed cohabitation during their university years. Eventually, she wrapped herself in a towel, her hair damp, and firmly tugged at his suit tie to draw him closer. Hang, I wish to. Jian Hang was taken aback, struggling to suppress his desires as her repeated advances unfolded ahead of him. From secret admiration to flirtation, the once cold school beauty no longer concealed her feelings. Pure-hearted school beauty engages in unrequited love. After their rebirth, she becomes exceedingly sweet. Chapter 1. A decade of transformation, generating philanthropy into a technological titan. I never expected Jian Hang to agree to attend the class reunion. Wasn't he rather inconspicuous in our class? That's all a thing of the past. He is now a technological mogul. Have you read the news? Recently, he acquired the largest AI company in America, and its stock has soared. His net worth is likely in the hundreds of billions now. Hundreds of billions? My goodness, how many zeros does that entail? Gasps of astonishment echoed around the room. The once bustling banquet hall fell into an abrupt silence, as if the very air were momentarily suspended. A girl lamented, "If I had known back in high school, I would have pursued Jian Hang too. Perhaps I would be a billionaire heiress now." You are thinking too grandly. If only you were more attractive than Su Jiaqing, there might have been a chance. A boy could not help but tease. The girl, flustered and angry, retorted, "Shut up. Look at yourself. You're no prize either." As tensions escalated, the vice class monitor, Chun Yang, stepped in to defuse the situation, saying, "Enough. Do you wish to embarrass yourselves further?" The two huffed in unison, turning away from each other. Suddenly, a boy exclaimed, "Su Jia, how did she get here? Did she come because she knew Jian Hang would be here?" Of course. When she rejected Jian Hang's confession back then, she showed no mercy and swiftly turned to a wealthy second generation, only to discover he was already married, leaving her in the role of a mistress. What a dramatic turn. In truth, Jian Hang treated her quite well, providing free tutoring in mathematics and science for 3 whole years. What man could achieve that? I certainly could not. As a poor student, she managed to enroll in 8211 University, all thanks to Jian Hang. Now that he has achieved fame and fortune, she must be regretting her past choices. After all, he was her first love. Do you think Jian Hang will feel anything upon seeing her? Rekindled feelings? You are overthinking it. What kind of women does he not have access to now? He was recently embroiled in a scandal with a certain starlet, whose antics nearly crashed Weibo's servers. Guess who that was? Who? It can't be Jian Hang, can it? You guessed correctly. A friend of mine in the industry quietly informed me that Jian Hang never actually dated her. It was the starlet seeking fame who fabricated the rumors, only to have Jian Hang withdraw his support. Jian Hang adjusted his suit tie, extending his long legs out of the car while casually glancing at his watch. It read 11:20 p.m. Not too late after all. President Jian. President Jian. A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Jian Hang raised his eyes, subtly furrowing his brow. It was Luo Wei, the so-called second-generation rich kid from high school, whose father was the director of education in Chongqing. He had often flaunted his family's wealth during their school days, yet now wore a face full of ingratiating smiles. "President Jian, you've arrived. Everyone has been waiting for you." To the uninitiated, it would seem as though the two were long-time, close friends. "Is that so? I apologize for making you wait." Jian Hang replied with a faint smile. "Not all. It is our honor to wait for you." Jian Hang nearly succumbed to laughter, remarking, "Luo Wei, impressive. You alone can represent the entire class." With that, he took a long stride forward, leading the way. Luo Wei trailed behind, contemplating the implications of Jian Hang's earlier remark. Upon grasping its meaning, He felt a flush of embarrassment on his aged face and hurried to catch up, desperately racking his brain for casual conversation. Jian Hang, disinterested in idle chatter, did not engage, his gaze sweeping over the vibrant flowers and balloons adorning the corridor. A tall stand at the entrance of the banquet hall proclaimed in bold letters, "Chongning Class of 2008 10-year reunion." Adjusting his suit, Jian Hang stepped confidently into the banquet hall. As the guest of honor, he was impeccably dressed, exuding charisma at a height of 1.85 meters, a stark contrast to the rotund and sycophantic Luo Wei beside him. The once boisterous banquet hall fell silent in an instant, with all eyes fixated on Jian Hang. The young women exchanged whispers, their eyes brimming with envy, while the young men prepared to approach him with toasts, eager to ascend this mighty tree. Time has its cycles. Who could have predicted that the once destitute and struggling public service student, Jian Hang, would transform into a prominent figure in the tech industry? One young man jested, "Luo Wei, you are quite the catch. Even President Jian is here at your behest." Luo Wei lifted his chin. "That depends on whether President Jian is gracious enough to grace us." "President Jian, it has been a long time." "Indeed, a long time." Jian Hang picked up a glass of champagne from a tray held by a waiter and clinked glasses with the young man who had spoken to him. "Time flies. It seems we haven't seen each other in at least 10 years. Jian Hang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I didn't expect to see everyone again. There have been quite a few changes." The most notable change was the young man who had just spoken, unable to resist taking a sip of his drink, his smile strained. Jian Hang found himself surrounded by young men, engaging in conversation and toasting. Having honed his skills in the business world for years, even if relations were not intimate, Jian Hang could effortlessly navigate small talk. A reunion, as it is charmingly termed, often serves as a guise for reminiscing while discreetly assessing the fortunes of those around them. As one of the few public service students from the elite private high school Chongning, Jian Hang's transformation was nothing short of astonishing, beyond imagination. It is worth noting that students admitted to Chongning typically hail from affluent families. However, the school, mindful of its reputation and college acceptance rates, admitted a select few underprivileged yet outstanding students annually. Jian Hang was one such student. With a dismissive attitude, he had merely responded to Luo Wei with a vague, "We'll see when the time comes." Little did he know that Luo Wei would publicize it extensively in the alumni group, making his attendance indispensable. Amidst the clinking of glasses, a group of young women began discussing the campus belle, Su Qingyu, inadvertently drawing Jian Hang's attention. Su Qingyu is here too, sitting alone. Didn't she always avoid reunions? Who knows? Perhaps she hopes to seize an opportunity for a comeback. Goodness, she was once the unattainable campus beauty, and now look at her. How the mighty have fallen. Oh, come on. Why would she be here, expecting to be the center of the universe while everyone revolves around her? Don't say that. She has had a rough time. I heard that after her family went bankrupt, she couldn't afford to study abroad and only attended a local college. Now she is heavily in debt, even maxing out her credit cards. Su Jia told me that her mother has brain cancer, and the medical bills are astronomical every month. She's been selling her old designer bags just to scrape by. In Jian Hang's memory, Su Qingyu was exceptionally beautiful, with striking features and an aura of cold elegance, her tall and graceful figure always commanding attention in any crowd. During their school days, many boys had harbored their first crush on Su Qingyu. Jian Hang, too, felt a twinge of curiosity. A decade later, what had become of the once aloof beauty? Amidst the laughter and chatter, he cast his gaze toward the girls, and from a distance, he spotted Su Qingyu sitting alone in a corner, her expression despondent as she stared down at her phone. While the other girls donned exquisite evening gowns, she was simply clad in a white sweater paired with jeans. Su Qingyu instinctively looked up and met Jian Hang's gaze, her body stiffening in response. Chapter 2. The school belle's rejection, mistaken for fraud, even alerted the authorities. Su Qingyu glanced at Jian Hang for a moment before lowering her head to engage with her phone. After years apart, the school belle remained breathtakingly beautiful, albeit with an air of fatigue about her. A few onlookers couldn't help but muse. Is fate not curious? Once, Jian Hang was a destitute charity student, while Su Qingyu was the pampered daughter of privilege. Yet now their fortunes have completely reversed, evoking a sense of melancholy. The group of female classmates maintained their characteristic chattiness from high school. However, Jian Hang and Su Qingyu had little interaction back then, merely sharing the same classroom. Just then, another male classmate approached, raising a toast and initiating conversation. "President Jian, I visited New York last month and passed by your factory. It's quite grand. When was it established?" Another chimed in. President Jian's ventures now span multiple domains. Even the recently launched new energy vehicle has sold out instantly, with pre-orders extending into the next 2 years. Truly remarkable. Jian Hang took a sip of champagne. It's not as exaggerated as you say. We still need to explore new markets. Our company's newly upgraded electric vehicle is set to launch next year, and I invite everyone to come for a test drive. Test drive? I'll place my order directly, Luo Wei interjected keenly. Jian Hang merely smiled slightly, choosing not to respond. Everyone present was aware that Luo Wei had often made things difficult for Jian Hang in high school. Now that Jian Hang had become successful, Luo Wei was eager to curry favor, a rather embarrassing display. It was remarkable how Jian Hang, with such a large heart, chose not to dwell on past grievances. With this thought, admiration for him swelled among the crowd. President Jian, let us collaborate more in the future. Our company is also involved in the new energy sector. Yes. I arrived over an hour early today just to hear President Jian would be here. A delicate voice floated in from behind. Su Jia hesitated for a moment, then finally mustered the courage to step forward. The room fell silent, all eyes on her. Jian Hang turned to see Su Jia gazing at him with intense fervor. Long time no see. Su Jia's voice trembled, as if suppressing a torrent of emotions. Jian Hang looked at her coldly, a wave of annoyance washing over him. Throughout their 3 years of high school, Su Jia had often manipulated their desk-sharing arrangement to enlist his help for free tutoring. Aside from his close friend Zhang Chong, Su Jia was the one he had interacted with the most. Over time, many assumed he harbored feelings for her. Yet after the college entrance examination, upon her acceptance into a prestigious university, Su Jia had bluntly declared, Jian Hang, we're not suited for each other. I've actually long had someone I like. In his youthful ignorance and fervor, Jian Hang had mistakenly taken her utilitarianism for affection, developing a faint fondness for her, compounded by his inability to see through her duplicitous nature, leading to an embarrassing premature confession. Now, Su Jia feigned deep remorse, evidently trying to provoke him. Is there something you need? Jian Hang asked, his tone frigid and impatient. His demeanor with strangers was far more amiable than it was with her. Su Jia bit her lip, her voice cracking. Did you come to the reunion just to see me? Jian Hang nearly laughed in disbelief. This woman was truly the epitome of narcissism. He stepped back in distaste. For you? No, my dear classmate, you're overthinking it. The surrounding crowd wore expressions of intrigue, eager for the unfolding drama. Su Jia was taken aback by Jian Hang's bluntness, her face paling in an instant. Just then, a light chuckle broke the silence from a corner of the room. Everyone turned to see Su Qingyu covering her mouth, her shoulders trembling slightly. Realizing her unintentional disruption, Su Qingyu lifted her gaze, only to find her eyes locking with Jian Hang's. The smile on her lips froze, and a flicker of shock and discomfort crossed her features. Jian Hang was momentarily taken aback. Su Qingyu quickly regained her composure and lowered her head. Jian Hang shrugged it off. Now even a fallen socialite like Su Qingyu dared to embarrass him publicly. Su Zi, incense, tantet, oha. ISNT this our class S little star? I didn't expect to see you here, it's been a while. Su Qingyu raised her head, her gaze turning frosty, letting out a disdainful snort, as if witnessing a clown's ludicrous performance. The title of Little Star had been her label in high school. A renowned talent scout had once camped outside Chongning High for half a month to sign her, yet Su Qingyu had not even spared him a glance. This incident was well known throughout Chongning. Standing up, Su Qingyu spoke with a calm, yet questioning tone. Su Jia, I have no time to waste with you. Where is Jiang Ning? Didn't you say she would be here? Jiang Ning was their class monitor in high school, now a leading neurosurgeon specializing in brain cancer treatment. Thus, Su Qingyu attended the reunion with the intention of seeking Jiang Ning's help for her mother's illness. Su Jia feigned surprise, tapping her head, her voice gratingly sweet. Oh dear, my memory. Jiang Ning said she had a last-minute engagement and couldn't make it tonight. You could simply give me her number, and I'll reach out to her myself. I don't have her number. I remember telling you, but you seem to have forgotten, Su Jia retorted. Su Qingyu bit her lip, her complexion instantly turning pale. After a few seconds, she picked up her bag and left with a cold expression. The once proud and beautiful Su Qingyu had never compromised her dignity. She had always meticulously presented herself at any formal school event, capturing everyone's attention. In Jian Hang's memory, she was aloof, never provoking anyone, yet not one to be trampled upon. It was unexpected that after a mere jibe from Su Jia, she would simply leave in anger. Jian Hang observed Su Qingyu's retreating figure, a surge of inexplicable emotion rising within him. He shot a glance at Su Jia, realizing how maliciously she had exploited the situation regarding Su Qingyu's mother's illness. As a longtime admirer of Su Qingyu, Luo Wei couldn't help but chastise Su Jia. You gone too far. Weren't you and Su Qingyu close once? Why cause such a scene now? Su Jia sneered. What? Do you think I was deliberately deceiving her? Or do you believe that now that Su Qingyu has fallen on hard times, you have a chance? Don't forget, you're a married man. What were you trying to do by sneakily handing her your business card? Did you intend to support her? Luo Wei's face flushed crimson, stammering. Why you re-talking nonsense? It seemed he indeed harbored such sordid thoughts. Jian Hang could no longer listen in silence, his voice icy. Su Jia, to speak of support is shameless. Not everyone desires such experiences. Shameless? Jian Hang's words struck a nerve with Su Jia. Her face shifted from red to pale, tears welling up in her eyes, and she rushed out of the banquet hall, lifting her skirt in a flurry. Everyone present knew that, after the college entrance exam, Su Jia had started dating a wealthy, second-generation heir. However, they were unaware that from the outset, Su Jia knew he was married, initially hoping to ascend to the position of a mistress, only to be dumped within a year. This was hardly a flattering story, and Jian Hang, aware of the truth, chose to spare her some dignity. Ironically, Su Jia, who had been granted this mercy, now turned around to torment another innocent girl. Jian Hang found her utterly irredeemable. After the breakup, Su Jia had even shamelessly called Jian Hang seeking comfort, only to dismiss him with disdain upon learning he was working at a factory over the summer to save for college, derisively stating, "You're living rather pathetically." Before blocking him, Jian Hang originally had the potential to enroll in a prestigious 985 university. But due to the influence of Su Jia and the unexpected loss of his examination permit during the final exam, he was left with barely sufficient scores to gain admission to an ordinary second-tier institution. After blocking Jian Hang, Su Jia ceased all communication with him, until, during their senior year, she suddenly heard from classmates that Jian Hang had started a company and was earning a considerable amount of money. Driven by her remarkable initiative, she purchased a high-speed train ticket the very next day to visit Jian Hang's university. Standing beneath the dormitory building in a white dress with her makeup meticulously applied, she attracted the astonished gazes of numerous young men. She waited for quite some time until Jian Hang finally appeared, but he did not spare her a glance as he rode past on his bicycle. Following this encounter, Su Jia frequently left messages on Jian Hang's QQ space, reminiscing about the past, leading everyone to believe they had once been romantically involved. Jian Hang found this utterly vexing. Now, observing Su Jia's disheveled figure, he felt not a single ripple of emotion, while Su Qingyu, on the other hand, stirred with concern. Taking a moment, Jian Hang sent a message to Zhang Chong, instructing him to arrange for 30,000 yuan to be transferred from his account to Su Qingyu. His credit card was maxed out, with monthly medical expenses exceeding 10,000, compounded by the exorbitant costs of brain tumor surgery. Jian Hang pondered that Su Qingyu might be unable to afford these expenses, with her mother in a coma due to a brain tumor. Seeking help from Jiang Ning and being mocked and ridiculed by Su Jia felt like a degradation of her dignity. Soon, Zhang Chong replied, "The money has been transferred." But Su Qingyu refused to accept it, thinking it was a scam, and even reported it to the police. "I had to tell her it was you who transferred it before she agreed to take it." Jian Hang zet bonde, undo sto. Zhang Chong then asked, "What about the class reunion?" Jian Hang replied, "Not much. You were right not to come." He added, "I saw Su Qingyu." Zhang Chong exclaimed in shock, "No way. But, Jian, to be honest, I had my suspicions back in the day that Su Qingyu liked you. There were telltale signs." Chapter 3. Rebirth, returning to the beginning of a tormented fate. Jian Hang scoffed. "Telltale signs? Spare me. Perhaps I've given you too little work." Zhang Chong raised his hands in surrender. Okay. I'll hurry and get back to work." He continued, "It's midnight now. What kind of boss enslaves his employees like this? The ugly face of capitalism. And you don't even bother to pretend." Jian Hang smirked slightly. "Are you not a shareholder in the company? Besides dividends, has the company awarded you any project bonuses or year-end bonuses?" With that, Jian Hang turned off his phone screen and tucked it back into his pocket. The gathering was utterly tedious, and he decided to leave midway. He was somewhat surprised, given Su Qingyu's proud nature. She likely wouldn't accept the money without good reason. As expected, at the hotel entrance, Su Qingyu called out to him, "Jian Hang, why did you transfer money to me?" She shook her phone, her tone calm, yet her eyes slightly red, filled with confusion. "Thanks to the scholarship established by your father during high school, I was able to alleviate a significant financial burden," Jian Hang replied candidly. Su Qingyu's eyes dimmed, and she averted her gaze, saying softly, "Thank you, but rest assured, according to the bank's interest rates, I will return the full amount to you." Jian Hang glanced at her high-end designer shoes, now worn and scuffed, feeling a complex mix of emotions, and replied lightly, "There's no rush." Su Qingyu looked up, seemingly wanting to say something more, when her phone suddenly rang. Soda," she exclaimed, pulling out her phone and stepping away to answer the call. Within 2 minutes, Su Qingyu's right arm, holding the phone, fell limply to her side. Jian Hang furrowed his brow and stepped forward, asking, "Are you all right?" Suinju Turneth, tears streaming down her face, biting her lip tightly as she whispered, "Jian Hang, my mother has passed away." Jian Hang's heart sank. He wanted to offer words of comfort, but found them inadequate. After a moment, he placed a hand on Su Qingyu's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Unexpectedly, Su Qingyu threw her arms around his neck. Jian Hang felt his mind go blank as he allowed her to bury her face in his shoulder and sob, her tears soaking his shirt. After a moment, he embraced her gently, patting her back, caught in a delicate tension of not wanting to hold her too tightly, yet also not wanting to let go too soon. Who would understand? After a minute, Su Qingyu composed herself and released Jian Hang, turning away to stubbornly wipe her tears. She then opened her Alipay app, stating that 30,000 yuan. I don't need it anymore. I'll return it to you. Jian Hang replied, no need, as he finally came to terms with the embrace. You should keep it for urgent matters. Why are you helping me? Su Qingyu asked, her grip tightening on her phone as she kept her head lowered. Jian Hang, do you think I'm pitiable? He answered without hesitation. I didn't think that. Everyone faces difficulties at some point. But I don't need it now. Su Qingyu turned, her tone softening. Thank you. She unlocked her phone, preparing to return the 30,000. Faced with her determination, Jian Hang felt a bit helpless. Without much thought, he placed his hand over her phone screen. The moment their fingertips touched, Su Qingyu recoiled as if shocked. Jian Hang felt a tinge of regret and insisted, Su Qingyu, keep it for now. Pay me back according to the bank's interest later. As classmates, if I know you're in trouble, I certainly want to stand by. I have to go. There is something at the company. His tone left no room for argument. Su Qingyu wanted to say something more, but Jian Hang had already slipped into his car. Once inside, he glanced back at Su Qingyu standing still and tugged at his tie, feeling inexplicably agitated. To his surprise, as the hotel's slope connected to the main road, an out-of-control vehicle veered dangerously into his lane. The driver, taken aback, had no time to swerve. With a resounding crash, the two cars collided head-on. Jian Hang felt a searing pain in his chest from the impact. Just before losing consciousness, he suddenly heard someone shouting his name. Jian Hang! Jian Hang! It sounded like Su Qingyu's voice. Jian Hang! Wake up! His elbow was pinched sharply. Jian Hang jolted awake, grimacing as he rubbed the spot that had been pinched. What the heck? Who pinched me? Where am I? The scene before him left him in shock. The familiar classroom, the familiar desks and chairs, and the familiar Su Jia. Su Jia was taken aback by his startled reaction. In the past, whenever he was pinched, Jian Hang would merely laugh and evade. The classmates cast curious glances at them. Su Jia tugged at the hem of Jian Hang's shirt. Keep your voice down. Jian Hang was momentarily speechless as he turned to Su Jia, suddenly feeling a surge of anger. Are you out of your mind? Why did you pinch me? Su Jia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as all eyes were on them. She wished she could vanish. Oh, Jian Hang Lai Su Jia. Jian Hang Lai Su Jia. Luo Wei, ever the instigator, chimed in cheerfully. They're flirting, haha. Su Jia's eyes glistened with tears as she retorted angrily. Luo Wei, stop talking nonsense. After saying this, she buried her face in her arms and began to cry. Jian Hang felt a stir of emotions within him, suddenly realizing he had been reborn. His tumultuous bond with Su Jia had begun at this moment. At that time, Jian Hang had not refuted her, but had merely gritted his teeth and silently comforted the weeping Su Jia. As rumors escalated, they morphed into tales of his unwavering affection for Su Jia. With this realization, Jian Hang sprang to his feet, determined to fight back and extinguish this tumultuous fate in its infancy. Jian Hang cast a glance at Luo Wei, his eyes instantly chilling to the freezing point. You fat fool, he queried. Are you daring enough to spread another rumor? Typically a quiet and reserved student, Jian Hang today audaciously confronted Luo Wei in front of the entire class, leaving everyone profoundly astonished and silent. Luo Wei, taken aback by Jian Hang's bold retort, trembled inwardly at the frigid intensity of his gaze. Who are you calling a fat fool? He stammered. You heard me correctly. Dare to say it again? Jian Hang chuckled lightly. Everyone heard it. It was Luo Wei who asked me to repeat it. Not my fault. He then turned to Luo Wei, enunciating each syllable with precision. Luo Wei, fat fool, Luo Wei. Luo Wei was visibly enraged, gasping for breath as he declared, I'll inform Li Ban right away. He kicked the leg of his desk with force, yelling, Get out of my way. Jian Hang, just wait. I'm going to tell Li Ban you insulted a classmate. Go ahead, Jian Hang replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. You're such a habitual winner who rushes to the homeroom teacher's office to complain. Once Luo Wei's figure vanished from sight, Jian Hang scoffed and plopped back down into his seat. Curiosity piqued, he surveyed his surroundings, only to find that every classmate, without exception, was gazing at him with a mix of shock and disbelief, including Su Qingyu. Zhang Chong, seated in front of Jian Hang, turned around with a look of anxiety. Jian, what on earth are you doing? Did you lose your mind? You're the one who has lost it, Jian Hang retorted, ruffling Zhang Chong's hair absent-mindedly as he began to ponder in silence. He recalled sitting in a car when an unscrupulous driver abruptly changed lanes. And Su Qingyu had been crying out his name. Qingyu. Jian Hang's gaze landed on the faint memory, unexpectedly locking eyes with her. The girl had skin as smooth as jade, lips red and teeth white, her long, black hair cascading over her shoulders, and her dark, clear eyes were wide with astonishment as they met his. Chapter 4. Back to square one, penniless. Beside him, Su Jia sniffled, gently tugging at Jian Hang's sleeve. Thank you for earlier, she said, her voice trembling, upon seeing Su Jia conversing with Jian Hang and the ambiguous gesture of her pulling at his sleeve. Su Qingyu's attention remained fixed on them. Jian Hang averted his gaze. He lowered his head to Su Jia, saying, Don't get ahead of yourself. I was helping myself. With that, he forcefully shook off Su Jia's hand, the strength not insignificant. Su Jia's pupils widened in shock, her eyes welling up with tears. Jian Hang, why are you being so harsh today? Jian Hang, disinterested in responding, looked up only to find Su Qingyu had turned away to speak with her deskmate, Yang Yang. Jian, you've finally come to your senses. Zhang Chong exclaimed, elated. Come to my senses about what? Jian Hang Guestin, Pu Dao. Zhang Chong gestured towards Su Jia, about that girl. Though I can't say it directly. Oh, Jian Hang grasped the implication, a surge of frustration swelling within him. He seized a carbon pen from his desk and tapped it against Zhang Chong's head. Come to your senses? I've never liked her. Feeling helpless. Jian Hang gestured towards Su Jia again. Do you think I'm blind? Su Jia glared, tears streaming down her cheeks as she sobbed quietly at her desk. Zhang Chong felt a headache coming on. What do we do? Jian Hang, unfazed, replied. We didn't do anything wrong. Right? She's just overly sensitive, Zhang Chong said. Turning away. At this moment, Tang Xiaotang, Zhang Chong's deskmate, an introverted girl with a slightly round face, big eyes, and fair skin, hesitated over whether to speak up. What is wrong between you and Jian? Zhang Chong asked, confused. Nothing, Tang Xiaotang mumbled, lowering her head to sneakily read a novel. She felt that although Su Jia was quite annoying, being a girl, she should give her some face, and ultimately decided to refrain from interfering in others' affairs. Jian Hang remembered Tang Xiaotang. Throughout 3 years of high school, they had never exchanged a single word. Oh, right, she was close friends with Su Qingyu. Besides her, there was a boyish girl named Yang Yang. The three often entered and exited together, inseparable. Jian Hang found it strange that he hadn't seen them at the class meeting and pondered why Su Qingyu hadn't sought them out for money. Never mind, he thought, why overthink it? At least his ears were finally at peace. With a sigh, Jian Hang reflected on his tumultuous past. After failing the college entrance examination, he navigated a decade of hardships. In college, he worked as a tutor, held a part-time job in the cafeteria, and spent summer and winter breaks in factories tightening screws to earn living expenses. In his senior year, he ventured into entrepreneurship, making a modest profit, and, after graduation, he used his savings to start a business. Riding the wave of opportunity and leveraging his unique insights, he built a commercial empire. Yet, due to an unexpected calamity, his company, valued in the hundreds of billions, had vanished. To return to square one, who could accept such a fate? However, after losing the chance to attend a prestigious university, Jian Hang had endured significant hardship during his entrepreneurial journey. If he had to start over, then so be it. This time, he must gain admission to Jingda and strive to rebuild his commercial empire. No, it must be even better. Jian Hang could only console himself with this thought. It was now 2006. E-commerce, short videos, and live streaming had yet to emerge. The commercial acumen he had accumulated from his past experiences revealed countless opportunities around him. And just the thought of it filled him with excitement. Beside him, Su Jia had been sniffling for a while, and upon not receiving any consolation from Jian Hang, she quietly wiped her tears. Surely, it was Luo Wei's provocation earlier that made Jian Hang furious without him saying anything, prompting her to hastily deny it. Su Jia lifted her head, noticing Jian Hang remained silent, and decided to take the initiative to mend things. She pushed a math problem she hadn't understood in class toward him. Jian Hang, can you please not be angry? I didn't mean it that way. Seeing Jian Hang still ignoring her, she poked his arm gently, her voice softening with a hint of playfulness. How do you solve this? Can you teach me? Jian Hang glanced over and, upon seeing Su Jia's score, couldn't help but exclaim, a perfect score of 150, and you only got 60? She was indeed as foolish as he remembered. No, even worse. Throughout high school, Su Jia had relied on his tutoring to rise from a poor student to an excellent one, eventually gaining admission to a 211 university in Jing City. The thought that all his efforts had become the source of her betrayal left Jian Hang feeling nauseous. Hey, Jian Hang kicked Zhang Chong's chair leg. Old Chong, are you still planning to change seats? Zhang Chong had long been displeased with Su Jia's treatment of his good friend, often bossing him around and pinching his arm. He had seen the bruises on Jian Hang's hand and had repeatedly questioned whether he was being abused. Back then, Jian Hang was mostly charmed by Su Jia's sweet words. After all, whenever she needed something, her tone would be all sugary, but when upset, she would pinch and hit, which was quite bothersome. To help Jian Hang distance himself from Su Jia, Zhang Chong had suggested changing seats countless times. However, now, he felt a twinge of guilt as he turned back to Jian Hang. Jian, didn't you just come to your senses? Why change? Enough with the chatter. Jian Hang remarked, immediately discerning the distaste on Zhang Chong's face regarding Su Jia, and decided against changing. I'll change, he declared, hastily gathering his belongings. Just so you know, I won't have time to explain problems to my deskmate anymore. We'll keep to ourselves. Su Jia was increasingly exasperated day by day. First, it was Luo Wei's provocations, then Jian Hang's dismissal of her hand, followed by his derision of her scores, and now, even Zhang Chong dared to issue commands to her. Su Jia felt a lump in her throat, tears welling in her eyes. Unable to fathom how Jian Hang could undergo such a transformation in temperament after merely taking a nap. His gaze towards her was filled with disdain. As if she were a pariah, he wished to distance himself from immediately. Jian Hang, what are you doing? What have I done to upset you? As the words left her lips, her tears cascaded down her cheeks. Get back! Get back! Zhang Chong frantically waved his hands as if trying to ward off an impending disaster. Why are you crying? We haven't bullied you. Jian Hang, VCB Li An No, raised a hand to his forehead, exclaiming, I detest it when girls cry. It's only a change of seats. Is it really that serious? He sighed, turning to Zhang Chong. Forget it, my friend. I appreciate your concern, but let us wait until after the monthly exam to switch seats. At that moment, the oblivious class monitor, Jiang Ning, entered the classroom with a workbook in hand. Noticing Su Jia in tears, she approached the girl beside the podium and inquired, What is going on? The girl whispered back. Just now, Luo Wei loudly teased the entire class, claiming Jian Hang likes her. She seemed very upset and then started to cry. Jiang Ning responded with a dismissive "oh," remarking, Luo Wei has always been a scoundrel. What can one expect from a dog's mouth? After distributing the workbooks, she offered a comforting word to Su Jia. Don't cry anymore. Su Jia nodded, suppressing her tears. Suddenly, the sound of heavy, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Luo Wei, breathless, grasped the door frame and shouted, Jian Hang, Li Ban wants you in her office now immediately. Jian Hang recognized the mischievous glint in Luo Wei's eyes and knew that he had concocted some unfounded tale to stir trouble with their homeroom teacher. To make matters worse, their homeroom teacher, Li Liang, was not known for her benevolence. What should we do, Jiangu? Zhang Chong turned to him. A look of concern etched on his face. What else can we do? We face whatever comes our way. When Lao Zhou asks, just say I've gone to Li Ban's office. Jian Hang replied nonchalantly as he stood up, exuding an air of calm. Lao Zhu, whose full name was Zhou Langhua, was quite young, brimming with enthusiasm for education. Having graduated less than a year ago, she had come to Chongqing to hone her skills. Jian Hang recalled her words, I never imagined a school could so brazenly prioritize background over education. Coming to Chongqing has certainly opened my eyes. This illustrated just how deeply entrenched the school's elitist attitudes were. Zhang Chong nodded, watching Jian Hang stroll towards the classroom door with his hands stuffed in his pockets, unperturbed as he prepared to face the storm of Li Ban's sharp tongue. Chapter 5. The school bell, deliberately intervening for him? At Chongqing Private Elite High School, the term public welfare student signified poverty and a sense of otherness. If one encountered a responsible and impartial homeroom teacher, congratulations were in order. High school life would be pleasant. However, if one faced a biased and snobbish teacher, one might find themselves subjected to exclusion or bullying, with the teacher complicit in the turmoil. Regrettably, Jian Hang's homeroom teacher, Li Liang, epitomized the latter category, even exceeding expectations in her partiality. Jian Hang lamented that he had never encountered such a repugnant woman in his life. As he made his way to the homeroom teacher's office, he deliberately elbowed Luo Wei, inflicting a painful jab to his arm. With a loud thud, Luo Wei stumbled forward, his books and stationery scattering across the floor. Grimacing in pain, he lifted his head, poised to unleash a torrent of curses. Jian Hang, you! But upon seeing Jian Hang's clenched fist slowly rise, Luo Wei's defiance faltered. After a moment of hesitation, he provocatively challenged, Go ahead, hit me if you dare. His voice was barely above a whisper, betraying his fear. Jian Hang's expression shifted in an instant. My apologies. My apologies. That was entirely accidental, a mere accident, haha. With that, he sauntered out of the classroom, hands clasped behind his neck, nonchalantly. Is he all right? Tang Xiaodang inquired quietly of Zhang Chong as they observed Luo Wei cursing while picking up his belongings. Zhang Chong, taken aback, replied, I have no idea. He has never acted like this before. Yan Yang, Su Qingyu's deskmate, chimed in thoughtfully. It feels like Jian Hang has transformed into a different person. He used to be so focused on studying, so taciturn. Everyone said he liked Su Jia, but today, he doesn't seem like that at all. Su Qingyu's gaze followed Jian Hang's retreating figure from the doorway to the window until he was entirely out of sight, at which point she returned her attention to her work, stating flatly, he doesn't like Su Jia. How can you be so certain? Yan Yang asked, astonished. I just know he doesn't Su Qingyu replied dismissively, her focus on her writing unwavering. Yan Yang wanted to press for more details, but seeing her demeanor, she realized Su Qingyu was unlikely to elaborate. Ultimately, it did not concern her whom Jian Hang liked, as long as it wasn't Su Qingyu or Tang Xiaodang. Wait a minute, Yan Yang thought, recalling that Su Qingyu and Jian Hang hadn't exchanged a word since the school year began. They were practically strangers. Yet, her tone just now suggested an intimate knowledge. The more she pondered, the more suspicious she became, deciding to keep a watchful eye on the situation. As Jian Hang reached the office door, Li Liang shot him a scornful glance. I wonder if you public welfare students can behave yourselves. Given your family's circumstances, you have no business here at Chongning, yet you're constantly causing trouble. Her words were a direct reflection of Luo Wei's one-sided account. If Jian Hang hadn't witnessed Li Liang's ugly demeanor firsthand, he would find it hard to reconcile the warm smile and kind demeanor of the elderly version of Li Liang he had once known with this harsh reality. Luo Wei's father was the director of Chongning, which explained Li Liang's favoritism towards him. With his parents working in the county, a call home would require at least 7 hours of travel and over 300 yuan in fare. Jian Hang wished to spare his parents the hassle and expense, not wanting them to endure Li Liang's tirade on his behalf. A wise man does not suffer needless losses. Having endured far worse indignities during his entrepreneurial endeavors, Jian Hang recognized that wasting time on such trivial matters was futile. It was better to resolve the issues swiftly. He promptly changed his approach, responding earnestly, Yes. You're absolutely right, teacher. I've been deeply reflecting on my actions on the way here. I was merely bantering with Luo Wei. We didn't even come to blows, did we? Li Liang was taken aback by Jian Hang's unexpected eloquence. Was this the same taciturn student he had known? How could he transform into such a silver-tongued speaker in just 2 classes? However, as a homeroom teacher, it was customary to say a few words when calling a student in, and he couldn't afford to lose face. Thus, Li Liang continued his lecture, albeit in a noticeably softer tone. Jian Hang's greatest regret in life was his failure in the college entrance examination, missing out on a place in 985 University. Although he later found moderate success and pursued an EMBA at Peking University, it remained distinct from an undergraduate experience. With the next class about to commence, Jian Hang wore a smile, yet internally, he felt a surge of frustration. Studying diligently was a student's foremost responsibility, and upon his rebirth, he had swiftly grasped this profound realization. However, he understood Li Liang's temperament. Once she began her lecturing, it was imperative to appear wholly compliant. Any hint of protest would reignite her fury, leading to a scathing reprimand. The bell for class had rung. Li Liang persisted relentlessly, growing increasingly animated in her complaints. How annoying! How had he never noticed how irritating her chatter could be before? Jian Hang prided himself on being respectful to his elders and caring towards the young. Yet at this moment, he found it intolerable. Unbeknownst to him, Su Qingyu had approached the door. She knocked softly and said, Teacher. Oh, Qingyu, what is it? Li Liang's demeanor underwent an immediate transformation, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. Jian Hang felt a wave of goosebumps wash over him. Teacher, Zhou asked me to collect the chemistry test papers, Su Qingyu replied, casting a glance at Jian Hang. Su Qingyu was strikingly beautiful, with a captivating charm that was hard to overlook. At just 16 years old, she bore a touch of youthful innocence compared to her appearance at the classmates' gathering. Although she often exuded an air of aloofness, her voice was soft and melodious. Jian Hang suddenly recalled the tender moment when she had cried on his shoulder, and his heart softened, realizing that perhaps she wasn't as distant as she seemed. Come in, Li Liang invited. Once Su Qingyu entered, Li Liang seemed to find it difficult to maintain the same lecturing tone she had just employed with Jian Hang. I can't carry it. Su Qingyu pointed at a stack of test papers on Zhou Longhua's desk. Jian Hang, could you help me with this? Suddenly being singled out, Jian Hang replied. Wait a minute. You seem to command others quite effortlessly. Li Liang was taken aback for a moment. Seeing Jian Hang still standing there, she raised her voice. What are you dawdling for? Go and grab the test papers. Jian Hang was pleasantly surprised. Finally, he was free from Li Liang's incessant nagging. He strode overconfidently. Su Qingyu gestured toward the corner of the desk. Her hand was delicate and fair, with long fingers and neatly trimmed, beautifully pink nails. Many girls at school wore makeup, but Su Qingyu likely only applied a bit of sunscreen and lip balm, appearing naturally beautiful. You can't lift this? Jian Hang scoffed as he effortlessly picked up the stack of test papers. Truly a pampered young lady. You. Su Qingyu stared at Jian Hang in disbelief, then softly said, "If you're not going to help, you might as well continue listening to the teacher's lecture." With that, she huffed and turned to leave the office. Jian Hang was left in a state of confusion. So, had she just intervened on his behalf? Chapter 6. Play the part fully. Muscles are quite impressive. Thank you. Teacher Zhou. I will head back to the classroom now. Rest assured, I will reflect deeply on my actions. Jian Hang sincerely stated before turning and walking out of the office with his head held high. He quickly caught up with Su Qingyu in the hallway. Walking side by side. Thanks for earlier, Jian Hang remarked casually, glancing at the school beauty's exquisite profile. What were you thinking? Su Qingyu turned to face him. But after 2 seconds, she averted her gaze. Being the chemistry class representative is so tedious, especially running errands for a forgetful teacher. Jian Hang thought to himself. How haughty her tone was. Had he overthought her intentions? He shrugged off the notion, instead immersing himself in a sense of rebirth and joy. In his past life, he had been too preoccupied with making money to genuinely enjoy university life. This time, he was determined to gain admission to a prestigious university to rectify that regret. Jian Hang didn't want to force a conversation, but thoughts of Su Qingyu's family bankruptcy and her tearful visage tugged at his heartstrings, making him contemplate whether to offer her a word of caution. Yet, she was merely a young girl. What influence could she possibly wield? Moreover, could her father really heed the advice of a high school student? Unlikely. Su Qingyu's father, Su Haisheng, had encountered financial ruin after taking on a large amusement park project, with delayed payments leading to a cash flow crisis. It was a tragic yet unjust situation. In the corridor, Su Qingyu cast a glance toward the playground, her peripheral vision catching Jian Hang's profile. She recalled how, during their previous class reunion, Jian Hang had stated he never liked Su Jia. Curious to confirm this directly, she asked, "So you don't like Su Jia, right?" Jian Hang was taken aback by her question. "Are you girls also nosy?" He grumbled. Why had he ever openly declared his fondness for Su Jia? Why do they all seem to assume that? But you never denied it before. And considering how close you two are, it's no wonder everyone misunderstands. Su Qingyu shrugged nonchalantly. Whatever, Jian Hang quickened his pace, walking ahead of Su Qingyu. Su Yingyu, feeling pressed, hurried to catch up. So what you said earlier about rumors means you don't like her? She was quite persistent and undeniably inquisitive. Jian Hang Shu's silence, feeling that this repeated inquiry was truly dampening his mood. Do you like her or not? Su Qingyu's brows furrowed, her irritation apparent. I don't like her. I don't like her. Jian Hang impatiently emphasized, please stop asking me such trivial questions in the future. Su Yingyu left, her hands clasped behind her back as she lightly skipped to keep pace with Jian Hang. Is this your job or mine? Jian Hang muttered in frustration. Just lending a helping hand. Don't be so calculative. Besides, I just helped you out. Su Qingyu replied, her brow furrowed slightly. Jian Hang had no retort. All right, fair enough. Su Qingyu pouted, finding him rather astute in his calculations. Upon returning to the classroom, Zhou Langhua stood cheerfully at the podium. Jian Hang, please distribute the test papers. We have a pop quiz today. Jian Hang was taken aback. In less than an hour since his rebirth, he had already been summoned by women twice. This was a situation that needed to change. Su Qingyu had already settled into her seat, casting him an innocent yet composed look. All right, I'll distribute them, Jian Hang said, steeling himself as he handed out the chemistry test papers. In Chongning, Su Qingyu's family was the wealthiest, and the school even had a building funded by her family's donations. Here, she was practically a protected figure. Even the teachers would take the time to listen to her. Yet despite this, Jian Hang recalled that Su Qingyu had never been particularly difficult with anyone, except for Su Jia. What exactly had caused the rift between her and Su Jia remained a mystery to him. Suddenly, a wave of realization struck him. Chemistry? A pop quiz? He had completely forgotten all the high school chemistry knowledge. Reluctantly, he returned to his seat, feeling conflicted. After all, he was one of the top students in the class. He couldn't afford to fail the test. Jian Hang had considered himself battle-hardened. Yet he never anticipated that the greatest challenge he would face after his rebirth would be an examination. How embarrassing. He certainly couldn't rely on Su Jia. She was a poor student. Cheating was shameful, and getting caught was even more disgraceful. An idea struck him. He clutched his stomach and groaned loudly. Zhou Langhua looked concerned. Jian Hang, what's wrong? Teacher, Jian Hang bit his lip, his face flushed. I have a stomach ache. I think I ate something bad at lunch. Luo Wei chimed in gleefully. Being poor is one thing, but you public service students shouldn't skimp on money by buying nearly expired cheap bread from convenience stores. His words ignited the ire of both Jian Hang and Zhang Chong. Just as Zhang Chong was about to retort, Jian Hang pressed down on his shoulder. Don't stoop to his level, Jian Hang whispered. Luo Wei, you shouldn't speak to your classmates like that, Zhou Langhua reprimanded sternly. This is the last warning. Luo Wei defiantly lifted his chin, wearing an expression that suggested he was unbothered. Jian Hang, you should go to the infirmary, Zhou Langhua inquired. Is it serious? Can you manage? Teacher. Both Su Qingyu and Zhang Chong exclaimed simultaneously. An awkward silence lingered in the air for 2 seconds. What was going on? Zhou Langhua gazed at Su Qingyu in confusion, then glanced at Zhang Chong. What's going on between you two? Zhang Chong, taken aback, looked at Su Qingyu, hesitated for a moment, and took the initiative to say, I'll accompany Brother Jian to the infirmary. All right. Zhou Langhua nodded and turned to Su Qingyu. Qingyu, is there something on your mind? Su Qingyu shook her head, her tone languid. Nothing. She seemed rather displeased. Jian Hang stared at Su Qingyu's retreating figure for a couple of seconds, thinking it unlikely that she genuinely wanted to escort him to the infirmary. He shook his head. That's impossible. Luo Wei, injured, cast a resentful glance at Su Qingyu before glaring at Jian Hang. He couldn't shake the feeling that Su Qingyu regarded Jian Hang differently. How infuriating. Could it be that Su Qingyu harbored feelings for Jian Hang? This simply cannot be allowed. Brother Jian, are you all right? Zhang Chong supported Jian Hang as they exited the classroom, his expression laden with concern. Seeing that no one was around, Jian Hang straightened his back and turned his neck. I'm fine. I'm just pretending. Pretending? Zhang Chong doubted his ears. Why? Jian Hang couldn't he admit that he was avoiding the exam out of fear that poor results might lead to unnecessary trouble, such as old Zhou, out of concern, calling him aside for a scolding, or Li Liang informing his parents as a well-meaning reminder. He simply didn't want to deal with the hassle of the exam. I'm just pretending, Jian Hang lied. Is it that old hag Li Liang's words that upset you? Zhang Chong kicked a stone by his feet, indignantly declaring. Don't underestimate the youth's poverty. Being a teacher doesn't make you exceptional, nor does being wealthy. Hey, that's a good point, Jian Hang chuckled, placing a hand on Zhang Chong's shoulder. Study hard, get into a good university, and then we can start a business together. I'll be the boss, and you'll be my employee. Start a business? Zhang Chong blinked. I can't even imagine that. Let us focus on getting into our desired university first. But why should you be the boss while I'm the employee? Why can't we both be bosses? Sure, Jian Hang grinned in delight, ruffling Zhang Chong's hair playfully. Then you can also be a shareholder. How does being the second largest shareholder sound? Zhang Chong nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Jian Hang then dismissed Zhang Chong, heading to the infirmary alone. At this hour, wandering the school was not an option. If he were caught by the disciplinary director, Luo Wei, he would surely face public reprimand. Thus, he decided to lie down in the infirmary and wait. The school nurse was a middle-aged woman, slightly plump, with a rather stern demeanor as she inquired, What seems to be the problem? I have a severe stomachache, Jian Hang replied. The nurse removed her latex gloves and tossed them into the trash, instructing, Lie down. Let me take a look. Jian Hang raised an eyebrow. Do I really need to lie down? The nurse rolled her eyes at him. How else can I examine your abdomen to determine if it's stones, acute inflammation, or perhaps due to organ rupture? A shiver ran down Jian Hang's spine as he thought, How could I possibly have stones, let alone a ruptured organ? Doctor, you're being quite alarming. However, realizing he had to maintain the charade for over half an hour until class ended, he resigned himself and lay down obediently. Unexpectedly, his shirt was lifted. The woman's hands pressed against his abdomen. Where does it hurt? Doctor, Jian Hang chuckled nervously. It seems to hurt a lot less now. The female doctor had encountered many students who concocted various excuses to visit her under the guise of seeking medical attention, but were merely trying to skip class. She glanced at Jian Hang, dismissing him. Just lie here and rest for a bit, or wait outside. If the pain subsides, then there's likely no serious issue. Understood. Thank you, doctor. The young man was quite handsome and polite. The nurse couldn't help but compliment. Nice muscles. Jian Hang's pupils dilated in shock, his expression frozen. What the hell? He hastily pulled down his shirt, turning away from the nurse and muttering to himself. However, as he noticed the nurse standing up and moving outside, he thought she likely meant nothing inappropriate by it, and he couldn't help but sigh in relief. After all, he was still a minor. How embarrassing. Chapter 7 The Leap of Faith in the Attire of the Impoverished. At this time, smartphones had not yet become ubiquitous. It's quite boring. Jian Hang decided to close his eyes and take a nap until the class bell rang. He was abruptly awakened by the sound of hurried footsteps. Assuming it was Zhang Chong, He sat up, only to find Su Qingyu standing there. What brings you here? Are you feeling unwell? Su Qingyu stared at Jian Hang for 2 seconds, noting his relaxed demeanor, which suggested he was fine. As Jian Hang noticed her silence, he thought it unlikely that she was here out of genuine concern for him, so he lost interest in asking further. Classmate, the nurse initiated, addressing her, what's wrong? Oh, The typically self-assured Su Qingyu suddenly appeared shy, which caught Jian Hang off guard. A flash of white caught his eye. It was Zhang Chong. Upon turning, he saw Su Qingyu and felt a jolt in his heart. He then feigned urgency, asking, Brother Jian, are you feeling better? What did the doctor say? The doctor is right here, the nurse rolled her eyes. Oh, Zhang Chong glanced nervously between Jian Hang and the nurse, then stole a glance at Su Qingyu. The nurse, not wanting to make things difficult for them, simply advised, it's nothing serious. Just pay attention to your health afterwards and avoid cold foods. Thank you, doctor. Jian Hang responded, realizing he was still lying on the examination table while Su Qingyu was watching. He got off the bed, slipped on his shoes, and playfully hooked his arm around Zhang Chong's neck. Let's go. As they passed by Su Qingyu, Zhang Chong cheerfully remarked, classmate Su, we're heading out now. Jian Hang halted. You called her classmate Su? Zhang Chong was puzzled by Jian Hang's exaggerated reaction. Tang Xiaodang calls her that all the time. All right. Jian Hang waved. Classmate Su, we're off. Su Qingyu turned to watch Jian Hang's departing figure, thinking it was rather inconsiderate of him not to show a bit more concern before leaving so abruptly. Jian Hang was somewhat overstepping. Classmate? The nurse called out again. Su Qingyu snapped back to reality and turned her head. Sorry, doctor, I suddenly feel much better. She forced a couple of awkward laughs and quickly made her exit. One after another, treating the infirmary like a social club, the nurse muttered in annoyance, opening her phone, her eyes lighting up as she continued chatting happily on QQ. Leaving the infirmary, Jian Hang strolled with his hands in his pockets alongside Zhang Chong towards the vending machine. Bro, aren't we heading back to class? Zhang Chong inquired. Nah, I'm getting some snacks to reward your extravagant acting just now. Jian Hang patted Zhang Chong on the shoulder. In the past, due to his status as a public welfare student, Jian Hang often faced PUA from Li Liang and Luo Wei, leading to feelings of inadequacy, walking with his head down, exuding an aura of insecurity. Now he held his head high, striding down the path, his tall frame and handsome features attracting the attention of many girls who turned to glance back. Brother Jian, you've changed. Zhang Chong couldn't help but remark. Change into what? Jian Hang recalled the stunned expressions of his classmates, curiosity peeking within him. I think you look quite dashing. I know that. Jian Hang flicked his hair, which had fallen over his eyes. I've always been handsome. Zhang Chong wanted to call him narcissistic, but held back, instead saying, what I mean is, not only do you look good, but even your demeanor and way of speaking have become more charming and cool. I love hearing that. Jian Hang grinned, rummaging through his pockets. Wait a moment, I'll buy you something. What is up, brother Jian? Zhang Chong turned his head and discovered that Jian Hang had only a single dollar in his pocket. He just claimed he would buy cola. Jian Hang looked up and offered an awkward smile, though he noted that it was sufficient for a crushed ice treat. Zhang Chong turned back, kindly cautioning, no, brother. You're not feeling well. Are you really going to drink something cold? Aren't you afraid it might exacerbate your condition? That rascal Luo Wei will surely stir up trouble later. Jian Hang dismissed the concern nonchalantly, striding forward with an air of indifference. Suddenly, Zhang Chong felt a surge of emotion. It was evident that the enlightened Jian Hang, having distanced himself from Su Jia, had truly enhanced his charm. He had previously maintained a low profile, yet had received several confessions from girls in other classes. Su Jia was decent looking, but without the aid of makeup, she would not compare favorably to those girls who had expressed their affections. She merely enjoyed a proximity advantage. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the opportunity to ask Jian Hang for help with his studies. It was recess, and the convenience store was bustling with students. The school's cafeteria was adjacent to the store. After purchasing snacks, students would often sit on the cafeteria benches to chat or stand by the long tables in the convenience store. Groups of girls huddled together, seemingly engaged in conversation while secretly sizing up the handsome boys nearby. The moment Jian Hang entered the convenience store, he captured numerous glances. For instance, a few senior girls leaning against a long table at the entrance cast their eyes his way. Wow, who is that guy? He's so handsome. Look at his shoes. He must be a scholarship student. Jian Hang glanced down at his black Feiyue canvas shoes. What's wrong with them? They're quite clean, he mused. Oh, Feiyue. Shoes for the less fortunate, he thought. What's the use of being handsome if you're broke? Zhang Chong couldn't help but scoff. Honestly, all of them can only compare material possessions because they have nothing else to offer. Jian Hang raised an eyebrow like what? Grades, Zhang Chong blurted out without hesitation. Jian Hang burst into laughter at his friend's words. What's so funny? Am I wrong? If you have the ability, you should strive to earn your own, independent of your parents. Jian Hang playfully draped an arm over Zhang Chong's shoulder and patted him twice. I'm laughing because I think you're absolutely right. Noticing Zhang Chong's skeptical expression, Jian Hang composed himself and nodded earnestly. I truly mean it. He chuckled again and added, though I believe there's some truth to what they say. Zhang Chong inquired, what is it? Being handsome. Jian Hang pointed to his own face. Zhang Chong frowned in disbelief, retorting, I've seen narcissism, but never to this extent. One of the girls from earlier chimed in, hey, you can't dismiss that. Being handsome is a rare resource, especially when that handsome guy is hardworking and academically successful. He will undoubtedly fare well in the future. Jian Hang raised an eyebrow. This young lady makes a valid point. Young lady? Zhang Chong smirked. You make it sound like you're much older. She's actually a year older than you. Having reminded himself of the age difference, Jian Hang retrieved 2 crushed ice treats from the freezer. There are only 2 flavors, grape and strawberry. Which one do you want? Neither of them is to my liking. Zhang Chong grimaced. Jian Hang casually selected one and closed the freezer door. Grape flavor, haha. Zhang Chong grinned, reopening the freezer to grab a crushed ice treat, trailing behind Jian Hang to the checkout. After purchasing their items, the two did not linger at the store and promptly headed back to the classroom. By the end of September, Nanqing's weather remained sweltering. The blue and white short-sleeved shirts were damp with perspiration, and an occasional breeze provided a meager relief. Jian Hang tilted his head back and took a bite of the crushed ice, which burst with artificial flavor. However, at that moment, there was nothing better to quench his thirst, so he made do. As he swallowed the crushed ice, a wave of refreshment washed over him. The azure sky was dotted with clouds of various shapes. Youth was indeed splendid. As Jian Hang reveled in the exuberance of youth, he suddenly heard Zhang Chong's voice. Laden with urgency, Qingyu, we have a problem. Jian Hang followed Zhang Chong's gaze and spotted Su Qingyu, the campus belle, crossing her arms and scrutinizing the ice treat in his hand. Her penetrating gaze soon turned suggestive. Eating ice, are we? Aren't you afraid your stomach will hurt again? Chapter 8. Why are you so fierce today? Jian Hang, undeterred, nonchalantly waved the crushed ice in his hand, his tone both cocky and teasing, not afraid. Qingyu posed momentarily. Although Jian Hang had previously been quiet and gentle, he now spoke with a carefree and audacious tone. Yet, as she looked at him, his dark, bright eyes, with their clean, upward tilt, possessed an inexplicable allure. Su Qingyu recalled a moment from their past life, when she had clung to his neck and sobbed uncontrollably, causing a pang of anxiety to surge within her. She turned her head, softly exhaling, and walked past him, brushing against him. What was that all about? Jian Hang was left perplexed. Zhang Chong, equally bewildered, voiced his concern. Qingyu, do you think she knows you've been faking your illness? What she tells Li Ban. If it were any other student, it wouldn't matter, but for a scholarship student, poor grades or feigning illness could lead to Li Liang amplifying their faults. Jian Hang felt that Su Qingyu wasn't one to meddle excessively. However, her earlier remarks did seem out of character for her. Surely she wouldn't? Jian Hang Punde. How do you know? Zhang Chong questioned. I just have a feeling. Zhang Chong found this baseless speculation unreliable, but then reflected. Isn't it strange? The campus belle seems particularly concerned about you today. First, you ran into her in the infirmary, and now she's warning you not to eat ice. I can't shake the feeling that. What do you feel? Jian Hang tilted his head back, letting a bit of crushed ice slip into his mouth. I have a sense that she might be interested in you. Zhang Chong chuckled. Jian Hang nearly choked on his ice, stifling a laugh. In the future, please refrain from your assumptions, understood? Zhang Chong was displeased. Why is it okay for you to have feelings while I can't? Besides, where have you seen her actively greet other boys in the class while walking down the hall? Jian Hang mused. Perhaps she was just bored. Zhang Chong retorted. I think you're the one who's bored. Su Jia straightened her back upon seeing Jian Hang enter the classroom, her eyes following his every move. Once she calmed down, she couldn't quite understand why. Despite Jian Hang's aloofness and cheeky demeanor today, he appeared oddly cool. Su Jia hoped Jian Hang would notice her watching him and respond with a sweet smile, signaling her desire to reconcile. To her dismay, Jian Hang treated her as if she were invisible, not sparing her a glance even as he sat down beside her. A wave of disappointment washed over Su Jia, filling her with sorrow. Jian Hang, she trembled, her voice barely above a whisper. Please don't be angry with me anymore, okay? I promise next time. Next time what? Jian Hang finally responded. The girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she seemed on the verge of crying. I promise I'll never casually pull you again or lose my temper for no reason. And what? Jian Hang pondered, realizing that apart from those 2 points, Su Jia had not committed any other unforgivable acts at this moment. And Su Jia turned her head slightly, her profile cast down. biting her lip in visible conflict. Speak up already, Jian Hang thought, stretching his long legs as he settled into his seat and retrieved his textbook from the desk. What a waste of time. With such intentions to deliberately provoke him. What a dream. Su Jia was infuriated by Jian Hang's cold demeanor. She turned to face him, her eyes glistening. Jian Hang, I merely asked you to help me with a few questions, didn't I? Why are you so fierce today? You're not usually like this. Zhang Chong and Tang Xiaoding, seated in front, exchanged glances. With Su Jia's tone and manner of speaking, one might easily mistake them for a quarreling couple. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhang Chong turned around. Su Jia, for heaven's sake. Could you refrain from speaking to Jian Ge like that? It's so cutesy and nauseating. As soon as he finished, Tang Xiaoding couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Quickly covering her mouth and shrinking her neck, whispering, I'm sorry. Zhang Chong's voice had been rather loud, drawing the attention of their classmates, who lowered their heads to suppress their laughter. Su Jia's chest heaved with indignation as she glanced at Jian Hang, hoping for him to defend her. Jian Hang, unable to contain his laughter, lifted his head to look at Su Jia. I think Chongzi has a point. I mean, you usually speak quite normally. At last, Su Jia could no longer hold back. Her emotions spiraled out of control, tears streaming down her face as she hastily leaned on the table, grabbing tissues to wipe her eyes. Regardless of the outcome, her dignity had already been thoroughly diminished today because of Jian Hang. The vice class monitor, Qingyu, approached with an accusatory demeanor. Jian Hang, can't you show a bit of gentlemanly conduct? Making girls cry on a whim. How embarrassing. Qingyu's voice was not soft, attracting the attention of other students in the classroom. Zhang Chong turned around, feeling both exasperated and angry, yet he dared not speak up. Jian Hang stretched his long legs beneath the table, leaning back against the chair, retorting. You're not embarrassed? You have the gentlemanly demeanor? How about we switch seats? And you can sit here instead. What do you say? Qingyang was taken aback by Jian Hang's sudden audacity, momentarily speechless. He turned to the class monitor, saying, Class monitor, aren't you going to intervene? Jiang Ning, currently seething with frustration, thought to herself that it was none of her business. Su Jia was always crying at the slightest provocation, and as a girl herself, she found it bothersome, let alone Jian Hang. However, as the class monitor, Jiang Ning couldn't voice such sentiments. She stood up and asked Qinyang, what do you suggest we do? Chun Yang's expression stiffened, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. He had a nagging feeling that Jiang Ning was siding with Jian Hang, intentionally undermining his authority as vice class monitor. Class monitor Su Qingyu called out to Jiang Ning from behind. Jiang Ning turned around, bewildered, thinking, what does this have to do with you, the campus belle, Su? They had only just begun their first month of high school, and now everyone seemed to be rallying together over this matter. Even though they appeared to have no connection before, Jiang Ning felt a headache coming on. Had she known, she would not have volunteered for the class monitor position. I have a suggestion, Su Qingyu said, glancing at Jian Hang, only to be caught in the act. Not surprising at all. After all, Su Qingyu was completely uninvolved in the antics between Jian Hang and Su Jia. Suddenly standing up and making her statement caused everyone to find it exceedingly strange, including Jian Hang. He raised his chin, frowning as he looked at Su Qingyu. What suggestion? Zhang Chong was the first to ask, feeling a thrill of excitement, as if something significant was about to unfold. Su Qingyu bit her lip, lowering her gaze, and said, since there always seems to be conflict between Jian Hang and Su Jia, why don't I reluctantly? Su Qingyu lifted her head to look at Jian Hang. Let us switch seats with Su Jia. As soon as she finished speaking, the air fell silent for several seconds. Clatter. Luo Wei's cup fell to the ground. No way. At the same time, Hian Yang, looking utterly bewildered, echoed the sentiment. Zhang Chong, in a fit of excitement, grabbed Jian Hang's hand resting on the table. I knew it. The last 3 words he uttered were particularly soft, as he realized that Jian Hang himself was also taken aback. Chapter 9, Su Qingyu. You sit with me. Hian Yang shouted angrily. Luo Wei. What does it matter to you? She then seized Su Qingyu's wrist. Su, what do you mean? Don't you love me anymore? Why do you want to switch seats with Su Jia? Su Qingyu felt a shiver run down her spine. She lowered her head and whispered into Hian Yang's ear. I just blurted it out without thinking. I'll apologize to you later, be good. Hian Yang felt betrayed by her, her heart heavy with sorrow. But since Su Qingyu had called her good, she refrained from pressing further. Jiang Ning suspected she had misheard. She rubbed her ears and confirmed once more. Su Qingyu, did you just say you want to switch seats with Su Jia? Yes. Su Qingyu nodded, thinking to herself. Will you all hurry up and respond? Although students were generally not allowed to switch seats freely if there was a conflict between the two sitting together, informing class monitor Li should pose no significant issue. Jiang Ning asked again, you want to sit with Jian Hang? Su Qingyu clenched the hem of her shirt, bit her lip and nodded. Su Su and Luo Wei shouted in dismay. Get lost. Zhang Chong shot back, wearing a smug grin as he savored the live drama unfolding between his good friend and the campus belle. Luo Wei, as usual, was a killjoy. Jian Hang casually tapped the table twice with his knuckles, his focus diverging from Jiang Ning's concerns. He smirked, casting a cold gaze towards Su Qingyu, dragging out his words as he asked, Wait, Su Qingyu, did I hear you correctly? You just said, since there is always conflict between Jian Hang and Su Jia. Su Qingyu looked at Jian Hang, bewildered. The others, too, were curious about what he was about to say. Jian Hang chuckled in irritation. Jian Hang and Su Jia? Please, why is the subject me? Your words clearly imply that I am the one instigating the conflict, right? Su Qingyu lowered her head, face palming. Zhang Chang's clenched fist tightened, and in a low, gritting voice he said, No, Jian Gu, what kind of logic is that? ISNT the focus right now. Jian Hang rolled his eyes, signaling Zhang Chong to continue. How about I switch seats with Su Jia instead? Luo Wei suggested. Come on, if you sit over there, you and Jian Gu will end up fighting several times a day. Zhang Chong waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Class monitor, please don't agree to that. Su Jia was furious. Did you all consult me before making these decisions? One after another, just deciding on their own. Aren't you upset? Su Yinju retorted unexpectedly. Then let us switch seats. Su Jia wanted to glare at Su Qingyu, but dared not be so blatant. She lowered her gaze and muttered, I don't want to switch seats. Vice class monitor Chen Yang interjected. Since neither of you wants to switch seats, then you should learn to get along and stop bickering. Jian Hang stood up, slamming his carbon pen onto the desk, casting an irritated glance at Chen Yang. Which of your eyes saw that I didn't want to switch seats? Jian Hang, Jiang Ning called to him. ISNT the first monthly exam coming up soon? Let us rank by class results then, and maybe we can switch seats then. Jiang Ning thought to herself. With everyone arguing about whether to switch or not, her head was spinning. She was determined to find a way to pass on the burdensome role of class monitor. Not switching? Su Qingyu blinked, her clear, dark eyes barely concealing a hint of disappointment. Jian Hang glanced at Su Jia. If she agrees, then we'll switch, but frankly, I don't want to sit next to her. It's too much trouble. Upon hearing this, Su Jia's eyes brimmed with tears once more. Chen Yang let out a cold snort. Jian Hang, mind your tone. If you continue like this, even if it were Su Qingyu sitting here, you two might end up quarreling. Zhang Chong could no longer contain himself, slamming the table in anger. Chen Yang, I've figured you out. You simply don't want Su Qingyu and Jian Gu to share a seat, which is why you keep making these sarcastic remarks, isn't it? A flicker of guilt passed through Chen Yang's eyes. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Ning, furious, exclaimed, It's unbearable. It's just a matter of switching seats. Either you go finally ban yourselves, or we could discuss it after the monthly exam. With that, she plopped back down on her chair. The others fell silent, unwilling to speak further, except for Su Qingyu. She asked Jian Hang, Shall we go ask Li Ban? She patted her chest and declared, I'll go ask. Chen Yang, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed, Su Qingyu, are you really planning to ask? Su Qingyu cast a glance at Chen Yang, but did not respond. Instead, reiterating to Jian Hang, Do you want me to ask Li Ban so you can sit with me? Jian Hang averted his gaze. Sure, as long as Li Ban has no objections. Great, Su Qingyu replied, rising from her seat and heading towards the classroom door. The moment she stepped out, the classroom erupted in chaos. Jian Hang, are you harboring ulterior motives towards Su Su? Luo Wei seethed with anger. Are you also calling her Su Su? Yang shot back. Luo Wei retorted defiantly. If it weren't for the fact that you're Su Su's friend, I would have lost my patience with you long ago. Oh, you're quite something, Yang scoffed, rolling his eyes dismissively. Chen Yang tightened her lips, her chest heaving, glaring at Jian Hang. Jian Hang raised an eyebrow. Do you have something to say? Chen Yang spat out, Take care of yourself, and stormed away. What a lunatic. Zhang Chong couldn't help but curse under his breath at Chen Yang's retreating figure, then approached Jian Hang with a grin, his eyes betraying his excitement and curiosity. Jian Gu, did I not just say, that Su Su has feelings for you? Due to Su Jia's presence nearby, Zhang Chong refrained from being too direct. Jian Hang bent down to pick up the carbon pen he had just thrown on the floor, intending to tell Zhang Chong to shut up, only to be interrupted by Tang Xiaodang hurling a notebook at Zhang Chong's head. She angrily exclaimed, Stop spreading baseless rumors. Zhang Chong froze, biting his lip, casting a pitiful glance at Jian Hang. Turn around, Jian Hang said coldly. He did not wish to see Zhang Chong's face at that moment. Su Die, on the verge of a breakdown, self-deprecatingly remarked, Jian Hang, I never realized you despised me so much. Jian Hang pressed his lips together. The situation had indeed spiraled beyond his intentions. Moreover, Su Jia had not yet committed any of the future transgressions. He did not wish to create an awkward atmosphere. From the corner of his eye, Jian Hang noticed Su Jia turning towards him, her mouth moving as if she were about to say something. He felt irritated and turned his face away, his gaze landing on the empty seat beside Su Qingyu. Not far off, Jian Yang bit her lip in frustration. She did not want to sit next to Su Jia. She only wished to be seated with Su Qingyu. Wah. Chapter 10. Wait. Are you really going to sit next to me? During the time Su Qingyu was in Li Liang's office requesting a seat change, the classmates in the room whispered fervently. Could it be that Su Qingyu has feelings for Jian Hang? I think there's a possibility. Although Jian Hang comes from a humble background, he is quite handsome and ranks first in the grade. If you had said this before, I wouldn't have believed it. But now I do. Why? Haven't you noticed? Jian Hang is acting strangely today. He doesn't exhibit his usual quiet and gentle demeanor. Although he's in a bad mood and somewhat arrogant, don't you find that rather charming? Absolutely. Jian Hang ngan deeply, turning to face the four girls excitedly discussing nearby. Hey, I can hear what you're saying. Zhang Chong quickly turned to chime in with the girls. Yes, yes. I've thought so for a long time. He didn't forget to seek Jian Hang's approval. Jian Go, I was right, wasn't he? Su must have feelings for you. Enough. Jian Hang pulled out 4 or 5 tissues from beneath the desk, crumpled them into a ball, and stuffed it into Zhang Chong's mouth. If you keep babbling nonsense, consider me no longer your brother. Zhang Chong paused, noticing the seriousness in Jian Hang's eyes. He quickly nodded, removing the wad of tissues, and said, I won't say anything anymore. He then urged the girls nearby. Tang Xiaodang is right. Don't spread baseless rumors. The 4 girls shot Zhang Chong a glare, ignoring him, and when they turned back to find Jian Hang with a cold expression, they awkwardly fell silent. Reflecting on his past mistakes, Zhang Chong realized that while Su Qingyu expressed a desire to sit next to Jian Ge, she had never explicitly stated her feelings for him. Now that everyone was speaking so casually, what if a misunderstanding arose? Jian Hang was quite pure-hearted and serious in nature. I must be more cautious with my word from now on. Once Su Qingyu sits down, I'll observe her closely. Finally, the noise subsided. Jian Hang mentally reviewed the memories of his previous life with Su Qingyu. He was certain that there had been at least 2 or 3 interactions. He firmly believed that Su Qingyu could not possibly harbor feelings for him, as they had no real connection. Could it be? Jian Hang was beginning to feel somewhat bewildered. He questioned whether he had been reborn into an alternate dimension. Here, everyone else maintained their normal personalities, yet Su Qingyu was different. Once this thought entered his mind, Jian Hang felt an inexplicable urge to retreat from Su Qingyu. Indeed, he wanted to maintain just a slight distance. While Jian Hang's thoughts were in disarray, the bell for class rang. By the window, in the hallway, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed from a distance, growing closer. Li Liang entered, dressed in a tailored skirt suit, a white blouse, and 10-centimeter heels. Holding a textbook, Su Qingyu followed behind her, entering without glancing at anyone, and directly returned to her seat. Zhang Chong's heart sank. Could it be that the seat change was not permitted? Jian Yang felt a flicker of joy. It seems Li Ban did not agree. Comparatively, Luo Wei was the most pleased, casting a smug glance at Jian Hang. Li Liang, with her long black hair styled into a bun, her makeup striking, and her lips painted a bold red, adjusted her glasses and surveyed the classroom before rapping on the desk. Silence. Jian Hang ignored her, choosing instead to lower his head and focus on his desk. I have heard about the events during the break from Su Qingyu. Li Liang's sharp gaze swept towards Jian Hang and Su Jia. After 3 years together, let's all strive to coexist harmoniously. Do not quarrel or create discord, as it disrupts the learning environment for others. Su Qingyu could not help but raise her hand to clarify. But she had only mentioned her desire to switch seats with Su Jia. Beyond that, she had said nothing else. The scene at that moment was Li Liang, seated at the desk, adjusted her glasses. Why do you wish to sit with Jian Hang? Su Qingyu, with her hands resting at her sides, her long black hair cascading down her shoulders, a glimmer of a smile in her dark eyes, responded, because he excels academically and works hard. Sitting with him will motivate me to study more diligently. Unbeknownst go Suingu. Li Liang's thoughts at that moment were, the Jian Hang in her eyes was not as she described, but rather arrogant, rude, and self-important. Li Ban, please agree to my request, Su Qingyu urged, her lips pressed tightly together, her tone tinged with a note of pleading, her eyes filled with hope for a positive reply. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Liang replied, very well, I agree. Now, at this very moment, Su Qingyu felt a surge of frustration, thinking to herself, could we not just get straight to the point and refrain from uttering misleading remarks? She turned her gaze towards Jian Hang, who also cast a glance in her direction. A sudden jolt ran through her. Jian Hang's earlier look seemed to scrutinize her, leading her to wonder if he might misconstrue her intentions as reporting him. Please, She had no interest in the troublesome matters concerning him and Su Jia. Unable to contain herself any longer, Su Qingyu raised her hand to interrupt Li Liang's lecture. Teacher? Li Liang paused, displaying remarkable tolerance towards her interruption. He nodded. Su Qingyu lowered her hand, curling her fingers slightly, and said, after chemistry class, I will be swapping seats with Su Jia. Chemistry was the third period, and the break was relatively long. Li Liang contemplated this for a moment before nodding in agreement. Ah, I forgot to mention this earlier. Su Jia, you're aware that you will be changing seats with Su Qingyu, right? Su Jia felt a wave of displeasure wash over her. What right did she have? After all, she was not Su Qingyu, whose family could generously donate an entire building to Chongning. Jian Hang glanced at Su Qingyu, surprised that she truly intended to sit beside him. This woman was becoming increasingly puzzling. In her past life, she would often embrace him impulsively, and now, astonishingly, she declared in front of the entire class her desire to be his desk mate. He pondered, still at a loss as to which of his words or actions that day had provoked such an unusual response from her. Oh, it must have been after he expressed his reluctance to sit with Su Jia. Jian Hang thought, in a muddle, it mattered little. Whoever became his desk mate was of no consequence, as long as they did not expect him to explain the problems. Chapter 11. The first encounter, heart racing. Li Liang finally commenced the lesson. Su Qingyu let out a quiet sigh of relief, unable to resist glancing at Jian Hang, who was deeply engrossed in solving problems. His diligence was impressive. No wonder he was so exceptional. Yang leaned over to Su Qingyu's right side, dejectedly saying, Su, don't you have anything to say to me? I do, Su Qingyu replied, pulling out a bag of lime-flavored chips from her drawer, smiling as she said, I bought these snacks for you during the break at the convenience store. You were chatting with Xiao Tang at the time, so I forgot to give them to you. Yang sulkily snatched the bag of chips from Su Qingyu's hands, saying, Oh, so you're still being selfish. You forgot, didn't you? You bought me a bag of cucumber-flavored chips during morning self-study. Su Qingyu. She had no recollection of that. Upon her rebirth, she had seen a younger version of Jian Hang arguing with Su Jia, almost leading her to believe she had entered an alternate reality. Moreover, that moment occurred just after the morning self-study concluded. Seeing familiar faces like Yang, Tang Xiaodang, the stoic Jiang Ning, and the boisterous Zhang Chong was overwhelming. Honestly, not communicating with Yang beforehand about the seat swap was indeed a misstep on her part. However, explaining that she had been reborn and had harbored a secret crush on Jian Hang for a decade was rather difficult. It wasn't until her mother's death, in a moment of desperation, that she embraced Jian Hang, leading to the unfortunate accident that befell him later. All the events of the past made her, in this new life, realize the importance of being bolder and not merely waiting. Their first encounter was on the very first day of school for the freshmen at Chongning High. That afternoon, the sun shone brilliantly over Nancheng, rays filtering through the classroom windows. Jian Hang and his father, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a stubbly face, stood at the office door, both soaked with sweat, a large, somewhat worn black suitcase resting behind them, though its surface remained immaculate. Su Qingyu, not wanting to arrive at the classroom too early while her father discussed class assignments with the principal, found herself in Li Liang's office. Many new students' parents were coming and going. To avoid being questioned by these parents, which she would have no answers for, she chose a seat farthest from the door, where she could peek at the entrance and then retreat, perfectly concealed by the display screen. At that moment, Jian Hang stood upright, slightly angled towards her, with sunlight streaming in through the gaps in the trees outside. Su Qingyu distinctly remembered how Jian Hang's profile was accentuated by that beam of light, rendering him even more strikingly handsome. Li Liang was perusing the enrollment documents, his brow increasingly furrowed. Jian Hang, right? Su Qingyu committed his name to memory, though she was unsure how to write it. Li Liang adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. What is the deal with your school uniform? Jian Hang's father appeared equally perplexed by Li Liang's comment. Su Qingyu leaned over to have a look, but saw nothing unusual. After all, Jian Hang's white t-shirt was merely a bit faded, yet was undeniably clean. Teacher, this shirt is quite clean, Jian Hang replied, his demeanor calm and composed. Su Qingyu was taken aback, almost believing he possessed mind-reading abilities. Enough, Li Liang said impatiently. I understand your family's financial situation, but that does not excuse neglecting your appearance. Look at the other students. Who doesn't dress appropriately and neatly? Laughter erupted in the office. Su Qingyu noticed Jian Hang clenching his fists. His father seemed to struggle to maintain his composure, saying, Teacher, I believe what one wears is not important. What truly matters is one's academic performance. I assent it. Su Qingyu found his statement to be quite accurate and nodded in agreement, noticing Jian Hang also raising his head to meet Li Liang's gaze. My father often teaches me that being poor is not a problem. What is essential is to be diligent, well-mannered, and respectful towards others to earn their respect. Each word of this young man etched itself into Su Qingyu's heart, and so, after her family went bankrupt, whenever she felt she could no longer endure, she would invariably recall Jian Hang's words. Su Qingyu remembered how other classmates turned their backs on her when she fell from grace, how girls mocked her and boys made unreasonable demands. Yet Jian Hang, upon hearing of her situation during a class meeting, had requested Zhang Chong to transfer 30,000 to her. Having experienced the fickleness of human relationships, Su Qingyu admired Jian Hang's inner strength. She felt a deep respect for him, an irresistible urge to draw closer to him. When he uttered those words, the other teachers, who had been chuckling, abruptly fell silent. However, Li Liang remained aggressive. You talk back to the teacher. What good grades can a student like you possibly achieve? Remember, once you enter society, grades are not everything. Now off you go to class 1. I need to attend to other students' parents. Because of this statement, Su Qingyu silently prayed that her homeroom teacher would not be Li Liang. Later, it was Jian Hang's father who inquired of Li Liang. Teacher, could you please direct us to the boys' dormitory? Dragging such a large suitcase to the classroom is rather inconvenient. Li Liang replied impatiently. Class 1 does not consist of only Jian Hang. What will happen next? From this first interaction, Su Qingyu developed a strong aversion to Li Liang. However, upon discovering that Jian Hang was in class 1, she found herself wishing to be in that class as well. Just as she was lost in thought, her father approached. Li teacher, is Qingyu still here? Yes. Just a moment. I'll finish up here and take you both on a tour of the school, Li Liang said with a warm smile. No need. You take your time. I'll just show my child around the school. Su Haixi nodded and called out Su. Su Qingyu, snapping back to reality, quickly stood up. That was her first meeting with Jian Hang. She wondered if he remembered it. After all, it was their first encounter. Su Qingyu cast a fleeting glance at herself. That day, she was adorned in a floral short dress, which wasn't particularly unappealing. Jian Hang stood beside her father, towering in height, and she mused that if he continued to grow, he would undoubtedly surpass her father. Lost in such thoughts, she approached Jian Hang step by step. He, too, turned his gaze towards her. Su Qingyu could hear the rapid thumping of her heart, beating faster and faster. When their eyes met, Jian Hang was certainly unaware of the intense nervousness that gripped her. As she reached her father's side, her gaze lightly skimmed over Jian Hang before she turned away and walked off. Later, as she wandered around the school, Su Qingyu couldn't help but recall Jian Hang's face. Her father remarked, Su, although your grades are rather poor, I have discussed with the principal and decided to place you in class 1. That teacher you met earlier will be your homeroom teacher. Su Qingyu vividly remembered her elation at that moment, bursting with joy as if she could leap high into the air. She believed it was a sign of fate. However, Jian Hang seemed to treat Su Jia quite differently. He was rather quiet, yet willingly explained problems to her, often wearing a subtle smile. There were other matters as well. Su Yingju felt overwhelmed. Chapter 12. Is it not acceptable to be oneself? As the prospect of sitting next to Jian Hang loomed closer, Su Qingyu was overwhelmed with excitement and anticipation. At the podium, Zhou Langhua was discussing how atoms are the smallest units of matter, composed of electrons, protons, and some other components. Her gaze drifted to the blackboard, but every few minutes, she couldn't resist glancing up, ultimately resting her eyes on the clock positioned above the blackboard. There were still 10 minutes until class would conclude, yet those 10 minutes felt interminable. 5 minutes, 3 minutes. In the end, Su Qingyu absorbed nothing from the lesson, but that was inconsequential. After all, she was only a freshman, and she could always catch up later. Time felt like a race, moving slower the more she wished for it to hurry. She tapped her toes on the ground, silently counting. Her eyes brightened. The final 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1 ding. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Su Qingyu closed her chemistry textbook. Yang leaned over suspiciously. Su, it seems the teacher hasn't officially dismissed us yet. Su Qingyu smiled awkwardly and reopened her textbook. I was merely checking the table of contents to see what chemistry topics we will cover this semester. She resumed her perusal, her right hand gliding from the top to the bottom of the table of contents with meticulous attention. Yang eyed her with suspicion, feeling she was perhaps overly eager for the class to end. All right, that concludes today's lesson, chemistry class representative. Setlid on sununtai Qingyu. Her thoughts had long since drifted elsewhere. Zhou Langhua called her name again. Su Qingyu. Only then did Su Qingyu snap back to reality, raising her head with a slightly louder volume than usual, prompting several boys nearby to chuckle. Zhou Langhua reminded her, pay attention in class. Remember to collect the topic training materials from me afterward to distribute to everyone. Su Qingyu nodded, sure. As soon as Zhou Langhua exited the classroom, Su Qingyu began to pack her things. Although her movements were unhurried, she was practically bursting with anticipation. Yang felt somewhat stifled, but assisted her nonetheless. Laziness, Su Qingyu said as she lifted her head. I truly apologize today. I took the liberty of making this decision. How about I buy you breakfast as a form of apology? Why are you so eager to sit over there? Yang couldn't help but ask in a low voice. This question genuinely took Su Qingyu aback. Su, please don't move. A voice from slightly in front of her, Luo Wei, sounded disheartened. Su Qingyu opened her mouth to respond. Because I truly detest Luo Wei and don't want to see him the moment I look up. Yang glanced at Luo Wei, whose demeanor seemed as though the sky had fallen upon him, and nodded. Indeed, every time I look up at the blackboard, I inadvertently catch a glimpse of his profile, which certainly affects my mood for class. Su Qingyu was amused by her words, chuckling lightly. Jiange, could you lend a hand? Zhang Chong glanced towards the window. Su Qingyu was still busy organizing her belongings. The school had distributed many new books, and it would take several trips to carry them all. Jian Hang lifted his eyelids to glance in that direction. Why must I help? Zhang Chong was momentarily taken aback, scratching the back of his head, wondering why Jiange seemed irritable. Never mind. If he wouldn't help, I could. With that thought, Zhang Chong stood up and walked over. Jian Hang's gaze followed Zhang Chong's retreating figure before returning to the books in his hands. Jian Hang was feeling low. Even though he didn't understand why he was so upset, he didn't hold it against her. Once you calm down, can we talk? He said quietly. I actually don't want to change seats. Jian Hang rolled his eyes, shifting his body to the left. When he raised his eyes, they just happened to fall on Su Qingyu's desk, which appeared to have quite a few items. What a coincidence. Su Qingyu turned to look at him. Their gazes locked. Su Qingyu's lips curled upward slightly. Jian Hang thought she wasn't cold or distant. At least she wasn't the type to push others away. It should be quite pleasant to interact with her in the future. He set down his book, stood up, and impatiently called out. Is it really that troublesome to just carry books? What a waste of time. With that, he turned to Su Jia and instructed, stuff everything on the table into the compartment. Huh? Su Jia was momentarily perplexed by his request. Pack it up, Jian Hang said, growing more impatient. Seeing Jian Hang frown, Su Jia bit her lip and began to stuff the items from the table into the compartment one by one. Su Yingyu, Yan, and Zhang Chong were all watching Jian Hang's actions with curiosity. Yang asked, what is he up to? Sanction de play, no idea. Once Su Jia had cleaned up, Jian Hang said, stand up, clear the way. Seeing his displeasure, Su Jia complied obediently. A crowd of onlookers gathered, casting curious glances. Jian Hang placed his hands firmly on either side of Su Jia's desk and, with a strong heave, lifted the entire desk. Oh, maybe we should do the same. It saves time, Zhang Chong exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Yang, let us each lift one side. Yang was dissatisfied. Why can Jian Hang lift it alone? But you can't? Zhang Chong replied, exasperated. Isn't it acceptable to be oneself? Why must we compare with others? Yang shot Zhang Chong a speechless glare before gripping one side of the desk. I'll help too. Su Qingyu chimed in, standing beside her. Zhang Chong was instantly moved by Su Qingyu's proactive gesture, thinking, look how engaged she is. In contrast, Su Jia merely stood there, looking foolish. Su Jia grabbed her backpack from the chair and hurried to follow Jian Hang, watching him from behind. Hangdu, Jian Hang, Su Zi Witspa. Though Jian Hang said nothing, his actions were sincere, as he actively helped her move the desk rather than assisting Su Qingyu. He wasn't entirely indifferent towards her, and with that thought, Su Jia's lips curled into a sweet smile. The two groups converged at the podium. Su Qingyu stepped aside to let Jian Hang pass, thinking that it must be quite burdensome for him to carry it all alone. Jian Hang raised his arms high, his loose school uniform sleeves rolled halfway up, revealing a glimpse of his toned arms, reminiscent of rugged mountain ridges, exuding a striking vigor. Su Qingyu stared at his retreating figure, momentarily entranced. Su, Yan kayith. Su Qingyu turned her head, only to find Su Jia directly opposite her. At this moment, the two were still strangers, and Su Qingyu thought that they would never become familiar. Su Jia nodded at Su Qingyu, a polite smile gracing her lips. Su Qingyu ignored her, directly grasping a corner of the desk with Yang. Su Jia pressed her lips together, a surge of anger rising in her chest, only to suppress it swiftly. Jian Hang put down the desk and turned to leave. As Su Jia saw him approaching, she opened her mouth, but Jian Hang brushed past her, leaving her without the opportunity to finish her words. A vague unease settled within her, akin to an inexplicable sense of impending loss. Chapter 13. So you wish to sit beside me, do you? After the desk was set down, Tang Xiaodang turned around. Su, we're sitting together. How delightful. Yang snorted, saying, I forgot to respond earlier about the breakfast situation. Well, what is it? Su Qingyu turned her gaze towards Yang, though her peripheral vision could not help but glance in Jian Hang's direction. Yang grinned broadly. I agree. You shall buy me breakfast. Zhang Chong, curious, inquired. What sort of deal did you strike to include breakfast? Very well. Su Qingyu smiled. But it must be you who buys it personally, Yang emphasized. No problem. Su Qingyu was quick to comply. Yang chuckled. How about a week? Tang shouting tugged at the sleeve of Yang's uniform. That is a bit excessive. You know Su loves to sleep in and might accidentally be late. Humph. Now that you're seated together, I'm relegated to the window side. I'm not pleased. Is it too much to ask for a request? Yang was visibly disgruntled. Su Qingyu was amused. It's just a week, lazy goat. I promise you, don't be upset. Yang pouted. That's more like it. Jian Hang navigated around Yang and took a seat, leaning back while picking up the textbooks on the desk to read. He exuded an air of aloofness. In an instant, Yang's impression of him plummeted to a mere passable level. I'll take my leave, Yang said reluctantly, departing. Tang shouting, waved goodbye to her. Zhang Chong nudged Jian Hang's book downward, giving him a knowing glance. Jian Hang raised an eyebrow, understanding it merely as a suggestion to not be so cold. He placed the book down and turned to Su Qingyu. Hello, new deskmate. As Su Qingyu bent down to retrieve her book from the desk, she heard Jian Hang's languid voice trailing in her ear, causing her fingers to tremble slightly. She raised her head and smiled, her eyes curving. Hello, you too, deskmate. The girl's eyes sparkled, her long, dark lashes fluttering like butterflies in gentle motion. Jian Hang's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head away and grunted in response. Zhang Chong was dissatisfied with Jian Hang's demeanor towards his new deskmate and resolved to have a word with him later. Once she finished organizing her belongings, Su Qingyu sat down, feeling a sudden flutter of anxiety. She stole a glance at Jian Hang's casually draped hand on the desk, his fingers long and elegant. Suddenly, Jian Hang's indifferent gaze swept over her direction. Su Qingyu quickly averted her eyes, pretending to tidy her pencil case. The final class of the morning was physics. After Su Qingyu moved over, even the subjects she found most tedious seemed to pass by swiftly. Ding! The class bell rang. Jian Hang stretched lazily. Finally, it's time for lunch. Hearing his cheerful words, Su Qingyu couldn't help but smile. Immersing oneself in study was indeed a physically exhausting endeavor. Compounded by the rapid growth of adolescence, Jian Hang felt as though he could devour a whole cow. Let us go eat. He patted Zhang Chong's back. Just as he stood, he remembered that Su Qingyu was now his deskmate. They still seemed somewhat unfamiliar with each other, so he felt little inclination to converse with her. Zhang Chong turned around, enthusiastically inviting Su Qingyu. Come eat with us? Su Qingyu smiled, sure. Tang Xiaodang called out to Yang. The three girls linked arms as they walked ahead. Jian Hang, hands clasped behind his neck, glared at Zhang Chong. Why are you inviting them? Zhang Chong widened his eyes in surprise. Is that not allowed? Jian Hang had nothing more to say, turning away with his hands in his pockets. The cafeteria at Chongning was vast, spanning 2 levels. The lower floor featured southern cuisine, while the second floor offered northern dishes. Zhang Chong noticed Su Qingyu and the other girls heading straight for the second floor and called out, Jian Gu prefers the food on the first floor. Jian Hang waved his hand dismissively. No need to cater to me. Yang couldn't help but scoff. What is wrong with Jian Hang, acting all high and mighty? Su Qingyu interjected. It's not his fault. We didn't specify what we wanted to eat beforehand. He.s. just indicating that he prefers what he likes. Tang Xiaodang nodded in agreement. He.s. actually quite nice. He is probably just tired of Su Jia's clinginess. Yang pouted, so I misjudged him. Lunch was the busiest time in the cafeteria, a sea of people with scarcely any empty seats. If they delayed any longer, they might not find a place to sit at all. Today they have braised pork, my favorite. Zhang Chong's stomach growled. After they filled their trays, they headed toward the table by the window, preparing to sit down when a plump figure suddenly squeezed through. Luo Wei claimed the spot with a grin. Sorry. This seat is taken. Zhang Chong's soup spilled from his tray. Hey, what? Do you want to fight? Luo Wei stood straight, casting a challenging gaze at Jian Hang. There's space over there. Let us move. Zhang Chong pointed to an empty seat on the left. Don't stoop to his level. Jian Hang shot Luo Wei a middle finger. Luo Wei's teeth clenched, fury igniting within him. A slender, beautiful figure flashed by. Why do we even come down here? Yang complained, dragging out her words. Right here. Luo Wei's demeanor instantly brightened as he awkwardly raised his right hand, a smile of servility evident on his face. I saved you all a seat. Oh, how quickly the mask slips. Zhang Chong mimicked Luo Wei's tone, shaking his head. Jian Hang chuckled at his imitation. Resting his chin on his hand, he turned to glance at Su Qingyu, raising an eyebrow. So you wish to sit beside me, do you? Even coming down the first floor? Fine, the cafeteria seats aren't exclusive to anyone. Sit wherever you please. Meanwhile, Luo Wei's enthusiastic invitation was met with indifference in plain sight. He could feel that Su Qingyu couldn't even be bothered to respond. And his hostility and jealousy towards Jian Hang intensified. He awkwardly lowered his raised hand, seeing his crush seated beside the person he despised. Feeling both restless and as if he had been slapped in the face, a burning sensation of humiliation coursing through him. His resentful gaze was fixed on Jian Hang. Jian Hang thought, forget it, I won't stoop to the level of a fool. He leisurely ate his meal, casting a glance at Su Qingyu. The cafeteria's braised pork was quite well prepared, albeit a tad too fatty. Yang lamented, "Ah, the woes of a Dieter." Her piercing scream echoed through the room, causing the other four to lean back in unison. Jian Hang shot her an irritated glance. Noisy, Yang immediately fell silent, glaring at him. If it weren't for the fact that you're somewhat handsome, I would have lost my temper by now. Su Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle. Zhang Chong felt rather disheartened. Why are you still praising others? Jian Hang retorted, is it not permissible? Tang Xiaodang stifled her laughter, chuckling incessantly. Yang scoffed and remarked, Su, I never imagined you would devour an entire piece of braised pork. Aren't you afraid of gaining weight? I can't gain weight, it's innate. Su Qingyu replied with a hint of pride, a playful smile gracing her lips. Her voice was melodious and soothing, imbued with a touch of aloofness. The gentle lilt caressing the heart. Jian Hang turned to look at her. She quickly suppressed her smile, her lips pressed together, her nose elegantly upturned, and her thick lashes casting delicate shadows beneath her eyes. Upon closer inspection, her pearly earlobes bore a faint blush. Jian Hang thought to himself, is it possible? The cafeteria's air conditioning is so low, yet she feels warm? Chapter 14. As familiarity grew, her true nature revealed itself. Innate? The abrupt wave of frustration caused Yang to choke on her words, and she inhaled deeply. Never mind, I'll just focus on my meal. Even Tang Xiaodang, who had a naturally plump physique, sighed, I envy you. Jian Hang felt that he was not particularly close to Su Qingyu, so he refrained from making small talk at the table. Thus, Zhang Chong took it upon himself to lighten the atmosphere. Hey, you three seem quite familiar with each other. You're all from Nanjing, right? You must be middle school classmates? Yang nodded. Tang Xiaodang and I have been in the same class since elementary school. And Su transferred to our class in middle school. Don't let her cool demeanor fool you. She has quite a fiery temper. Before Yang could finish, Su Qingyu abruptly interrupted, lightly kicking Yang's foot under the table. Let us focus on eating. Why bring me into this? Fiery? Zhang Chang's curiosity was instantly piqued. In what way? I'm quite curious as well. Jian Hang chimed in, his gaze fixated on her profile. Su Qingyu immediately tensed, her toes curling against the ground. What fiery temper? She's just talking nonsense. It seemed her earlobes had reddened even more. Handsome Jian. Yang could not resist asking in a hushed voice, I'm quite curious about your situation with Sujia. She has been staring over here, looking rather forlorn. Following Yang's gaze, Jian Hang spotted the despondent Sujia 3 meters away to his right. She had always been like that, feigning distress to elicit his sympathy, a mere ploy with a green tea demeanor. When it comes to matters of men, women should refrain from prying, Jian Hang remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Su Qingyu, who was observing him. As he turned his head, he found himself meeting her clear, bright eyes, with delicate lashes arching above. Su Qingyu quickly diverted her gaze, lowering her head to focus on her meal. Jian Hang noted her sudden chill, an air of aloof pride enveloping her. In truth, Su Qingyu was quite flustered. The more anxious she felt, the more nonchalant she tried to appear. At the table, Zhang Chong and Yang were engrossed in conversation, discussing everything from food to television dramas and novels. Hey Xiaodang, what is the title of that boy novel you mentioned? Setting aside the romantic elements between the 2 male protagonists, I found the overall story quite captivating, evoking a sense of adventure. Yang straightforwardly inquired. This girl was as oblivious as Zhang Chong. Jian Hang had heard that some girls enjoyed reading such novels, but they rarely admitted it publicly, considering it somewhat shameful. Reflecting on the upcoming surge of popular adaptations, Jian Hang found no reason for astonishment. However, seeing Zhang Chong's flabbergasted expression, hesitant to respond, he couldn't help but chuckle. Caught off guard by the mention, Tang Xiaodang's face flushed crimson, especially when she noticed Jian Hang laughing until tears streamed down his cheeks. She bit her lip, her cheeks aflame, and looked to Su Qingyu for assistance. Stop laughing, Su Qingyu said, mustering her courage, nudging Jian Hang with her elbow, only to inadvertently brush against his waist. Where are you touching? Jian Hang DZ. Su Qingyu, flustered, instinctively attempted to change the subject. What about you? The question seemed inexplicable, even a bit abrupt. What? Jian Hang asked. Su Qingyu pressed on, the novel. Jian Hang turned back to his plate. I have no interest. Suing Junadif. Neither do I. Yang suddenly appeared dismayed, as if the sky had fallen. What are you two thinking? I simply found that novel enjoyable. Zhang Chong. Aren't you a fan of novels? I thought I might offer a recommendation. What S with your expressions? Have you both read it? Jian Hang immediately shook his head in denial. I truly haven't read it. He felt it was necessary to clarify. Tang Xiaodang. My laughter was not due to your choice of reading material. I was merely amused by Zhang Chong's rare moment of hesitation. It was quite comical. Tang Xiaodang lowered her head, her embarrassment palpable. She seemed even more flustered. Under Yang's scrutinizing gaze, Zhang Chong stiffly shook his head. I really haven't read it, but what one chooses to read is a matter of personal freedom. Others have no right to interfere. Jian Hang ziplit. You nearly had me convinced. Sang Hong pliadet, Yian Yi. He shook his head again, resolutely denying, I haven't read it. Su Qingyu and Yang exchanged glances, both unable to suppress their laughter. The young girls, with rosy lips and pearly skin, possessed exquisite features, their smiles transforming their dark eyes into crescent moons. Jian Hang observed her, finding her reminiscent of a rose, strikingly beautiful when serious, yet radiantly pure when smiling. The gentle, melodic sound of her laughter lingered in the air. Jian Hang playfully kicked Zhang Chong's calf. All right, I understand you haven't read it. Unbeknownst to them, the conversation shifted to other topics, and the five of them continued to enjoy their meal. Beside Luo Wei, one of his underlings defended him. Wei Ge, don't stoop to the level of those charity students. Look at their pitiful state. Those shoes probably cost no more than a few dozen yuan. In high school, wearing uniforms, the only thing classmates could compare was their shoes. Luo Wei glanced at the latest red and white sneakers his father had brought back from abroad, worth thousands, and instantly felt emboldened. I'm not angry at all. Just now, Su Qingyu probably didn't notice you were waving at her, which is why she didn't look this way, the underling added. Luo Wei considered this and realized that indeed, Su Qingyu had not glanced over, likely unaware that he was calling her. I really should not have been so nervous. I must avoid such awkwardness in the future. It's just that seeing Jian Hang's smug demeanor irked me. Jian Hang noticed Luo Wei's begrudging gaze directed at him and raised his chin, arching an eyebrow. Are you unhappy? Then I'm even happier. How infuriating, Luo Wei grumbled, clearing his plate of food and downing an entire bowl of seaweed egg soup before rising to say, I'm full. I'll take my leave. Jian Hang couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation, remarking, one must chew slowly while eating, otherwise one might end up resembling Luo Wei. Yang chuckled. Jian Hang, I didn't expect you to be quite witty. Zhang Chong added, you all thought Jian Ge was just being arrogant at first, but once he gets comfortable, his true self emerges. Jian Hang, half amused and half annoyed, retorted, is that how you use idioms? You never seem to run out of things to say while eating. Nearby, Su Qingyu couldn't help but laugh again. Yang found nothing particularly humorous in Jian Hang's previous comment. However, Tang Xiaodang quietly observed, keenly noting the reactions of Jian Hang and Su Qingyu, sensing an underlying tension. Chapter 15. Love-struck and hopeless. As the meal drew to a close, Jian Hang casually glanced at the three girls' plates, only to discover that Su Qingyu had eaten the most. Despite her slender figure, her physique was shapely yet not overly thin, perfectly balanced. It is quite absurd, isn't it? Yang and Tang Xiaodang. Your consumption is rather meager. Isn't it? You've scarcely eaten more than Su Su. Zhang Chong glanced at Su Qingyu, chuckling. Su Qingyu, however, remained unperturbed. Studying is truly exhausting. Do you think we desire this? Yang exclaimed, frustration evident in her tone. We are earnestly trying to lose weight. High school is undeniably a crucial phase in life. Aside from striving for our dream university, I also wish to encounter a sweet, clandestine crush. Oh, how cheesy, Zhang Chong remarked, rubbing his arms, and then inquired a crush. Indeed, to be secretly admired by a handsome, kind, and gentle boy, Yang emphasized with 2 taps of her chopsticks on her plate, albeit unilaterally. Zhang Chong burst into laughter, unable to suppress his teasing. Oh, it's still daytime. Why are you lost in dreams? After saying that, he was promptly met with a playful slap from Yang. What type of girl does Jian Hang like? Tang Xiaodang inquired softly, abruptly silencing the lively atmosphere. All eyes turned to the reserved Tang Xiaodang. She nervously clenched her hands beneath the table. Don't misunderstand. I don't like you. I'm merely curious. Asking out of sheer interest. Are all aloof or quiet girls so direct? Jian Hang chuckled. There's beauty in books, you see? Oh, Tang Xiaodang nodded. Then I understand. You don't currently have a girl you fancy. Yang tugged at Tang Xiaodang's sleeve. You're not seeking a prototype for your male lead in your novel, are you? Please, next time, don't ask so directly. You should observe more. Heh, I find Jian Hang quite fitting for a male protagonist, sitting next to Su Su. In terms of looks, they're truly a golden couple. Su Qingyu, now agitated, lowered her voice. Lazy Yan Yang, are you looking for trouble? The softness of her words belied their sharpness, leaving Jian Hang astonished. He stood up to break the tension. I'm off to the dormitory to sleep. Hey, wait a moment. Since we've been getting along so well, and we'll be sitting around each other in the future, how about adding each other on QQ? Zhang Chong suggested. I don't have a phone. I don't use QQ, Jian Hang replied, lifting his tray to return it. Su Qingyu watched his retreating figure, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Yan Yang glanced down, lifted her chin, and crossed her arms. I'm sorry, but I'm not at your table, so I want to add you on QQ. Su Qingyu sensed that she still held a grudge about the seating arrangement and said to Zhang Chong, I'll give you her QQ. That sounds good. Zhang Chong nodded. After adding each other on QQ, Su Qingyu asked Zhang Chong, could you tell me Jian Hang's QQ? Zhang Chong paused, taking 2 seconds to comprehend before nodding eagerly. Of course, oblivious to the underlying implications. Yan Yang looked at Tang Xiaodang. This is the first time I've seen Su Su take the initiative to request a boy's contact information. We'll all be classmates from now on. Su Qingyu calmly fabricated an excuse. Ladies, see you in the afternoon. After Zhang Chong provided Su Qingyu with Jian Hang's QQ, he hurriedly jogged after Jian Hang. Jian Ge, guess what just happened? Su Su just proactively asked me for your QQ. She's changing seats and asking for your QQ. It's hard not to think there is something more to it. Keep your fantasies to yourself. Jian Hang wished to tap Zhang Chong's forehead in exasperation. Forget it. This dense head can study well, but is hopeless in romance. What if he misinterprets the girl's intentions and makes a fool of himself? Lazy Yan Yang, I was going to ask. Tang Xiaodang inquired of Yan Yang. Didn't Su Jia say she would join us for lunch? Why did she suddenly change her mind? Isn't it obvious? Yan Yang replied. She probably wants to ask Jian Hang out alone. I don't like her. What about you, Su Su? Suddenly confronted with this question, Su Qingyu looked up. I'm indifferent. Having once regarded a friend who had turned traitorous with sincerity, Su Qingyu did not wish to harbor resentment. It was a waste of emotions, so she chose to ignore it entirely. In her past life, around the same time, Su Jia had approached her, smoothly joining their trio, only to later sow discord. Reflecting on this, Su Qingyu felt disdain for her, yet now she chose to disregard her entirely. Su Qingyu glanced towards the convenience store entrance, spotting Su Jia conversing with Jian Hang. From Jian Hang's demeanor, he appeared rather impatient. Jian Hang, may I treat you to ice cream? Su Jia sweetly offered. To be fair, Su Jia was not unattractive. If she adopted a gentle demeanor, she could attract quite a few boys' attention. However, having seen through her hypocrisy, Jian Hang was no longer swayed by her charms. You know I have a stomachache. Why would you offer me ice cream? Jian Hang expressed his irritation. There are plenty of academically talented students in our class. Why do you insist on approaching me? Su Jia was taken aback. Curious onlookers turned their attention toward them. Su Jia felt her scalp tingle with embarrassment. She wished to flee, but found Jian Hang's cool demeanor quite handsome. Moreover, given his excellent academic performance and previous gentle nature, she was reluctant to let their relationship deteriorate. The more she pondered, the more she felt that Jian Hang was sulking because she had countered Luo Wei's provocations, leading him to ignore her. This was akin to a boy being publicly rejected by the girl he admired, feeling anger and coldness in response. Therefore, Jian Hang must have a deep crush on her. Otherwise, why would he be so indifferent now? Su Jia experienced a bittersweet sensation, clutching the hem of her uniform. You are different from the others in my heart. Class monitor Jiang Ning could no longer bear to watch. Although she had never been particularly fond of Su Jia, she had thought perhaps they should get to know each other better since they had only spent a little over a month together. However, upon hearing Su Jia's words directed at Jian Hang, her habit of creating awkward situations resurfaced. Su Jia, Jian Hang has already been quite direct. Why do you still insist on pursuing him? There are plenty of boys in school, and high school doesn't permit romantic relationships. Yet Su Jia lifted her gaze towards Jian Hang, tears glistening in her eyes, hoping he would notice her pitiful appearance and relent. Where'd he go? Jiang Ning gestured towards the boys' dormitory. He left already. Are you coming or not? If not, I'm going back to the dorm. Jiang Ning was most intolerant of girls who cried and insisted on boys. It truly shamed their gender. Wishing to avoid angering Jiang Ning, Su Jia hurriedly grasped Jiang Ning's wrist. All right, Jiang Ning, don't be upset. After all, Jian Hang and I were once desk mates. I don't want any misunderstandings to arise during these 3 years of high school. Jiang Ning saw through it all. I think it's you who is mistaken. He doesn't like you at all. He has been quite clear about that. A surge of anger welled up within Su Jia, which she struggled to suppress. Lowering her head to say, "But I like him," Jiang Ning shook her head. "You're hopelessly love-struck." Chapter 16. Hurry and say something. I'm anxious for you. To be honest, Jian Hang was genuinely puzzled by Su Qingyu's proactive request to sit beside him and her initiative in asking for his QQ. After all, during the months since school began, they had hardly interacted. Their only common link had been Su Jia, but that was a matter of his past life. In his previous life, Su Jia and Su Qingyu had shared a close bond. Initially, Su Qingyu had been relatively friendly towards him, exchanging greetings when they crossed paths. But at some point, she began to avoid him entirely. Don't blame Su. She is just a bit aloof, Su Jia had explained. Perhaps after being reborn. Distancing himself from Su Jia triggered a series of subtle changes. Jian Hang tossed and turned in bed, increasingly perplexed by his thoughts. He covered his head with a pillow. Thinking, enough. I can't dwell on this any longer. It's just unnecessary worry. With less than a week remaining until the commencement of the school entrance examination, the new students were to embark on military training following the tests. However, due to the sweltering heat of nearly 40 degrees in South City during September, coupled with the fact that a majority of the students from Chongning had been coddled since childhood, the school decided to postpone the military training to October to avoid any unnecessary complications. Aside from essential breaks for meals and rest, Jian Hang devoted himself entirely to his studies. Fortunately, as a freshman, there was still ample time to catch up. During breaks, Su Jia would often approach him, seemingly by chance, to strike up a conversation. Jian Hang, do you think I answered this question correctly? Jian Hang, are you heading to the canteen? Jian Hang, I bought some potato chips. Would you like a pack? Many times, Jian Hang scarcely registered her words, and upon noticing the potato chips she offered, he would nudge Zhang Chong's desk and pass them over saying, "Here, enjoy." Zhang Chong, delighted by such a stroke of luck, would eagerly accept. This act of generosity occurred several times, with Zhang Chong being the ultimate beneficiary. Su Jia, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, reflected on the embarrassment she had felt due to Jian Hang's behavior, which helped her regain her composure. Every time she saw Su Jia offering snacks to Jian Hang, it honestly vexed Jian Yang, who found himself at a loss for words, feeling a growing annoyance and wishing to change his seat. Why is that? Dan xiao dan guestin, bu dao. Jian Yang provided an example. Remember when I shared chocolate with you and Su? I was the first to offer it to her since they were desk mates and seated so closely. Normally, that would be fine, but Su Jia is different. She frequently walks over to your side to share snacks with Jian Hang, who always declines. Yet, Jian Yang's eyes reddened despite that. She has never once shared with me. I am her desk mate, seated this close, and I've shared with her. She refuses and gives me the cold shoulder. Do you understand this feeling? Although I dislike her personality, I thought it would be courteous to maintain a friendly relationship. So why does it have to be so tense? Sitting next to her feels incredibly draining. I finally understand why Jian Hang dislikes her so much. After Jian Yang finished speaking, Su Qingyu and Tang Xiaodang remained silent for a while. Tang Xiaodang finally remarked, "It is indeed quite exhausting. Once the monthly exam is over, let us change seats and distance ourselves from her." Su Qingyu lowered her gaze, feeling a pang of bitterness, and then raised her head, firmly holding Jian Yang's hand. Her eyes sparkling with a smile. "My lazy lamb is so adorable, straightforward, and genuine. It's their loss if others fail to appreciate her." Jian Yang felt comforted. Su, you're wonderful." Su Qingyu continued, "When she gives to Jian Hang, she doesn't offer anything to me or Xiaodang. So it's not just a personal issue. She hasn't even shared with Zhang Chong, haha." Jian Yang responded with an "oh," unable to suppress a chuckle, feeling the imbalance in his heart dissipate, for they were ultimately inconsequential individuals. Before they knew it, the time for the first monthly exam after school commenced arrived. The monthly exam at Chongning was quite a grand affair. Aside from its prestigious title as a private elite high school, it aimed to emulate the standards of the #1 school in all aspects, including teaching methods and regulations. The classroom was equipped with surveillance cameras, and seating arrangements were randomized, ensuring that no more than 2 or 3 students from the same class were seated together in any given examination room. The questions were simpler than Jian Hang had anticipated, although he still didn't find them as intuitive as before. The results would be released a week later. Jian Hang scored 8th in his grade and 2nd in his class, while Zhang Chong secured the 1st position. Zhang Chong, staring at his report card in disbelief, exclaimed, "What's this, bro? I actually outscored you this time. Am I dreaming?" Jian Hang nonchalantly crossed his legs. "Just enjoy your victory in silence." "Hey, I'll keep pushing. Don't get complacent," Zhang Chong retorted with a mischievous grin, his pride swelling. Jian Hang couldn't help but laugh at his foolishness. "Be a bit more modest." "What about you?" he then inquired of Tang Xiaodang. I ranked over 100, which is okay. I've improved a bit since the entrance rankings, Tang Xiaodang replied cheerfully. Well done, classmate Xiaodang. Keep it up. As your desk mate, I'm genuinely happy for you, Zhang Chong shamelessly remarked. Jian Hang in does it. Unable to contain himself. Don't act like her improvement is thanks to you. Have some shame. Zhang Chong turned to Su Qingyu, who remained silent, burying her face in her hands. Jian Hang thought to himself. Given her demeanor, she must not have performed well. He kicked Zhang Chong's chair leg and said, Don't get too cocky. It can't be that good. Zhang Chong feigned innocence. I was just asking. Without Jian Hang's assistance, Su Jia performed poorly this time, her rank plummeting by over 50 places, and she was secretly disheartened. He Yangyang leaned over to inquire. How did you do? What does it matter to you? Su Jia snapped, resting her head on her desk. He Yangyang was at a loss for words. Why are you being so harsh? I didn't do well either. He muttered. Everyone knew that the rankings from this monthly exam were correlated with the seating arrangements. In other matters, the homeroom teacher, Li Liang, was quite authoritarian. But her only commendable trait was the way she handled seating changes. After all, having friends sit together could reduce disputes and complications. According to the class rankings, students were allowed to choose their seats in order, which inevitably involved an element of luck. For instance, if the top student chose their seat and agreed to sit with the third-ranked student, but the second-ranked student insisted on sitting next to them, it would be awkward for the top student to object. The most suitable approach was for everyone to communicate privately beforehand. Those who disregarded such advice and insisted on sitting next to someone were often teased with comments about having a crush. Thus, almost no one would be so brazen. However, Su Qingyu had not performed well this time, and she was uncertain whether Jian Hang would still want to remain desk mates with her, the underachiever. Jian Hang, idly rotating his carbon pen, noticed that Su Qingyu had glanced at him at least 3 times, appearing to have something to say, but holding back. He set down his pen, turned around, and met her gaze. Haha, Suinju chaked awkwardly. Jian Hang found her awkward laugh amusing. If you have something to say, just say it. Su Qingyu replied, although we have only been desk mates for less than a month. Jian Hang looked baffled. So? Su Qingyu's face fell as she continued, although my score in this monthly exam isn't great. Jian Hang nodded. Indeed. Su Qingyu felt as if she had been pierced. Jian Hang, you're too honest. Jian Hang still didn't grasp what she was trying to convey. So, what exactly are you trying to say? Su Qingyu bit her lip and said, let us continue being desk mates. And please don't let anyone else sit next to you. In the front row, Zhang Chong perked up at this statement, internally squealing with delight. His eyes lit up. See, I told you, the school beauty must have feelings for Jian Hang. Otherwise, this wouldn't keep happening. Right, classmate Xiaodang, you feel the same, don't you? Zhang Chong eagerly posed the question. Tang Xiaodang looked at him as if he were foolish. I don't understand what you're saying. Zhang Chong suddenly realized, awkwardly scratching his head, thinking, Jian Hang, hurry up and respond. I'm anxious for you. Chapter 17. The school beauty lags behind? You're quite bold to say that. 1 second. 2 seconds. Su Qingyu felt time dragging painfully at that moment. She lowered her head, dejectedly saying, if you don't want to, then forget it. Jian Hang, amused, replied, I do want to, but give me a moment to think. Zhang Chong turned around. What is there to think about, bro? Sitting next to a beauty is a delightful experience. As the words left his lips, Su Qingyu's cheeks flushed crimson. Jian Hang kicked the leg of Zhang Chong's chair, saying, are you incapable of speaking? You made everyone awkward. After a brief pause, he added with dissatisfaction, besides, who wouldn't he find it delightful to sit next to me? Zhang Chong shook his head in speechless disbelief, nearly uttering a phrase of admiration. Jian Hang then turned to Su Qingyu, addressing her with a surprisingly serious tone. Su Qingyu. Caught off guard by Jian Hang calling her name, Su Qingyu's heart raced, the sound of her rapid heartbeat echoing in her ears. Meeting Jian Hang's scrutinizing gaze, she inquired, what is it? Jian Hang frowned, his eyes fixed intently on hers. Zhang Chong, genuinely concerned that Jian Hang might blurt out something hurtful, hurriedly urged, bro, just go away. Without even glancing back, Jian Hang pushed Zhang Chong's face away and continued to focus on Su Qingyu. A chill ran down Su Qingyu's spine, causing her to sit up straight, her hands gripping her knees tightly as she swallowed hard, waiting for Jian Hang to elaborate. You must have wanted to sit next to me, so I could explain some problems or tutor you, considering your grades are at the bottom of our class. Jian Hang bluntly expressed his suspicions. Bottom of the class? Zhang Chong gasped in shock. Jiangu, you really dare to say that? Turning to offer some defense for Jian Hang, Zhang Chong noticed Su Qingyu's eyes brighten with surprise as she looked at him. Is that possible? She smiled. That would be too much trouble for you. I promise to avoid causing you any inconvenience. You've already caused me inconvenience, Jian Hang thought with a scoff. realizing her desire to sit beside him stemmed from this reason. "We'll see," he said, averting his gaze. Suingwe's lips involuntarily curled upward. Jian Hang's lack of outright rejection hinted at a possible agreement. Despite being a poor student, her parents never overly criticized her or imposed too much pressure. So Jian Hang's comment about her being at the bottom did not anger her. It was, after all, a fact. "Jian Hang," a soft feminine voice interrupted her thoughts. She looked up to see Su Jia standing beside Jian Hang, her expression sorrowful. "Jian Hang," Su Jia cautiously whispered, "can we switch seats later and continue as desk mates?" A murmur of low conversations erupted around them. Su Jia is so persistent. Jian Hang is ignoring her. "Honestly, I admire her. If a guy treated me like that, I would have given up long ago. They've barely known each other, and she is already infatuated with Jian Hang? I don't understand. What can you do? Jian Hang is just too charming." The seemingly innocent remarks concealed veiled sarcasm and mockery. The more Su Jia persisted, the deeper the misunderstanding about Jian Hang grew among the others. Unable to resist, Su Qingyu cast a sidelong glance at Jian Hang. He pressed his lips together, the pen in his hand tapping rhythmically against the paper on the desk. Jian Hang was genuinely annoyed with Su Jia's relentless advances. It felt endless. He tilted his head back, his tone icy and dripping with sarcasm. "Su Jia, what exactly is it about me that you find appealing? Tell me, and I'll consider changing careers." After a pause, he continued, "If only you put this tenacity into your studies, wouldn't your grades improve?" Jian Hang's words cut deep. The boys and girls who had been observing or discussing fell silent, some turning their faces away, while others couldn't suppress quiet laughter. Even Su Jia, no matter how thick-skinned she was, found her face turning pale, lowering her head as she murmured, "I'm sorry for bothering you." Su Qingyu watched Su Jia's retreating figure, her gaze returning to Jian Hang's profile. His lips were tightly pressed, and an air of aloofness radiated from him. Making it clear, he kept others at arm's length. Turning away, Su Qingyu picked up a pen from the table and began to doodle absent-mindedly. Zhang Chong turned around, mouth agape, yet he ultimately said nothing. After this incident, Su Jia would likely refrain from bothering them again. The school bell rang. Li Liang strode into the classroom, his 10-centimeter heels clicking loudly, tossing his lesson plan onto the desk. "Today, we'll change seats according to the class rankings from the recent exam. Keep it down. Don't disturb other classes." One by one, the students filed out. He Yang and Tang Xiaodong gathered around Su Qingyu, chatting animatedly. Jian Hang draped an arm over Zhang Chong's shoulder, and together they entered, choosing a window seat, one in front of the other. Zhang Chong felt indifferent about whom he sat with, as long as he could converse with Jian Hang. However, he gradually grew uncomfortable as girls approached, either passing directly by him or inquiring if the seat next to Jian Hang was taken, to which Jian Hang would simply reply, "It's taken." The disparity between people was striking. Then, Su Jia entered, glancing at Jian Hang before hesitantly approaching him, her gaze landing on the empty seat next to Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong, feeling like he was facing a formidable opponent, shifted over and grinned. "Sorry, someone else sitting here." Su Jia bit her lip, choosing a seat across the aisle from Jian Hang. Finally, Tang Xiaodong entered. She scanned the room, realizing Su Qingyu wanted to sit beside Jian Hang. And since she also desired to sit next to Su Qingyu, she glanced at Zhang Chong with resignation before deciding to take that seat, initially hoping for a quieter desk mate. As Su Qingyu settled next to Jian Hang, he lazily cast a glance her way, drawling, "You know, I've never had this experience of someone continually asking to sit beside me." Su Qingyu detected a hint of melancholy in his tone, recalling how he had impatiently frowned and rejected other girls at the window. She felt a twinge of guilt and replied, "I'm sorry, my grades are just too poor." Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she added, "It just shows you're popular." Jian Hang chuckled softly, "Thank you. I appreciate the comfort." Su Qingyu was unsure if he was being earnest or sarcastic, but seeing Jian Hang smile brought a smile to her face as well. He Yang happily settled in front of Su Qingyu, with the class monitor, Chen Yang, beside him. Once everyone had chosen their seats, Li Liang emphasized, "This time, you can select your own seats to help everyone get acquainted. Next time, seating will strictly follow the rankings." This unexpected announcement elicited reluctant groans from students. Su Qingyu felt a jolt of anxiety, a strong sense of impending crisis. At the same time, the grueling military training that everyone dreaded commenced. Chapter 18, Military Training. The most standard versus the most unstandard. In early October, the oppressive heat of Nancheng lingered, even beneath the dense shade of an old locust tree. The air above felt as if it were enveloped in a heat wave. "Jiangu, how about applying some sunscreen?" Zhang Chong fanned himself vigorously with one hand while extending a bottle of sunscreen with the other. Jian Hang glanced up, Seeing Zhang Chong's face smeared with a thick white layer mixed with sweat, it was almost unbearable to look at. No, I don't need it. Jian Hang was equally sweltering. At that moment, everyone was resting under the shade. The entire playground was filled with students clad in camouflage uniforms, their loud shouts piercing through the air. A 3-minute break felt like a rare blessing. The girls gathered on the other side, some touching up their makeup, others drinking water, while gossiping amongst themselves. Su Qingyu took a sip from her water bottle, wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, and then squeezed a bit of sunscreen from Yang, gently applying it to her face. Jian Hang averted his gaze, pondering with skin so fair. What need is there for sunscreen? Girls truly are a bother. Tang Xiaodang was initially engaged in conversation with Jiang Ning when Su Jia approached. Realizing she could not interject, she excused herself to seek out Su Qingyu. Actually, Jiang Ning is quite nice, Tang Xiaodang remarked. It's just that Su Jia can be a bit annoying. Yang chimed in. Su Qingyu remained silent, her eyes drifting towards the group of boys. Jian Hang's gaze instinctively shifted away from her, his heart momentarily skipping a beat. The flutter of youthful emotions subtly spread across the sweltering playground. Jian Hang mused that it must be the embarrassment of being caught sneaking a glance. No, he had merely glanced by chance. Among the girls, she stood out with her remarkably fair complexion. By the time he glanced back, Su Qingyu was happily chatting with Yang and Tang Xiaodang. Line up. The instructor's whistle pierced the air. Instinctively, everyone tensed, rising to their feet and hastening towards the field. The formation was impeccably orderly. After enduring the midday sun, the afternoon promised a slight reprieve, yet relief was minimal, as fatigue from prolonged tension washed over them. Bang! A student collapsed within the ranks. The crowd turned to see it was Luo Wei. With such a hefty frame, one would expect some cushioning upon impact, Jian Hang muttered. Bro, you truly are something else, Zhang Chong praised, giving a thumbs up. What? That's quite harsh, came the retort. The two exchanged glances and shared a quiet laugh. Who will accompany this student to the infirmary? The instructor approached Luo Wei, helping him to his feet. Luo Wei was already unconscious. He's so heavy, I doubt anyone can carry him, a girl whispered, eliciting a wave of laughter. You. The instructor pointed to a boy in the back row. Zhang Chong turned his head back and forth between Jian Hang and the instructor, finally hesitantly pointing at himself. Me? Yes, you will accompany me to the infirmary, the instructor confirmed. Jian Hang patted Zhang Chong on the shoulder twice. Go on, good brother, it's a tough job. Zhang Chong grumbled, but reluctantly stepped forward. Thanks to Luo Wei, we get a few extra minutes of rest, Yang remarked to Su Qingyu. Don't say that. He fainted. Tang Xiaodang felt uncomfortable with such remarks. Having been classmates in middle school was one thing, but now they found themselves in the same class again, which frustrated Yang as she glanced at Su Qingyu. The girls had witnessed the memorable scene where Luo Wei confessed to Su Qingyu during a weekend outing. How to describe it? 2 words, awkward and embarrassing. Luo Wei had presented a bouquet of red roses and publicly declared his feelings for Su Qingyu, even producing a box containing a necklace. In front of everyone, had Su Qingyu not fled swiftly, he might have even attempted to kneel. Though she said nothing, Su Qingyu had long been exasperated, hoping Luo Wei would take the hint and withdraw. So annoying. Tang Xiaodang tugged at Yang's sleeve, shaking her head to signal her to stop. Yang pressed her lips together, placing a hand over her mouth to gesture zipping it shut. Next, the instructor had everyone practice standing at attention and marching. Su Qingyu stood in the ranks, her shirt soaked with sweat, clinging uncomfortably to her skin. The instructor, with hands clasped behind his back and a piercing gaze, circled the class before arriving at a conclusion. In your class, this student has the most standard stance. Everyone turned curiously to see who he was referring to. Jian Hang stood tall, reluctantly accepting the scrutiny of numerous eyes upon him. He felt somewhat helpless, and when his gaze swept over, he caught Su Qingyu staring back at him, her expression seemingly filled with admiration. Hey, it's just standing at attention. What is so difficult about it? Jian Hang thought, unable to suppress a smile. Su Qingyu felt on the verge of collapse. Marching was far too challenging, and she often found herself marching out of sync. Among the girls, she was the tallest, fearing the instructor's sharp eyes would catch her mistakes. Yet, as often happens, her fears materialized. First girl in the 3rd row stepped forward. Su Qingyu froze, glancing left and right before realizing the instructor was addressing her. She hurried forward, but, in her nervousness, fell back into her old habit of marching out of sync. Laughter erupted around her. Although her face remained composed, her ears burned with embarrassment. The instructor personally demonstrated the correct technique, instructing her to follow suit. Everyone watched, and Jian Hang surely did too. Su Qingyu steeled herself and began to march as instructed, initially getting it right, but soon faltering again. The instructor sighed and waved his hand The tallest boy in the last row, yes, you. Teach her. Jian Hang grimaced as he stepped forward, muttering under his breath, I'm not the instructor. Upon seeing him, Su Qingyu's face flushed instantly, and she quietly pleaded, Instructor, may I learn after class? What do you think? The instructor countered. Su Qingyu internally scoffed, thinking it would be fine. Jian Hang approached her, standing beside her. The instructor shouted, Forward march. They both stepped out simultaneously, but due to Jian Hang's longer legs, Su Qingyu struggled to keep pace, and the more she tried to synchronize, the more chaotic her movements became. They marched back and forth several times until the instructor finally called a halt, instructing her to practice on her own, adding, In our class, we have one student with the most standard movements and one with the least. Return to your places. The laughter erupted once more. Suinju, initially indifferent and relieved to return to her spot, looked up to find Jian Hang smiling at her, a teasing glint in his eyes, and her face instantly flushed with heat. Chapter 19. I'm still here, and rumors are already swirling. Sweat trickled down her hair, sliding down her cheeks to her chin, leaving her sticky and itchy, yet the instructor forbade any movement, his sharp gaze scanning each student in the class. The only relief came from occasional breezes that brought a hint of coolness. Bang! Another brave student collapsed. The crowd could no longer contain their curiosity and turned to look. It was Su Jia. Jiang Ning quickly rushed to his sister. The instructor approached as well. Go rest under the shade. Su Jia nodded, glancing back at Jian Hang. He stood there, one hand on his hip, the other fanning himself with his hat, completely ignoring her. Due to Su Jia's fainting, the instructor kindly granted everyone a 5-minute break before the end of their afternoon training. Last night, Su Jia had a peculiar dream. She dreamt of a sports event at school where she and Su Qingyu were competing in the 800 meters, both unexpectedly falling. In front of everyone, Jian Hang had rushed over, lifting her and carrying her to the infirmary, entirely ignoring Su Qingyu beside them. In that moment, Su Jia felt a rush of vain satisfaction. With a glimmer of hope, she had pretended to faint during the standing exercises earlier, but to her dismay, she received nothing but Jian Hang's indifference. With no time for self-pity, Su Jia reflected that perhaps dreams held some truth. She decided to take a chance. After careful consideration, she thought to herself that Jian Hang's inexplicable impatience and disdain toward her might not be swayed by simply pretending to be weak and wronged. Thus, a change in strategy was imperative. After the military training concluded, the freshmen, famished and eager, rushed towards the cafeteria. Among them were also students who did not reside on campus, such as Su Qingyu, Tang Xiaodang, Hian Yang, and Jiang Ning. They live in the South City. Su Qingyu was chauffeured, a privilege befitting the daughter of the wealthiest man in South City. Zhang Chong cast an envious glance at the sleek black Mercedes outside the school gate, Su Qingyu's private vehicle. It was rumored that last year, Su Qingyu's father donated funds to construct a teaching building at Chongning. Jian Hang raised his thumb in admiration. Impressive. One day, when I'm affluent, I will not only donate to my alma mater, but also establish a Hope primary school in the countryside. In fact, he had indeed done so in his previous life. Zhang Chong, skeptical, replied, You're just boasting. He was Jian Hang from Class 1, strikingly handsome, with good looks and academic prowess. It was no wonder that within just a month of the semester, some girls had fainted in his presence. What good are looks if he is so callous towards girls? Is he deliberately avoiding fainting for Su Qingyu's sake? Suinju, that is highly probable. After all, within just a month of school starting, she had already secured first place in the beauty poll on the school forum. A true match of talent and beauty. It's quite possible. I heard from a friend in Class 1 that last week, Su Qingyu approached the homeroom teacher to swap seats just to sit beside Jian Hang, previously seated with Su Jia. How thrilling. It seems Su Qingyu likes Jian Hang. Wow. I think it's best to let it go. He is merely a public welfare student. What does good grades matter in the real world? Su Qingyu's family is the wealthiest in South City. Would she even notice him? Jian Hang pondered, finding the earlier compliments about his looks somewhat agreeable. But the subsequent remarks grew increasingly absurd. Anger simmered within him as he bent his right leg, resting his right hand on his knee, impatiently tapping his chopsticks against the plate. Hey, everyone, I'm still right here, and you're already spreading rumors? Do you not know how shameful that is? A few girls blushed, biting their lips in silence. Jian Hang could not help but confront one of them. You mentioned a friend from your class. What is their name? I'll go find them. The girl shook her head. I want to tell. Jian Hang pressed on. So you don't fancy the girl who fainted for you? Your affections lie with Su Qingyu. Then, Jian Hang slammed his chopsticks down on the table. What do you mean by fainted for me? Clarify that. Upon hearing this, the girl fell silent, her innocent dark eyes wide as she looked at Jian Hang. Zhang Chong suddenly leaned in, placing a hand on Jian Hang's chest in a comforting gesture. Come on, Jian, don't stoop to their level. It's not worth it. Jian Hang push him away. What are you doing? Let us go. I feel he is rather fierce. Yes, let us refrain from further inquiries. The girl with the dark eyes was pulled away by her companion, but she could not resist glancing back. But I think he is really cool. He decisively rejects those he isn't interested in, which is better than leading someone on. I think you're bewitched by his looks. Zhang Chong smirked. Jian, you're quite the charmer, gaining yourself a little admirer. Jian Hang remained indifferent. Currently, he was uninterested in romance, focusing instead on excelling academically while also striving to earn funds for entrepreneurship during the winter and summer breaks. While others in their rebirths possessed golden opportunities, such as exceptional memory or accumulated wealth, he had nothing. Yet, he was unfazed. Jian Hang cherished the sense of groundedness. In being inherently intelligent and diligent, he had managed to transcend his social class in his last life, even if he only attended an average university. This time, if he seized opportunities and prepared early, he would undoubtedly fare better than before. His aspirations exceeded the successes of his previous life. On a long summer night, beside the classroom of class 1 stood towering trees surrounding a small pond, the croaking of frogs filling the air. Upon arriving at the classroom, Jian Hang immersed himself in extracurricular reading. As the light, delicate footsteps approached, a refreshing scent of roses wafted towards him. He looked up to find Qingyu. Likely having heard something from Yang, Qingyu smiled lightly, her dark pupils shimmering under the lights. Noticing Jian Hang's gaze, she lowered her long, curled eyelashes, gracefully lifted her slender wrist, and tucked her loose hair behind her ear. Their eyes met, and Qingyu smiled at him first. Jian Hang not that, waiting for her to sit beside him, where he caught a whiff of the faint rose fragrance. Chapter 20. She smiled with her eyes, and it captured his heart. As Yang sat down, she turned to Qingyu, eager to strike up a conversation, only to catch sight of the book Jian Hang was holding, The Art of Thick and Thin Black. She felt a twinge of envy and asked, "Do you still have time to read extracurricular books? Have you finished the assigned homework?" After every class, teachers issued a test paper to be completed for the next lesson. By the end of the day, students were often burdened with 4 or 5 such assignments. For those who struggled to grasp the material during class or were distracted, the process of tackling these papers was undoubtedly torturous, revealing numerous gaps in their understanding. Jian Hang gestured to the stack of test papers on the upper right of his desk for her to see. Yang gasped, stunned for a moment before sighing. A genius truly is a genius. They're on an entirely different level from us mere mortals. Jian, have you finished them all? Zhang Chong also expressed disbelief. I still have 1 math paper and 1 physics paper left. That's impressive. Jian Hang turned to him, resting his right hand on Zhang Chong's desk. Isn't it quite simple? The moment he spoke, even Qingyu, who had been focused on her problem-solving, lifted her head. If a genius's intelligence was akin to a dimensional assault on ordinary individuals, then his words were undoubtedly a secondary blow. I guess I should just focus on my own problems, Yang resolved, deciding not to pose similar inquiries to Jian Hang anymore, fearing humiliation. Zhang Chong thought to himself that securing the top spot in the next monthly exam was certainly out of reach, and promptly buried himself in his work. Jian Hang noticed Qingyu staring at him. "Do you have a question?" Qingyu lowered her head. "No." Jian Hang, it feels as though I am eager to explain the problems to you. Once again, opening The Art of Thick and Thin Black, Jian Hang became engrossed. While others in college were preoccupied with romance and leisure, Jian Hang was solely focused on working and earning money. He had hardly experienced the joys of university life. This time, he intended to fully engage in learning, playing, and diligently earning. Unfortunately, the school library had a limited selection of books. Otherwise, Jian Hang would have considered studying C and Java in advance. His first choice was the computer science program at Jing University, but sadly, fate had other plans, and he ended up selecting the mathematics program at a teacher training college. Taking advantage of the manageable pressure in his first year, he aimed to read a variety of books. After several days of military training, everyone began to settle into a rhythm. The week-long military training was finally drawing to a close, and excitement bubbled among the students on the last day. Finally, it's coming to an end. I've gotten so tanned. Me too. It's infuriating. My skin is naturally dark, and it's difficult to lighten it again. Su, you haven't tan at all. What brand of sunscreen do you use? Yang enviously inquired. The same as yours, Qingyu replied calmly. The tone was oddly familiar, much like when she mentioned having completed all her test papers. Yang suffered yet another blow, realizing that not only was there a significant difference in intelligence between people, but also in their beauty. She gazed helplessly at her small mirror. I should probably apply more whitening masks. Su, how do you solve this problem? Tang Xiaodang gazed at an example problem in the textbook and mused that she would seize every opportunity during military training breaks to learn a little more. Jian felt the weight of multiple pressures bearing down upon him. Upon hearing the girls discuss the topic of tanning, Zhang Chong inquired of Jian Hang, "Have I tanned?" Observing Zhang Chong's face, smeared with sunscreen in a ghastly and uneven manner, contrasted with the noticeable tan around his neck, Jian Hang swallowed hard and replied, "It's not too bad." Zhang Chong chuckled, then expressed his envy, saying, "I truly admire you and Su Qingyu. You possess naturally fair skin." Jian Hang glanced across the way. Indeed, it was quite fair. Fallen. The instructor's resonant voice rang out like thunder. Everyone swiftly rose, raised their arms, and jogged over. The neatly organized ranks stood starkly in line. Today marks the final day of military training. To be honest, I expected you all to be pampered and soft. Yet your performance has pleasantly surprised me. I find myself quite reluctant to part with you. The instructor suddenly grew sentimental. A few girls' eyes glistened with unshed tears. "How about we sing next?" The instructor suggested with a warm smile. "How about Green Flowers in the Army?" "Haha, can we sing pop songs?" "Of course. We'll sit in a circle, and those called will stand in the center to sing." "What a splendid idea." The instructor nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll start us off with a military song, and after I finish I'll call on the next student, and so forth. No repeating names, understood?" "Great." The instructor, in his early 20s, stood tall in the center, his voice resonant and robust. The sky was a brilliant blue, and lush greenery hovered above. This scene would etch itself deeply into Jian Hang's memories of high school. As the song concluded, applause erupted like thunder. The instructor, smiling broadly, announced, "Now I'll call on someone." Everyone exchanged glances, a hint of nervousness flitting through the air, fearing they might be chosen. "Jian Hang!" Zhang Chong exclaimed joyfully. "Go for it." "Jian, class favorite, give it your all. Academic ace, shine on. Handsome guy, show us what you've got." A girl called out, her cheeks flushed. "Haha," the instructor teased. "I didn't realize you had such popularity. So, it's you. Why are you hesitating? Get up here." Luo Wei, relishing the moment, could hardly contain his anticipation for Jian Hang to embarrass himself. Jian Hang rose and stood in the center of the crowd, lifting his chin as he contemplated. "Although I strongly oppose the notion of being love-struck," Jiang Ning whispered to Su Jia, "I cannot deny that Jian Hang is indeed quite handsome." Su Jia felt her face warm and softly acknowledged with a hum. If only he weren't from a small county and his parents weren't migrant workers, she thought. She would undoubtedly hold onto him tightly. Tang Xiaodang took out her notebook. "I must jot this down. It might serve as material for my novel." Yang waved his hands excitedly. "Handsome guy, don't embarrass yourself." Suinju Chakiv. To be honest, she was quite eager to hear Jian Hang singing. She wondered how well he could perform. In 2006, many chart-topping pop songs emerged, such as the duet Far Away by Jay Chou and Fei Yuqing, Eason Chan's Under Fuji Mountain, and Xue Zhiqian's Serious Snow, Chrysanthemum Terrace, Invisible Wings, and Little Love Song. Jian Hang pondered for a moment and decided to sing the Cantonese version of Under Fuji Mountain. Clearing his throat, he began, blocked by rain, resembling snowflakes. "Are you freezing? Weeping? This windbreaker I offer you is adorned with floral patterns. Even if I lose my job, I fear not. Why do I always worry? With great effort, I chose today to take you home. Forgive me for not sending flowers anymore. Wounds must eventually scar. Petals strewn across the heart's graveyard evoke fear. If you insist on not marrying me, we shall inevitably be reduced to ashes. A lifetime's wait for a single day comes at a cost." Jian Hang sang with distinctive flair, his Cantonese pronunciation impeccable, his rendition tender and heartfelt. It felt akin to attending a concert. The audience instinctively waved their hands, while nearby students from other classes also glanced over. Su Qingyu sat quietly, her arms wrapped around her knees, her chin resting atop them, her dark, clear eyes filled with admiration, fixated on Jian Hang. Upon finishing the song, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she joined the applause. Her luminous gaze curving into a crescent moon, perfectly landing in his sight. Chapter 21. The inner thoughts when liking you, their gazes unexpectedly collided once more. Unbeknownst to Jian Hang, a subtle smile crept into the corners of his eyes. "I have finished singing," he said languidly, hands casually in his pockets, a hint of a smirk rising as he sauntered back to his original position. The cheers and applause echoed in his ears once again. Zhang Chong couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect it, Jian Hang. You're quite the prince of love songs." "Prince of love songs?" Jian Hang shot Zhang Chong a look, silently questioning the validity of such a title. Luo Wei seethed, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it, this is definitely his moment to shine. "Who is next?" the instructor asked Jian Hang. The air instantly quieted. The sensation of holding the reins of this moment was delightful, especially seeing the majority of eyes darting away in avoidance. Jian Hang's gaze fell upon Luo Wei, whose displeasure was palpable, and he pointed decisively. You. Luo Wei shot up in disbelief. What? Me? Yes. Jian Hang nodded affirmatively. What is the matter? Can't you even sing? Who said I can't? Luo Wei, fuming, stood up and walked to the center with a stiff resolve. What will you sing? Luo Wei, having been tone-deaf since childhood, found singing a Herculean task. After racking his brain, he decided to perform Rap Face, a song that fused Peking opera with pop music, which he had learned in middle school. This song, borrowing the singing style of Peking opera, would surely highlight his differences from Jian Hang. With that thought, Luo Wei straightened his back, adopted a serious expression, and began to sing in a disjointed manner, the lyrics tumbling awkwardly from his mouth. That day, my grandfather took me to watch Peking opera. I saw many painted faces on the stage. Red, white, yellow, green, and blue, all glaring. Singing while shouting, wow, yeah. It sounded like thunder echoing in my ears. The blue-faced O aired Dun steals horses. The red-faced Guan Gong battles in Changsha. The yellow-faced Yin Wei and the white-faced Cao Cao. The black-faced Zhang Fei is shouting. The crowd exchanged glances, then quickly lowered their heads, attempting to stifle their laughter. One might mistake him for crying. He might as well have sung a pop song. They wondered what he was thinking. It was hard to contain their laughter. I can't hold it in any longer. Zhang Chong burst out laughing, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. A few boys laughed until they doubled over, slapping their thighs. Even the usually stoic instructor turned away, chuckling heartily. Yang leaned against Su Qingyu's shoulder. Oh dear, who would have thought Luo Wei had this talent? I won't sing anymore. Luo Wei declared in a fit of rage. Zhang Chong, you go. I'll go. Zhang Chong stood up, singing a song by Jay Cho. Though he was often off-key, he sang earnestly and garnered a round of applause. After finishing, he glanced at Su Qingyu with a smile. Does everyone want to hear Su sing? Suingyu. Of course they wanted to hear. Suingyu, sing. Suingyu, sing. Su Qingyu chuckled lightly and then gracefully rose. The crowd instinctively fell silent. Standing amidst the crowd, Su Qingyu, clad in a loose and unremarkable camouflage outfit, exudes an innate serenity that belies her delicate and fair visage. Her long, dark hair is elegantly tied back, and her pair of deep-set, ebony eyes gaze unwaveringly ahead. Inside the damp carriage of September, you find yourself gazing out the window. Outside, the water pipes bloom with life. The chairs are situated in a foreign land, and the leaves seem to possess wings. The streets of Shanghai stretch before you, with snow-capped mountains in the distance. Leaning against the window, your heart beats alongside. Su Qingyu possesses a voice that is pure and sweet, exuding an innocent freshness that contrasts starkly with her cool and striking appearance. Before she can complete a song, she swiftly signals to the next performer. The applause erupts enthusiastically. What song is this? Yang inquires of Tang Xiaodang. Tang Xiaodang shakes her head. I have no idea. An obscure song? Zhang Chong asks Jian Hang. Do you know it? It's quite pleasant. Jian Hang, too, is unaware, his gaze retracting after Su Qingyu takes her seat. And he shakes his head. Never heard of it. Su, what is the name of this song? Yang leans in to ask. Ifargat Suingu chuckles softly. She lies, for the song is actually The Inner Workings of My Heart When I Fell for You by Chen Qizhen, the theme song from the 2017 film I Like You. She had sung it specifically for Jian Hang. Unfortunately, he remains oblivious. Yang opens his mouth to speak, but then hesitates. All right then. Unbeknownst to them, someone recorded Jian Hang singing and uploaded the video to the school forum. In just 3 days, the discussion on that post surpassed 10,000 comments. Haha, senior. Domineering version. Within an hour, I want to know everything about this man. Haha, senior. Pleading version. Could some kind soul provide me with this handsome guy's QQ number? Yuzhong. With a smile, I admit this junior is rather handsome. The song is passable too. In computer class, Zhang Chong, still buzzing with excitement from the forum, exclaims, Jiange, you've become famous at our school. Jian Hang casually responds with an O. What are you looking at? Zhang Chong slyly leans in, peering at Jian Hang's screen. Programming? Are you planning to major in computer science? Jian Hang note. It's better to have a plan for the future now than to wait for the Gaokao scores and then ponder what major to choose. True, Zhang Chong muses. Propping his chin up, being a pilot sounds cool. Maybe I should apply to an aviation university? Jian Hang hestita. Recalling that Zhang Chong had previously checked his eyesight and found he had mild color blindness, making him ineligible to be a pilot. Perhaps you should consider other options? Zhang Chong ponders. Never mind, I have 3 years to think about it. Jian Hang playfully pushes Zhang Chong's face back. There's a saying that goes, even a pig can fly if it stands in the wind. It is the year 2006, and the future holds opportunities in e-commerce, the internet, live streaming, and short videos. The first small goal is to make the family wealthy. Jian Hang eagerly anticipates the upcoming National Day holiday to share his first money-making idea with his parents. On the weekend, after completing his exercises, Jian Hang asks Zhang Chong if he wants to visit the city library. At the mention of the library, Zhang Chong burrows deeper into his blanket. The sky is draped in a gray veil, hinting at impending rain. Jian Hang slips an umbrella into his black backpack and heads towards the bus stop at the school gate. Suddenly, 2 drops of rain fall unexpectedly from the sky. Ripples form on the glass window, blurring the scenery outside like ink spreading on paper. Chongning High School is merely 2 or 3 stops from the city library. As the bus announces it stops, Jian Hang steps off, opens his umbrella, and walks toward the library's entrance. In the distance, he spots Su Qingyu in a light blue dress, holding a book, her long black hair cascading down her shoulders, an embodiment of elegance and tranquility. She must have forgotten her umbrella. Jian Hang approaches her, raising the edge of his umbrella, and unconsciously adopts a teasing tone. Su Qingyu, what a coincidence. He adds, what are the odds of meeting here? Su Qingyu hadn't expected to encounter Jian Hang in this place. His dark, clear eyes shimmer with a vitality reminiscent of rain-washed clarity, sending a delightful shiver through her heart. Her hand, which clutches the book, trembles slightly as she nervously replies, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to see you here. Observing her standing at the entrance with the book, Jian Hang realizes, are you leaving? See you at school then. Words unspoken linger in his throat as Su Qingyu turns away, and Jian Hang strides into the lobby. So, it was merely a casual greeting between classmates. And a hint of disappointment washes over Su Qingyu. However, she quickly retrieves her phone and calls Uncle Li, instructing him not to come just yet. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingyu turns back. Chapter 22. A fake boyfriend, yet a genuine heartfelt connection. The city library boasts 5 floors. Standing at the entrance, Su Qingyu scans the surroundings from bottom to top, finally spotting Jian Hang's black backpack at the corner of the staircase leading to the 3rd floor. She strides across the hall and presses the button for the elevator to the 3rd floor. This level houses books on computer programming, video editing, and photo editing, along with an abundance of historical and literary works. She vaguely recalls Jian Hang mentioning his interest in computer science during class. Su Qingyu stows her bag in a locker and enters the reading room filled with computer-related literature. Rows of bookshelves, towering over 3 meters high, stand neatly arranged from left to right. Upon entering, a right turn leads to another reading room. Curious about the books on the shelves, she searches for Jian Hang's figure. Behind a white bookshelf, Jian Hang sits at a beige desk, engrossed in a thick book with a black cover. Su Qingyu leans forward, trying to discern the title. Suddenly, her own book slips from her grasp with a thud. She hastily retrieves it, hiding behind the bookshelf, and glances around nervously. A slightly plump librarian raises her glasses. Frowning at her, Su Qingyu sheepishly smiles. I'm sorry, it was unintentional. The librarian gives her a brief glance before turning back to organize other books. Hello, a tall, slender boy approaches, shyly greeting her. Su Qingyu is certain she does not know this person. Is there something I can help you with? Can we get acquainted? He asks. Su Qingyu feels uncomfortable with the unsolicited advance from a stranger. I'm sorry, I'm here with my boyfriend, she fibs. At that moment, she cannot find a more suitable excuse. To bluntly state her disinterest feels too impolite. The boy's disappointment is palpable as he lowers his head, wrestling with his thoughts before asking, can I add you on QQ? He reassures her, don't worry. If you don't wish to chat, I won't bombard you with messages. I'm really sorry, Su Qingyu says, her nails digging into her palm as if steeling herself. My boyfriend will be upset. All right then. It was nice to meet you, the boy mumbles as he walks away. Su Qingyu breathes a sigh of relief, cautiously peeking around the shelf to see what book Jian Hang is reading, a black cover. She searched the nearby bookshelf and finally found the book. It was about the Java programming language. Upon opening it, her mind turned to mush. She could not comprehend a single word. Is this the realm of the academic elite? Su Qingyu shook her head, declaring it far too difficult to grasp. Initially, she intended to stroll over and strike up a conversation, but observing Jian Hang's serious demeanor, she surmised he likely preferred not to be disturbed. Leaning against the bookshelf, Su Qingyu took a deep breath, resolved to study the book more diligently. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. Su Qingyu lifted hergaze, intending to return the book to its place. As expected, she found it utterly incomprehensible. Had her father not faced financial ruin in her previous life, preventing her from transferring to an overseas institution, she mused, she might have realized her aspiration of becoming a fashion designer. Life, it seemed, had offered her a second chance. She decided against pursuing fashion design. Becoming an animation designer seemed equally appealing. Furthermore, if Jian Hang chose to major in computer science, he would likely attend Kyoto University. She too aspired to gain admission there. Yet, recalling her previous exam results, a sense of daunting challenge washed over her. Qingyu, a familiar voice resounded above her. Jian Hang gazed curiously at the identical book in her hands and inquired, "Are you also interested in computer languages?" Qingyu froze, her heart racing. Yet she maintained a calm facade. "Yes," she nodded. "You struggle with mathematical formulas, yet you can understand this?" Jian Hang's curiosity was piqued. Qingyu felt somewhat disheartened, casually shaking the book in her hand as she moved to sit across from him. Raising her chin, she retorted, "What is so hard to understand?" In truth, she found it utterly baffling. It was akin to deciphering an ancient text, far more challenging than her previous endeavors with IELTS. Nevertheless, to spend more time with Jian Hang, she resolved to persist in her reading. Jian Hang deliberately elongated his response, then returned to his seat. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, "Weren't you leaving just now? I thought I saw someone lurking behind the bookshelf," assuming it was a peeping Tom. "You are the real peeping Tom," Qingyu thought. "Are you waiting for the rain to stop because you forgot your umbrella?" Jian Hang glanced at the torrential downpour outside. Indeed, the rain was quite heavy. Qingyu nodded vigorously, thinking this was a suitable excuse. "If you're in a hurry to leave, I wouldn't mind being a good Samaritan and holding an umbrella while you catch a cab." Jian Hang considered himself rather gallant, his tone teasing yet self-assured. "Qingyu checketh. You're quite understanding, but I'm not heading back just yet. Thanks anyway." Jian Hang acknowledged with a casual, "Oh," then returned to his book. They sat together in silence. Qingyu forced herself to delve into the book, though much of it remained a mystery. "Hi." She looked up to see the boy from earlier. Why was he sitting next to her? What a persistent individual. Her scalp tingled, yet she politely nodded, shifting slightly away while stealing a glance at Jian Hang, who remained unresponsive, causing a flicker of frustration within her. "Is he your boyfriend?" The boy pressed. Initially intending to leave, he reconsidered, reluctant to let go of the girl who had captivated him at first sight. He decided to take another chance. After all, it was natural for a girl to be wary of unfamiliar young men. The boy returned, spotting Qingyu engrossed in her book, with Jian Hang seated across from her. "Is that him? Your boyfriend?" Jian Hang overheard the inquiry and turned to Qingyu, asking, "Is he a friend of yours?" "No," Qingyu replied, her face flushing with nervousness. "I don't know him." "What?" "Jian Hang et Galim." Difficult question, right? Qingyu interjected hastily. "I have a challenging problem I plan to ask you about. Let us discuss it later." The boy, undeterred, directly asked Jian Hang, "So you're her boyfriend, right?" Jian Hang swallowed hard, glancing at Qingyu, who wore a somewhat stiff smile. It seemed she was using him as an excuse to fend off unwanted attention. "Yeah." Jian Hang nodded. "Do you have something to say?" The boy stood up, disappointed. "Sorry for interrupting." Once he left, Qingyu sighed with relief. Finally gone, Jian Hang reluctantly shot her a sidelong glance. "So you've turned me into your shield, have you?" Qingyu, noticing the challenge in his gaze, stirred something within her. "Though I'm using you as a shield, it's not entirely false. We're deskmates after all. You assist me, and I'll treat you to milk tea later." Though she genuinely liked him, the words faltered on her lips. "In this torrential rain, you want to treat me to milk tea?" "That seems rather inconvenient," Jian Hang replied, leaning back in his chair and glancing out the window. "So, are you going to drink it or not?" Qingyu found herself slightly stumped by his words, her tone slipping into a mix of playful and annoyed. Chapter 23. An unexpected encounter in the library. The campus bell approaches with intent. Jian Hang was not particularly interested in drinking milk tea, but he observed Qingyu's long, elegant eyelashes slowly drooping, her eyes losing their sparkle, and suddenly felt unable to refuse her. "Let us postpone it for another day. However, I'll hold you to it." Upon saying this, Qingyu lifted her clear eyes, a hint of undeniable joy flickering in their depths. "All right, it's a deal." It was Jian Hang's first time witnessing someone so delighted at the prospect of treating another. Noticing the time, Jian Hang began to pack his belongings in preparation to return to school. Qingyu hastily followed suit. Jian Hang smirked. "You really want to accompany me, don't you?" Though aware he was jesting, her heart skipped a beat. Calmly, she glanced at her phone. "At this hour, I really ought to head back." Jian Hang elongated his response. "Oh," as he swung his backpack over his shoulder, clutching the books he intended to borrow, and stood waiting for her. Seeing Qingyu was almost ready, he walked ahead. She hurried to catch up with him. Upon reaching the first floor, Jian Hang placed the books he planned to borrow before the electronic machine to scan them. Qingyu glanced at a nearby bookshelf and casually picked up a book with a light yellow cover. Feigning a dilemma, she remarked, "I haven't obtained a library card yet." Jian Hang, having already stowed the registered books in his backpack, replied, "In light of your intention to treat me to milk tea, I'll help you borrow it." "That might not be Qingyu pretended to demur. Jian Hang raised an eyebrow, playfully indulging her. "All right, Just go to the front desk. You can use your ID to register. Jian Hang. Su Qingyu called out in a moment of panic, feeling somewhat vexed. Then let me borrow your library card. Jian Hang handed her his library card, and, noticing her frowning as she poked at the screen, couldn't resist stepping closer. You don't know how to do this? Is it your first time using it? Just focus. It's quite simple. You'll get the hang of it next time. Su Qingyu replied with an O and asked, when will you be back next time? Jian Hang chuckled lightly, expressing his astonishment at Su Qingyu's seemingly erratic conversational leaps, and playfully suggested, perhaps I should inform you in advance next time? That would be splendid. Su Qingyu replied, her hands clasped behind her back, her gaze following the movement of Jian Hang's fingers as he operated the borrowed books. Jian Hang was taken aback when his casual remark left her momentarily speechless. He handed her the books he had checked out. Return them within a month. And do remember to give them back to me, he said, casually glancing at the title on the cover. A culinary cookbook? Suingju Saith. I didn't realize you had this hobby. She fell silent. I should be going now. All right. The two of them walked out of the library, one following the other. Just as Su Qingyu had anticipated, the sky remained overcast, and a torrential downpour began. The rain pattered relentlessly against the stone steps at the library's entrance, enveloping the length of the street ahead in rain and mist. This rain is truly heavy, Su Qingyu remarked, gripping her backpack's shoulder strap, her toes tapping lightly on the ground. You seem rather cheerful, Jian Hang said, glancing gloomily at the sky. Where's your driver? Isn't he coming to pick you up? Uncle Li will be here shortly, Su Qingyu replied, not wanting Jian Hang to think she was deliberately seeking his company. It's fine. If you're busy, you can go ahead. Jian Hang thought to himself that it was rather considerate of her not to want to trouble a classmate, yet abandoning a girl to walk off alone contradicted his principles. I suppose I'll reluctantly keep you company for a while. What time is he coming? Su Qingyu raised her wrist to check her watch. I recall Uncle Li said he would arrive around 3, and it's already 2:30, so he should be here soon. Jian Hang nodded, surveying the surroundings. Oh, what do you think he saw? At a distance of 5 meters between the library and the adjacent hotel, he spotted the sleek black Mercedes parked in the passageway. It was Su Qingyu's dedicated vehicle. So, did your Uncle Li say he would arrive at 3? Jian Hang inquired again. Yes, that's correct, Su Qingyu replied, a hint of guilt creeping in. Is there a problem? Surely he couldn't have sensed her fib. Su Qingyu quickly added, if you have something to attend to, you can leave. I can wait by myself. Jian Hang rubbed his eyes. The car remained there. He was not nearsighted. His vision was sharp. Wait here for me a moment, Jian Hang instructed before unfurling his umbrella and dashing toward the black car. Su Qingyu watched him run, feeling a sense of dread. Oh no. She hastily fished out her phone from her backpack and dialed Uncle Li's number. Hello, Uncle Li, my classmate saw you. Just tell him you're coming at 3, and if you arrive early, don't say a word. Understood? Uncle Ali, who had already been waiting for an hour and a half, was bewildered. All right, miss. Just then, someone gently tapped on the car window. Uncle Li rolled it down, revealing a young and handsome face. Hello, classmate. Are you Uncle Li? Jian Hang asked politely. Upon receiving a nod, he continued. Su Qingyu is just outside. I'll bring her right over. Uncle Li, recalling how nervous his young mistress had been earlier, suddenly understood and said knowingly, Classmate, I appreciate your help. No problem. Jian Hang ziplit. The window rolled up. Uncle Li had intended to suggest that there was an extra umbrella in the back seat, much larger than the one Jian Hang held, so that he and Su Qingyu could each have one. However, he thought better of it, assuming his young mistress would probably not want it. This way, Jian Hang said, glancing at Su Qingyu's backpack. I'll take you over. You might want to hold your backpack in front of you to keep it from getting wet. Oh. Su Qingyu quickly complied. As they spent more time together, Jian Hang realized that Su Qingyu wasn't as aloof as he had initially thought. In fact, she was somewhat obedient. The two of them jogged to the car door. Once Su Qingyu was inside, she quickly rolled down the window and said, Jian Hang, let me drive you to school. No need. Jian Hang turned to leave. Uncle Li interjected, young man, get in. Thanks to your help, the young lady didn't get wet. If you go back like this, she will feel guilty. Jian Hang thought to himself how he truly didn't want to owe anyone a favor. All right, he conceded, nodding as he opened the car door. The two of them sat side by side in the back seat, both maintaining a polite silence. Uncle Li glanced in the rearview mirror, noting that the young man was rather handsome. Jian Hang, observing the traffic ahead, happened to catch Uncle Li's scrutinizing gaze and chuckled. Thank you, Uncle Li. Uncle Li smiled bashfully. You're welcome. Are you classmates with the young lady? Jian Hang nodded. Yes, we're in the same class. My name is Jian Hang. What a coincidence, Uncle Li remarked. Feeling a bit strange, Jian Hang simply smiled and nodded in response. Uncle Li, Su Yinggu said. Anxious to avoid suspicion, please focus on the road. Of course, Uncle Li replied cheerfully. The rain fell steadily upon the car roof, sending ripples across the windows. with the sound of the rain muffled outside. Su Qingyu sat upright, her hands gripping her knees, her palms sweaty with nervousness. This was the first time she found herself so close to Jian Hang, in such a small space, akin to being alone together. Her heart raced with anxiety, and she could even hear herself swallowing. Su Qingyu grew increasingly tense, wondering if Jian Hang could hear her too. Could he have guessed how nervous she was? In reality, Jian Hang sat comfortably relaxed, contemplating when he might acquire a second-hand desktop computer to practice coding and programming languages. 10 minutes later, the black Mercedes arrived at the entrance of Choning High School. Classmate, We've arrived, Uncle Lee announced. Thank you, Uncle Lee, Jian Hang said, turning to Su Qingyu. I think you should really consider getting a pair of glasses. Suinju looked bewildered. Why? Jian Hang explained. The car was just 5 meters away. And you didn't even notice. It had been parked for at least 10 minutes. I suspect you might be nearsighted. Puffed. Uncle Lee couldn't help but chuckle. It was rare to find a young man so thoughtful as to craft an excuse for a girl to avoid embarrassment. Su Qingyu, feeling shy, nodded yes. I do have a slight nearsightedness. Her cheeks flushed even more as she spoke. See you on Monday, bye, Jian Hang said, closing the car door. As he ran toward the security office, he spotted his roommates, Zhang Chong and Ma Fan. One had a bun stuffed in his mouth, while the other was devouring a fried dough stick, both staring blankly at him. Can I help you? Jian Hang asked. The two bystanders exchanged glances, their expressions serious as they nodded in unison. Confess and be lenient. Resist and face severe consequences. Chapter 24. How big a baby are you? That you can't sleep without me soothing you? Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhang Chong slammed the door shut and shared a cheeky grin with Ma Fan before turning back to Jian Hang. Zhang Chong wore an expression of sudden realization. I knew it. Jian Go, spending your weekend at the library must be a date with Su Su. Jian Hang patted Zhang Chong on the head with a serious expression. Had it not been for the rumors, I might have believed your nonsense. Zhang Chong's face was riddled with several red, swollen pimples from a recent outbreak of heat, and he leaned in closely, earnestly questioning Jian Hang. Are you and Su Su? Is there something going on? Ma Fan had already pulled his chair over to sit beside Jian Hang, adjusting his glasses as he said, I knew it. The campus flower must have her eyes set on you, with all this seat switching and library rendezvous. If you have such a vivid imagination, why not write web novels? Jian Hang tossed his backpack onto the desk, placing a piece of paper over Ma Fan's mouth. Even a chance encounter can be misconstrued as a date in your eyes. Ma Fan wiped his mouth dismissively. It's all about meeting. What's the difference? Jian Hang gently tugged at Ma Fan's hair, his tone warm and reminiscent of an elder. Be good. Remember to pay close attention during the Chinese class. Ma Fan, already considerably shorter than him, felt a wave of insult wash over him due to the gesture. He swiftly swatted Jian Hang's hand away to mend my wounded spirit. Jian Go, I can only rely on you to confess the truth. Zhang Chong, unable to contain himself any longer, interjected. Don't try to change the topic. Since you aren't with Su Su, why did you get out of her car? With a laugh, Ma Fan chimed in. Jian Go, you aren't being kept by the school beauty, are you? Water sprayed from Jian Hang's mouth as he set his cup down, grabbing Ma Fan by the neck and forcefully pushing him down. You're asking for it, aren't you? Zhang Chong separated them. Stop fooling around, brother. Quickly explain what happened. Indeed, it's quite tantalizing, Ma Fan grinned. The playful antics of the two were almost unbearable for Jian Hang. Perverts. If we're perverts, then you must tell us. Zhang Chong retorted, fuming. Jian Hang intended to head to the restroom, but Ma Fan obstructed the door, causing him to frown. Ma Fan quickly stepped aside with a grin. Forget it. You should finish up in the restroom before telling us. Zhang Chong sighed. Can't you show some backbone? If you're so capable, you go ahead. Ma Fan muttered under his breath. Upon exiting the restroom, Jian Hang was met with the sight of Zhang Chong and Ma Fan positioned like doormen, one sitting upright on the edge of the bed, and the other perched on a chair. Both had their legs crossed and their eyes fixed intently on Jian Hang. Zhang Chong stated, Jian Go, if you don't spill the details tonight, I'll one T be able to sleep. Ma Fan nodded vigorously, me neither. Jian Hang approached the desk, pulled out a chair, and casually settled in, his long legs crossed nonchalantly. He chuckled. Can't sleep and still need me to soothe you? Aren't you a bit too grown for that? Having spent nearly 2 months together, Zhang Chong had nearly deciphered Jian Hang's temperament. When he said no, it was highly likely that he truly meant it. Or perhaps he simply believed he did. Today, as events likely fell into the latter category, as the coincidences between them were simply too numerous. Zhang Chong decided to alter his strategy, sliding his chair closer to Jian Hang's and coaxingly suggested, why don't you share the details with us? From your encounter in the library to parting ways at the school gate, recount the entire process in exquisite detail. Jian Hang cast a glance at him. Do you think I have an abundance of time? Am I to entertain you with bedtime stories? Zhang Chong replied with a playful grin. Of course not. A brief summary would suffice. Ma fan easily injet kolo, whiting beside Jian Hang. Sighing, Jian Hang pulled out the borrowed book from his bag and placed it on the table, succinctly stating, I ran into Su Qingyu at the library. Due to the torrential rain, we sat together to read for a bit. Her family's driver came to pick her up in the afternoon and kindly gave me a ride to the school gate. Jian Hang clapped his hands. All right. The bedtime story is over. Children, off to bed. Zhang Chong exclaimed. Just happened to bump into each other? Ma Fan added. Gave you a ride? Both stared wide-eyed. Under their intense scrutiny, Jian Hang calmly opened the book he had borrowed. Zhang Chong persisted. Can't you share a few more details? Ma Fan chimed in like, did anything unusual happen? Jian Hang, increasingly irritated by their relentless questioning, simply closed the book and placed his left hand on Zhang Chong's shoulder. Didn't I directly ask her about the reason for switching seats? Zhang Chong pondered for a moment and nodded. She mentioned convenience for the problems. Jian Hang affirmed, well, given that we are desk mates and will occasionally need to consult each other on problems, if it were you, in the midst of a storm, would you not offer to give her a ride? Zhang Chong and Ma Fan exchanged glances, reluctantly conceding with a subdued, oh. Zhang Chong, undeterred, pressed on. Did you not say anything in the library? Jian Hang replied. What was there to say? Zhang Chong insisted. I'm asking you. Jian Hang retorted. We said nothing. Zhang Chong sighed. Fine, I can't probe any further. Jian Hang, I told you not to ask, yet you persist, wasting my time. With that, Jian Hang picked up a book, intending to lie down and read. Zhang Chong seized his shirt. Brother, what if she fell for you at first sight? Jian Hang gestured to himself. Me? Zhang Chong nodded. Yes. Jian Hang chuckled. I admit, the coincidences with Su Qingyu have indeed increased lately. But she is a wealthy young lady, and I'm merely a poor boy from a small county. Aside from having decent grades and being somewhat handsome, do you really think she would fall hopelessly for me at first glance? Zhang Chong and Ma Fan exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Chapter 25. The School Beauty's Nth Secret Glance. Caught red-handed. The chance encounter in the library left Su Qingyu exhilarated, unable to sleep the entire night. In her past life, she and Jian Hang rarely intersected, having exchanged only a handful of words. This time, their relationship had undoubtedly taken a significant leap forward. The mere thought of seeing Jian Hang again during the upcoming evening study session filled her with immense joy about attending school. She entered the classroom hand in hand with Yan Yang and Tang Xiaodang, instinctively glancing toward Jian Hang's seat. Upon seeing him seated, her lips involuntarily curved into a smile. The closer their proximity grew, the more her delight became palpable. Yan Yang chatted animatedly in her ear, but she seemed only half listening, her attention lingering on Jian Hang. Zhang Chong, noticing their approach, waved cheerfully. Only Yan Yang and Tang Xiaodang responded. Su Qingyu remained silent. Zhang Chong felt as though he had missed something crucial moments before. After Su Qingyu settled in, Jian Hang did not look up but remained engrossed in his studies. Although she felt a twinge of disappointment, Su Qingyu couldn't help but admire Jian Hang's dedication. She pulled out her math homework from the previous day, noticing many unanswered questions due to her lack of understanding. Although Jian Hang had offered to help her with the problems, Su Qingyu was reluctant to take up too much of his time. Seated behind them, Zhang Chong occasionally stole glances. To his surprise, he caught Su Qingyu sneaking glances at Jian Ge, but first he needed to confirm something. Thus, a series of peculiar incidents unfolded for Su Qingyu. During her first covert glance at Jian Hang, Zhang Chong asked from behind, Su, do you need me to help you with the problem-solving approach? Su Qingyu shook her head. No need, I'll think about it some more. On her second furtive glance, Zhang Chong inquired, Su, have you encountered another question you don't understand? Su Qingyu shook her head again. Nope. On her third secretive glance, Zhang Chong called out, Su, you. But before he could finish, Jian Hang turned around, slightly raising an eyebrow in a teasing manner. With all your chatter, shall we switch seats? Zhang Chong waved his hands. That one tea do. Jian Hang sighed and turned back, locking eyes with Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu bit her lip, sensing that Jian Hang seemed displeased, likely encountering a hurdle in his problem-solving process. This realization made her feel even more that she shouldn't use the excuse of discussing problems to draw closer to him. During the break, Zhang Chong again took the initiative. Su, the process of independent thinking is incredibly important. Don't be like others who immediately seek help when they encounter difficulties, regardless of whether the other person has time. Others? Separated by a corridor, Su Jile heard Zhang Chong's words and, with a clenched jaw, the tip of her pen tore through the paper. Was he referring to her? Su Jile turned her head and shot a fierce glare at the back of Zhang Chong's head. Unfazed, Zhang Chong continued his conversation with Su Qingyu. To outsiders, It might appear that Zhang Chong was overly attentive to Su Qingyu. However, every action he undertook was motivated by his friend Jian Ge. With Jian Hang either engrossed in problem-solving or dozing off at his desk, the atmosphere was utterly stagnant. Zhang Chong thought that if he did not take the initiative to enliven the mood, once they changed seats for the next monthly exam, Jian Ge and she would truly miss the chance to grow closer. Secretly delighted, Su Jiao believed that with Jian Hang and Su Qingyu sitting together, they would have plenty to discuss, but that was not the case. Hence, their relationship remained purely that of classmates. During the break, Zhang Chong continued to display his talkative and attention-seeking nature. Su, what are your hobbies? We could plan to hang out together over the weekend, Zhang Chong suggested. I don't have any hobbies, Su Qingyu replied. Su, Jian Ge and I are heading to the convenience store later. Just let me know if there's anything you want, and I'll bring it back for you, Zhang Chong offered. No, thank you, Su Qingyu immediately responded. Oh, I misspoke. It's Jian Ge who will bring it for you. Zhang Chong corrected himself. Su Qingyu glanced at Jian Hang, wondering if it was appropriate. Zhang Chong's eyes lit up as he thought to himself. Clearly, I'm speaking to you. Yet you're looking at Jian Ge. This behavior is quite unusual. Whenever Zhang Chong initiated a conversation, Su Qingyu always responded politely. Jian Hang finally raised his gaze and looked at Su Qingyu, saying, you can treat whatever he says as if it were air. Zhang Chong grinned, unconcerned, for he was on the verge of uncovering significant news. Inside the convenience store, the air conditioning blew warm air, blending the sounds of cicadas and the playful chatter of classmates, all falling into He Yangyang's ears. He Yangyang took a sip of ice-cold cola and sighed. Su Qingyu exchanged glances with Tang Xiaodang. What's wrong? Su Qingyu asked. Are you worried about failing the math portion of the next monthly exam? Tang Xiaodang in Gui. He Yangyang clenched his fists and made a threatening gesture, saying, Tang Xiaodang, don't force me to resort to violence. Then why are you sighing? Tang Xiaodang Guestin, Bu Dao. That's your sixth sigh already. He Yangyang explained, I used to think that sitting near handsome boys would be incredibly entertaining, at least making high school life less dull. However, since we changed seats, Jian Hang and I have spoken to each other no more than 3 times. So? Tang Xiaodang asked. Isn't that enough to be annoying? He Yangyang gritted his teeth. Can you tolerate a handsome, arrogant boy sitting behind you every day without ever initiating conversation, completely engrossed in his books? Tang Xiaodang Su. What's the big deal? Su is his desk mate, and they don't talk either. Su Qingyu nearly choked on her cola. He Yangyang took a large gulp of cola, saying, Su is naturally quiet. It's not surprising they have nothing to discuss. Suingyu. The 3 of them sat side by side in front of the convenience store's glass window, leisurely observing the students passing by on the stone steps. The school plans to host a welcome party for the freshmen before National Day. Should we sign up to perform? He Yangyang suggested. Tang Xiaodang immediately shook her head in refusal. I refuse to participate. Su Qingyu was also reluctant to go. Let's skip it. In her previous life, she had indeed been enthusiastic about participating in such activities, but after experiencing significant upheaval at home and witnessing many once friendly faces turn cold, she felt it more meaningful to quietly focus on her own endeavors. How about we invite Jian Hang and the others to perform together? He Yangyang excitedly proposed. He sings beautifully. Su Wingyu regretted had hostilization. Don't involve me, Tang Xiaodang firmly asserted. He Yangyang leaned in, pleading, don't be like that. You and Zhang Chong are desk mates. You could secretly ask him to persuade Jian Hang. Tang Xiaodang replied, no, if you want to go, you go by yourself. Please. Tang Xiaodang pushed He Yangyang away. Look, speak of the devil, he's here. You go ask him yourself. Through the glass window, Su Qingyu spotted Jian Hang. With his hands in his pockets and a sharply defined profile, dark tousled hair partially concealed his brow, exuding an air of arrogance. Su Qingyu's gaze instinctively followed his silhouette. Suddenly, Jian Hang turned around. Their eyes met unexpectedly, and Su Qingyu felt a surge of warmth from his gaze. She quickly averted her eyes, lowering her head to take a deep breath of cola. Chapter 26, about her distant and vague memories from a past life. Zhang Chong and Jian Hang pushed open the glass door as they entered. What are you eating? Zhang Chong glanced at the chaotic array on the table. Small biscuits, crispy noodles, spicy sticks, jelly, and ham sausages. A bowl of instant noodles, barely finished, sat in front of Su Qingyu. It was the break between the 3rd and 4th classes of the morning. Zhang Chong curiously asked, did you skip breakfast? Su Qingyu mustered the courage to look over, knowing full well he was addressing her. If it weren't for Jian Hang being nearby, she would have liked to retort, what business is it of yours? She simply hummed in response, and as her gaze met Jian Hang's for a fleeting moment, she immediately lowered her head. Blood rushed to her cheeks, turning them crimson. What did that smile at the corner of Jian Hang's mouth mean? Did he think she was eating too much? She didn't want to. Immersing herself in study was indeed an energy-consuming endeavor. The more she thought about it, the more awkward she felt, wishing she could escape immediately. Meanwhile, Jian was happily chatting away with Zhang Chong as a figure in a white school uniform walked past. Su Qingyu looked up to see Jian Hang had already moved behind the shelves. "Shall we head back to the classroom?" Tang Xiaodang suggested to Jian. "Let us go together," Zhang Chong said, raising his voice to call out, "Jiange, can you grab me a bottle of water? Can't you manage on your own?" A lazy, magnetic voice came from behind. Su Qingyu looked up to see Jian Hang tossing a bottle of water into Zhang Chong's hands. Their eyes met once more. Jian Hang placed another bottle of water beside Su Qingyu, saying, "This is for you, Su Qingyu." She glanced down at the bottle of water, then looked up to confirm me. "Who else?" Jian Hang unscrewed the cap and took a long gulp. His indifferent response lingered in the air. After finishing, he nonchalantly pushed open the glass door and walked out. The three nearby exchanged glances, silently scrutinizing the two of them. Jian grumbled, "Why didn't I get one? I'm your former desk mate, you know." Tang Xiaodang stifled a laugh, saying, "I didn't get one either. I'm a back desk mate." Zhang Chong stared in disbelief. Having hung around with Jiange for so long, this is the first time he has actively handed me water. Su Qingyu found herself ensnared in a web of tension, awkwardness, and daydreams. Outside the glass door, Jian Hang impatiently tapped on the window, signaling to Zhang Chong with a glance. "Aren't you leaving? This guy. He can't move his legs whenever he sees a girl." Zhang Chong immediately replied, "Let us go together. Class is about to start," Jian urged, pulling Su Qingyu along. Su Qingyu nodded, tightly clutching the water Jian Hang had bought for her. On their way back to the classroom, the three girls walked behind Jian Hang and Zhang Chong. Jian and Zhang Chong were deep in conversation. Su Qingyu tightened her grip on the water bottle, lost in thought, when a familiar pair of white sneakers caught her eye. "Are you all right?" Jian Hang asked her. Su Qingyu lifted her head, a flush creeping up behind her ears, her cheeks aglow with warmth. Beside her, Tang Xiaodang sneaked a smile before moving to join Jian on the other side. "Traitor," Suinju chided silently, casting a glance at Jian Hang. "Is everything all right? Why do you ask? You have a rash forming on the back of your neck," Jian Hang remarked, subtly averting his gaze. The girl's neck was fair, its contours delicate and slender, and the few red spots behind her thin earlobes were quite apparent. Su Qingyu raised her hand to touch it, only then realizing that indeed, she had developed a rash. She was unable to eat spicy food. It invariably caused her skin to break out, yet her craving for spice was relentless. Under pressure, she often disregarded the consequences. After all, the rash was sparse and not particularly conspicuous. To her surprise, Jian Hang had noticed it. "It's nothing. I'll just take some anti-inflammatory medicine later." Suinju replied nonchalantly. Jian Hang fell silent. His intention was merely to alert her. He had just taken a couple of steps forward when she called out, "Jian Hang, what do you think about signing up for a performance at the welcome party together?" As soon as her words fell, Tang Xiaodang turned around. Even Zhang Chong and Jian, who had been animatedly conversing, fell silent and turned their heads. Su Qingyu glanced elsewhere. "It's fine if you don't agree." He hadn't even had the chance to respond, but he truly didn't have the time. Jian Hang chuckled softly. "I don't plan to participate." A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Su Qingyu's eyes. "Oh, that's all right." Zhang Chong was genuinely concerned that his good friend would continue the conversation and kill the mood. "You haven't declined yet. Let us discuss it first," he said with a smile, pulling Jian Hang aside for a more private chat. "You say, Yi. Why did you outright refuse her?" Zhang Chong wished he could rewind time, just to silence Jian Hang's bluntness. "You won't accept? Then go ahead. Do you expect me to accompany you?" Jian Hang raised an eyebrow, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Zhang Chong almost rolled his eyes in exasperation. "She asked you. Not me. My participation is irrelevant. What matters is you. When did you become so clear about your own position?" "I was unaware," Jian Hang teased, flicking Zhang Chong's forehead with his finger. "I said I'm not going, so stop with the unnecessary chatter. If you're not going, then why flick me?" Zhang Chong grimaced, covering his reddened forehead. As Jian Hang circumvented him, he spotted Su Qingyu sitting by the glass window. Suddenly, distant and hazy memories resurfaced. He recalled a girl in a flowing white satin dress rushing towards him, one hand lifting her skirt while the other thrust a bouquet into his hands, saying, "Hold this for me." It was as if she was accustomed to others always offering assistance. Her tone was casual and unassuming. However, Jian Hang had the chance to refuse before the flowers were already in his grip. The girl's long, lustrous black curls cascaded down her shoulders, and in her haste to perform, she bent down to tie her untied shoelaces. Jian Hang remembered that they had indeed shared a brief encounter back then. Compared to their meeting at the class gathering, Su Qingyu seemed to have softened, her vibrancy dulled by life as trials. It was only natural. In his recollection, Su Qingyu came from a prestigious family, was exceptionally beautiful, and was constantly lauded by those around her, which inevitably lent her a somewhat haughty demeanor. Any kindness or flattery from others was taken for granted. However, the Su Qingyu of today seemed like an entirely different person from the one etched in his memory. On the way back to the classroom, Zhang Chong, like a mother hen, enumerated the advantages of participating in the performance, claiming it would create beautiful memories of youth. Jian Hang paid no heed. When he had rejected Su Qingyu earlier, he hadn't noticed her emotional response. Only recalling her words, "It's fine if you don't agree." "Oh, that's all right." Upon entering the classroom, Jian Hang fixed his gaze on Su Qingyu. The girl fluttered her eyelashes, a faint smile gracing her lips. In chapter 27, he realized that the school beauty held a different regard for Jian Ge. During class meeting, Li Liang prompted the students to discuss what to perform at the welcome party. Su Jia suggested a Dai ethnic dance, as it was her forte, but due to insufficient rehearsal time, the suggestion was dismissed. After deliberation, they decided on a grand chorus, with an emphasis on showcasing individual talents, such as playing instruments. Jian Hang recalled that Su Qingyu could play the piano, as well as the cello and violin. When Li Liang asked those who could play instruments to raise their hands, Su Qingyu did not respond. Jian Hang inquired, "Aren't you interested in participating? Raise your hand." Before Su Qingyu could formulate a response, Li Liang called her name and requested she play the piano. He had reviewed her enrollment documents and was aware that she had won first place in the National Youth Piano Competition. Su Qingyu cast a resigned glance at Jian Hang, only to find him twirling a pen in his left hand, his attention firmly fixed on the exam paper before him, clearly determined not to participate. Suinju Saiving Worthy. Suddenly feeling that performing was rather uninteresting, the discussion about the performance continued with fervor. Li Liang surveyed the class and asked, "Who will take on the role of the lead singer?" "I will." The voice that rang out was from Luo Wei. He surveyed the room with a smug expression before confidently declaring, "Teacher, it's me." Li Liang looked slightly concerned. "Can you handle it?" "No problem," Luo Wei asserted emphatically. The others recalled his off-key singing during military training and wondered where his confidence stemmed from. Zhang Chong couldn't help but tease, "Jian Ge, are you really not raising your hand to sign up?" Jian Hang shook his head. "Forget it." Su Qingyu pressed her lips together, wanting to persuade Jian Hang to raise his hand, but given that he had just rejected her earlier invitation, a second request would seem overly insistent. "Forget it." Although this registration was purely voluntary, as class monitor, Jiang Ning couldn't care less about offending anyone when considering the Class S honor. She stood up and suggested, "Li Ban, Jian Hang sings quite well. How about letting him take the lead?" "Hey!" Zhang Chong exclaimed excitedly. "I think the monitor is quite agreeable." Tang Xiaoding looked at him in surprise. Zhang Chong then realized he had misspoken, quickly clarifying, "What I meant was, as friends, we get along well." Tang Xiaoding replied with an "O." Li Liang cast a glance at Jian Hang and remarked, "Classmate Luo Wei is eager to participate and has a great attitude. We should give such brave students the opportunity and not undermine their confidence." Hee. Yang hastily covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. Jiang Ning chuckled awkwardly and took her seat, feeling she had fulfilled her obligation to mitigate risk. During the break, students flocked to Jiang Ning to sign up for the performance. Zhang Chong couldn't help but ask Su Qingyu, Su, "Are you uncomfortable performing alongside Luo Wei?" Su Qingyu's eyelashes fluttered. "Why would I be? I just need to focus on my own part." Changing the subject, she added regretfully, "Though I feel for the best stage effect, we still need Jian Hang to be the lead singer." Directly addressed, Jian Hang turned around. "I'll take that as a compliment." Su Qingyu smiled. "I genuinely am complimenting you." Jian Hang was at a loss for how to respond to this. Zhang Chong and Tang Xiaoding exchanged glances, a subtle understanding dawning upon them. During the break, Luo Wei approached Su Qingyu with a sycophantic expression. Su, which piece do you want to perform?" "Luo Wei, so you mean to say you can sing any song?" Yang quipped, stifling a laugh. Luo Wei chuckled awkwardly, saying, "How could that be? But as long as Su speaks, I can learn in advance." Su Qingyu tilted her head back, her expression and tone distant and aloof. "We are not familiar. I do not require you to learn any songs for me." Zhang Chong gleefully remarked, "Oh, a kill shot." Jian Hang raised an eyebrow. Thinking this was indeed the high and mighty Su Qingyu, he remembered, unchanged. Luo Wei felt momentarily stunned, then grinned mischievously. "We should be familiar. Aren't we classmates from middle school?" "In the same class," he emphasized. "I sat right behind you." Su Qingyu replied expressionlessly, "I have no recollection." Luo Wei was instantly petrified. "Classmate," Su Qingyu continued, "may I return to my problems?" "Please do not disturb me." Luo Wei nearly collapsed on the spot. The other boys in the class gasped in shock. Fortunately, They had the intention but lacked the courage to approach the school beauty. Otherwise, they would be humiliated now. Zhang Chong stifled a laugh, realizing that Su Qingyu was rather friendly when she responded to him. Zhang Chong pondered, thinking how differently she treated Jian Hang. Chapter 28. A change of vocalists. Li Ban agreed, and I have no objections. Jian Hang was uninterested in the role of a love-struck fool, instead pulling out a mathematics competition paper and diligently jotting down his problem-solving methods. Lo Wei remained awkwardly rooted in place. Jiang Ning kindly reminded him, Lo Wei, we haven't allotted you any rehearsal time. Li Ban was rather careless, casually deciding on the lead vocalist for such an important matter, which left Jiang Ning feeling overwhelmed. What? Do you look down on me? Lo Wei snapped back, hands on his hips, visibly displeased. Jiang Ning ignored him and asked Su Qingyu, do you have any suggestions for the choral piece? Su Qingyu looked up, pondered for a moment, and suggested a well-known song. Jiang Ning nodded, this one is simple. We can add something novel to the performance, perhaps incorporating instruments like the piano, cello, or violin during the singing, allowing for more interaction among everyone. Su Qingyu agreed, that's exactly what I was thinking. The two were in perfect accord. Su Jia, sitting nearby, felt uneasy. Previously, Jiang Ning and Su Qingyu had not been particularly close, merely exchanging nods on the road. Now, it seemed they got along quite well. I wish to participate too. Su Jia raised her hand. Let me sing. All right, Jiang Ning replied loudly. Students want to join the choral performance. Please come to me to sign up. Lo Wei confidently bounced around next to the class monitor, urging those who signed up to sing a line or two for him to hear. Jiang Ning, unable to tolerate it any longer, retorted, why not let you perform solo then? Lo Wei shamelessly replied, wasn't it you who suggested a choir? I would love to. After saying this, Lo Wei glanced at Su Qingyu. Hiaoyang could not help but roll her eyes and asked Zhang Chong, are you participating? Since Jian Gu said he wouldn't, then I won't either, Zhang Chong declared, thumping his chest. Hiaoyang pouted and said to Jiang Ning, since Su Su is participating, then shout Hang and I will join too. Jiang Ning nodded, good. Tang Xiaoting quietly protested, I never said I wanted to participate. Lazy sheep, you're making decisions for me again. Hiaoyang ruffled Tang Xiaodong's hair, good sisters must stick together. Tang Xiaodong sighed silently. Oh well, if we're participating, then so be it. After all, in a group performance, standing in the crowd, whether one sings well or poorly, no one can tell. As the class monitor, Jiang Ning was highly efficient. By the afternoon, she had confirmed the list of participants for the choir with Li Liang and instructed everyone to start rehearsals that evening. Those who did not participate in the rehearsal studied in the classroom. During evening self-study, Jian Hang leisurely perused a comprehensive history of modern China. Zhang Chong, bored and spinning his pen, glanced at Jian Hang, who was engrossed in his reading and could not help but exclaim, Jian Gu, I never expected you to be interested in such books. Are you planning to choose liberal arts? Jian Hang shook his head, just browsing. What's so interesting about it? It's tedious. Zhang Chong scooted over to sit next to Jian Hang. How about we sneak over and take a look? There are other classes rehearsing too. Most of the classmates who weren't participating in the rehearsal had slipped away to join the fun. The classroom was sparsely populated. Not interested, Jian Hang turned slightly, blocking Zhang Chong from his view. Stingy, it won't hurt to take a look, Zhang Chong protested. Spinning his pen in lament, Jian Gu, you've changed. When did you become so heartless? It won't make a difference to just peeks, I can't believe how fond I am of you. Jian Hang felt goosebumps rise, lazily replying, not going means not going. Your words are futile. Heartless. Zhang Chong sighed deeply and quietly returned to his original seat. The first session of evening self-study ended. Those who had rehearsed and those who had tea returned to the classroom. Class monitor Jiang Ning returned to her seat with a scowl, looking utterly disheartened. After sitting down, Su Qingyu began quietly solving problems, appearing quite focused, Jian Hang thought. Hiaoyang slammed her palm on the desk with a thud. Zhang Chong jumped, looking up, sister. What has got you so fired up? Who asked your sister? Hiaoyang retorted angrily. It's all because of Lo Wei, singing like a banshee, completely off-key, and his voice is so loud it threw me off. Zhang Chong regretted not going to see it. If I had known, I would have gone. What do you mean by that? Hiaoyang glared at him. Zhang Chong hastily waved his hands in explanation. I was just curious. Don't overthink it. Hiaoyang hesitated, contemplating whether to ask Jian Hang for help, but since she wasn't the one organizing the rehearsal, it might be overstepping. Moreover, Jian Hang had already turned down Jiang Ning, and she was troubled when she saw Jiang Ning walking over. Jian Hang. Jiang Ning called out. Jian Hang turned, looking puzzled. Could I trouble you with a favor? Jiang Ning lowered her gaze, her tone laced with a hint of request. Su Qingyu paused, pricking her ears to listen intently. Oh, the sun must have risen in the west, Zhang Chong chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Jian Hang slapped him on the back of the head and said to Jiang Ning, "Speak." To replace Lo Wei and take on the lead vocalist position, Jiang Ning stated directly, "This matter requires Li Ban's approval." "Right," Jian Hang responded. "And hasn't she already made her refusal clear?" Although he did not wish to participate, it was a matter of class honor, and he had no means to decline if it were within his capabilities. Jiang Ning insisted, "As long as you are willing, I will persuade Li Ban to agree." Fearing Jian Hang might refuse, she implored, "It concerns our class's honor. I beg you." "That is quite a heavy statement." Jian Hang raised an eyebrow. "As long as Li Ban agrees, I have no issues." Hearing this, Su Qingyu lifted her head and exchanged a smile with Yao Yang. Lo Wei had listened to the entire conversation between Jiang Ning and Jian Hang. Upon hearing Jiang Ning propose to replace him as the lead vocalist, he became enraged, having restrained himself until now. He couldn't believe Jian Hang would actually agree. Lo Wei fumed, grinding his teeth, and stood up. "Jiang Ning, what do you mean by this?" Literally what it sounds like. Jiang Ning rolled her eyes, glaring at Lo Wei. "Time is tight, and with no time for rehearsals, it's most suitable to choose someone with capability. Don't you think?" Implicitly suggesting he lacked the talent of Jian Hang. Lo Wei was infuriated, nostrils flaring. "I do not agree." "Who asked for your agreement?" Jiang Ning coldly shot back before returning to her seat. Nearby classmates suppressed their laughter. "No laughing." Lo Wei shouted angrily, slumping back into his seat. In this moment, it was evident that he had left a poor impression in Su Qingyu's heart. However, recalling the rehearsal when everyone else was laughing while Su Qingyu remained emotionally unperturbed, neither mocking nor displaying impatience, Luo Wei mused that Su Qingyu truly was remarkable. The more he contemplated, the more he felt regret and indignation. "You claim he possesses talent. Then let Li Ban come and assess it." Zhang Chong, fired up, slammed the table and retorted, "Oh, how will that be judged? It's simple, of course. Each should sing a few lines, and let Li Ban decide who to choose," Luo Wei declared, raising his chin. Jian Yang, feeling powerless, shook his head and said, "I truly do not understand where he derives his confidence from." Chapter 29. The Prince of Love Songs versus the Tone Deaf. At Luo Wei's vehement insistence, Jiang Ning, feeling helpless, called upon their homeroom teacher, Li Liang. On the podium, Li Liang pursed his lips, remaining silent. Some students thought to themselves that if Jian Hang was not chosen, it could only mean their homeroom teacher was either tone-deaf or hard of hearing. Li Liang lifted his gaze towards Jian Hang, beginning to voice his dissatisfaction. "When the role of lead singer was being decided, you were not proactive, and now you wish to compete at the last minute. How could we possibly have time to indulge you?" Zhang Chong shook his head in frustration. Jiang Ning, caught off guard by Li Liang's remarks, hurried to explain, "Li Ban, this was not Jian Hang's initiative. It was I who suggested it because I was concerned about the choir turning into a farce, hence I asked for his assistance." Luo Wei angrily protested. "So, am I merely a joke in your eyes?" The other students glanced at him innocently. "We never said that. You're the one who said it. In a choir, the honor of the class is paramount. Why the rush to seek the spotlight? Indeed, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Voices of derision echoed around. Luo Wei, infuriated, felt dizzy. Upon hearing Li Liang's comments, Zhang Chong, already incensed, felt a sense of satisfaction at the student's remarks and turned to Jian Hang, whispering in outrage, "Is Li Ban not Luo Wei's mother? How could he dare to say such biased things in front of the entire class?" "Jian Ge, if I were you, honestly, I wouldn't care about class honor at all. I would simply refuse." Jian Hang shot him a glance. "Then guess if this ends up a disaster. Will Li Ban not stand before the class and accuse me of lacking a sense of collective honor?" Zhang Chong paused, contemplating. "You might be onto something there." Jian Yang could not help but ask softly, "Jian Hang, what have you done to earn such special treatment from Li Ban?" "Jian Yang, that's not how idioms are used." Jian Hang shrugged nonchalantly. "How would I know? Who even cares?" "Hey, I admire your open-mindedness," Jian Yang remarked. "What else could it be?" Jian Hang zito, lowering his head to read. Throughout the day, engrossed in extracurricular literature, Jian Yang leaned closer. "Aren't you afraid Li Ban will pull you out to set an example?" Jian Hang closed his book and glanced at the cover inscribed with modern Chinese history. "Young people should read more history." Zhang Chong could not help but interject, "Bro, keep it down." Su Qingyu, feeling quite troubled, wished to stand up and argue back, but doing so would only reveal her secret affections for Jian Hang. Uncertain of Jian Hang's feelings, she could not muster the courage to act recklessly. Oh, how she wished to call upon her father to leverage connections and replace this tyrannical and sycophantic homeroom teacher. While Su Qingyu's thoughts were in turmoil, Li Liang, having listened to Jiang Ning's explanation, felt it inappropriate to say anything further. Truth be told, She was quite curious about just how poorly Luo Wei sang to warrant such a vehement request from the usually obedient Jian Hang to change the lead singer. She gestured for silence from the audience. All right, Luo Wei and Jian Hang, you shall each perform a solo for the class. Whoever sings better will be chosen as the lead singer, judged by the entire class. This seems fair enough. Luo Wei, brimming with confidence, eagerly raised his hand. I'll go first. Li Liang nodded approvingly. Look at how proactive Luo Wei is. Indeed, quite enthusiastic, He Yang stifled a laugh. Su Qingyu could not help but smile, and even the usually quiet and reserved Tang Xiaodang struggled to suppress her laughter. As Luo Wei cleared his throat and opened his mouth, the others quickly looked down, concealing their smiles to avoid provoking Li Ban's ire. As Luo Wei began to sing, Li Liang became instantly petrified. For a full 3 minutes, Luo Wei's singing tortured her ears. Li Ban, I'm done singing. Luo Wei shot a glance at Jian Hang, exclaiming with enthusiasm. Li Liang snapped back to reality. Good, good, very nice, Jian Hang, it's your turn. With that, she wiped the sweat from her forehead. I've gained quite an education today. Zhang Chong couldn't help but exclaim, is this what they call blind confidence? Yang wholeheartedly agreed, nodding gravely. The others regarded Luo Wei's arrogance with disdain. Jian Hang suppressed his annoyance at Li Liang's commanding tone, stood up, casually sang a few lines, and then looked at Li Liang. Teacher, I'm done. The classroom erupted in thunderous applause. Jian Hang nonchalantly took his seat. Was there even a need for comparison? It was a complete triumph. One must possess self-awareness. After all, this was not a personal performance, but a matter of class honor. Better not to show off. I support changing the lead singer. Otherwise, I would have to endure that torturous noise and face ridicule from other classes. I cannot afford such disgrace. The students, disregarding Li Liang's shock, expressed their opinions loudly. Had it not been for the desire to maintain a good impression in front of the homeroom teacher, Luo Wei would have cursed aloud long ago. He cast a pleading glance at Li Liang. Teacher, what if I practice a bit more? Initially, Li Liang thought that even if Luo Wei sang moderately, it wouldn't bring shame to the class. As long as he could manage, she would not bother to change. However, the current situation was truly untenable. Li Liang recalled Jiang Ning's determined yet conflicted expression in the office, and indeed, she considered Luo Wei's feelings. Attempting to phrase her response gently, after a few moments of contemplation, Li Liang said, then let us change it to Jian Hang. Turning, she reassured Luo Wei. Luo Wei, your enthusiasm in participating in class activities is truly commendable. It's all right. This semester, the school will have a basketball competition. Participate more. And I believe in you. Zhang Chong could no longer contain himself. What is your problem? Li Liang glared at him in displeasure. Nothing, teacher. Zhang Chong immediately straightened his posture, explaining in a sweet tone, I had too much to eat this morning, and now I feel a bit nauseous. Li Liang shot him a disapproving look and instructed Luo Wei to sit down. Luo Wei, dejected, returned to his seat, casting a resentful gaze at Jian Hang, blaming him for stealing his opportunity to interact with Su Qingyu. Yang secretly gave Zhang Chong a thumbs up and clapped in anticipation. Now with Su's performance and Jian Hang's lead singing, our class will surely shine brilliantly, Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu couldn't help but smile. Chapter 30, The School Bell, the Cold and Proud Peacock. Isn't that right, Su? Yang turned, leaning on Su Qingyu's desk. Su Qingyu glanced at Jian Hang and smiled. That is certainly the case. With Jian Hang's participation, the rehearsal for the choir progressed seamlessly. Below the stage, Luo Wei acted like a clown, nitpicking. However, no one paid him any heed. Instead, they earnestly listened to Jian Hang's suggestions. After 2 or 3 rounds of rehearsal, even a music teacher nearby could not help but nod repeatedly. This student, if you cannot sing well, please remain quiet and listen. The music teacher could no longer tolerate Luo Wei. Do not disrupt, everyone has practice. Luo Wei opened his mouth, ultimately mustering the courage to suppress the frustration within him. The crowd erupted in laughter. Luo Wei stomped his feet in annoyance. Beside the black piano, Su Qingyu sat with her back straight, her long, curled eyelashes casting shadows as they lowered, the playful tilt at the corners of her eyes now drooping. In his memory, regardless of the external circumstances, Su Qingyu always maintained this demeanor, her expression unwavering, entirely engrossed in her own world. Jian Hang felt a surge of admiration, his gaze trailing along the piano keys, landing on the girl's delicate, snow-white wrist, the back of her hand, and her elegantly slender fingers. The melodious notes leapt from her nimble fingers, coalescing into captivating pieces of enchanting music. Jian Hang couldn't help but recall the girl who had thrust flowers into his hands. demanding his assistance with a haughty yet endearing air, and he unconsciously chuckled softly to himself. Under the incandescent lights, the girl's skin appeared pure and luminous. Her features exquisite, and her long, dark hair enveloped in a soft halo. At first glance, she resembled an angel. Her neck was slender and alabaster, and at that moment, as she lifted her chin, she bore an uncanny resemblance to a proud, aloof peacock. Su Qingyu was improvising. She was not playing the class as choral piece. The audience was entranced, and when she finally ceased, they erupted into applause, clamoring for another performance. Su Qingyu turned her head, offering a fleeting smile, her lashes sweeping the air, but that hint of joy quickly dissipated. She reverted to her previous indifferent and tranquil demeanor, turning her face away. Soon, the welcome party commenced. The girls in the class, almost in unison, adorned themselves with exquisite makeup, with some laughingly suggesting they could assist the boys with their own makeup. Zhang Chong observed a few boys sporting rosy cheeks, akin to ripe fruit, and he instinctively recoiled, relieved that he hadn't joined the performance, lest he embarrass himself. Jian Hang remained silent. Naturally, the other girls hesitated to propose helping him with makeup. He sat quietly, applying a light dusting of powder. His tall stature and well-defined features ensured that even in a simple black suit, he captured the attention of the entire room. In less than half an hour since entering the backstage, he had already lost count of the number of girls who approached him for his contact information, including several upperclassmen. Unsurprisingly, Jian Hang declined them all. Here came two more. Zhang Chong stepped forward, intercepting the approaching girls. I'm sorry, but we're about to go on stage and need to prepare. The girl with long hair frowned. We're not asking you. Why are you blocking us? Another chimed in. Yeah, unless you give me that handsome guy as contact information. I'm afraid I don't have it either, Zhang Chong replied, raising both hands. Then step aside quickly. Zhang Chong hadn't anticipated that the two girls would be so forceful, and in the next moment, he found himself pressed against the wall. Meanwhile, backstage on the other side, Jiang Ning was busily flustered. Whereas Su Qingyu? Jiang Ning inquired of Yang. She'll be here shortly. She's on her way. Yang replied. She's not planning to dress up extravagantly, is she? Su Jia interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Of course, she's quite special. Yang, puzzled by Su Jia's inexplicable hostility, indulged her. Oh, so tell me, what makes Su so special? Just because you wear makeup doesn't mean she can't. Alright, Su looks more beautiful without makeup than you do with it. You. Su Jia's face flushed with anger. Jiang Ning intervened. Stop bickering. Sorry, I'm late. Su Qingyu gasped as she grasped the doorframe. Everyone turned to look, and the entire room fell silent in awe. Chapter 31. The Princess Carrie under everyone's gaze. Following the crowd's gaze, Jian Hang saw Su Qingyu standing at the entrance. The girl wore a white off-the-shoulder dress, the pure satin accentuating her luminous, fair skin. Her neck was long and delicate, and her heart-shaped face, with its red lips and white teeth, framed by cascading black curls, was a mirror image of her in the white dress from his memories. Oddly, could his memory be misplaced? Jian Hang Bunda. Wasn't Su Qingyu supposed to wear this outfit in the second semester of her sophomore year? Why had it suddenly appeared so soon? Yet, upon reflection, perhaps he had indeed misremembered. Truth be told, after achieving success in his previous life, Jian Hang had encountered countless types of top-tier beauties, including numerous starlets who had subtly expressed their affection. In terms of grace and beauty, there was no one at the school who could rival Su Qingyu. It was not an exaggeration. Coming from a well-off family, Su Qingyu was like a rose nurtured with care, always modest and serene, yet her demeanor could shift dramatically, becoming strikingly radiant when roused. In essence, she was a romantic ideal for many boys at school, a beacon of pure light. Amidst the gasps of admiration, Yang was the first to exclaim, Su, you are simply breathtaking. I thought a movie star had mistakenly wandered on the wrong set. Tang Xiaodang added, her eyes sparkling. Zhang Chong approached Jian Hang, nudging his arm with a grin. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to marry a beauty like Su Qingyu. That would be an incredible stroke of luck from a past life. So what? Jian Hang shot him a glance. What does it matter to me? After all, he and T lived to see that time in his previous life. Until now, he and T heard of Su Qingyu having a boyfriend. Jiang Ning snapped back to reality from her astonishment, hurriedly urging everyone, get ready, we're going on stage soon. The black piano had already been moved to the left side of the stage. The classmates set their attire straight, conducting final checks on their appearance as they made their way to the stage one after another. Jian Hang and Su Qingyu, as the main performers, were at the end of the line as they ascended the stage. Su Qingyu called out softly from behind. Jian Hang turned around. What is wrong? Su Qingyu placed one hand over her chest and lifted her skirt with the other, bashfully stating, "The hem of my dress is too long. It's rather inconvenient to climb the stairs." Jian Hang, ever the gentleman, averted his gaze. As the curtain was about to part, he had no time to ponder further. In full view of the audience, he bent down to assist Su Qingyu with her skirt. They resembled characters from a fairy tale, like Snow White and her prince. Tang Xiaotang clasped her hands together, dreamily exclaiming, "I must capture this moment. It's the perfect scene for the romance between the leads to blossom." Zhang Chong, who typically scoffed at romance novels, couldn't he help but remark, "Indeed, a match made in heaven, such a stunning pair." Yang rolled her eyes, playfully smacking Zhang Chong. "What is so perfect about it? Don't spout nonsense." Zhang Chong rubbed the spot where he had been hit, distancing himself from Yang. Still feeling pleased, Su Jia felt a pang of jealousy and anger. She huffed disdainfully, deliberately addressing Jiang Ning, "Class monitor, if the teachers from other classes see this, it wouldn't be good, would it? There's nothing wrong with classmates helping each other," Yang retorted angrily. Similarly displeased was Luo Wei, who stormed down the steps, intending to urge Jian Hang to keep his distance from the goddess, only to be seized by Yang's arm. "What are you doing?" Luo Wei glared. "Stop causing trouble," Yang asserted firmly. Luo Wei, feeling somewhat intimidated, cast a reluctant glance at the two at the center of attention. Jian Hang ignored the commotion around him, composed as he helped Su Qingyu arrange her skirt. As he stood up, he noticed that Su Qingyu's face was flushed, the blush extending to her ears. "Are you blushing?" he inquired, contemplating that she was likely nervous before the performance. "Not at all." Su Qingyu stammered under Jian Hang's intense gaze, flustered as she bent down. "I'll manage myself." "Anzai, Jian Hang ziplit sukintin." He turned away, stepping toward the stage, his gaze fixed on the stairs leading up. The steps were somewhat high. He contemplated that Su Qingyu's skirt trailed on the ground, making it challenging for her to stride confidently. With a soft sigh, Jian Hang turned around and inquired once more, "Can you manage on your own?" He cast a glance at the curtain on the stage, which was about to rise. The performance was imminent. Su Qingyu, with a hint of resignation, looked up and said, "It's a bit troublesome." "Well, you should have mentioned it earlier," Jian Hang replied as he approached her, effortlessly lifting her into his arms. "My apologies." Without waiting for her consent, he cradled her like a princess and carried her onto the stage. The audience was momentarily stunned. Jian Hang, Unfa, strode confidently to the lead singer's position, exuding an air of composure. Tang Xiaotang, brimming with excitement, began to enthusiastically tap Yang's arm, exclaiming, "Wow, Jian Hang is so charismatic." Zhang Chong, intently observing from backstage, couldn't help but applaud in admiration, lamenting, "I'm so envious of Jian Ge." He then sighed in despair. "If only I'd captured this moment on camera, it would have been perfect." Indeed, when a man possesses good looks, even monotonous high school life can transform into a romantic drama. Why am I not handsome? Zhang Chong silently lamented the unfairness of life. The warmth of Su Qingyu lingered on Jian Hang's arm as he turned to look at her. She had composed herself, sitting upright, her expression serene, as if nothing had just transpired. Su Qingyu was quite tall, likely around 168 centimeters, with a slender frame. Her arms and shoulders were delicate, with flesh distributed just right. When Jian Hang held her in his embrace, he could detect the faint scent of roses in her hair. To claim his heart was unaffected would be a falsehood. As Su Qingyu leaned against his shoulder, Jian Hang felt an air of intimacy enveloping them, subtly stirring his emotions. Uncertain if he was mistaken, he sensed that Su Qingyu's heart was in disarray, though she lowered her gaze, meticulously adjusting her skirt and hair before taking her seat at the piano. To the audience, both Jian Hang and she appeared calm and collected. However, only they knew the turmoil that brewed within. Yet, no one could discern the chaos in either of their hearts. The curtain on stage slowly drew open, and the atmosphere fell silent. The lights above flickered to life, prompting a wave of gasps from the audience. Qingyu, resembling a proud and elegant swan, gracefully positioned herself at the piano and began to play. As a melodious music filled the air, Jian Hang commenced singing. His voice, rich and resonant, flowed like the gentle rain of a quiet night, perfectly complementing the classic song. It was a visual and auditory feast featuring a handsome man and a beautiful woman, immersing the audience in an enchanting experience. As the performance concluded, the applause erupted like crashing waves. Under Jian Hang's guidance, everyone descended the stage in an orderly fashion. Su Qingyu, standing at the end, faced a dilemma. Must she trouble Jian Hang once more? The thought crossed her mind, yet she found herself unable to voice it, casting a helpless glance at Jian Hang's retreating figure. Luo Wei seized the moment, stepping in front of Su Qingyu, bashfully asking, May I carry you down? No. Su Qingyu replied with a dismissive wave of her hand. Jian Hang, she exclaimed, exasperated, finally blurting out. Jian Hang turned back to her. Please help me, Su Qingyu implored. Jian Hang pointed at the microphone in his hand, saying, In a moment. Su Qingyu was taken aback. So, he had intended to return to assist her all along? Did her calling out to him earlier in front of everyone inadvertently raise suspicions? The thought made her cheeks burn even more. Luo Wei stood beside her, resembling a pudgy, stunned mole. Su Qingyu quickly stepped away from him. Jian Hang soon returned. Su Qingyu felt relieved that the curtain had closed at that moment. As Jian Hang bent down, she instinctively rested her hand on his shoulder. The pose was undeniably intimate. Classmates who witnessed the scene couldn't help but whisper teasingly. Among them, Zhang Chong was the most exuberant. As Jian Hang carried Su Qingyu down from the stage, he caught a glimpse of the flustered chaos in her eyes. Jian Hang thought that she likely wished to avoid misunderstandings regarding their relationship. Don't jump to conclusions, he explained to the crowd after setting Su Qingyu down. The others pursed their lips in silence, their expressions suggesting disbelief. Jian Hang, feeling exasperated, approached Zhang Chong, wrapping his arm around his neck in a mock threat. What are you all imagining? It's perfectly normal for classmates to help one another. If Yang Yang could carry Su Qingyu, would I even need to step in? Suddenly named. Yang Yang's smile faltered as he pointed to himself, and then huffed, Well, I missed my chance. Su Qingyu understood that Jian Hang's words were meant to deflect unnecessary misunderstandings. But a twinge of disappointment tugged at her heart. She forced a smile and said, Yes, you all are overthinking it. We're just classmates. As those words fell from her lips, she exchanged a glance with Jian Hang, who then playfully flicked Zhang Chong's forehead, asserting, Did you hear that? Just classmates. With that, he turned and walked away. Zhang Chong hurriedly followed. Honestly, Jian Ge, didn't you feel a spark at all? I refuse to believe that. Jian Hang shot him a glare. Believe what you want. She said we're just classmates. But you were the one who explained that if Yang Yang could carry Su Qingyu, it wouldn't be your turn. That's clearly a way to avoid suspicion. Zhang Chong countered. Jian Hang retorted, So what? So, Su Qingyu has to go along with your words. Otherwise, as a girl in front of so many people. How awkward would that be? Zhang Chong replied. Perhaps, Jian Hang mused, but they truly are just classmates. Everyone is making it seem like I'm in a relationship with Su Qingyu. It was all rather tedious. Jian Hang hurried back to his dorm to change clothes, not even bothering to watch the remaining performances. After the welcome party concluded, there was still half an hour until evening study hours ended. The entire class returned to the classroom to listen to Li Liang's instructions, as the National Day holiday was to commence the following day. Jian Hang was already impatient, eager to return home. Chapter 32, National Day, the county's top exam taker returns home. Zhang Chong was the first to react. Jian Ge, could it be that someone is confessing to you? If there hadn't been a desk separating them, Jian Hang would have already kicked him. Get lost. Jian Hang replied impatiently, then turned to Su Jia. I have no time. Yang Yang finished packing his things and quickly stood up to let Jian Hang pass, standing beside Su Qingyu to watch the spectacle. Jian Ge, Chong Er, aren't you two leaving yet? Ma Fan called out. He was comparatively shorter, sitting in the front row, now standing by the door with his backpack. Jian Hang. Su Jia's eyes glistened with tears, her voice tinged with a clear sob. Please don't, she implored. Jian Hang could not bear to see a girl crying. He feared she would blame him later. Class monitor, you saw it, right? Jiang Ning was equally astonished, never expecting Su Jia to call out to Jian Hang so publicly. She tugged at Su Jia's arm, quietly advising, Let us discuss this privately. Everyone is watching. Yes, everyone is watching, Jian Hang. I haven't done anything terribly wrong to you. Why are you treating me so coldly? Su Jia's long-standing feelings of being overlooked had accumulated resentment within her. She felt compelled to voice her feelings, believing that if she didn't, her affection for Jian Hang would remain hidden from all. A moment of embarrassment was trivial compared to the prospect of a life as a wealthy woman in the future. Everything was worth it. Jian Hang, what have I done wrong? Just tell me, and I will change. As Su Jia spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Jiang Ning's lips twitched slightly. The words she had whispered were now loudly proclaimed for all to hear. It would be best not to meddle in the affairs of those ensnared by romantic delusions. The classroom, which could have emptied quietly, was now abuzz with activity, as some students had already exited only to return momentarily. Jian Hang, feeling weary, rolled his eyes and sighed deeply, addressing Su Jia. I am uncertain what misunderstanding you harbor, but we are merely classmates, nothing more. Henceforth, please refrain from indulging in such misplaced affections. Upon uttering this, the room fell silent. Zhang Chong could not help but give a thumbs up. Impressive, Jian Ge. With that, Jian Hang strode purposefully out of the classroom, followed hastily by Zhang Chong. Su Jia glanced at He Yangyang's amused expression and scolded, "What are you staring at? You can't afford to provoke me." He Yangyang turned away, leaning towards Su Qingyu to whisper. Jiang Ning sighed, slinging her bag over her shoulder as she departed. Amidst a flurry of gossip, Su Jia, feeling defeated, sank back in her seat, tears streaming uncontrollably. Su Qingyu was pulled away from the classroom by He Yangyang and Tang Xiaodong. On their way, they encountered several classmates who were animatedly discussing the earlier incident. What had transpired between Jian Hang and Su Jia? Why did Jian Hang seem to despise Su Jia? Hadn't their relationship been amicable before? I believe they must have dated and then broken up, one mused. Indeed, if they were merely desk mates. Why would Su Jia have said such things? Another agreed. Don't you think it has something to do with Su? At this, He Yangyang erupted in anger. What nonsense. Do you have any evidence? Stop fabricating stories. Tang Xiaodong chimed in, equally irate. Without the full picture, your comments are utterly baseless. The girl who had been speaking most enthusiastically, Zhang Ping, of a slightly plump build, fell silent upon noticing Su Qingyu behind her. My apologies. We shall no longer speak out of turn, she said, hastily dragging the other girls away. Su, please don't be upset, Tang Xiaodong consoled. Yes, they're just a bunch of gossips. What is Jian Hang thinking, dragging you into his mess? He Yangyang expressed indignation. Let us not blame Jian Hang. He cannot control others' words. Su Qingyu interjected, linking arms with her two friends as they made their way home. In the boys' dormitory, Zhang Chong remarked, Jian Ge. It's not sustainable for Su Jia to keep clinging to you. Ma Fan added, girls are so troublesome. Please don't mention her in my presence again. Jian Hang lay on his bed, engrossed in an extracurricular book. What plans does everyone have for the National Day holiday? Ma Fan inquired. My parents plan to take me to climb Mount Huang, but I have no desire to go. It's too crowded and lacks meaning. I must return home to see my grandfather, Zhang Chong replied. Having lost his parents in a car accident at the age of 3, it was his grandfather who had raised him. And you, Jian Ge? Zhang Chong asked curiously. I too shall visit my parents, Jian Hang responded, recalling the substantial scholarship of 100,000 yuan he had received from Chongning. By the way, Chonger, do you have any plans for that scholarship? My grandfather intends to reserve it for my high school and university education. Zhang Chong raised an eyebrow. Why do you ask? Just curious, Jian Hang replied. Originally, Jian Fu and Lin Guizhi had arranged similar plans for Jian Hang, but upon reflection, 100,000 yuan in 2006 was no small sum. It could serve as a startup fund. At just 16, Jian Hang's focus was on his studies, leaving no room for entrepreneurship, yet he could encourage his parents to start business. While others aspired for their children to soar high, Jian Hang mused that it seemed as though he wished for his father to achieve success. You worked hard, Dad, he silently thought. Zhang Chong scratched his head, finding Jian Hang's questions peculiar and his contemplative demeanor even stranger. The next day, the three parted ways while shouldering their belongings. Jian Hang took a bus to the coach station, witnessing the towering skyscrapers of Nanchang along the way. In 10 years, the transformation here would be monumental, especially in the rapidly evolving internet industry. From past experiences, he anticipated a wealth of opportunities in the coming decade. Su Qingyu suddenly came to mind, and Jian Hang recalled her family's investment in a major amusement park project in Nanchang, which had ultimately led to their financial ruin. He felt compelled to warn her. However, would a high school student's words hold any weight with Su Qingyu? Would her father take him seriously? Perhaps he should approach it differently. The bus journey from Nanchang to the county town took 2 hours. Jian Hang slept throughout the ride and finally arrived home at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The familiar old complex greeted him, with its rusted green iron gate and gray concrete walls. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, excitement bubbling within as he hurried up the stairs to the top floor, knocking vigorously on the iron door. Dad, Mom, open up, I'm back. After several knocks, no one answered. Jian Hang smacked his forehead, realizing that his parents were likely busy at the shop. He dashed downstairs, where he encountered Uncle Chong, an elderly resident of the complex. With graying hair and thick glasses, Uncle Chong hobbled with a stoop. Upon seeing Jian Hang, his eyes lit up. Ah, the top score of the high school entrance exam has returned. Jian Hang felt embarrassed and scratched his head. Hello, Uncle Chong. He was merely the top scorer in the county, ranking 50th in Nanchang, but this was enough to bring pride to his parents. Are you here to see your mother? She is at the county hospital, Uncle Chong informed him. Jian Hang's heart sank. What happened to my mom? Chapter 33. The subtle aspiration for father success. It seems. Oh dear, I can't quite recall, Uncle Chong said, distressed as he slapped his forehead. Although he knew his mother was healthy, hearing she had been hospitalized sent Jian Hang into a panic. He rushed to the nearest convenience store and used a landline to call his father's mobile phone. Dad, what's wrong with Mom? Which ward is she in? Jian Hang got pet. Ahang. Why are you back? Jian Fuyu reassured him. Your mother is fine. Don't worry. He provided the ward number. After hanging up, Jian Hang hailed a taxi and sped towards the county hospital. Upon seeing Jian Hang, Lin Guizhi immediately scolded Jian Fuyu. Why did you tell our son that I was in the hospital? It was nothing serious, and now you've made him worry unnecessarily. Jian Hang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Don't blame Dad. I came back for the National Day holiday, and when Uncle Chong mentioned you were in the hospital, I was terrified. You little rascal. I didn't even know you were coming back, and you're blaming me, Jian Fuyu said, as he handed Jian Hang a bowl of rice porridge. Feed your mother. Don't worry. It's nothing serious, just a bit of stomach discomfort. She must have skipped meals while busy at the shop, Lin Guizhi explained, noticing Jian Hang's anxious expression. When things get hectic, she forgets to eat. Your dad says the same about himself. Stomach issues are no trivial matter. You both must eat on time, Jian Hang said, exasperated. If you're unwell, what good is it for me to study and earn money? You little rascal, Jian Fuyu playfully smacked Jian Hang on the back of his head. Whom are you cursing? As long as you study diligently, your parents will endure any hardship. Dad, Jian Hang Vito Angili. All right, Lin Guizhi soothed him. It's our fault. We will ensure to eat on time. The doctor said it's just a bit of inflammation, and if we pay attention, there should be no further issues. Why did you return so suddenly without a word? Jian Hang wiped the corner of his eye. Is the store very busy? Busy. Exceedingly busy, Lin Guizhi replied. Your father and I plan to hire someone to assist us by the end of the year. With deliveries arriving from 9 in the morning until 10 at night, it's quite overwhelming. Your father's back isn't in the best shape, and it's often inconvenient for him to lift and carry. However, I'm quite satisfied as long as business is good, Jian Fuyu interjected. Jian Hang's parents run a snack wholesale shop near the primary school, working tirelessly from dawn until dusk. The profits from last year helped them make a down payment on an apartment in the county. Currently, Jian Hang is attending Choning High School, leading to a sudden increase in expenses. To ensure their son does not have to endure a life of austerity, Jian Fuyu and Lin Guizhi work diligently, tightening their belts financially. These hardships are something they dare not disclose to Jian Hang. Dad, Mom, why not consider stepping away from the snack wholesale business? Jian Hang suggested. Jian Fuyu playfully tapped Jian Hang on the back of the head. What else would we do if we didn't run the wholesale business? How we earn a living to support you? Jian Hang grimaced, rubbing the back of his head. Dad, could you please refrain from hitting me? All right, let us discuss this when we get home. Mom, when can you be discharged from the hospital, according to the doctor? Tomorrow, Lin Guizhi replied. That is good to hear. Jian Hang sighed in relief. Jian Fuyu was about to reprimand Jian Hang further when his pager buzzed in his pocket. He shot Jian Hang a glare before rushing outside to take the call. Lin Guizhi explained, we closed the store today. Many people traveled quite a distance to pick up their goods, so I had to call your father. As she finished speaking, Jian Fuyu hurried back in. Honey, why don't we let our son stay here with you while I go fetch the goods? I completely forgot about the arrangements I made a few days ago. I'm fine. Let a Hang accompany you, Lin Guizhi said, patting Jian Hang on the shoulder. I originally intended to be discharged today, but your father insisted I stay another day. Feeling overwhelmed, Jian Hang wanted to persuade Jian Fuyu not to go to the store. However, considering the waiting customers, he stood up and said, all right, I'll help Dad out. Mom, what would you like for dinner? I'll cook. Jian Fuyu chuckled. Oh, son, I didn't know you could cook. Cooking skills were honed after my high school graduation. Back then, to save money or start a business, I ordered takeout every day. But after the news broke about the gutter oil incident, I never dared to eat outside again. It's not boasting. Apart from earning money, my culinary skills are exceptional, rivaling those of chefs in 5-star hotels. Alas, I remain single, with no one to enjoy my cooking, Jian Hang mused. I'll make sure you both enjoy it while I have the time, Jian Hang declared, raising his chin confidently. Feel free to request anything you wish to eat in the coming days. I'll prepare it. Lin Guizhi laughed until her stomach hurt, urging them to hurry to the store. On the way, Jian Hang persistently insisted to Jian Fuyu, Dad, I'm serious about not wanting to continue in the snack wholesale business. What if you and Mom moved to Hangzhou? You could venture into e-commerce. Are you familiar with Taobao? An online store where you can source goods directly from manufacturers and sell them to customers nationwide. E-commerce is just starting to take off. Establishing a foothold now could yield substantial profits. Jian Fuyu appeared baffled. Where did you hear all this? I can't comprehend a word you're saying. E-commerce. Jian Hang reminded him. Yes, e-commerce. Your mother and I don't understand it all. How do we even establish a business? Jian Fuyu's face was a picture of confusion. I can teach you both, Jian Hang said confidently, patting his chest. If we start earning money now, you and Mom could endure fewer hardships and enjoy life sooner. Yet, while others aspire for their children's success, Jian Hang felt a twinge of guilt, as if he were unconsciously wishing for his parents to achieve greatness through his encouragement. Upon hearing Jian Hang offer assistance, Jian Fuyo grew angry. Your task is to focus on your studies. Do not waste your time on frivolous thoughts. I mean, during the summer and winter breaks, you can help out. Rest assured, I will ensure I maintain my top position in class, Jian Hang vowed. I don't know what e-commerce is. Let us discuss this later, Jian Fuyo concluded, forbidding Jian Hang from broaching the subject again. Feeling somewhat disheartened, yet understanding his parents' perspective. After all, they had not completed high school. Adjusting to new concepts would be quite challenging for them. Jian Hang realized he would need to approach this matter gradually. The individuals waiting outside the store for goods were mostly small shopkeepers. Some had even traveled from distant villages, carrying baskets on their backs. Following Jian Fuyo's instructions, Jian Hang busily ran back and forth, transporting cardboard boxes filled with snacks. Remarkably, after 2 to 3 hours of labor, he was left feeling sore all over. This only reinforced his determination to persuade his parents to transition to e-commerce. After all, they were already in the wholesale business. E-commerce could expand their reach nationwide. And in a few years, as the sector matured, it would be even more lucrative. Once the store was sufficiently attended to, Jian Hang suggested that Jian Fuyo go to the hospital to keep Lin Guizhi company while he bought some groceries at the market. He prepared a vegetable and lean meat porridge, 2 dishes of stir-fried vegetables, a plate of spicy stir-fried meat, and a tomato and egg soup. Upon arriving at the hospital and opening the food container, both Jian Fuyo and Lin Guizhi were taken aback. Did you make all this? Jian Fuyo inquired. Lin Guizhi took a sip of the porridge and asked, Are you sure this isn't takeout from a restaurant? Jian Hang handed Jian Fuyo a pair of chopsticks. No, it's not. Please you two dig in. After speaking, Jian Hang crossed his arms and sat nearby, lost in thought as he watched his parents eat. Aren't you going to eat, son? Lin Guizhi asked. I already ate at home, Jian Hang replied. He is probably still mulling over that e-commerce idea. Jian Fuyo whispered to Lin Guizhi. The couple exchanged glances before returning to their meal. How come I didn't know my son had such culinary skills? This is even better than what I make, Lin Guizhi remarked. Believe it or not, even our neighbor, Chef Wang from the restaurant, can't compete with him. Jian Fuyo commented, thoroughly enjoying his meal. Seeing his parents relishing the food eased Jian Hang's concerns. Jian Fuyo looked up and noticed Jian Hang still appeared troubled. You brat, are you still thinking about that e-commerce idea? Dad, I'm serious, Jian Hang sighed. Jian Fuyo casually replied, All right, I'll give you a chance to convince me. Jian Hang sprang to his feet in excitement. No problem. That evening, Jian Hang stealthily borrowed Jian Fuyo's ID and headed to a nearby internet cafe. As soon as he logged into Qingyu, he noticed 2 unfamiliar friend requests. The users were nicknamed Sweet Donut Vendor and Candy, both identified as female and located in Nanjing. Girls, never mind. Jian Hang decisively declined the friend requests. He opened the IE browser, embarking on a quest for information related to e-commerce. From 1999 to 2002, the e-commerce sector was in its nascent stage, with a mere 10 million internet users in China. Between 2003 and 2006, e-commerce witnessed rapid development, as platforms like Taobao, Alibaba, and Dangdang swiftly dominated the market. However, the current e-commerce landscape remains a blue ocean. Post-2010, with the advent of smartphones, e-commerce sales are expected to explode. Based on the gathered information, Jian Hang meticulously crafted a comprehensive business plan encompassing industry background, policy support, future trends, and details about store registration, sourcing from manufacturers, and cost estimation, all presented clearly, supplemented by case studies and visuals. Surely, this would be comprehensible for his father. After stretching, Jian Hang completed the PPT in just 1 hour. Just as he was preparing to log off, the previously declined user Sweet Donut Vendor sent another request to add Jian Hang. Sweet Donut Vendor, Jian Hang. Can we not be upset anymore? Can I apologize? Oh. Jian Hang immediately recognized who it was and decisively shut down the computer before heading to the cashier to settle the bill. As they were old acquaintances, the boss was aware that Jian Hang was not engaging in gaming or staying up all night. Thus he permitted him to enter. Upon returning home, it was already 8 in the evening. Jian Fuyo had to accompany his wife at the hospital. Tonight, Jian Hang was alone at home. He resolved to be a diligent and studious high school student, dedicating himself to completing all the National Day assignments for mathematics, physics, chemistry, and English. From 8:30 to 11:30, he diligently finished all 4 test papers. After stretching, he took out the programming textbook borrowed from the city library to continue his studies. He felt that theoretical knowledge was insufficient. It was imperative to acquire a computer for practical application. Furthermore, a mobile phone was essential. Navigating life without one was quite inconvenient. Jian Hang also intended to procure a comprehensive set of advanced high school materials for mathematics and sciences, as the esteemed talents were at Nanxing No. 1 High School, and the teaching quality at Chongning was considerably lacking. The next morning, Jian Hang rose early to prepare Kanji to take to the hospital. Dad, you should get some rest. Today I will accompany Mom to handle the discharge procedures, he said, opening the lunchbox and handing it to Jian Fuyu and Lin Guizhi. The couple exchanged a glance. Lin Guizhi remarked, Actually, I'm feeling quite well. I told him to go home and sleep last night, but he wouldn't listen. Jian Fuyu, slightly displeased, replied, What is wrong with wanting to stay with you? An aunt from the neighboring hospital bed, overhearing, chuckled, Sister Lin, I could truly envy you. Your husband is so considerate, and your son is both sensible and handsome, excelling in his studies. I wonder when my son will become so thoughtful. Lin Guizhi replied cheerfully, Oh, your son is only 3 years old. By the time he reaches this age, he will surely be sensible. The two women became increasingly engrossed in their conversation. Jian Hang bid them farewell and set out to find a printing shop. The comprehensive 50-page business plan cost him 50 yuan. He would need to ask his father for the fare back. Jian Hang stuffed the plan into his backpack, and upon returning to the ward, he found the aunt had already stepped out for some fresh air, while Jian Fuyu had quickly washed up and returned home. Lin Guizhi was receiving in 4-drip. Once the last 2 bags were finished, she would be discharged. The nurse who came to insert the catheter was in her early 20s, with large eyes, blonde hair, and fair skin. As Jian Hang was tidying up the lunchbox, intending to wash it, he looked up and noticed the nurse wink at him. Hello, Jian Hang politely greeted before turning to exit the ward. Behind him, he heard the nurse say, Aunt Lin, is this your son? He is quite handsome. Lin Guizhi, whose appearance was rather ordinary, took pride in having such a tall and good-looking son. Accustomed to such compliments, she humbly responded, Thank you. But what use is good looks? A man must have a career. Jian Hang did not catch the rest of the conversation. After washing the lunchbox, he returned to find the nurse standing at the door of the ward. She beckoned him with her finger. Jian Hang felt a twinge of being teased and approached her, asking, What is wrong with my mom? The nurse replied, somewhat dejected, Nothing much. Handsome. Didn't I imply it clearly enough? Jian Hang responded, I'm only 16. The nurse's jaw dropped in surprise. Underage? Jian Hang raised an eyebrow and nodded. The nurse sighed in disappointment, and after a couple of seconds, she pulled out a Nokia phone. No worries, I can save your number. The latest Nokia N72. If you remember correctly, this phone had just hit the market this year. Priced between 3,490 to 3,999 yuan. Indeed, she seemed to be quite affluent. Jian Hang shook his head, saying, I don't have a phone. I borrowed one. The nurse's hand holding the phone froze for 2 seconds. Well, I can help you buy one. Jian Hang thought, that sounds awfully close to being kept. He gave the nurse a sidelong glance and entered the ward. Lin Guizhi was nearing the end of her 4 treatment. Jian Hang began organizing their belongings. After completing the discharge procedures, they took a taxi back home. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Jian Fuyu emerged from the bedroom, bleary-eyed. Dad, Mom, I have something to show you, Jian Hang exclaimed eagerly, pulling the business plan from his backpack. Jian Fuyu stared at the document in his son's hands, bewildered. What is this? It's a plan for an e-commerce store. Let me explain it to you, Jian Hang urged, guiding them to sit in the living room. He articulated the contents of the plan in a straightforward manner, patiently re-explaining any parts his parents found confusing. After they finished reviewing the entire plan, Jian Fuyu and Lin Guizhi exchanged astonished glances for several minutes. Jian Fuyu examined it repeatedly. Son, are you certain this is feasible? Lin Guizhi hesitantly inquired. Jian Hang replied, Mom, you must believe in me. We can definitely make money. The initial investment isn't too much, around 70 to 80,000 yuan. I have 100,000 in scholarship money. I can invest it for you. Lin Guizhi interjected. Absolutely not. No way. Jian Fuyu echoed in unison with his wife. Dad, Mom, please trust me. Jian Hang pleaded. We can source goods from manufacturers. Even if we incur losses, it will only amount to a few thousand yuan. Jian Fuyu chuckled. You little rascal, just a few thousand yuan? Do you really think that as pocket change? Indeed, back in the early 2000s, 1 yuan could buy a bowl of wontons. Jian Hang ruffled his hair. That is not what I meant. Jian Fuyu patted Jian Hang on the shoulder. Let your mother and I think it over first. Dad, whether our family can prosper in the future depends on you. Jian Hang quipped with a playful grin. Oh, so you've learned to flatter your father now. Jian Fuyu replied. All right, your mother and I will seriously consider it and get back to you in a couple of days. Jian Hang nodded quietly and retreated to his room to read. As he closed the door, Jian Fuyu turned to Lin Guizhi. Don't you think our son has changed remarkably? You too? Lin Guizhi responded, but I think he makes a lot of sense. When have you ever thought what he said was unreasonable? Jian Fuyu chuckled. All right, I have a few friends working in Hangzhou. I'll call them tomorrow to see if they know anything about e-commerce before making a decision. Although both were uncertain about the venture into e-commerce, they knew that Jian Hang's suggestion warranted serious consideration. Qingyu stared blankly at her computer screen. A few minutes later, she dialed Zhang Chong's number. His familiar and carefree tone greeted her. "Hey, beautiful Sue. Happy National Day. What is up?" Qingyu bit her lip. "I tried to add Jian Hang on QQ, but he rejected me." Zhang Chong paused for a few seconds. "You took the initiative to add Jian Hang on QQ?" Qingyu confirmed with a muffled response. "And you got rejected?" Zhang Chong pressed on. Qingyu choked, wishing he wouldn't dig deeper into her wounds. Jian Hang is really something. When a girl is this proactive, he shows no appreciation, Zhang Chong mused, growing increasingly indignant on Qingyu's behalf. He reassured her, "Don't worry. I will privately lecture Jian Hang and make him realize the serious mistake he has made." Suddenly, San Chun's chiefly histon, sadly proving, "Su, are you in such a hurry to find Jian Hang for something important?" Qingyu froze, her ears reddening. "It's nothing urgent. It's fine. I'll ask him when we return to school. No need to trouble you." "So why did you call me?" Zhang Chong asked, perplexed. Qingyu bit her lip. "I feel like he rejected me on purpose." "Huh?" Zhang Chong exclaimed, astonished. "How could that be? I'm going to ask him right now." As Zhang Chong pondered the situation, he was just about to confront Jian Hang, only to realize with a heavy heart that Jian Hang did not possess a mobile phone. He awkwardly explained, "Jianga doesn't have a phone, and I forgot to ask for his home landline number. My apologies." Qingyu stood there in a daze. "It's fine. We can talk when school starts again. Sorry for the disturbance." With that, she hurriedly ended the call, leaving Zhang Chong feeling frustrated. Alas, it seemed this juicy gossip would have to wait for another time. Chapter 35. The Campus Bell. "Brother, why are you so aloof?" After returning from the county hospital, Jian Hang spent 3 consecutive days holed up at home, engrossed in his studies. Lin Guizhi, concerned for his well-being, urged him to go out and socialize with classmates. But Jian Hang steadfastly declined. Each morning and evening, upon seeing Jian Fuyo, Jian Hang could not help but inquire, "Dad, have you given any thought?" His fervor was such that if he hadn't consulted a friend who worked part-time and confirmed the existence of e-commerce, Jian Fuyo might have assumed his son had been brainwashed. On the penultimate day of the holiday, at 10 o'clock in the evening, Jian Fuyo knocked on Jian Hang's door. "Son, your mother and I have come to a decision." Jian Hang straightened his back, leaping to his feet and rushing over to ask, "I can't bear to hear bad news." "Dad, just tell me directly, are we doing this or not?" "You little rascal. Come out first." Jian Fuyo chuckled at Jian Hang's desperate demeanor and raised his hand, intending to tug at his ear and lead him to the living room. Quick as a flash, Jian Hang leaned back, evading Jian Fuyo's grasp, and plopped down on the living room sofa, nonchalantly crossing his legs. "Dad, go ahead." Lin Guizhi placed a bowl of freshly washed fruit on the coffee table and handed Jian Hang an apple. "Thank you, Mom." Jian Hang accepted it and took a sizable bite. Jian Fuyo got straight to the point. "Your mother and I have decided to try our luck in Hangzhou, but we don't intend to use your scholarship." Jian Fuyo exchanged a glance with Lin Guizhi. "We've resolved to sell the new house, and with the remaining funds, we'll invest in the e-commerce venture you mentioned. Son, just focus on your studies. Don't overthink anything else." Jian Hang was taken aback that his parents had actually heeded his advice. At that moment, he was only 16 years old. "Dad, Mom." Jian Hang's eyes glistened with tears. If one were to ask him what the most precious gift his parents had given him throughout his upbringing was, he would say it was their unwavering trust. "Son, we know you wouldn't feel inferior or upset due to our financial situation," Jian Fuyo said affectionately, patting Jian Hang on the shoulder. "This reassures us greatly. Our intention to venture out is for your future." "Indeed," Lin Guizhi chimed in the future when you work, marry, and have children, all those endeavors require finances. Your father and I want to earn more and save up, so we can contribute to your down payment and wedding expenses. If it all rests on you, the pressure would be immense." "Damn, Mom, aren't you two thinking a bit too far ahead?" Jian Hang exclaimed, astonished, helpless, yet touched. This must be what they mean by a parent's love for their child. Jian Fuyo momentarily lost his train of thought, frowning at Lin Guizhi for assistance. Lin Guizhi pinched Jian Fuyo's arm. "You're planning for the long term." "Ha ha. That's exactly it," Jian Fuyo chuckled awkwardly. The newly purchased house was still in its unfinished state, and for the next few years, they would have no funds to renovate, with a monthly interest payment of over 1,000. It was indeed unnecessary. Moreover, property prices in their small county were stagnant. Selling now could still yield a profit of several tens of thousands, which was quite decent. Jian Hang wholeheartedly supported the decision to sell the house. "Dad, Mommy said," his eyes brimming with tears. "Thank you." Jian Fuyo felt a warmth in his heart. You little rascal, you're becoming quite the sweet talker. Yet, Jian Hang shyly added, I have 2 more requests. Speak your mind, Jian Fuyo replied, slapping his thigh. As long as it's within our means, it's no problem. Lin Guizhi, aware that Jian Fuyo was once again speaking out of excitement, sighed silently. Dad, I'd like to buy a mobile phone. Jian Hang grinned, his bright eyes twinkling. And while we're at it, a desktop computer as well. The couple was taken aback. Lin Guizhi asked, how much will that be? Jian Hang's face flushed. Around 5,000 to 6,000, I suppose. He had checked. A decent desktop cost over 4,000, while a more advanced one was over 6,000. And a mobile phone was about 1,000. It was indeed a considerable expense. Please, Dad, we can wait until winter break for the computer. But I urgently need a phone right now, he implored. Jian Fuyo hesitated. Lin Guizhi decisively stated, all right, we'll buy you the phone first. The next day, Lin Guizhi took Jian Hang to the mobile store. The current smartphones were not highly advanced, featuring a keyboard for typing and the ability to install QQ chat software. For communication, it was quite adequate. Jian Hang chose the cheapest model and also got a new SIM card. On the way, he unexpectedly encountered the young woman who had struck up a conversation with him at the hospital. The beauty glanced at the phone in his hand and cheerfully remarked, handsome. Now you can finally tell me your phone number. Seizing the moment while Lin Guizhi was watching, Jian Hang declined her request. Oh, if we're destined to meet a third time, you must give me your number, the beauty lamented. Jian Hang Pondo, Anzai. Lin Guizhi was hailing a taxi nearby and, upon observing the interaction, curiously asked Jian Hang as he approached, what is going on? Are you dating? Of course not, Jian Hang denied. She is just a nurse from the hospital who was saying hello. Lin Guizhi acknowledged with an O as she got into the car. Logging into QQ, Jian Hang noticed a friend request from someone with the nickname Sugar. Qingyu. Jian Hang was taken aback and accepted the request. Just as he was about to send a polite greeting, Lin Guizhi began discussing their plans for Hangzhou. Since school was starting in 2 days, he thought it best to put off any conversations until then, and he tucked his phone back in his pocket. In the afternoon, while helping at the store, Jian Hang was thoroughly exhausted. He arrived home at 9 in the evening, took a quick shower, and collapsed onto his bed, utterly spent. Pulling out his phone, he logged into QQ, and the notification chimes of new messages rang out in quick succession. Sugar, are you the top student in class 1? Sugar, why are you ignoring me? Talk to me, please. Sugar, I'm going crazy. Sugar, sighing. Jian Hang stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. This was not at all in line with Su Qingyu's usual demeanor. Could it be that she acted this way privately? The thought was hard for him to fathom. Brother. After sending the message, he waited several minutes without a reply. Just as the sounds of the TV drama Soldier Assault wafted from the living room, piquing Jian Hang's interest, prompting him to join his parents in watching TV. As he became engrossed in the show, his phone vibrated incessantly in his pocket. Another message from Sugar. Sugar, brother, why are you so aloof? Sugar, aren't you curious about who I am? Jian Hang Juka. Brother, who are you? Sugar, guess. When had Su Qingyu become so childish? Jian Hang replied, you're not Su Qingyu, are you? After a few minutes of silence, Kita replied, no, I am her younger sister. Su Qingyu glanced at the chat history with Jian Hang, feeling both exasperated and embarrassed, as she had once again fallen victim to her mischievous little brother, Suja. In a fit of frustration, she snatched the phone from Suja's hands and, in a moment of impulsive haste, sent a haphazard reply. Upon seeing Su Qingyu's message, Suja was equally incensed, waving his arms in a fervent protest. Sister, I am your brother. You need to clarify this immediately. Chapter 36. The school bell gently probes Jian Hang. Su Qingyu stood half a head taller than Suja, raising her right hand high with the phone. Her words laced with a hint of icy disdain. Who are you? Suja, intimidated, ducked his head. I just saw you staring intently at the chat window, so I thought I'd help. He then raised his head, gossiping eagerly. Sister, do you like him? Su Yinggu hastily covered his mouth, dragging him back into her room. Suja was her cousin, in the 6th grade, precocious for his age, and had come over with his mother, due to his grandmother's ill health. In the afternoon, Su Qingyu sat at her desk, lost in thought, occasionally glancing at the chat window with Jian Hang. To her surprise, this little rascal had already initiated a lively conversation with him while she was occupied in the kitchen slicing fruit. Is that your idea of helping me? Su Qingyu chuckled in frustration. How am I supposed to explain this to him now? Why explain? Su sequidith, perplexed. If you want to talk to him, just be proactive. While his reasoning was sound, Su Qingyu pondered what they could possibly discuss. She flicked Suja's forehead sharply. You don't need to meddle in my affairs. She sighed as she resumed her seat at the desk. Just then, her phone vibrated again, invigorating her senses. Jian Hang. Little sister, it's not nice to steal your sister's phone and send random messages. In her recollection, Jian Hang was taciturn and aloof, a strikingly handsome boy who stood out no matter where he was, seemingly indifferent to the gazes of countless girls. Su Qingyu found it hard to imagine him using such a tender tone to indulge a child. A shiver ran through her, and her ears flushed crimson. Sister, what are you daydreaming about? What did he say? Suja asked curiously. Were it not for the family business she was expected to inherit, Su Qingyu would have ample reason to suspect that Suja might grow into a troublesome paparazzo. It's none of your business, Su Qingyu retorted coldly. Suja scoffed. Then I'll tell Aunt that you have a crush at school. Su Qingyu clenched her fists. You wouldn't dare. Then let me see. Susceptibilidad, adapting a pitiful expression. I can help you strategize. Don't underestimate my experience in matters of the heart, just because I'm younger than you. Remember that pretty girl who transferred to our class last semester? We're dating now. Su Qingyu was left speechless. Do you even know what dating means? It means boyfriend and girlfriend, Suja declared proudly, tilting his chin. Not everyone is like you, secretly pining while pretending to be indifferent. Sister, you are indeed very beautiful. But you're too concerned with appearances. That boy is quite handsome. If you hesitate any longer, you might be snatched away by other girls. Su Qingyu marveled at how perceptive children could be nowadays. Suja continued. Sister, you were the one who initiated the conversation, and now you are leaving him hanging. He might think you're being deliberately aloof. Anger surged within her once more. Su Qingyu gritted her teeth. That was all you're doing. Suse quickly apologized. Then suggested, Sister, how about I help you figure out how to respond? It seems you two don't chat much at school, so your relationship isn't very familiar, right? He had hit the nail on the head. Su Qingyu clutched her phone tightly, displaying the latest message to Suja. He crossed his arms and feigned deep contemplation. Sister, why don't I take this opportunity to ask him what he thinks of you? Su Qingyu was genuinely curious. Clearing her throat, she asked nonchalantly, How should I inquire? Respond like this. Suja began brainstorming. Okay, I'll let it slide this time. But you're very fierce, so don't tell her I said that. Fierce? Me? Su Qingyu seized the collar of his shirt, demanding an explanation. Not fierce, not fierce. Suja said, wiping sweat from his brow. Just listen to me. After you send the message, ask him, do you think my sister is fierce? To draw out his impression of you. There seemed to be some logic in that. Su Qingyu shot a glare at Suja, then began typing, carefully considering her words before finally sending the message. Jian Hang, engrossed in his television show, was startled by the sudden notification. After a moment of contemplation, Jian Hang, not fierce at all. Your sister is quite quiet. Before Suja could offer further advice, Su Qingyu eagerly pursued the conversation. Kita, is she just quiet? The wait for a reply felt interminably long and torturous. Jian Hang, she is quite popular as well. Suja chimed in. My sister has always been well-liked. Many boys at school have a crush on her. Su Qingyu lifted her head in annoyance. Am I really that conceited? Oh, one must have confidence, especially since I'm merely stating the truth, Suja insisted anxiously. Su Qingyu chuckled lightly for the first time, realizing this little rascal could be quite endearing. Kita, of course. My sister has always been popular. Many boys pursue her. After some thought, Su Qingyu added, Kita, but she has never accepted any of their advances. Upon reading these two messages, Jian Hang collapsed onto the sofa, laughing heartily. Lin Guizhi smacked his arm. Sit properly. Jian Fuyo boldly speculated. You must be dating at school, which is why you got a phone to communicate. I'm not. Jian Hang sat up, protesting. Old Jian, don't wrongfully accuse me. You better not be. Jian Fuyo turned back to the television. As Jian Hang grappled with how to respond to the cheeky little boy, he received another message. Kita, what do you think of my sister? What do you mean by what do you think? The way that was phrased sounded like a naive girl trying to set him up with Su Qingyu. Jian Hang, cut it out. If you keep using your sister's QQ to chat recklessly, I'll tell her and let her deal with you. This brother was quite fierce. Suja thought, as the topic came to a halt. Su Qingyu's greatest act of courage at that moment was her first attempt to ask a boy, what do you think of me? To her dismay, he had brushed her off with a few casual words, indicating he harbored no particular feelings toward her. During the holiday, she often found herself recalling Jian Hang on stage, the way he had effortlessly lifted her. Each recollection stirred excitement within her, causing her cheeks to flush. As she wondered about his thoughts on her, disappointed, Su Qingyu lowered her head. Suja leaned his head against her shoulder, offering comfort. Sister, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Why cling to a single blade of grass when a whole forest awaits you? Su Qingyu retorted, where did you learn such odd phrases? Get out. You're not allowed in my room anymore. Suja protested. I've never seen someone so quick to burn bridges. Su Qingyu sprang up abruptly. Not only do I want to burn the bridge, but I also want to give you a good thrashing. The little rascal was finally shooed away. Su Qingyu stared blankly at the chat window. How should I naturally conclude this topic? My head hurts. Chapter 37. The nightmare of confession. Retreat. 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 Jian Hang. What's he doing here? I don't know. Su Jia replied. He wasn't invited. Who would have thought that the former top student, who barely scraped through to a second-tier university, would now be outperformed by Su Jia? I have heard that Su Jia has been admitted to a 211 university, attending the same school as her wealthy boyfriend, with the two seemingly together since their senior year. Does Jian Hang not know? Oh my. Su Jia even claims to be single, all the while relying on Jian Hang for tutoring during their entire senior year. Let us not speak carelessly. It is a mutual affection. Jian Hang adores Su Jia, and is it not natural for him to do these things? In the brilliantly illuminated courtyard, adorned with a plethora of flowers and balloons, the evening breeze wafts through, carrying the fragrant scent of blossoms, while the red balloons sway gently. Su Jia, clad in a splendidly elegant pink dress with a pearl collar, stands gracefully amidst the gathering, engaging in laughter, her face beaming with happiness. Jian Hang is skeptical of the rumors surrounding her. In his memories, while Su Jia's grades may have faltered slightly, she has always been diligent, embodying the adage that the early bird catches the worm. Each time he assisted her in unraveling complex problems, her eyes would sparkle with admiration. Wow, Jian Hang, you are truly remarkable. No wonder you are the top of the class. What should I do? Jian Hang, with your excellence. I fear I will lag far behind in the future. Jian Hang, even if I cannot attend the same university as you, perhaps we can still be in the same city? Jian Hang, you must strive. In my heart, you will always be number one. During the college entrance examination, Jian Hang, suffering from a persistent high fever, performed poorly, and on the last day of the comprehensive science exam, he inadvertently mislaid his admission ticket. The admission notice arrived, relegating him to a modest second-tier institution in a northern city. Jian Hang, I actually quite like you. This was the last message Su Jia sent him. Jian Hang attempted to reach out to her multiple times, but to no avail. It was Zhang Cheng who informed him of Su Jia's birthday celebration at a quaint villa today. Holding a bouquet of luscious roses, Jian Hang slowly approached Su Jia amidst the crowd. The moment their eyes met, a flicker of shock crossed Su Jia's face, quickly masked. Jian Hang, she exclaimed in surprise. What brings you here? Jian Hang presented the flowers to her, saying, Happy birthday. Su Jia accepted the bouquet, her smile rigid and forced. Thank you. Yet in that moment, Jian Hang, intoxicated by love, failed to perceive the underlying tension. He was about to depart for a job in the capital to earn his living expenses for university and wished to confess his feelings to Su Jia before leaving. Su Jia, let us be together, Jian Hang declared, ignoring the scrutinizing gazes around him, speaking with calm confidence, though I did not gain admission to my dream school. Rest assured, I shall work diligently to provide you with a life filled with happiness and abundance. Instead of the expected emotional response, an awkward tension filled the air. Su Jia hurriedly thrust the flowers back into Jian Hang's hands. Jian Hang, I am truly happy you came, but... She glanced back at a slightly pudgy man in a suit behind her, playfully admonishing, You must be mistaken. I already have a boyfriend. Please do not disturb me any further. A penniless fellow who cannot even get into a 211, hoping for a swan to take notice. Please. Her boyfriend's family owns a company. How could they possibly look at you? The derisive voices surrounding him echoed endlessly. Jian Hang, unfazed by their opinions, turned to Su Jia. So your affection for me was merely a pretense? Su Jia panicked. What nonsense are you spouting? She turned to the man. Wei Ge. Let me explain. I have no connection with him. At this point, Jian Hang understood. He glanced towards the enormous rectangular dining table by the poolside, laden with exquisite delicacies such as lobsters, steaks, and fruit salads, with a towering 3-tier birthday cake adorned with candles at its center. This was what Su Jia truly yearned for. Zhang Chong placed a hand on Jian Hang's shoulder. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why cling to a single flower, especially one that is a withered peach blossom? Jian Hang offered a wry smile. Just as he turned, he felt a tight embrace around his waist. Jian Hang, I regret my actions. Let us be together. Su Jia's overly sweet voice whispered in his ear. Jian Hang turned, and a pair of vividly red lips slowly approached him. Suddenly, Jian Hang awoke from his slumber, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. That confession had been the most humiliating moment of his life, not merely for being rejected, but for the realization that Su Jia had deceived him all along. Lin Guizhi was tidying his room when Jian Hang's abrupt outburst startled her, causing her to stagger back, her heart racing as she patted her chest. You little rascal. What nightmare did you have to frighten me so? Indeed, it was a nightmare. Jian Hang wiped the sweat from his forehead, but thankfully it was all in the past. Son, Lin Guizhi said, worry etched on her face as she sat at the edge of the bed. Is there something you haven't told your mother? No. Jian Hang shook his head, laughing heartily. It was merely a nightmare. Ha, a nightmare's be gone. Lin Guizhi regarded him suspiciously. If there's anything, do tell your parents. I'll help you with your laundry. Remember, you have evening study sessions at school today. Jian Hang nodded, and once Lin Guizhi had left, he retrieved his phone from beneath his pillow. Su Qingyu had not replied to his messages. However, Su Jia persistently sent friend requests. Do not bother me anymore. Jian Hang decisively rejected her and replied with that message. Unable to sleep, he got up, dressed, tidied up, washed up, had lunch, and found his mind consumed with the scenes from his dream throughout the day. The dream felt too vivid, leaving him with a lingering sense of dread. It was as if he had returned to that summer years ago, facing the disappointment of a failed college entrance examination, the sting of rejection after his confession, and the mocking taunts of relatives that made his parents unable to lift their heads, forcing smiles and offering words of comfort. Jian Hang was submerged in shame, guilt, and regret. What could be more terrifying than reliving the same mistake? He nearly convinced himself that he was on the brink of repeating it. After finishing lunch, he cleaned the house thoroughly and opened his backpack, discovering several hundred yuan stuffed in the compartment. This was likely the household's living expenses for half a month. Jian Hang felt a sting in his eyes. He kept only 100 yuan for himself and placed the remainder on the tea table. He called Jian Fuyo and then set off for school with his backpack. Su Jia lay on her bed, sobbing uncontrollably. Previously, she hadn't thought much of Jian Hang, but recent events had revealed how different he had become. He was actually quite remarkable. What must I do for Jian Hang to forgive me? The more she pondered, the sadder she became. She had only been a bit harsh with him. She hadn't committed any unforgivable acts, so why was Jian Hang so resolute? Hearing her daughter's muffled cries, Su Jia's mother entered the room. What is the matter, Mom? Su Jia cried, burying her face in her mother's embrace. Sigh. Is it too much pressure from your studies? Su Jia's mother comforted her, gently patting her back. Take it slow. You're only in your first year of high school. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Su Jia dared not mention Jian Hang to her parents, who were staunchly opposed to early relationships. Once she had composed herself, Su Jia straightened her back, silently encouraging herself. The more Jian Hang ignored her, the more she felt compelled to prove herself. Let Jian Hang regret his decision. During evening study sessions, Jian Hang entered with his backpack, and as soon as he sat down, Zhang Chong poked him in the back. Brother Jian, what's wrong? Didn't he sleep well? Zhang Chong leaned closer, whispering, Are you overexerting yourself? Jian Hang, already somewhat irritable, clenched his jaw at the remark, causing his facial muscles to twitch uncontrollably. Are you looking for a fight? You seem genuinely upset. All right, I apologize. Zhang Chong, sensing the tension, leaned back in his chair, creating distance between them. At the classroom entrance, he Yang linked arms with Su Qingyu, exclaiming, Su, you look so tired. Did you not sleep well? Chapter 38. Do you truly consider me your problem-solving tool? As Jian Hang followed the sound, he noticed Su Qingyu's under-eye area was cloaked in shadows, her pale complexion accentuating the pronounced dark circles. Curiosity piqued. Jian Hang gazed at Su Qingyu, who, in turn, abruptly lifted her eyes to meet his. Jian Hang maintained his gaze, while Su Qingyu's eyes flickered with evasion. I stayed up late last night, studying problems. Su Qingyu hastily explained, so please, no questions. Yang merely acknowledged her with her "oh," choosing not to press further as he approached Jian Hang and Zhang Chong to greet them. Tang Xiaodang arrived fashionably late. You're almost tardy, Zhang Chong remarked. Indeed, someone had arrived late. Tang Xiaodang glanced toward the classroom door, noting that the bell had ceased ringing. Su Jia rushed in, head bowed. Class monitor, someone is late. Luo Wei bellowed. Jiang Ning retorted, the teacher hasn't arrived yet. If you're so bold, go ahead and report it. Luo Wei huffed dismissively, unwilling to continue the topic. Curiously, Tang Xiaodang and Yang exchanged glances with Su Jia, noting her swollen eyes. Zhang Chong leaned in, eager to join the fray. How peculiar, Zhang Chong murmured. Jiangu appears haggard. The campus bell has dark circles, and Su Jia's eyes are red and puffy. Surely these three must. Tang Xiaodang rolled her eyes at him. You're insufferably dull. Zhang Chong shrugged, unabashedly replying, I do find myself rather bored. Tang Xiaodang chose to ignore him. Oh, by the way, Zhang Chong poked Jian Hang's back. Su was looking for you during the National Day holiday. Wanted to ask you something, but you rejected her WeChat request. Have you two connected? Jian Hang guessed Zhang Chong was letting his imagination run wild again. He didn't wish to embarrass Su Qingyu, so he nodded and said, Yes, just a question about a problem, right? Suddenly confronted with Jian Hang's rebuttal, Su Qingyu turned her head in a flurry, replying hastily, Yes. Jian Hang chuckled, amused by her flustered state. Did you grasp the thought process behind that problem? Jian Hang asked nonchalantly, referring to the question she initially intended to ask him through QQ. Oh, Su Qingyu nodded, flustered, I understand now. Thank you. Jian Hang noted her politeness, finding this side of Su Qingyu unexpectedly endearing. The other three sensed the subtle tension between them, yet were oblivious to its source. Jian Hang, may I add you on QQ as well? Jiang inquired, pulling out his phone. Jian Hang nodded, retrieving his device to accept the request. Come on, Jiangu. You're not being a good bro by not informing me right away. Zhang Chong grumbled, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Jian Hang found it amusing that a grown man could exhibit such jealousy akin to a schoolgirl. Here's my new phone number. Save it yourself. Jian Hang tossed his new phone onto Zhang Chong's desk. Jiangu, you're too straightforward. Aren't you concerned I might peruse your private messages? Zhang Chong chuckled, opening Jian Hang's phone with a grin. Do you dare? Jian Hang lowered his voice, a hint of warning in his tone. Heh, I would dare. Zhang Chong obediently saved his number, dialing it in the process. Jiang thought for a moment. Since you're Su's deskmate, I might as well save you number 2. Jian Hang handed his phone to Jiang, his eyelids lazily lifting to glance over. Oh, as Su Qingyu's deskmate. I feel incredibly fortunate. His tone was drawn out and teasing, clearly laced with mockery. Su Qingyu's ears flushed with warmth. Once Jiang returned the phone, she reached for it, her voice soft. Since we're deskmates, I might as well save it too for convenience and asking questions later. Jian Hang Zito. Do you really see me as your problem-solving tool? Your wording implies it's rather a burden. He tilted his head towards the book cover, his right hand lazily supporting his chin. Go ahead and save it, but do try to refrain from bothering me too much. Since you all are saving it, I might as well too. Tang Xiaodang chimed in softly. Jian Hang replied, you truly are putting me in a difficult position. Zhang Chong jokingly added, congratulations, Jiangu. You're about to acquire the phone numbers of 3 lovely ladies. You're so shameless. Jiang laughed heartily, but you do have good taste. Jian Hang felt exasperated by Zhang Chong's antics and decided to let it slide. Whatever, he muttered. Su Jia bit her lip, observing the harmonious and joyful atmosphere among them, particularly noting how Jian Hang shared his contact information with the 3 girls while leaving her out. Tears suddenly blurred her vision. Did Jian Hang truly despise her so? Su Jia found herself in turmoil, repeatedly trying to convince herself that Jian Hang was upset due to her earlier confrontation with Luo Wei, but now it seemed more complex than that. Not theirs, Su Jia. Yet the tears betrayed her, falling before she could wipe them away with the back of her hand. Jiang Ning had noticed her troubled state, but was at a loss for words, suspecting it was related to Jian Hang. In truth, after spending time together, Jiang Ning felt that the blame didn't solely lie with Jian Hang. Su Jia was simply too stubborn. With a silent sigh, Jiang Ning contemplated the situation. The sound of high heels clicking approached from outside, growing nearer. Li Ban is here. Zhang Chong quickly shoved his phone back under the desk. The others hastily retrieved their math exams. Have you all completed your assignments? Li Liang's sharp gaze swept the room. Math class representative, please assist the class monitor in checking. Okay, Ma Fan stood, beginning to sift through the papers from the front row. Jiang Ning began checking from the last row by the window. Li Liang conducted random checks, reaching Jian Hang's desk. He casually flipped through Jian Hang's exam, paused momentarily, then placed it back down without comment. Zhang Chong, let me see yours, Li Liang requested. Zhang Chong handed over his paper. I couldn't solve 2 parts of the last major question. Li Liang nodded. It's normal not to solve them, as they involve concepts from the 2nd year of high school. This was an exam question from Nanjing 2 years ago. Jian Hang solved it, Li Liang added pointedly. If you can't solve it, just leave it blank. Don't go searching online for answers. That's just being dismissive of yourself. Jian Hang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Jiang discreetly leaned over to take a peek, noting that Jian Hang had completed the entire exam. It was evident that Li Ban was biased in his judgments, Jiang mused. Jian Hang had already cross-checked the answers, rewriting any incorrect solutions completely and marking them for future reference. He hadn't paid much attention in Li Liang's class, occasionally glancing at the blackboard, which was actually filled with 2nd-year materials. Jian Hang, Li Liang suddenly called out. How did you solve this problem? Please explain your thought process to everyone. Li Liang referred to the last major question. Jian Hang stood up, succinctly outlining the solution in a few words, clear and concise. However, those with weaker foundations, such as Su Jia, were lost. Please sit down. Li Liang turned away. I'll briefly expand on this problem for everyone. Don't worry if you don't understand. You'll learn it later. During the break, Zhang Chong intended to complain to Jian Hang about Li Ban's biased behavior, but was silenced by Jian Hang's gaze. Ah, how boring. Zhang Chong slumped back down. Jiangu, what did you do during the National Day holiday? Su Qingyu instinctively pauset herpen, listening intently. Jian Hang succinctly replied, studying, managing the store, sleeping. Didn't you bring any snacks? Zhang Chong asked excitedly, rubbing his hands together. I left them in the dorm. Jian Hang Zponde. What are you working on? Zhang Chong inquired, leaning forward to look. National High School Mathematics Competition problems? Are you planning to register? Jian Hang closed the book. I'm just browsing, but I'm feeling a bit hungry. Shall we head to the convenience store? Zhang Chong's eyes lit up. Let's go. Watching Jian Hang's retreating figure, Su Qingyu felt an inexplicable sense of loss and sorrow. It dawned on her that Jian Hang had no intention of discussing their chat. He was utterly indifferent. Chapter 39, a reminiscence of the first encounter with the school bell. Jiangu, why does Li Ban always target you? In the corridor, Zhang Chong asked Jian Hang, perplexed. How would I know? Jian Hang scoffed. Would you chase after a dog that bit you just to inquire why it did so? Haha. Jiangu. Zhang Chong laughed until tears streamed down his face. What a fitting analogy. Such inexplicable matters, both large and small, had occurred more than once or twice. The classmates were well aware that Li Liang was particularly snobbish. In Chongning, there were many individuals of wealth and power, and Li Liang excelled at differentiating between them. She showed preferential treatment towards students from affluent families, offering them special consideration. Among the few charity students in the grade, 2 were even in her class. Zhang Chong, often cheerful and seemingly obedient, was not troubled by Li Liang. Yet Jian Hang was distinctly unconventional. October in Nanxing still basked in radiant sunshine. Jian Hang recalled his first encounter with Li Liang, which took place in her office. That day, sunlight streamed through the classroom windows, and he stood at the office door with Jian Fuyo, their backs drenched in sweat, a shabby suitcase behind them containing Jian Hang's clothes for the semester. Li Liang was perusing his admission materials, her brow furrowing more intensely. So, you are Jian Hang? Adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses, she continued, what is up with your school uniform? Jian Hang glanced down at his faded t-shirt, its collar misshapen. Jian Fuyo looked puzzled. Teacher, this shirt is quite clean, Jian Hang replied calmly. At that moment, a well-dressed parent appeared at the door, seeking Li Liang's attention. Ms. Li, I came to take Qingyu for a tour around the school. Instantly, Li Liang donned a different demeanor. Mr. Su, please hold on a moment. I will take care of this matter promptly and personally escort you. No need to rush. You can continue your work, Su Haixing responded, calling out for the girl. That was the first time Jian Hang and Su Qingyu met. Rising from her seat at the back of the office, Jian Hang did not notice her due to the obstructing screen. The girl approached in a floral dress. Her long legs slender and fair, her oval face devoid of makeup, yet stunning enough to captivate anyone's gaze. Su Qingyu's dark eyes briefly flicked over Jian Hang before she turned to follow Su Haixing. All right, Li Liang said impatiently, I understand your family situation is not affluent, but one should still pay attention to their appearance. Look at the other students. None of them are dressed so poorly. Laughter erupted in the office. Jian Hang clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his palms. He could feel the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, piercing like needles. Jian Fuyo, straightforward by nature, nearly lost his composure. Teacher, I believe what one wears is not important. What matters is academic performance. I assent to it. Jian Hang lifted his head, meeting Li Liang's gaze. My father often teaches me that being poor is inconsequential. What truly matters is hard work, good manners, and respect for others in order to earn their respect. The snickering teachers abruptly ceased their laughter. Ha! Li Liang sneered. For every word I say, you counter it tenfold. With your attitude, what good grades can you hope for? Remember, once you enter society, grades do not define everything. Now you all head to class 1. I need to attend to other parents. Teacher, Jian Fuyo inquired. Could you please direct us to the boys' dorm? It's not practical to drag such a large suitcase to the classroom. Li Liang, exasperated, replied, Class 1 is not solely for Jian Hang. It will be fine. From their very first interaction, Jian Hang took an immediate disliking to Li Liang. Fortunately, Zhou Langhua came to their rescue. Ms. Zhou, donning gold-rimmed glasses, appeared to be one of the younger teachers. She stood up and said, Ms. Li, which dorm do the boys in your class reside in? I can take them there. Sunlight streamed in from behind Zhou Langhua, casting a golden halo around her. Jian Hang thought to himself that this was the kind of teacher who treated every student equally, regardless of their background or grades. Eventually, Li Liang reluctantly divulged the dorm number, and Ms. Zhou guided Jian Hang and Jian Fuyo to drop off their luggage, during which she refrained from discussing anything else and merely introduced them to the campus and dining hall. Upon entering the school, Luo Wei often sought to provoke him, intentionally or not. Once, upon returning to his seat, Jian Hang discovered his textbook thrown to the ground, a distinct shoe print marking its surface. Oh dear, my apologies. Luo Wei, seated behind him, feigned innocence. Jian Hang picked up the textbook, dusting it off, and stared directly into Luo Wei's triumphant gaze. This insufferable fellow was the son of the head of the academic affairs office, and had been targeting him since the first day of school. After school, Jian Hang was the last to leave the classroom. He approached Luo Wei's desk, took out the books from the drawer, and tossed them onto the ground, stamping on them fiercely. It was childish, but it was the only means of retaliation he could conceive at that moment. The next day, Luo Wei confronted Jian Hang with fury. Zhang Chong, sharing the same dorm, interjected, "It wasn't Jian Hang. After last night's study session, I went back to the dorm with him, and we didn't leave afterward." Luo Wei, unconvinced, ran to report to Li Liang. Li Liang could not produce any evidence and publicly reprimanded the entire class, but in reality, she was merely giving Jian Hang a warning. Yan Yi. Zhang Chong playfully draped an arm around Jian Hang's neck. "Come clean, did you bully Su Jia?" Zhang Chong's question jolted Jian Hang back to reality. "What? Stop playing dumb." Zhang Chong whispered. Everyone saw Su Jia with red eyes. "Did you reject her confession?" Jian Hang turned, his expression devoid of emotion. "Oh, I'll keep quiet." Zhang Chong unzipping his lips. The two stood by the railing in the corridor, gazing out at the night. "Aren't you going to grab something to eat?" Zhang Chong inquired. "Eat what?" "I'm not hungry," Jian Hang replied. "I just needed some fresh air to unwind." Jian Hang felt overwhelmed. He was constantly trying to get ahead in his studies both in and out of class, occasionally tackling Olympiad math problems or reading programming books, which was quite taxing. After a brief silence of a minute or two, Zhang Chong couldn't help but ask, "Did Su Qingyu really only ask you about the problems?" "I don't believe it." "Believe what you want," Jian Hang yawned. "I'm heading back to class." He was disinclined to discuss the incident with Su Qingyu's sister, as he knew Zhang Chong's imagination would run wild with endless speculations. Chapter 40. Do you think Jian Hang will be interested in you? For Jian Hang, high school life was fulfilling, busy, and yet uneventful. Conversely, he and Su Qingyu occasionally attracted attention from students in other classes who would deliberately pass by, and many would even send love letters. Sometimes, it led to humorous situations, such as when a boy attempted to deliver a love letter to Jian Hang, only to be misunderstood as sending it to Su Qingyu. However, they both tacitly refrained from opening the envelope. Jian Hang remained focused solely on his studies. Su Qingyu devoted half her time to studying, while the other half was spent either listening to music or daydreaming while reading novels. When the midterm exam results were released, Jian Hang undoubtedly secured the top spot in his grade, with Zhang Chong coming in third. Su Qingyu rose from over 200th to approximately 190 in her grade. Only Su Jia, however, saw no improvement. Instead, she regressed, finding herself among the bottom 10 in the class and over 300 in the grade. The November sun remained glaring, though it had lost its warmth. The only basketball game of their high school journey was upon them. Jian Hang, remarkably, took the initiative to sign up. Su Qingyu felt a flicker of excitement. Since the embarrassing incident during the cleaning, Su Jia had considerably restrained herself, yet her feelings for Jian Hang remained unabated. Zhang Chong, despite his poor skills, joined Jian Hang with a spirit of participation. Neither anticipated that Li Liang would appoint Luo Wei as the captain. In this inaugural formal match of their high school lives, Jian Hang found himself relegated to the bench, much to his surprise. Luo Wei smugly looked at him, declaring, "You need not step onto the court. Watch me lead the class to an effortless victory." He then cast a deliberate glance in Su Qingyu's direction. Luo Wei was certainly being provocative. He Yang fumed silently. Su Qingyu offered not even a glance in his direction. "We specifically came to watch Jian Hang and Zhang Chong play basketball," muttered Tang Xiaoding. Zhang Chong, catching her words, beamed. "You all came to see me and Jian go play?" He inched closer with a grin. Jian Hang turned his head at the sound. Su Yingwei's ears flashed crimson, and she hastily diverted her gaze. Jian Hang, oblivious to Su Qingyu's nervousness, returned his focus to the court. The game commenced. The opposing center towered over everyone, a full head taller than their own. The opening jump ball saw the opposition seize possession effortlessly. "Defense! Defense!" Luo Wei shouted on the court. But the opposing team's offense was too fierce. Their guard moved with the speed of a gale, scoring with successive drives to the basket, quickly widening the score to 22-8. How humiliating. Jian Hang shook his head, leisurely propping his leg up, observing the unfolding situation. Luo Wei, frantic as a cat on a hot tin roof, frequently vented his frustration onto his teammates. "Luo Wei is so shameless. He plays terribly yet blames others," Yang remarked with discontent. "Substitution, substitution." Zhang Chong laughed heartily, calling out, "Luo Wei, why not let Jiangu take the court and turn the tide? Or else it'll be too late." The surrounding girls cast eager glances, some from other classes as well. The quality of basketball played held significance, but equally important was the appearance of those playing. Luo Wei, infuriated, huffed coldly and called a timeout. "Jian Hang, you're up." Jian Hang rose, tossing his jacket to Zhang Chong. The on-looking girls stomped their feet in excitement. cheering. Can your class really turn the game around with just a pretty face? If not, just concede already. Haha. The boys from the opposing team, brimming with arrogance, were slightly subdued only after being warned by the referee. Class 1 was a prestigious class, and in their eyes, those with good grades were merely bookworms, lacking any athletic prowess. How conceited, Jian Hang scoffed, making a loser gesture. Is Jian Hang really good at basketball? Dan xiao dan guestin, pu dao. Su Qingyu had never seen Jian Hang play. I don't know. She glanced at Jian Hang's profile. The contours of his youthful face were particularly striking, with thin eyelids and lips, exuding an unapproachable arrogance when serious. Jian Hang was tall, broad-shouldered, and slim-waisted, his back straight and imposing. He raised his arms to stretch, revealing a layer of toned muscle beneath his loose athletic wear, perfectly sculpted without an ounce of excess. Su Qingyu thought, being embraced by him would surely evoke a profound sense of security. Realizing she was lost in fantasy, her face flushed suddenly. Su, why are you blushing? Jian Hang inquired. I'm not. Ha ha ha, let us watch the game. Su Qingyu, flustered, hurriedly turned Jian Hang's head back to the court. Tang Xiaotang, stifling laughter beside her, was shot a glare by Su Qingyu, which prompted her to rein in her amusement. Luo Wei collapsed on the ground, gasping, I need a moment. Jian Hang walked past him. Don't mess this up. Luo Wei shot Jian Hang a cold glance. That is something I should be saying to you, Jian Hang retorted, eyeing Luo Wei, who resembled a panting dog on the ground. If you can't do it, let someone else take your place. Zhang Chong plays far better than you. Luo Wei held back his frustration, glancing at the audience, where Su Qingyu was intently observing them. He quickly stood, declaring, just you wait. The game resumed. The opposing point guard, who had previously mocked him the most, clearly underestimated Jian Hang, dribbling the ball without a hint of feints. Jian Hang snot, a spark of determination flashing in his eyes. Seizing the moment, he lunged forward, his right hand darting out like lightning. Crack! The basketball was snatched away. Jian Hang pivot, tauntingly raising an eyebrow as he made a finger gesture. The opposing guard gritted his teeth and charged towards him. Jian Hang immediately initiated a fast break, his speed astonishing as he swiftly reached the opponent's basket. The other four players finally reacted, rushing back to defend, but it was too late. With a gorgeous Euro step, he effortlessly scored. Great shot. The audience erupted into applause, waves of cheers echoing. The girls screamed in delight. Even the girls from the opposing class couldn't help but clap. Jian Hang's movements were indeed mesmerizing. Jiangu is amazing, Zhang Chong shouted from the sidelines. This shot visibly quelled the opposing team's momentum, their movements becoming noticeably more cautious. However, Jian Hang was not to be underestimated. His defense was impenetrable, forcing the opposition to pass the ball. Anticipating the passing route, Jian Hang leaped and intercepted the ball. This time, he chose not to fast break, but instead dribbled steadily to the three-point line. Is he attempting a three-pointer? The crowd buzzed with excitement. Jian Hang Yumpet, releasing the ball, which traced a perfect arc swish. It went straight through the net. The remainder of the game transformed into Jian Hang's personal showcase. He hit 3 consecutive three-pointers, made 2 steals, and delivered 3 exquisite assists. The score gap quickly narrowed to 5 points. Timeout. Luo Wei, exhausted, raised his hand frantically. The referee blew the whistle, calling for a pause. Zhang Chong, you're in. Luo Wei commanded between breaths. No problem. Zhang Chong eagerly shed his jacket, tossing it to Su Qingyu, along with Jian Hang's. Su Qingyu hesitated, handing Zhang Chong's jacket to Tang Xiaotang. Why me? Tang Xiaotang grumbled, yet reluctantly accepted it. Yan Ye. Zhang Chong excitedly rubbed his hands together, exchanging a high five with Jian Hang. Guard him. The opposing captain shouted from the sidelines. The opposing point guard and another guard began to double-team Jian Hang. Unfazed, Jian Hang executed a behind-the-back dribble to shake off the defenders, then delivered a no-look pass that landed perfectly in the hands of an open teammate. Swish! Another three-pointer. What a joke. The opposing guard cursed. The audience erupted once more. The previously passive boys and girls from other classes began to chant. Class 1. Class 1. Who is that boy from Class 1 who plays the best and looks the finest? Jian Hang, don't you know? Unbeknownst to me, I was fortunate to witness the game today. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to the existence of such a strikingly handsome lad at our school, whose allure seems almost otherworldly. He happens to be the top student in the first year. Yet it is said that he comes from a modest background and is a recipient of a scholarship. Ah, what a pity. Nevertheless, it is merely a matter of engaging in a youthful romance. After all, beside me, 2 senior girls giggled and chattered. Su Qingyu tightened her grip on Jian Hang's shirt, her eyes flashing with indignation. Setting aside his family circumstances, what do you possess that could possibly compare to Jian Hang? Why do you speak so dismissively? Moreover, do you really believe Jian Hang would take an interest in you? After delivering her retort, Su Qingyu offered a fleeting smile, her dark eyes shimmering with a subtle light. Cool and delicate. The two girls fell momentarily silent, taken aback. Who was she to meddle in their affairs? Could it be that she harbors feelings for Jian Hang? Yang was momentarily stunned, glancing at Su Qingyu's profile before turning to Tang Xiaodang, whispering, "What's happening?" "It's the first time I've seen Su so furious. And all for a boy." Tang Xiaodang shook her head, telling a white lie. After all, they're desk mates, and what they said was indeed quite excessive. Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed. "Oh, I nearly thought Su had feelings for Jian Hang." "That was a close call," Yang said, patting her chest with relief. Speaking softly to Tang Xiaodang. In Yang's mind, Su Qingyu was an exalted figure, destined to have suitors chase after her. It was unimaginable that she would harbor a humble crush. Tang Xiaodang sighed quietly, allowing the oblivious Yang to maintain her misconceptions. With only 10 minutes remaining, the score had equalized. Jian Hang's performance on the court was nothing short of graceful and exuberant. He advanced with the ball, facing a trio of defenders. "Can he manage it?" Luo Wei shouted from the sidelines, earning a chorus of disdainful glares from the girls in the stands. "You should be grateful Jian Hang is on the court. Otherwise, our team would have surely lost." "Luo Wei, are you a spy sent from the opposing team?" Luo Wei glanced at Su Qingyu, noticing her displeasure as she frowned, and sheepishly fell silent. On the court, Jian Hang suddenly accelerated, executing a deft spin to evade the first defender, followed by a slick maneuver beneath his legs to sidestep the second. Facing the final defender, he leapt high into the air. What is he about to do? Amidst the astonished gazes of the spectators, Jian Hang executed a ferocious axe dunk. The entire basketball hoop trembled. Boom! The arena fell silent for a heartbeat before erupting into thunderous cheers. The girls' shrieks nearly threatened to lift the roof off the gymnasium. With the final whistle blown, Jian Hang led his team to an astonishing comeback. "Jian, you truly are my brother," Zhang Chong exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Jian Hang stood at the center of the court, sweat cascading down his cheeks, his eyes sparkling with an undeniable brilliance. Zhang Chong dashed toward the audience, bellowing, "I'm parched. Where's the water?" Su Jia stood nearby, clutching a bottle of water, hesitatingly gazing in Jian Hang's direction with longing. Jian Hang merely cast a casual glance her way. Su Jia quickly approached, shyly offering, "Jian Hang, this is for you." From the left, Su Qingyu's voice called out, "Jian Hang." Chapter 41. Do you like her? Then go after her. The entire gymnasium remained in a fervor. Jian Hang had provided everyone with a thrilling visual feast. He stood still, his chest heaving, sweat dripping from his chin onto the floor. In the stands, the girls' cheers echoed relentlessly. "Jian Hang! Jian Hang!" Zhang Chong expressed his envy. "Looks like Jian is about to gain a whole new batch of admirers. Why don't I have such luck?" Luo Wei seethed with frustration, having tried every means to prevent Jian Hang from taking the court, only to see him shine. Amidst the uproar, Jian Hang turned his gaze, recognizing that Su Qingyu was swiftly descending from the stands. Today, she wore a light blue knitted sweater, her long black hair cascading down her shoulders, accentuating her fair, delicate complexion. She stood out with an ethereal grace. In the crowd, it was impossible not to notice her. Simultaneously, Su Jia approached from another direction, and both girls reached Jian Hang almost simultaneously. "This is for you." Su Qingyu gently offered the mineral water, her voice soft, averting her gaze as a hint of red graced her ears. "You are incredible." Su Jia, unwilling to concede, thrust forward a sports drink. "Take mine instead. It replenishes energy better than plain water." Zhang Chong, taken aback, observed the dramatic scene unfolding. The noise on the court noticeably quieted. Whispers filled the air. "A love triangle? How thrilling. I love it." Luo Wei interjected. "Su Qingyu, I want a drink too." What a thick-skinned individual. Su Qingyu frowned in a nianche. Jian Hang was momentarily taken aback. All eyes were drawn to this interaction. His teammates halted, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Su Jia's fingers tightened around her drink, her knuckles turning white. She had deliberately brought a sports drink today, believing Jian Hang would prefer something sweeter. Su Jia lifted her chin, wearing a confident smile. This is the best way to replenish energy after a workout. Jian Hang's gaze flitted between the two, ultimately reaching for Su Qingyu's water. "Thank you." Su Qingyu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her lips instinctively curving upward, only to quickly suppress the smile. Su Jia's expression darkened instantly. She shot a venomous glare at Su Qingyu before turning on her heel and leaving. "Wow." The crowd erupted in cheers. "Jian Hang, you sly one," Zhang Chong said, slinging an arm over his shoulder. "The school beauty and other girls are vying for your attention." As the words hung in the air, Su Jia shot a furious glare at Zhang Chong. Was she to be rendered nameless? What was Su Qingyu up to? Did she truly like Jian Hang? Su Jia was filled with indignation, embarrassment, and fury as she stormed back to the classroom. Jiang Ning, however, did not approach her for comfort. Instead, he engaged in a discussion with the referee regarding the scores. Jian Hang twisted the cap off the bottle and took a long swig. He could sense Su Qingyu standing nearby, the faint scent of roses wafting towards him. Don't spout nonsense, Jian Hang murmured, casting a sidelong glance at Su Qingyu, who was lowering her head to grab her drink, her nose slightly flushed. She didn't only buy one bottle of water. Zhang Chong followed Jian Hang's gaze. Yang, filled with pride, remarked, Su specifically bought these for you. 2 crates of water. How touching, right? Zhang Chong nodded, somewhat bewildered. Touching. Luo Wei, having failed to procure water from Su Qingyu, angrily marched up to Yang and snatched 3 or 4 bottles. After all, these are meant for me by Su. Yang couldn't help but roll her eyes. Do you have no shame? Hey, don't take so many. What about the others? Luo Wei paid her no mind, turning around to see Su Qingyu offering her jacket to Jian Hang, and his heart, previously calmed, now raced again. Are you envious? Jealous? Wishing you had this treatment? Zhang Chong teased beside him. Dream on. You. Luo Wei gritted his teeth. Still angry? Zhang Chong continued to tease. You should be grateful, Jian Go. Clean up your mess. Because of you, our class nearly lost the match. Luo Wei felt an overwhelming urge to punch Zhang Chong in the face, but with so many witnesses, he refrained. There would be future opportunities. In the stands, the chatter continued. Did you see that? Jian Hang accepted Su Qingyu's water. Su Jia's face flushed with fury. I told you they had something going on. Just last time, I saw Jian Hang giving Su Qingyu some materials. But wasn't Su Jia always pursuing Jian Hang? This was bound to become quite the spectacle, no matter how one looks at it. I firmly believe that Jian Hang and Su Qingyu are indeed a match made in heaven. Setting aside family backgrounds, yes. Setting aside family backgrounds, Jian Hang listened to the murmurs around him while stealing a glance at Su Qingyu's profile as she conversed with Yang and the others. Lowering his gaze, he realized that Su Qingyu was coming to his aid. Otherwise, with Su Jia's relentless and dramatic nature, she would likely resort to tears, leaving everyone to feel as if they had wronged her. Jian Hang's Adam's apple bobbed as he took a sip of water. Before he could withdraw his gaze, Su Qingyu turned to look at him. She smiled softly before turning back to chat with Tang Xiaodang. Su Qingyu, Jian Hang called out. Shall we go out for dinner later to celebrate our victory in the competition? Su Qingyu gently affirmed with a soft gripping her empty water bottle, feeling her cheeks flush slightly. From a distance, Su Jia glared at the scene with resentment. The participating teammates, along with Su Qingyu, Yang, and Tang Xiaodang, decided to enjoy hot pot at the school gate. Luo Wei, who had almost caused them to lose the match with his overbearing attitude, was initially excluded from the invitation. However, upon seeing Su Qingyu was going, he eagerly tagged along. In terms of shamelessness, one must admit that Zhang Chong had a certain admiration for Luo Wei. The hot pot restaurant was filled with steam, and the bubbling red oil broth exuded an enticing aroma. Jian Hang and his companions gathered around a large round table, the atmosphere lively and spirited. Let's toast to our MVP, Zhang Chong exclaimed, raising his drink. If only we had a camera to capture Jian Ji's spectacular performance on the court, Ma Fan lamented. That is simple enough. For the next match, I'll bring a camera, Yang cheerfully replied. Sounds good. Zhang Chong winked. Just remember to take plenty of shots of me. Lazy sheep is right. Su Qingyu eagerly agreed, her lips curling into a shy smile directed at Jian Hang. Naturally reserved, even when shy or blushing, she was difficult to detect. The other boys could hardly contain their excitement at the prospect of dining with Su Qingyu. Yang playfully nudged Zhang Chong and said to Su Qingyu, call her beautiful sheep. Laughter erupted from the others. Yang raised his fist in mock threat. Jian Hang lifted his cup, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Su Qingyu, who was delicately placing beef into the pot, her movements gentle as if she were crafting a work of art. Tang Xiaodang, try this, Su Qingyu said, picking up a slice of just-cooked beef and placing it in Tang Xiaodang's bowl before naturally putting some into Jian Hang's bowl, perfectly medium rare. Jian Hang blinked in surprise. Thank you. TSK. What treatment is this? Zhang Chong teased. Why don't we have such fortune? The area behind Su Qingyu's ears flushed, and she lowered her head to mix the dipping sauce in her bowl. They were sitting close to me. It was just convenient, she replied. Jian Hang cleared his throat, about to change the subject, when he suddenly heard the vice class leader, Chen Yang, speak up. Actually, Su Jia is quite nice. Chen Yang, who sat next to Yang, was usually quiet. He played the small forward position in the competition, but his skills in both outside shooting and low-post play were abysmal, relying entirely on Jian Hang to carry the team. Jian Hang raised an eyebrow and casually asked, "Do you like her? Then go after her." Xianyang choked it, glancing at Su Qingyu before hurriedly denying, "I don't. Don't say such things. I'll only clarify once. I'm not fond of her," Jian Hang remarked, meeting Qinyang's gaze. Their eyes locked. Jian Hang's expression was inscrutable, his dark pupils carrying a hint of intimidation as he said, "Then why bring her up?" Qinyang gritted his teeth, forcing a smile that appeared strained. "It's nothing." Given their proximity, he was somewhat aware of Jian Hang's disdain for Su Jia and had intended to provoke a discussion, only to be outmaneuvered by Jian Hang. He glanced at Su Qingyu, who was engaged in conversation with Tang Xiaoding, seemingly indifferent to whom he liked. Retracting his gaze, Qinyang felt a twinge of annoyance, which was primarily directed at Jian Hang. Luo Wei, the notorious sycophant, seemed eager for a confrontation and sarcastically remarked, "Jian Hang, Su Jia treats you quite well. She even bought you water. In front of so many people, you really lack gentlemanly decorum." Zhang Chong, unable to contain his anger, retorted, "Luo Wei, do you think you're the epitome of gentlemanly conduct? When you were getting beaten like a dog on the court today, how did you turn around and yell at your teammates?" After Zhang Chong spoke, the other boys who had been the target of Luo Wei's ire chuckled quietly. Indeed, when criticizing others, how about reflecting on oneself? If it weren't for Jian Hang today, we would have lost long ago. What business is it of his? Just trying to make himself relevant, Ma Fan muttered, feeling uncomfortable ever since Luo Wei arrived at the gathering, which was initially so cheerful. These remarks reached Luo Wei's ears, and he looked over at Su Qingyu, who was completely ignoring him. "You all be quiet," Luo Wei shouted angrily. When he saw Su Qingyu looking over, he panicked, feeling as though he had lost face, wishing he could hide under the table. "Jian Hang Tuka Sopti." Ma Fan is right. Gatherings should be joyful. Let us raise our glasses and give our all in the upcoming matches. We aim for victory. Yes, yes. We will definitely win. Hee hee. I originally thought Su, the campus belle, was rather aloof, but I didn't expect her to take the initiative to buy us water. It's truly delightful. Su Qingyu felt slightly embarrassed. It's nothing. She stole a glance at Jian Hang, whose dark hair was damp with sweat, a fine sheen of perspiration accentuating his sharp features. There was something about Jian Hang now, an aura that made him seem unapproachable, undeniably cool and handsome. Su Qingyu suddenly felt her face grow warm, likely due to the steam from the hot pot, as she found herself entranced by the sight. Jian Hang unexpectedly turned to look at her. Su Qingyu stiffened, averting her gaze slightly to focus on something just behind Jian Hang for a second. When Jian Hang turned to check, he found nothing there. What was she looking at? Su Qingyu lowered her head, calmly eating her vegetables, taking deep breaths to steady herself. Once she composed her emotions, she lifted her head. The others were engaged in eating and chatting. Turning around, she was greeted by Tang Xiaotong's sweet smile directed at her, causing her heart to skip a beat. Suddenly, everyone's phones vibrated simultaneously. They exchanged puzzled glances, each lowering their heads to unlock their screens, discovering that the class group chat had erupted with activity. "Quick, look at the space." Su Jia had posted photos. Luo Wei exclaimed curiously, "Does anyone have Su Jia's QQ?" Zhang Chong chimed in, "Qinyang, aren't you close with Su Jia? Shoot, do you have her QQ? When did I ever say I was close to her?" Qinyang retorted, failing de satisfiet. Zhang Chong continued, "Then why do you think it's a pity she is not here?" Jian Hang lightly tapped Qinyang on the shoulder, signaling him to cease the verbal sparring. The group chat revealed a photo featuring Jian Hang and Su Jia on the basketball court, captioned, "Some memories are forever cherished. Youth and basketball." Jian Hang was speechless. In the photo, Su Jia was close enough to Jian Hang, smiling sweetly as she pressed the shutter. The first image showed Jian Hang lounging on a bench, casually watching the game, while Su Jia captured his profile, happily posing a peace sign beside him. The second picture featured Jian Hang running on the court, gesturing, with Su Jia winking and smiling in the lower half of the frame. The third image depicted Jian Hang drinking water, while Su Jia looked forlorn, pouting in the bottom right corner, as if comforting herself. Anyone who saw these photos would undoubtedly perceive them as deeply ambiguous. "Wow, what does this mean?" Luo Wei deliberately leaned over to take a look. Jian Hang, "When are you two? Are you blind?" Jian Hang shot Luo Wei a cold glare. "Can't you see that this is a candid shot?" Su Qingyu also caught sight of the photo, her fingers gliding across the screen, her gaze growing icy. Tang Xiaodong was at a loss for words. This is clearly intentional. Yang was taken aback. Su Jia is quite bold, isn't she? At that moment, someone in the group chat remarked, "Su Jia has posted again." The caption read, "Some people are destined to be special." The moment of heart fluttering. The class group erupted in speculation. Is Su Jia confessing? When did Jian Hang and Su Jia become so close? Weren't they at odds before? Baseless conjectures flew around. Fortunately, the homeroom teacher, Li Liang, was not in the group. Jian Hang took a deep breath, struck the keyboard, and sent a message to the group. Jian Hang, who has Su Jia's QQ? Please inform her that her behavior constitutes sexual harassment and invasion of portrait rights. Jian Hang, I will clarify this once. She is merely a classmate, and we are not close, neither in the past nor now. Zhang Chong echoed. Persistent clinginess is harassment. Please have the party delete the photo and stop bothering others. Ma Fan added, Jiangu is single, do not disturb. After sending the messages, Jian Hang tucked his phone into his pocket and cast a grateful glance at Zhang Chong and Ma Fan. He couldn't fathom why Su Jia had suddenly become so clingy. Su Jia was present in the group, and everyone was well aware of it. Seeing Jian Hang's furious expression, they dared not mention Su Jia in front of him. Ma Fan sighed, I used to envy Jiangu for being handsome, excelling academically, and being so good at basketball. I never expected that because of all this, he would attract a girl who clings to him like this. Jian Hang found it amusing yet perplexing, unsure whether Ma Fan was complimenting him or inadvertently aggravating him. Su Qingyu suddenly stood up. I'm going to the restroom. Tang Xiaodang immediately followed. I'll go with you. Yang, somewhat slow to react, also got up. Then I'll go too. The boys exchanged glances. Zhang Chong leaned over to Jian Hang's ear. Do you think Su Qingyu might be jealous? Jian Hang nudged Zhang Chong with his elbow. Did she tell you that? Zhang Chong sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Of course not. In the restroom, Su Qingyu looked at her reflection in the mirror, fixing her hair. Tang Xiaodang patted her shoulder. Don't be upset. Didn't Jian Hang just clarify? I know. Su Qingyu murmured, I just feel a little uncomfortable. Su Jia doesn't even like Jian Hang. Then why? Tang Xiaotang's words were interrupted by Yang arrival. Yang, straightforward as ever, spoke bluntly. Su Qingyu's secret was inadvertently discovered by the observant Tang Xiaodang. They exchanged glances and chose not to mention the earlier incidents. Su Qingyu said, I'll call Jiangning, she asked the group owner. Chapter 43. That dream seemed to be a reminder to her. Upon learning of the situation, Jiangning, as the group owner, promptly advised everyone in the group. Today is a day of celebration for our victory in the competition. Please refrain from spreading rumors, as they may adversely affect the performance of participating students, which disrespects our class's honor. Additionally, those who have indiscriminately shared the above photo and caption should cease their baseless actions. Jiangning specifically tagged the person who shared it, Zhang Ping. The group fell silent immediately. Jian Hang glanced toward the restroom, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. When Su Qingyu returned to her seat, she found her bowl already filled with freshly cooked ingredients. Jian Hang casually remarked, Jiangning just informed me. Thank you. Su Qingyu nodded and smiled. You're welcome. It's the least I could do. Jian Hang couldn't resist teasing her. The least you could do? Why is that? Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback by Jian Hang's sudden question, especially as he wore a clear smile. Flustered, she averted her gaze, focusing on picking up vegetables. Aren't we desk mates? Helping each other is quite normal. Jian Hang chuckled. All right, you make a good point. On the other side of the steaming hot pot, Zhang Chong quietly observed the entire exchange. It feels like the ambiguity between the two is growing. In the classroom, during evening self-study, the cold white light cast a desolate atmosphere, with whispers echoing throughout. Jian Hang had clarified his relationship with Su Jia in the group, and was said to have gone out for hot pot with Su Qingyu after the competition. No wonder Su Jia had been listless all day. Did she really like Jian Hang? It was already quite apparent, wasn't it? What an idiot. And what about Su Qingyu? They were likely just friends, considering one was a rich beauty and the other a poor underdog. How could that possibly be? But who knows? Jian Hang is indeed quite handsome. Su Jia, seated by the window, felt depressed and uncomfortable, her eyes slightly swollen. She stood up and shouted, Can you all please stop talking? The classroom fell silent instantly. Su Jia sat back down weakly, her head lowered, her pen aimlessly doodling on the draft paper, her mind far from her studies. Jian Hang's earlier comments in the group felt like a dagger to her heart. Jiangning walked in with a book, and upon seeing everyone's expressions, particularly Su Jia's red eyes, she immediately understood. Although she had initially intended to say nothing, being desk mates, Jiangning couldn't help but advise Su Jia. Su Jia, why do you bother? Jian Hang doesn't like you at all. She even wanted to scold Su Jia for posting those photos, calling it harassment. Su Jia forced a smile. It's okay. I will definitely clear up Jian Hang's misunderstanding. Jiangning took a deep breath, nearly rolling her eyes in exasperation. Su Jia recalled the many peculiar dreams she had been having recently, all involving her and Jian Hang. They weren't memories of the past, but rather visions of the future. She dreamed that Jian Hang had started a business and became a billionaire, and at a reunion, everyone flocked around him. He was impeccably dressed, having matured and grown even more handsome. Su Jia recalled the way Jian Hang looked at her in her dreams, causing her cheeks to flush. The more she thought about it, the more sadness and injustice she felt. She didn't understand why Jian Hang seemed to detest her so much, even publicly reprimanding her for Su Qingyu. Reflecting on her past feelings for Jian Hang, she realized that she had only wanted his help with tutoring, not only to save a significant tutoring fee, but also for the convenience of asking questions anytime. That was indeed somewhat selfish. However, Jian Hang had never complained and was always gentle and patient in explaining problems, leading her to take it for granted. Su Jia recognized her missteps, but felt they weren't overly egregious, and she could always improve. Recently, she had noticed Jian Hang's transformation. He had indeed become more charming, yet more distant. Jian Hang was indeed different from before, and that dream seemed to remind her to hold on to Jian Hang tightly. No, that wasn't it. Su Jia shook her head. She realized she liked Jian Hang too, even more than before. 3 minutes before the evening class began, Jian Hang, Zhang Chong, Ma Fan, and a group of others entered the classroom, chatting and laughing. Su Qingyu, Yang Yang, and Tang Xiaodang followed closely behind. Watching this harmonious scene, Su Jia bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes once more. Luo Wei Jian Yang's shoulder. The two exchanged knowing glances, seemingly plotting something mischievous. The next day, the second match was set to commence as scheduled. As the match commenced, Jian Hang observed that Chun Yang's defensive maneuvers were particularly exaggerated, nearly colliding with him on several occasions. Chen Yang, what on earth are you doing? Zhang Chong couldn't help but exclaim. Just a standard defense, Chen Yang replied coldly. Jian Hang frowned, but chose to remain silent. As he dribbled forward, Chen Yang suddenly shifted laterally, crashing into Jian Hang with considerable force. Jian Hang lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. Su Qingyu rose from the audience, her face pale with concern. The referee blew the whistle to halt the play. Jian Hang clutched his knee, breaking into a cold sweat from the pain. Are you all right? His teammates gathered around him. Luo Wei stood nearby, watching with a gloating expression. Jian Hang shook his head and stood up, saying, I'm fine, let us continue the game. The opposing team looked on in disbelief. What is going on? Can your team even play basketball? How can you sabotage your own teammates? Zhang Chong shot an angry glare at Chen Yang. Are you out of your mind? If you can't play, don't drag us down. Chen Yang shrugged indifferently. I didn't do it on purpose. The game resumed. Jian Hang's speed appeared unaffected. His breakthrough became even more decisive and sharp, evading Chen Yang's antics and preventing him from even touching the ball. Chen Yang, Jian Hang couldn't help but chuckle. Are you here to play basketball or what? Of course I am, Chen Yang retorted, anger evident in his voice. Then why do you seem so uninvolved? Jian Hang smirked and dribbled away. You. Chen Yang trembled with rage. Panting, Luo Wei patted Chen Yang on the shoulder. I really can't keep up. I can't help you. With that, he raised his hand to signal for a substitution. Usales, Chen Yang muttered quietly. Ma Fan excitedly ran onto the court. My skills aren't that great. Please bear with me. What's wrong with that? Chen Yang is here, right? Zhang Chong lauged heartily. Furter agrafating Chen Yang. The match concluded with Class 1 securing a resounding victory. The students jubilantly gathered together to celebrate their hard-won triumph. Su Qingyu noticed that Jian Hang's ankle had begun to swell. Jian Hang, should I take you to the infirmary? No need, Jian Hang replied nonchalantly with a smile. It'll all be fine by tomorrow. Still unconvinced, Su Qingyu bought him some ointment. During evening study, taking advantage of the other's distraction, she placed the ointment on Jian Hang's desk, instructing, remember to apply this right now. With that, she quickly turned away. Such a busybody, Jian Hang thought to himself, unable to suppress a smile. Su Jia clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. She recalled the scene she witnessed on the basketball court, Jian Hang and Su Qingyu exchanging smiles. And just moments ago, the tenderness in Jian Hang's gaze deeply pierced her heart. That kind of intimacy was something she had never seen reflected in Jian Hang's eyes before. Jian Hang, I will make you fall for me, Su Jia whispered, her voice imbued with unprecedented determination. Chapter 44, A Small Victory in Life. The school basketball tournament was in full swing. Jian Hang, like a force of nature, led his classmates to an overwhelming victory. In the stadium, everyone embraced enthusiastically, celebrating this hard-earned triumph. Su Qingyu gazed in Jian Hang's direction, his raven hair and bright brows. Tall and slender stature, even his black jersey could not conceal his arrogance and flamboyance, making him stand out amidst the crowd. Sweat trickled down Jian Hang's cheek as he laughed with his teammates, the perspiration on his forehead glistening under the lights. Even when confined, he could break through with unstoppable force. Su Qingyu thought to herself, Jian Hang is precisely that kind of person. Not far away. Su Jiao watched this scene and suddenly realized that even surrounded by a throng, Jian Hang was undoubtedly the most radiant one. A twinge of fear coursed through her, as it seemed she was drifting further away from him. During the awards ceremony of the finals, their homeroom teacher, Li Liang, arrived late, a rare sight. After all, it was her class that had won the championship. Despite her initial lack of expectations, it was an unexpected honor. The school required each class to nominate a student to represent them on stage to receive the award. Everyone naturally assumed that Jian Hang would be that representative, given his remarkable performance on the court. To their astonishment, Li Liang appeared oblivious. Even when other students suggested Jian Hang, she remained deaf to their pleas, calling upon Luo Wei to take the stage instead. Oh, Luo Wei's dad is up there, Zhang Chong scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Li Liang has mastered the art of favoritism, that is for sure. Jian Hang snorted, unfazed by Li Liang's actions. The classmates whispered among themselves. They all knew that Luo Wei had contributed little during the match, even making mistakes that nearly allowed the opponents to catch up. Thank you, Ms. Li, for giving me the opportunity to accept this award, Luo Wei said with a smug smile, casting a triumphant glance at Jian Hang. Teacher, Jian Hang was the key to our victory. Zhang Chong could no longer contain himself and protested. Li Liang frowned, her tone cold. Luo Wei is the team captain. It's perfectly fine for him to accept the award. Now, return to your place. Su Qingyu could no longer bear it. Teacher, if it weren't for Jian Hang's excellent guidance and his astounding scoring, we would have lost the first match. Exactly, not to mention the championship. We'd be lucky just to avoid coming in last, someone from the team shouted. Li Liang smiled slightly. Su Qingyu is correct. Every participant in a match is vital to our victory. We cannot place the collective honor solely on one individual. Luo Wei seized the opportunity to chime in. Li is right. It doesn't team matter who accepts the award. I almost got injured several times during the match. You were just bad at basketball. Don't blame others. Zhang Chong muttered indignantly. Li Liang is truly impressive. Her level of double talk is remarkable. He Yang couldn't help but tease. Forget about him, Tang Xiaodang said. The MVP is undoubtedly the most coveted award, and that will surely go to Jian Hang. At this, a bright smile graced Su Qingyu's lips. In the midst of this farce, Jian Hang observed Li Liang and Luo Wei's antics with a cold gaze, finding it utterly ridiculous. However, it mattered little. In the future, any personal accolades he earned would be devoid of Li Liang's involvement. The podium began to announce the rankings. Finally, the top honor was revealed. With both the second and third years participating, it was commendable for the first-year class to secure this accolade, prompting the principal to publicly commend Li Liang. Watching her feigned modesty while smiling brightly, Jian Hang felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Luo Wei swaggered onto the stage to accept the award. Thank you to the school for this honor for Class 1. We will continue to strive forward. Who would play basketball with him again? I certainly won T, someone remarked. Right? With such poor skills and misguided leadership, he has no shame. Oh, look at the dean, so rotund and immobile. He still remembers to personally take photos of his son, another quipped, eliciting a chorus of derisive laughter from Class 1. Silence. Li Liang turned around and shouted in a hushed tone. In stark contrast to the thunderous applause other classes received, Luo Wei's acceptance was met with silence. Save for Li Liang's exaggerated clapping. Her applause was particularly loud and conspicuous. Other students, including the teachers on the podium, couldn't help but cast looks of confusion or mockery. The principal shot Li Liang a meaningful glare, causing her heart to leap in her throat, as she thought. If only I had let Jian Hang accept the award. As Luo Wei descended from the stage, clutching his award, he exhibited neither embarrassment nor a racing heart. His facade was notably thick-skinned. At the podium, the principal held aloft a gleaming golden trophy, marking the pinnacle of the evening's festivities, the announcement of the MVP award for the school basketball tournament. I declare, the principal's voice resonated through the microphone. Reverberating throughout the gymnasium, the recipient of this tournament's MVP award is. A collective breath was held in suspense. From Class 1 the first year. Let me confirm the name once more. Jian Hang. Congratulations to this student. As the principal's words echoed, the students of Class 1 erupted in unison. Jian Hang. Jian Hang. Jian Hang. The deafening cheers ignited a fervor within the gym. Other classes, swept up by the exuberance, joined in applause, their eyes scanning for the enigmatic MVP. Jian Hang cast a glance at Li Liang, a smirk dancing upon his lips. He strode confidently to the stage. receiving the coveted trophy for the MVP of the 2006 school basketball tournament from the principal's hands. The audience erupted once more into tumultuous applause. In that moment, Luo Wei, cradling the group honor award in his hands, suddenly felt like a mere fool. As Jian Hang stepped down, his classmates swarmed around him. Jian Hang, you are truly incredible. You rightfully earned the MVP award. Brother Jian, see you on the basketball court. Remember to go easy on us. Haha, can you not aim so high? Sorry. In the face of Brother Jian's swift advances, I truly cannot. Jian Hang, flanked by Su Qingyu, turned to her as she smiled. Congratulations. Thank you. Jian Hang replied, his smile radiant and unrestrained. This was merely a minor triumph in the tapestry of life. The future held countless, grander victories awaiting him. In the midst of this celebration, Luo Wei and Li Liang appeared starkly out of place. Meanwhile, the students of Class 1 congregated excitedly, chattering and laughing. Under the occasional, scrutinizing gaze of other teachers, Li Liang's smile bore a hint of stiffness. Unbeknownst to her, the very student she looked down upon, Jian Hang, was destined to deliver even greater surprises that would leave her speechless. Chapter 45, Senior Sister. She truly gives her no opportunities whatsoever. The victory in the basketball match catapulted Jian Hang into the limelight. Wherever he went, he was met with glances of envy and admiration, even some bashful stares. Brother Jian, someone just handed you a love letter. I took the liberty of declining it, Zhang Chong said with a grin, adding a cautionary note. But don't let the fluttering hearts distract you, after all. With a chuckle, he retreated to his seat. Jian Hang felt an urge to give him a good thrashing for his nonsensical remarks. Su Qingyu approached, noticing his displeasure but refraining from provoking him, quietly taking a seat. During the intermission, Jian Hang sat at his desk, perusing a collection of past mathematical Olympiad questions. Suddenly, a commotion arose at the classroom door. Wow, it's Senior Lin Xiaowei, a student exclaimed. Su Qingyu's heart skipped a beat as she raised her gaze to see Lin Xiaowei standing at the entrance. Lin Xiaowei, with keen eyes, spotted her. Su, could you call over the handsome Jian for me? Su Qingyu felt a shiver run down her spine. She truly wished to feign ignorance. And why should she be the one to summon him? Su and Lin resided in the same neighborhood. Lin Xiaowei, with her extroverted personality, boldly expressed her affection for any boy she found attractive. Su Qingyu envied and admired this trait. She could not ignore Lin Xiaowei's request in front of the entire class, as everyone had heard her voice. Naturally, Jian Hang had heard as well. Su Qingyu turned to her deskmate, who was currently engrossed in solving a complex Olympiad problem. The diligent efforts and relentless hard work of this academic prodigy were realms beyond Su Qingyu's reach. Gently, she tapped on Jian Hang's desk. Jian Hang looked up, curious. What is it? Su Qingyu bit her lip. There's a beauty looking for you. Following her gaze, Jian Hang's eyes landed on a girl with a princess-style haircut, her fair skin glowing and her smile exuberant. He sensed a hint of irritation in Su Qingyu's earlier words. However, before he could ascertain the accuracy of this sentiment, the princess-cut girl called out his name again. Jian Hang rose and walked towards the door. Su Qingyu's gaze followed him to the entrance. Yin Yang turned around and asked, that must be Lin Xiaowei, right? The student council president? Suinju Nadif. Zhang Chong, perpetually attuned to gossip, leaned in. What could she want with Brother Jian? How would I know? Yin Yang retorted, a hint of irritation in his tone. Lazy sheep, did I provoke you? Zhang Chong shot back defiantly, then continued to speculate. I wonder what she is discussing with Brother Jian? All eyes turned toward the pair. Jian Hang asked Lin Xiaowei, did you need something? Yes, you're the MVP from the basketball match, right? You're quite handsome. I'm Lin Xiaowei, the student council president, and I'd like to request an interview with you. Jian Hang glanced at the clock above the blackboard. Sure, is 10 minutes sufficient? Lin Xiaowei replied. Are you in a hurry? She chuckled. Yes, quite urgent. Lin Xiaowei was taken aback. Most students would relish an interview with the student council. Yet this handsome boy remained indifferent. Whispers filled the classroom, primarily idle chatter about how beautiful the senior was and how lucky Jian Hang was. Suinju, desinterested, calculated that they had been conversing for about 5 minutes. Lin Xiaowei smiled gently, a hint of pleading in her eyes. Just a quick chat. It won't take more than half an hour. As Su Qingyu reached the door, she overheard Lin Xiaowei playfully coaxing Jian Hang. With a soft hum, she stepped forward, conceiving an excellent idea. Sister Xiaowei, why not write down your questions? Jian Hang can answer them when he has a moment, saving you both time for the interview. What do you think? The last part of her statement was clearly directed at Jian Hang. Jian Hang nodded. That works. He turned to Lin Xiaowei. Sister, please hand me the list of questions. Lin Xiaowei felt a surge of frustration, her smile becoming slightly strained. All right. She truly wasn't given a chance to engage with him at all. Lin Xiaowei pulled out her phone. How about this? Let us add each other as QQ. And I can send you the questions directly. That way, I want to have it come find you in class. After finishing her sentence, she shot a challenging glance at Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu's smile faltered slightly, suddenly feeling as if she had shot herself in the foot. She clenched her teeth and replied, Sister, I have your QQ. You can send the questions to me, and I'll relay them to Jian Hang. Though she felt her reasoning was somewhat flimsy, she simply did not want Lin Xiaowei to have Jian Hang's contact information. Jian Hang found himself at a loss. Although he was the focal point of this conversation, he felt like a mere afterthought. He raised his hand to interrupt their exchange. Could I have a word? Su Qingyu's long, dark lashes fluttered upward. Go ahead. In the next moment, Jian Hang gently patted her shoulder. Su Qingyu was taken aback. Jian Hang introduced Lin Xiaowei. Sister, this is my manager. Any questions can be directed to her. With that, he waved his hand, subtly withdrawing from the conversation. Lin Xiaowei leaned against the door, a mischievous grin adorning her face as she gazed at Su Qingyu. Ah, I see. You have a crush on Jian Hang, don't you? Su Yingwei's cheeks flushed. So what if I do? Lin Xiaowei pouted slightly. Does he know? That's none of your business. Su Qingyu retorted, a hint of irritation in her tone. Lin Xiaowei burst into laughter. So he doesn't know, huh? Sister Qingyu, I will send you the questions, but I must admit, I'm rather intrigued by Jian Hang. She raised an eyebrow, waved her hand, turned, and walked away, chuckling softly. Su Qingyu felt a wave of frustration wash over her as she returned to the classroom. Su Qingyu stared blankly at her phone screen, where Lin Xiaowei's list of questions awaited her attention. 1. Jian Hang's height, blood type, zodiac sign, QQ. 2. What are Jian Hang's hobbies? 3. What is Jian Hang's daily routine? 4. What movies does Jian Hang like, and what is his ideal type? 5. What kind of girls does Jian Hang prefer? 6. What does Jian Hang think of senior Lin Xiaowei? The remaining questions were plentiful, but those first 6 stood out particularly. Senior really goes to great lengths, Su Qingyu sighed. Yet, she found herself equally curious about the answers to these inquiries. Thus, she meticulously pinned down each of Lin Xiaowei's questions, adding a few of her own, such as, has Jian Hang ever liked someone before? Noticing her deep concentration, Jian Hang leaned over and inquired, what are you looking at? Startled, Su Qingyu suddenly collapsed onto her desk. No peeking. The commotion drew the attention of their peers. Jian Hang, taken aback, replied, if you don't want me to look, then I won tea. Are you hiding something? You're the one hiding something, Su Qingyu muttered. The next day, Jian Hang received a densely packed list of questions from Su Qingyu. Chapter 46. What's with this sweet gossip? Jian Hang Juke, holding the paper filled with queries. Are you serious? Who asks about their crush as favorite movies, ideal types, zodiac signs, and such peculiar things? His remarks piqued the keen interest of Zhang Chong, Tang Xiaodang, and He Yang. He Yang reached for the paper, only for Jian Hang to evade him. Zhang Chong leaned in eagerly. Jian, let me see. Ignoring the others, Jian Hang fixed his gaze on Su Qingyu and asked, can I see the list Lin Xiaowei sent you? Su Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. Biting her lip, she handed her phone to Jian Hang. Here. Jian Hang thought to himself, you seem rather bold, but upon reading Lin Xiaowei's list, he was left speechless. Let me see, Zhang Chong urged, attempting to grab Su Qingyu's phone, but Jian Hang swatted his hand away. He Yang, feeling frustrated, exclaimed, either share the details or let us see those peculiar questions. You two are teasing us. 3. With an exaggerated tone, He Yang voiced the most spineless complaint, sharing a knowing look with Tang Xiaodang. Through the restless hands, Jian Hang accurately passed the phone back to Su Qingyu, raising an eyebrow and teasingly remarked, why do I see more than 30 questions here? Yet you've turned it into over 60? Saretoi explained. So. Su Qingyu bit her lip. I thought she might want more detailed information. So I broke down a few questions. Jian Hang paused. You're quite considerate of her. Picking up the sarcasm in his voice. Su Qingyu straightened her posture and avoided his gaze, finished answering those questions, and then returned it to me. That must amount to a 3,000-word essay, Zhang Chong mused, stealing a glance. Were those peculiar questions? Yang was particularly curious. I want to know too. Tang Xiaodang, who had been silent in the gossip hub, couldn't hold back her eagerness any longer. Jian Hang disregarded them, selecting a few straightforward questions, jotting down keywords hastily, and, after roughly 6 minutes, handed the list back to Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu examined the hastily compiled notes that barely conveyed coherent meaning and felt regret for having taken the time to write so many additional questions. The word count of her queries surpassed Jian Hang's response, and she shot him an annoyed glance, snapping a photo of the list to send to Lin Xiaowei. Lin Xiaowei replied instantly, what is this? Cutting corners? Su Qingyu retorted, this is how Jian Hang wrote it. I had no choice. Lin Xiaowei continued. Why I had so many extra questions? Su Qingyu explained. I expanded upon your inquiries. Lin Xiaowei teased. Su, you're so thoughtful. You have the makings of secretary. Forget about being a secretary, Su Qingyu thought, feeling utterly speechless. It turned out her efforts to prevent Lin Xiaowei from obtaining Jian Hang's QQ resulted in her taking on a burdensome writing task. Jian Hang had skillfully sidestepped Su Qingyu's little trap, leaving her feeling slightly vexed as she kept her gaze lowered, staring at a blank math test paper. Jian Hang twirled a pencil, observing her frowning contemplation, and tapped the desk lightly with the pencil tip. Su Qingyu turned to look at him, her expression unfriendly. What do you want? She asked, sounding quite fierce. Jian Hang countered, Shouldn't I be asking you? Why are you looking down? Don't understand? Do you need me to explain? Jian Hang glanced at the blank test paper before her. You can't possibly be stuck on every question, can you? Su Qingyu involuntarily glanced at the stack of books in Jian Hang's drawer. Olympiad competition real questions, Python programming from beginner to proficient, introduction to algorithms, and data structures and algorithm analysis. Feeling overwhelmed, she asserted, I can do this. Steeling herself, she picked up her pen and wrote down a formula on the blank paper, only to come to a halt. 2 minutes later, Jian Hang couldn't suppress his laughter and asked, Do you even know what you're doing? His tone was a casual tease. Yang turned around, immediately spotting Jian Hang's smug expression. Protective of Su Qingyu, she snatched the test paper from her hands, declaring, Why are you stalling? Let me see. Yang was also a mediocre student, slightly better than Su Qingyu. She lowered her head, fixated on the densely packed numbers on the test paper, feeling as if they were a swarm of ants crawling across the page. The classroom fell silent, with only the rustling of the leaves outside the sycamore tree audible. This problem, Yang frowned. Jian Hang leaned in, asking, Do you understand it? Lazy sheep. Yang muttered. Jian Hang's voice carried a hint of amusement. This problem isn't difficult. Yang will definitely get it. Is he doing this on purpose? Su Qingyu nudged Jian Hang, bumping into his side with a reproachful tone. Stop teasing her. All right, Jian Hang replied, suppressing his expression. He had no intention of teasing Yang, after all. Jian Hang glanced at Su Qingyu, wondering, is she really upset? It's not that obvious. Zhang Chong leaned in, coaxing, Su, if you don't understand, let Jian Hang explain. Jian Hang couldn't help but chuckle at his tone, giving Zhang Chong a light tap on the head with his pen. Don't butt in. Do not look down upon us. Yang seethed inwardly, grasping Su Qingyu's hand and asserting, ignore them. What's so impressive about good grades, really? Zhang Chong fell silent, while Lazy Sheep interjected. Where are you wandering off to? Jinga wasn't boasting just now, rather. Zhang Chong cast a sidelong glance at Jian Hang. Jian Hang glared at Zhang Chong, a hint of menace in his eyes. Su Qingyu turned her gaze towards Jian Hang, inquiring, and what is that? Yes, what is it? Yang pressed further. Tang Xiaodang quietly observed the unfolding drama, munching on her snacks. Why does this drama taste a bit sweet? Jian Hang averted his gaze, focusing on Su Qingyu. What? The monthly exam is approaching. You should study diligently. Su Qingyu felt an inexplicable childishness in his tone as he emphasized the last word. Her ears flushed crimson. Yang noted Su Qingyu's downcast gaze and pursed lips, feeling a flicker of irritation towards Jian Hang. She sensed a distinct difference in Su Qingyu's demeanor around Jian Hang. Usually so carefree, yet now she seemed somewhat restrained. It appeared this fellow had grown accustomed to undermining her. Let me think it over. We don't need Jian Hang to explain, Yang declared with her last vestige of stubbornness. Su Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle. All right, keep it up. Jian Hang, unable to bear the implication that he was some sort of villain, pulled out a sheet of blank paper and swiftly jotted down a series of formulas. Placing it on Su Qingyu's desk, commanding, Come here and listen. His tone bore a hint of authority, yet it was not unpleasant, rather tinged with an air of reluctant coaxing. Su Qingyu bit her lip and obediently leaned in closer. Jian Hang observed her downcast eyes, her delicate, high-bridged nose, and he quickly diverted his gaze, stating, You see, if you simply combine these two formulas, you'll uncover the solution. Su Qingyu's eyes were drawn to his slender fingers. Did you understand? Jian Hang in Gui. Su Qingyu hastily nodded, her heart racing as she met his gaze. Chapter 47. Ignore him. A gentleman's revenge is a matter of 10 years. Jian Hang's eyes were striking, his lashes long, his skin fair, and his high nose prominent. With a gentle bob of his Adam's apple as he spoke, Jian Hang realized she had drifted off again and rapped his knuckles against the desk. Stay focused. Su Qingyu jolted back to attention, withdrawing her gaze from Jian Hang's face. I suppose my explanation was too tedious. Jian Hang chuckled lightly, lifting his pen and pausing before gently tapping the desk, Shall I present a different approach to solving this? Sure, Su Qingyu replied, her body slightly stiffening. Though the motion was subtle, hardly perceptible to others. She felt her face burning, almost as if it could fry an egg. Stealing a glance at Jian Hang's profile, she noticed the sunlight streaming through the window, casting a soft golden hue across his face. No, I must not lose focus. Qingyu with managed herself, furrowing her brow as she earnestly listened to Jian Hang's explanation. Did you grasp it this time? Jian Hang asked after concluding his explanation. Qingyu nodded vigorously. Yes. Jian Hang shot a glance at the blank paper on her desk. What is this? Qingyu mused, feeling the weight of his scrutiny as he demanded she demonstrate her calculations on the spot. Grateful that she had paid attention earlier, she meticulously wrote down the process on the paper, her handwriting elegant. Look, she lifted her chin, her tone tinged with a desire for praise. Today, she had tied her hair up high, exposing her graceful neck, with the button of her uniform shirt undone just enough to reveal her delicate collarbone. Jian Hang's heart missed a beat. He subtly shifted his gaze away. As long as you comprehend, it's a simple question. You seem rather proud. Zhang Chong, unable to contain himself, interjected, Jian Ge, this is where you're mistaken. You ought to provide more encouragement and care for Su Su, fostering mutual progress. Mutual progress? Jian Hang clicked his tongue. Su Qingyu's attention, however, was fixated on the word care. She bit her lip, lowering her head, her earlobes turning a deeper shade of crimson. Yang, overhearing Jian Hang's words, spun around in exasperation. So what if you're a top student? Jian Hang feigned surprise, glancing at Zhang Chong before addressing Yang. I thought I was quite humble. Yang was left speechless. Su Qingyu and Tang shouting couldn't help but giggle. Su Jia observed the harmonious atmosphere with a clenched fist. The impending end-of-term exams instilled a sense of tension. Jian Hang inevitably reclaimed the top position in the grade. Zhang Chong secured third place, while Su Qingyu astonishingly placed within the top 150. Even Yang and Tang Xiaodang made it into the top 150. Although Class 1 was a key class, many students had entered through familial connections, such as Luo Wei, who was nearly at the bottom of the grade. Su Jia's performance was the least satisfactory. Falling beyond the 400th rank, she glared enviously at Jian Hang, who was laughing and joking with Zhang Chong. Su Jia did not wish to be a mere passerby in Jian Hang's life. She resolved to seek other avenues. What are your plans for the winter vacation? Yang inquired. Just staying home to complete the holiday homework. Where else could I go? Zhang Chong twirled his pencil in boredom. Who asked you? I was inquiring about Su Su and Xiaotang. Yang rolled her eyes. I don't know. I'll likely be visiting relatives as per my parents' arrangements, Tang Xiaotang replied. Looking up. What about you, Su Su? Yang asked. Su Qingyu turned, most likely spending it in Nanching. Suddenly, Yang remembered. All right, your birthday is coming up. We should celebrate together. Su Qingyu nodded, glancing at Jian Hang. How about you? Jian Hang sensed the silence linger for 2 seconds, lifted his gaze to meet Su Qingyu's, and straightened his posture. I should be going to Hangzhou. Oh, Su Qingyu's tone betrayed an almost imperceptible sense of disappointment. Su Domain, when is your birthday? Zhang Chong asked curiously. In winter, on January 20th, Su Qingyu added, then turned to Jian Hang. When is your birthday? Jian Hang turned to her, in summer. On June 1st. As the words fell, everyone fell silent, followed by a burst of laughter. San Chon laughed heartily. Jian He, please don't tati Su Su. Besides, Jian Ge, your birthday is on Children's Day? Don't joke around. Tang Xiaodang chimed in. Winter and summer, you two are quite the match. Yang felt somewhat irritated. You're really quite tiresome. Upon saying this, she noticed Su Qingyu casting a reproachful glare at her, while the other 3 were taken aback. Dan xiao dang yuke. What I meant was, what a coincidence. Jian Hang looked up. I'm serious. It's on Children's Day. Su Qingyu turned away, her right hand instinctively cradling her chin. My face is burning. Today marked the last day before the winter break. Su Qingyu felt an air of farewell enveloping the school, leaving her somewhat melancholic. Upon reaching the school gate, she suddenly remembered she had forgotten to return the book she borrowed from Jian Hang in the library. She called Jian Hang and learned he was about to step out. So, she waited at the campus entrance. Although her position was quite conspicuous, her gaze couldn't help but scan the crowd for Jian Hang's figure. Jian Hang. Su Qingyu hurried over, extending the book in her hands. I'm sorry. I forgot to give this back to you. Jian Hang accepted the book, casually flipping through a few pages. Su Qingyu bit her lip, lowering her head to lightly kick the ground with her toes, feeling a twinge of guilt. She had hardly read it, let alone tried cooking. Su Wingyu lifted hergaze. Meeting Jian Hang's eyes. Did you mention in the computer room to Zhang Chong that you wish to apply for the computer science department at Peking University? You heard that? Jian Hang nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the situation. I wish you all your heart's desires, he said, as a fleeting look of reluctance crossed Su Qingyu's eyes. Are you going to Hangzhou for leisure during the winter break? No, I have other matters to attend to, she replied. Then I shall see you in school resumes. Jian Hang remarked, waving his phone lightly. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything. Su Qingyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she murmured, all right. A black Mercedes-Benz came to a halt at the school gate. The window slowly descended, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. Qingyu, it's time to go home. Su Haixing's voice was gentle, yet carried an air of authority. Get in the car. Jian Hang nodded at Su Haixing. Su Qingyu glanced back at her father, and then at Jian Hang, her eyes filled with reluctance. I'm leaving now. Have a happy winter break. Happy winter break. Jian Hang waved goodbye, watching her walk towards the vehicle. Su Haixing's gaze lingered on Jian Hang for a moment, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. He noticed the way his daughter looked at Jian Hang, a blend of shyness and attachment that he had never witnessed before. Who is that boy? Su Haixing asked casually. Su Qingyu hesitated for a moment before looking down. He's a classmate. Just a classmate? Su Haixing chuckled. It seems you two have a good rapport. What are you trying to imply? Since Su He fell ill, the relationship between father and daughter had grown somewhat strained. Su Qingyu had even chosen to move in with Su He. Uncertain of how to appease his beloved daughter, Su Haixing had taken the time today, amidst a less busy schedule, to pick her up. He observed her closely, realizing that the good friend she mentioned was likely more than it appeared. As a father, Su Haixing couldn't help but remind her, Qingyu, your study should be your top priority. Everything else. I understand. Su Qingyu interrupted, her tone resolute. Gritting her teeth, she added, you needn't come to pick me up anymore. Is there something that has upset you about your father? Su Haixing was perplexed by Su Qingyu's recent aloofness. No, she retorted, pulling out her headphones and inserting them into her ears, wishing to end the conversation. If it weren't for witnessing that scene in her past life, she could hardly believe that her father had always been wearing a mask, feigning concern for her and pretense regarding her mother. Everything had been a facade. Su Haixing sighed. Choosing not to say anything further, he resolved to find an opportunity to have a heart-to-heart talk with his daughter. At the school gate, Zhang Chong noticed Jian Hang and Su Qingyu conversing from a distance, so he deliberately refrained from approaching them. As soon as Su Qingyu departed, he rushed over, winking mischievously. Did Su Qingyu come looking for you? Are you two? Don't say nonsense, Jian Hang interrupted. She merely returned the book I borrowed from the library. Zhang Chong burst into laughter. All right, no need to explain. I can see there's something brewing between you two. Jian Gu, Chong Gu, see you when school starts. Ma Fan's mother had come to pick him up, and he waved to Jian Hang and Zhang Chong from the car. The autumn days in Nancheng were gloomy. Water had pooled at the entrance of the school. Luo Wei, sucking on a lollipop, instructed the driver, drive through it. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? The driver looked uneasy. You didn't do it on purpose, Luo Wei urged, noticing Jian Hang and Zhang Chong were about to walk away. Hurry up. With a clenched jaw, the driver accelerated through the puddle, splashing Zhang Chong in the process. Do you have no sense of public decency? Zhang Chong shouted angrily. Luo Wei rolled down the car window, relishing the moment. What a coincidence. It's you. Zhang Chong gritted his teeth, scoffing lightly, no wonder. You've never had any sense of decency. Luo Wei, unperturbed, made a face and retreated back into the car. The only regret being that his plan had not come to fruition. Don't stoop to the level of a fool, Zhang Chong consoled himself. Jian Hang patted Zhang Chong on the shoulder. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. Chapter 48. Hangzhou. The first encounter with L-Star. What a fateful connection. His parents had already gone to Hangzhou 2 months prior, kindly purchasing Jian Hang's train ticket for tonight. It was a grueling 20-plus hour journey, and he was in a hard seat. Thankfully, being young and robust, he could endure it. As he dragged his suitcase out of Hangzhou East Station, the sky had already darkened. The cold wind, laden with dampness, hit him squarely, prompting him to hunch his shoulders. The square was bustling with people, neon lights flickering to life in the twilight, casting an otherworldly glow over the city. A Hang, over here, a familiar voice called out. Jian Hang turned to see his father waving from beside an old van. His father looked thinner than he had during the National Day holiday, the leather jacket hanging loosely on him, his face wearing a weary smile. Dad, Jian Hang hurried over and stowed his suitcase in the trunk. The car was permeated with a heavy smell of smoke, and the passenger seat was cluttered with various wrappers and plastic bags. Your mother is busy overseeing shipments at the factory today, his father explained as he started the engine. We'll grab a bite first. Then I'll take you to where you'll be staying. Dad, please smoke less. It's not good for your health, Jian Hang advised. Compared to before, I've cut back significantly. I'm striving for half a pack a day, Jian Fuyo chuckled. Jian Hang nodded, gazing out at the rapidly passing scenery. This was not his first visit to Hangzhou. and he didn't feel as exhilarated as he had anticipated. However, the changes in the city over the years were nothing short of remarkable. Each time his parents got busy, they barely found time to talk. The car turned down a narrow alley and stopped in front of a small restaurant. Jian ordered several dishes and continued to take calls while waiting for the food. Yes, that shipment must go out tomorrow. Let's negotiate the price down a bit, he said, frowning as his fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. Jian Hang quietly ate his meal, listening to his father speak. The restaurant's television was broadcasting news, reporting that Taobao transaction volume had surpassed 16.9 billion this year, becoming Asia's largest online retail market. How's business going for you now? Jian Hang couldn't help but ask, surprised at how well his father was managing after just 3 months. His father put down his phone and rubbed his temples. Well, it's no surprise given who I am. Business is thriving, but it's extremely busy. The competition is intensifying, and we need to seize the market quickly. He paused, adding, tomorrow, I'll take you to meet a few manufacturers to broaden your horizons. No problem, Jian Hang readily agreed. After finishing their meal, the father-son duo packed a meal for Lin Guizhi and then headed to an old residential community. The corridors were plastered with small advertisements, and the motion sensor lights flickered intermittently. This is the place your mother and I are renting. The conditions are modest. Bear with it for now, and we can look for a better place later, Jian said as he fished out the keys to unlock the door. The one-bedroom apartment was crammed with goods, leaving little room to walk. With a folding bed propped beside a makeshift wardrobe. Son, I missed you so much. As soon as they entered, Lin Guizhi joyfully rushed over. Jian Hang protested from behind Jian. I'm past the age of wanting hugs. Honestly, Lin Guizhi pouted, feigning dissatisfaction. You can sleep here. Your mother and I will take the bedroom, Jian said, his phone ringing again. Jian Hang sat on the folding bed, listening to Jian speak in lowered tones on the phone from the balcony. Lin Guizhi pulled over a small stool and sat beside Jian Hang, focusing on her meal. Mom, how about we look for a new place in the next few days? Jian Hang felt increasingly guilty, realizing that had he known they were living in such poor conditions, he would have never suggested coming to Hangzhou. Lin Guizhi slapped Jian Hang on the head, exclaiming, What nonsense are you spouting? Thanks to you, our monthly income has tripled. We've recouped our initial investment. Jian Hang was aware of his parents' frugality and diligence. Yet he couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. Outside, the sound of car horns echoed from below. Even at 1 a.m, the honking persisted, mingling with the clamor from the nearby food street. He realized he had to reconsider their living situation. The next morning, Jian and Lin Guizhi set out. Upon waking, Jian Hang found 50 yuan and a note on the table. Go have breakfast. We are heading to the Sijiking market. We'll pick you up in the afternoon. Aimlessly wandering the streets, Jian Hang eventually found himself by West Lake. The winter lake shimmered with a delicate mist, with boats appearing and disappearing in the fog. He discovered a rental apartment in an old community nearby, the environment quite pleasant, and decided to invite his parents to view it in the afternoon. After obtaining the security guard's contact number, Jian Hang took a taxi to the clothing wholesale market. His parents operated a store here, balancing it with their Taobao business, specializing in women's clothing. Jian was surprised to see his son directly show up. All right, we're just about to negotiate with the manufacturers. You can join us. Jian Hang followed Jian to a nearby factory. The factory manager, a middle-aged man with a prominent belly, spoke rapidly. This batch features the latest trendy styles. With the new year approaching, they're sure to sell like hotcakes. Jian nodded in approval. Jian Hang scrutinized the garments the manager held. This is my son. He's still in high school and just came to have a look, Jian proudly stated. Oh, no wonder. The manager chuckled. He is quite handsome. Just call me Brother Zhao. Jian Hang modestly scratched his head. Not really. It's just the excellent genes inherited from my parents. Jian beamed with delight. This batch is promising, but the fit needs adjusting, and we should switch the buttons to resin. That will reduce costs by 30%, Jian Hang remarked. Flipping through the sample garments and addressing Brother Zhao, there are too many similar items on Taobao. We must distinguish ourselves through the details. Jian stared at his son in astonishment. They initially brought Jian Hang along for exposure, but he unexpectedly offered insightful guidance. The young man knows his stuff. Brother Zhao nodded approvingly. However, if we need to expedite the production, the price will. The price remains as originally quoted, Jian Hang interjected. We can pay a 30 deposit, but the contract must stipulate that for every day of delay in delivery, 5 will be deducted from the total amount. Jian opened his mouth, hesitating to speak, realizing he had been rendered speechless. Jian Hang's acumen in business surpassed his expectations. After concluding the negotiations, Jian patted Jian Hang on the shoulder. When did you learn all this? While watching you both work, I did some research online, Jian Hang replied. There are many tutorials available, and I even joined a seller's group chat. Upon returning to the store, Jian Hang immediately logged into his parents' Taobao shop, shaking his head at the rudimentary web page. This won't do. In e-commerce, visual marketing is crucial. He resolved to take time to retake the product photos. That evening, Jian Hang took his parents to view the apartment. It was a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room unit that had been recently renovated and boasted a pleasant environment. How much is the rent? Lin Guizhi asked, her voice trembling. 3,000, the elderly landlord gestured. Isn't that a bit steep? Jian Fuyo gasped. That's double what we pay now. Dad, trust me, we need to rent it, Jian Hang insisted fervently. The couple, accustomed to Jian Hang's decisiveness, despite their inner struggles, ultimately agreed. The following day, they moved into their new home. Jian Hang even purchased equipment to set up a makeshift photography studio in the side bedroom. Jian Fuyo brought back numerous sample garments from the factory. Watching his son meticulously iron each piece and coordinate accessories left Lin Guizhi astounded. So, don't focus solely on making money. Your studies are just as important. Don't worry, I'll handle this, and then it's back to my studies, Jian Hang replied with a grin. Jian Hang contacted a photographer online, scheduling a shoot for 2 in the afternoon. However, upon meeting the photographer, Jian Hang was taken aback. This was none other than Lu Yuqing, who had previously used him to fabricate rumors for publicity, only to see her resources withdrawn, resulting in her fall from a leading star to an obscure figure. Chapter 49. Just finished shooting and asking for payment. What bad luck. Lu Yuqing appeared before him, clad in a pink down jacket, faded blue denim skirt, and knee-high boots. Her makeup featuring soft blue eyeshadow, paired with red lips. Judging by her age, she should be 19 now, a freshman in college. Jian Hang was stunned, glancing at the camera he held. Are you the photographer? No, I'm the model. Lu Yuqing replied with a shy smile. Compared to her alluring appearance a decade later, the current Lu Yuqing, despite her mature attire and vibrant makeup, still exuded a youthful innocence. Oh, Jian Hang realized the photographer had indeed mentioned he would bring a model. What a convoluted fate. Sensing Jian Hang's confusion and awareness of her scrutiny, Lu Yuqing quickly reassured him. The photographer will be here shortly. Just then, a man with a thin build, sparse hair, a ponytail, and small sunglasses burst into view. Hello, you can call me Luca Lu. He extended his hand, his mustache bobbing as he spoke, revealing a set of uneven yellow teeth. Jian Hang's attention was completely drawn to this sight. Feeling slightly nauseated, he politely shook Luca's hand and smiled. Jian Hang led both of them into the community and up the stairs. Please come in. I have arranged the space a bit, he said, pouring 2 glasses of water in the living room. Lu Yuqing stood behind, nervously tugging at her denim skirt while glancing around. Luca surveyed the setup and nodded. Not bad. Let's get started. Yuqing, you go change. Lu Yuqing nodded, looking at Jian Hang with a hint of shyness. Jian Hang pointed to the clothes laid out on the bed, wardrobe, and chair, saying, I've coordinated everything for you. Just change into them, and I'll step outside. Okay, Lu Yuqing replied, closing the bedroom door. As Jian Hang chatted with Luca in the photography studio, he learned that Lu Yuqing had stopped her studies after graduating high school to work part-time as a model to support herself. Jian Hang was taken aback. Shouldn't she be in college? Luca laughed heartily. She's just a girl from the countryside. Her parents focused on her brother, so they had no money for her education. She had to earn her way. Jian Hang acknowledged this new information, as he had previously known Lu Yuqing's background to be that of an average university student with teacher parents. Lu Yuqing is ready, she emerged, lowering her head and glancing around at the outfit while adjusting it. The ensemble was a spring outfit, a floral dress paired with a knitted sweater. Jian Hang thought it looked decent. Although her makeup was a bit bold, it would photograph well, and he could edit the images later. Luca approached, adjusting her hair before playfully slapping her on the backside. Jian Hang was taken aback, exclaiming internally at the blatant impropriety. Lu Yuqing appeared embarrassed and anxious, clearly avoiding Luca's advances. Luca raised his camera. Loosen up a bit, smile, and be a little flirtatious. That's it, just like that. It was evident that Lu Yuqing was quite tense, and her poses were not very natural. Jian Hang interjected, my shop embodies a youthful and vibrant style. So just relax and smile naturally. There's no need for exaggeration or seduction. Lu paused momentarily, casting a glance at Jian Hang, evidently displeased. Little brother, why don't you give it a try? Can you? Jian Hang smiled and stepped forward. Let me give it a shot. Lu was momentarily taken aback. He had merely been jesting, not expecting Jian Hang to approach. Curiosity piqued. He was eager to see what this young man was capable of. If he could take photos himself, why would he need Jian Hang? Thus, he handed over the camera. Jian Hang eagerly accepted it and, with his head bowed, began to manipulate the settings. He turned to Lu Yuqing and said, your initial poses and expressions were particularly natural and appealing. Just pose in a way that feels comfortable to you. and let us give it a try. Lu Yuqing exhaled in relief, nodding with a smile. Yes, like that. This works. Just lift the corners of your mouth a little more. Perfect. This one looks great. Lu stood aside, feeling conspicuously out of place. He leaned in and asked, Little brother, how's your shooting going? Let me see. Jian Hang handed the camera over for him to inspect. Lu gazed at Jian Hang in surprise. Not bad. But I am the photographer here. Let me take over. All right. Jian Hang nodded, turning to Lu Yuqing. Just maintain that same demeanor for the shoot. Lu Yuqing expressed her gratitude with a nod. After approximately 3 hours of shooting, Jian Hang reviewed the photos. Everything looks fine. We don't need to handle the editing and layout ourselves. I can do it for a lower fee, Lu offered. No need, I can manage it myself. Jian Hang smiled in response. All right, little brother. You seem quite young yet possess considerable skills, Lu remarked with admiration. How about considering a position in my studio? Jian Hang shook his head. No, I'm still in high school. High school? Lu's jaw dropped in astonishment. Impressive. Jian Hang pulled out a stack of renminbi, according to their prior agreement. Brother Lu Yuqing stepped forward. Could you possibly give me the payment for today, as shoot now? The landlord said he wouldn't accept rent today and is asking me to move out. Jian Hang was taken aback. Lu glanced at her, his patience wearing thin. We can discuss this later. How much? Jian Hang inquired, casually adding, since this is a part-time job, shouldn't it be paid daily? Lu Yuqing lowered her head. 60 an hour, a total of 180. 180? That is not expensive at all. I previously negotiated with several clothing models, and their fees were quite high, Jian Hang remarked, pulling out 2 100 yuan notes from his stack with a smile. It seems this young lady hasn't paid her rent in a while. The landlord is upset, so it's better to settle it for her now. Lu thought to himself, what concern is it of yours? But saying it out loud would imply he was deliberately withholding. He nodded. All right then. Jian Hang handed the money to Lu Yuqing. She accepted it gratefully, saying, thank you. Lu, growing impatient, muttered, I want to be seeking your photography services again. It's all about money. Just finished shooting, and you're already asking for payment. How unfortunate. He began to pack up, taking the remaining cash from Jian Hang's hand, counting it as he said, I'll be leaving first. Jian Hang escorted him and Lu Yuqing downstairs. Just about to turn back when Lu Yuqing called out to him. I truly appreciate your help today. As Jian Hang turned around, he noticed her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I might not receive the money that quickly. You don't need to thank me. This was rightfully yours, Jian Hang remarked, unable to suppress his curiosity. Are you alone in Hangzhou? Do you not have any relatives here? Lu Yuqing shook her head, gripping the money tightly. No. Jian Hang paused. He had not anticipated Lu Yuqing's challenging circumstances, which perhaps explained her willingness to resort to extreme measures for financial gain. Checking the time, he suggested, would you like to grab a bite together? Lu Yuqing lifted her gaze, momentarily stunned, before nodding vigorously, sure. Chapter 50. Let us forego the contact information. Perhaps fate will bring us together again. Jian Hang led Lu Yuqing to a noodle shop near the community. Upon entering, the rich aroma of bone broth enveloped them. Lu Yuqing's stomach growled audibly, and she awkwardly covered her belly, her face turning crimson. Jian Hang refrained from mocking her, feigning ignorance. What would you like to eat? Anything is fine. Lu Yuqing hesitated. I'm not picky. All right, boss. We'll have 2 bowls of beef noodles with double portions of both noodles and meat, Jian Hang declared, paying the bill before turning around to find Lu Yuqing pouring herself some water. He sat down opposite her. Lu Yuqing appeared increasingly anxious and flustered, barely daring to meet his eyes, a stark contrast to her later boldness. Thank you, Jian Hang said as he took a sip of the water she had poured. You're quite brave, coming to a strange city to work alone as a girl. Not really. I didn't have much choice, Lu Yuqing chuckled lightly. How did you meet Lu? He inquired curiously. I found him online while looking for part-time modeling jobs, Lu Yuqing replied. This is my first shoot. In the future, avoid contacting Lu. He is not a good person, Jian Hang warned, recognizing the man's dubious intentions from earlier. Lu Yuqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't have received the money so quickly. He suggested I move in with him. I didn't dare refuse immediately. The boss brought their noodles to the table. Let us eat, Jian Hang said, handing her a pair of chopsticks. Lu Yuqing accepted them, wiping her eyes discreetly before focusing intently on her meal. She ate so quickly that she nearly choked on the broth. Jian Hang handed her a tissue. Slow down, otherwise, your stomach will be upset. Lu Yuqing took the tissue, dabbed at the corners of her mouth, and asked, why are you being so kind to me? Is this kindness? Jian Hang reflected on how he had once severed ties with her in a fit of anger and replied, perhaps it's fate. Lu Yuqing stared at him in surprise. I don't even know your name. Jian Hang. Oh, which character for Jianan? Which for Hang? No other meaning intended, she added, feeling a bit awkward. The character for simple and the character for navigation. I'll remember that. Lu Yuqing nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Jian Hang curiously asked, what are your plans moving forward? Do you intend to be a part-time model indefinitely? I plan to work in a factory to earn some money. And then I'll head to the capital to enter the entertainment industry. Even being an extra would be fine. Lu Yuqing responded, her eyes sparkling as she added, if I could be a small star, that would be wonderful. I love acting. Jian Hang chuckled softly, you seem quite ambitious. Indeed, Lu Yuqing would later be recognized for her acting talent. Though her lack of principles in pursuit of resources would tarnish her reputation within the industry and lead her to suffer considerable losses. Do you think I want to make it? Lu Yuqing's expression dimmed, her chopsticks absent-mindedly poking at the noodles in her bowl. Jian Hang inhaled deeply, solemnly stating, I believe you can. However, the entertainment industry is like a vast pot. It's very complex, and you must have your own principles and judgment. I'll remember that. Thank you. Lu Yuqing expressed her gratitude sincerely. Why did you stop studying? Jian Hang inquired, intrigued. You don't seem very old. Lu Yuqing laughed. Aren't you younger than me? She bit her lip, her expression turning sorrowful. I could have gone to university, but my family couldn't afford it. They said girls don't need much education. A relative introduced me to an ugly boy, and I didn't want to marry, so I secretly ran away. Jian Hang took a moment to absorb her story. What a pity. Let us eat. The noodles are getting soggy. Lu Yuqing pressed her lips tightly together, concealing the emotions swirling in her eyes, her brow furrowed with apparent conflict. She lowered her head and slowly consumed her noodles. Jian Hang finished his meal first and waited for Lu Yuqing for nearly 10 minutes. As they reached the entrance of the noodle shop, Lu Yuqing kept her head down, nervously tugging at the hem of her clothing. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, Jian Hang said, mentioning the bus stop at the entrance of the community and the nearby subway station. Jian Hang. Lu Yuqing lifted her head and mustered her courage to declare, I am Lu Yuqing. Please remember my name. Jian Hang was momentarily taken aback, as if his heart had been struck by a sudden blow. In his previous life, he had perceived her as a vain and materialistic celebrity devoid of principles, one who had shamelessly exploited him for publicity, even going so far as to knock on his hotel room door in a bathrobe in the dead of night, having secretly summoned paparazzi to stage a photo op. He never imagined that she had endured such hardships in her early years. Now, in her youthful innocence, she fiercely resisted her fate, and it was evident that her rise to stardom in the entertainment industry had not come without significant suffering and sacrifice. She had been blacklisted by him, yet now, over a simple bowl of noodles, she expressed gratitude for his kindness. Jian Hang felt no guilt for having blacklisted her. Rather, he was astonished to discover the extent of her past, which had transformed her into an entirely different person. May I ask for your contact information? Lu Yuqing nervously inquired, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her clothing, her thumb pressing firmly against her index finger. Jian Hang regained his composure, his expression turning serious. Let us forego the contact details. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again in the future. And I hope you remain as pure and resilient as you are now. Lu Yuqing paused, not fully comprehending the meaning behind Jian Hang's words, and she looked down in disappointment. All right, if it's meant to be, I'll take my leave now. Bye-bye. Jian Hang noticed she still had her head lowered as he slipped his hands into his pockets and turned to leave. At the intersection, as Jian Hang turned left, he was unaware that Lu Yuqing remained rooted in place, watching his retreating figure. After parting ways with Lu Yuqing, Jian Hang began redesigning the shop's webpage. He categorized the products by style, wrote detailed outfit suggestions, and even set up limited-time promotional activities. The computer skills he had accumulated in his past life proved invaluable at this moment. He was often busy with photo editing and layout until the late hours of the night. Is that really you, my son? Lin Guizhi gazed at the revamped store page in disbelief. When did you learn all this? It's undeniably your son. Jian Hang responded enthusiastically. It's your intelligence and capability that have allowed me to inherit even a fraction of your excellent genes. Jian Fuyo couldn't help but chuckle. When did you become so glib? Jian Hang Sayin Wali. Witnessing his parents overwhelmed with work, he wanted to contribute in any way he could while also lightening the atmosphere. A prosperous future was just around the corner. A few days after the new store page launched, Jian Hang proudly pointed at the computer screen, saying, Dad, Mom, look, the traffic has doubled since the redesign, and the conversion rate has noticeably improved. Jian Fuyo stared at the back-end data, dumbfounded. So, we'll need to consult you more on business matters from now on. Of course. Jian Hang Lauvet Hetitili. Be a bit more modest. Jian Fuyo playfully tapped him on the back of the head. To reward your recent hard work, I've decided to give you some pocket money. Jian Fuyo pulled out a stack of 100 yuan bills from his wallet. 1,000? Jian Hang was stunned. Dad, could you count that again? In the past, His parents would give him at most 20 or 30 yuan as pocket money. "This is for you," Lin Guizhi said with satisfaction. "Now that your father and I are doing better in business, we saved a little. We used to give you less because we were struggling, but now that life has improved, why worry about such a small amount?" Jian Hang swallowed hard, quietly stuffing the money into his pocket. In 2006, one could buy a small bowl of wontons for just over a yuan. 1,000 yuan was indeed no small sum. "Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. You work hard to earn money, and I'll focus on my studies. In the future, when I start my own business, our family will surely become billionaires," Jian Hang declared, puffing out his chest. "This kid is getting more and more audacious," Jian Fuyo laughed. "All right, then you must work even harder." He. Jian Hang lifted his chin, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. Chapter 51. She wished she could fly there immediately. It had been 2 weeks since she arrived in Hangzhou. Jian Hang felt as if time was flying by, likely due to his busyness. He logged into Qingyu, which he hadn't used in a long time. The message notifications chimed incessantly, mostly from classmates sending greetings for the winter break. He opened his Qingyu space and began uploading the photos he had taken over the past few days: the morning mist over West Lake, the remnants of snow on Broken Bridge, the ancient charm of Hufang Street. Each photo was meticulously chosen. "Bro, looks like you're having a great time in Hangzhou. The scenery is beautiful. No wonder we haven't seen you during the winter break. Turns out you've gone to Hangzhou to have fun." Most of the comments were from Jian Hang's middle school classmates. Zhang Chong left a message. "Jian Ge, it feels like ages since we last met." "It's been years." Jian Hang chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. "Ah Hang, it's time to eat." Lin Guizhi called from the living room. "Jian Hang, Sumai." Realizing he didn't have time to reply to everyone, so he decided to shut down the computer. Hundreds of kilometers away in Nancheng, Su Qingyu stared blankly at her computer screen. She refreshed Jian Hang's space repeatedly, eager to know what he had been up to in Hangzhou. Downstairs, Su He and Su Haisheng were embroiled in another argument. Su Qingyu furrowed her brows, curling up in bed as her parents' heated voices filled the air. She buried her face in her arms, but the sharp words still pierced through. "Su Haisheng, how long are you going to keep up the charade?" Su He's voice trembled. "All these years, I've pretended not to know, hoping you would realize your mistakes, but I was mistaken. Do you think you deserve me?" And Su Qingyu suspected that her mother had finally uncovered the truths her father had been hiding. "I don't know what you're talking about." Su Haisheng's voice suddenly rose. "Don't drag our daughter into this. If you're feeling paranoid and petty, what can I do?" Su He, infuriated, laughed bitterly. "Indeed, what ex would be so generous? It's unbelievable." Su Qingyu thought, if only she could restart her life, she would change the tense relationship between her parents. The embarrassing truths that surfaced after the company's bankruptcy had begun to reveal themselves. Su Qingyu threw off her blanket and walked towards the staircase. She looked into the living room. Her mother stood awkwardly beside the coffee table, her meticulously applied makeup failing to conceal her distorted expression, while her father slouched on the sofa, his tie askew and his suit wrinkled. Uncontrollable memories surged forth. It was the year she turned 10 when her parents took her to an amusement park, joyfully accompanying her on every ride. She remembered sitting on the carousel with her mother while her father snapped pictures with a fond smile on his face. That evening, her father had carried her mother for quite a distance because she complained of sore feet. Curious glances surrounded them, and Su Qingyu secretly covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. How embarrassing. That warm, happy feeling was something Su Qingyu hadn't experienced in a long time. She felt a heaviness in her chest. As she descended the staircase, her legs felt as heavy as lead. She wanted to rush down and persuade them to make amends. At worst, they could divorce and stop tormenting each other. However, her throat felt constricted, making it impossible to voice those thoughts. "Dad, Mom." Su Qingyu's eyes brimmed with tears. "Can you please stop arguing?" In comparison to the impending bankruptcy of the conglomerate, the passing of her father, and her mother's paralysis, Su Qingyu feels that her current life is already a luxury beyond reach. Upon seeing Su Qingyu, Su He's heart softened, and she wearily slumped onto the sofa, saying, "You explain it to your daughter." Su Haisheng, troubled, rubbed his temples and retorted, "Explain what? It's just your wild imagination." Utterly nonsensical. Wild imagination? Sui ground her teeth and replied, "If you want to keep something hidden, you must first refrain from doing it." Both parties had already exerted considerable restraint in front of Su Qingyu. The cold moonlight seeped in through the window. Su Qingyu recalled the amusement park and then noticed the family portrait hanging in the living room, a photograph taken when she was in her first year of middle school. In the picture, her father donned a sharply tailored suit, while her mother was clad in a red dress, with Su Qingyu standing in the middle, her smile radiant. How blissful they were at that time. Would their family ever return to that state? Finally composed, Sui called Su Qingyu down and asked, "Darling, in a few days, I'll be going to Hangzhou. How about you spend the new year with your father?" Su Qingyu shook her head at the thought of her paternal grandparents' preference for boys over girls. "I don't want to go." Previously, her mother had accompanied her, and that was the only reason she had reluctantly agreed. Su Haixing had 2 elder brothers. The family was poor, and he was the only one who had managed to pursue education, often supporting the family. Relatives and neighbors praised Su Haixing in front of their grandparents. The grandfather would let out a long sigh, remaining silent. The grandmother, however, would cast a cold glare and sarcastically remark, "What is the use of being successful? He still only produced 1 little girl. If you ask me, all his company's assets should go to his 2 brother sons." After saying this, she would not forget to cast a disdainful glance at Su Qingyu, who stood at the door. The elderly couple would never dare to speak such words in front of Su He and Su Haixing. They pretended to dote on Su Qingyu, while in reality, they were quite biased. When Su Haixing married into the Su family, the 2 elders vehemently opposed it, but eventually relented, thinking it was still a Su. Su Qingyu had overheard them more than once subtly suggesting Su Haixing have another son. Last year, as her parents' conflicts deepened, her grandparents covertly urged Su Haixing to divorce, hoping he would at least secure a large sum of wealth. Su Qingyu had long endured this. The elderly couple were unaware that the conglomerate was managed by Su Haixing. Yet the shares were under Su He's name, originally looking forward to celebrating the new year together as a family of 3 this year. Su Qingyu now felt a sense of disappointment, realizing it was a mere wishful thought. "Mom, I'll go to Hangzhou with you." Su Qingyu raised her head. Su Haixing immediately countered, "No way." Ignoring Su Haixing's opposition, Su He asked Su Qingyu, "Are you sure you want to go to Hangzhou with me?" In truth, Su He's trip was primarily for a change of scenery, to reunite with university friends, and to handle some business affairs. "All right," Su Qingyu nodded, thinking of Jian Hang, who was also in Hangzhou. "Okay, I'll have my assistant book 2 plane tickets for tomorrow." Su He glared at Su Haixing. Su He was always resolute. Su Haixing, unable to argue with her, relented. "Fine, have a few days of fun before coming back." Su Yinju nodded, her heart instantly fluttering at the thought of Jian Hang being there. She wished she could fly over immediately. At Hangzhou Airport, Su Qingyu quietly followed Su He, dragging her white suitcase. The cold wind, accompanied by a fine drizzle, could not dampen her excitement. Stealing a glance at her mother ahead, it seemed there was something urgent. As Su He was on the phone, her tone serious as she discussed work matters. Su, hurry up and catch up," Su He called back. "We'll drop our luggage at the hotel first, rest for a bit, and then you'll accompany me to meet a client and have dinner together." "Oh," Su Qingyu replied, her fingers nervously fiddling with her phone in her pocket. In truth, she was not keen on going. She was eager to inform Jian Hang that she had arrived in Hangzhou. However, she pondered how to do so without appearing overly eager. With Su He always by her side, Su Qingyu found no opportunity. Once in the taxi, she gazed out at the fleeting night scenery, lost in thought. Her phone vibrated. She discreetly took it out to check. There was a message from the class group. Jian Hang had posted a photo from Hufang Street, where he was taste-testing pastries from a renowned establishment, his smile radiant. "What are you looking at?" Su He abruptly asked. Startled, Su Qingyu nearly dropped her phone. "Nothing. Just some winter vacation homework from a classmate," she replied. Su He shot her a suspicious glance, but did not press further. At this age, it was normal for a young girl to harbor secrets or develop feelings for a boy, she thought, as long as it didn't affect her studies. A little romance was acceptable. Of course, the other party had to possess good character, or they would not pass her scrutiny. Chapter 52. Are you so eager to see me? Su Qingyu was aware of her mother's keen perception. Relieved that she hadn't probed further and was now focused on her work, she let out a silent sigh. Quietly, Su Qingyu set her phone to silent mode, unsure of her mother's stance on her high school crush. Given the current family turmoil, she didn't wish to add to her mother's burdens. However, her father would undoubtedly disapprove. Upon arriving at the hotel, Su He busied herself with organizing documents. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qingyu slipped into the restroom, nervously opening her sliding phone. She accessed Jian Hang's social media. The latest post, merely 10 minutes old. The culinary delights of Hufang Street are indeed well-deserved of their reputation. Accompanying it was a photo of delectable food. Within half an hour, before Su Qingyu could devise a reason to contact Jian Hang, her mother was already calling for her from outside. "Darling, are you all right? Is your stomach bothering you?" Su Qingyu's eyes lit up. She had been searching for an excuse. "Mom, my stomach hurts. Maybe I shouldn't go with you to the social event since I don't understand anything," she said softly. "Is it serious? I'll take you to the hospital now. The social event can wait." Su He, ever indulgent towards Su Qingyu, replied. "It's nothing serious, just a bit of diarrhea." "You go ahead. Su Qingyu rubbed her forehead. Sui hesitated for a few seconds. All right, if you feel unwell, call me. If you're hungry, order room service. The steak here is quite good. Got it. Su Qingyu felt a surge of excitement once she heard the door close. She quietly pushed open the restroom door to peek outside. Sui had already left. Yes. Su Qingyu joyfully rushed to the bed, leaning back against it, and opened the chat window with Jian Hang. Her fingers lingered over the keyboard for a long time. Taking a deep breath, she sent a message. I heard there are many delicious foods at Hafong Street. Which one do you recommend? After sending the message, she tossed her phone aside and buried her face in a pillow, her heart racing as though she had done something scandalous. The phone vibrated again, and she nearly lunged to grab it. Jian Hang, you're in Hangzhou? Su Qingyu lay on the bed, her pale, slender legs swinging in the air. Yeah, I'm in Hangzhou. What a coincidence. Jian Hang, it really is quite a coincidence. Su Qingyu pressed her lips together, puzzled by his tone. Shouldn't he be surprised? She replied, you still haven't told me what's South good at Hafong Street. Lastly, she added, the food in your photo looks quite good. Jian Hang, want to try it? Suinju, Jia. After a moment, Jian Hang sent the address of the restaurant. What did that mean? He was being rather unresponsive. Should he suggest they go together or something? Su Qingyu bit her lip. I'm not familiar with this place. When Jian Hang saw this message, he couldn't help but chuckle. Jian Hang replied, can't you just take a taxi? Jian Hang continued, wouldn't the driver know? Su Qingyu bit her lip again. I don't want to go alone. It's boring. Jian Hang was amused, realizing how typical it was for girls. He recalled how they often needed to hold hands, even when going to the restroom, and thus felt a sense of understanding. Jian Hang responded, then find someone to go with. Su Qingyu replied, are you available? I don't know anyone else here. Jian Hang was taken aback. So I'm just a substitute? Su Qingyu assumed he would decline. Jian Hang said, when are you free? I can reluctantly show you around. Ecstatic, Su Qingyu jumped off her bed and immediately dialed Jian Hang's number. As the call connected, Jian Hang teased, so eager to talk? Su Qingyu's mind went blank. I am just bored. Jian Hang laughed. It is indeed quite dull. What brings you to Hangzhou all of a sudden? Su Qingyu thought it strange that he wasn't surprised at all, pouting. Aren't you even a little surprised? Jian Hang thought she meant to ask if he was shocked, and without much thought, he replied, well, I am rather surprised. Su Qingyu, you really can't grasp the main point. Feeling a bit down yet mostly excited, Su Qingyu suggested, how about we meet tomorrow? Jian Hang checked his calendar. Having wrapped up some shop matters, he planned to bury himself in studying and revising programming practices. He thought it would be nice to relax first. Jian Hang ziplit anzai. They agreed on a time and place. After hanging up, Su Qingyu flopped on her bed, her toes wiggling in the air with excitement. The thought of this being their exclusive date filled her with joy, prompting her to rummage through her suitcase for suitable attire. Standing before the mirror, Su Qingyu arranged her scarf for the 108th time. The light brown cashmere scarf was folded and refolded, yet she felt it never looked quite right. The girl in the mirror wore a white down jacket, her cheeks flushed from nervousness. This should be fine, right? She murmured, her fingers unconsciously twirling a strand of hair. As she turned around, she examined her reflection. Standing at 168 centimeters, even in a bulky down jacket, her figure remained striking. She applied a light touch of makeup and glossed her lips, preparing to head out. Outside, the biting wind howled, and a thick layer of snow had accumulated. Su Qingyu hailed a taxi to the meeting spot. In the distance, she spotted the milk tea shop sign Jian Hang had mentioned, frost adorned the glass windows. Faint silhouettes of people visible within. Clenching her fists, she took a deep breath and briskly walked over, stepping on the fresh snow. Jian Hang. Jian Hang turned, his eyes lighting up. Su Qingyu smiled gently as she approached. You can order whatever you want, Jian Hang said, pushing the menu toward her. He mentioned that Hafong Street had many delicious eateries worth trying, such as wasabi grilled meat or traditional Hangzhou cuisine. Which one do you fancy later? Su Qingyu's eyes sparkled. I didn't expect you to have done your homework. What else would I do? Jian Hang shifted his gaze outside the window. Should I let you decide? Su Qingyu lightly huffed. That is quite considerate of you. It is indeed quite a task, and I appreciate you acknowledging that, Jian Hang said, his gaze lingering on Su Qingyu's face. She looked different today. Perhaps she had put on light makeup. Her long lashes fluttered as she focused intently on the menu. When Su Qingyu lifted her head, Jian Hang discreetly averted his gaze. Have you decided? Nothing you want to drink? Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Shall we go for wasabi grilled meat? Jian Hang thought her conversation was quite disjointed. Then stood up. Let us go. Su Qingyu smiled mischievously and hurried to catch up, looking up at Jian Hang. How do I look today? Jian Hang scanned her from head to toe. Not bad. Just not bad. Su Qingyu pouted in mild disappointment, then pointedly glared at Jian Hang. Your standards are too high. Was this still the typical silent and aloof campus beauty? Jian Hang couldn't help but ask. When did you arrive in Hangzhou? 2 hours ago. Su Qingyu replied without hesitation. You came to see me just 2 hours ago? Jian Hang's mouth moved faster than his brain, teasingly saying, Were you that eager to meet me? Realizing his slip, he quickly corrected himself. Before Su Qingyu could respond, Jian Hang hurriedly added, So now I'm not just your problem-solving tool, but also your travel companion? When Jian Hang first spoke, Su Qingyu's heart leaped to her throat, but upon hearing his follow-up, she felt a mix of excitement and a hint of disappointment. You don't want to? She pouted, then I want to go. Jian Hang chuckled. You're quite the troublemaker. Let us go. Su Qingyu followed Jian Hang's lead, looking up at the falling snow, wistfully saying, Hangzhou covered in white is truly breathtaking. It's a pity I can't see the morning mist over West Lake, the remnants of snow on Broken Bridge, or the ancient charm of Fong Street. It would be wonderful if my travel companion could accompany me to explore. With that, Su Qingyu sighed and cast a lingering glance at Jian Hang. Their eyes met. Shadows cast beneath his lashes created a gentle allure under the streetlights. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, Su Qingyu quickly turned her head to admire the scenery along the roadside. Jian Hang looked ahead. We'll see. Suinju Potev, contemplating a step-by-step approach to gently guide him. They arrived at the barbecue restaurant Jian Hang had mentioned. Ding! The glass door swung open, the bell chiming cheerfully. Su Qingyu trailed behind Jian Hang, her heart racing at the sight of his upright figure. This was her first time dining out with Jian Hang outside of school. This way, Jian Hang unexpectedly turned around. Su Qingyu quickly composed herself, her ears flushing with warmth. Today, she had specially worn Su He's perfume, borrowed Su He's cushion for touch-ups, and used Chanel lip gloss. It smells amazing. Su Qingyu hopped up behind him, blinking her eyes and glancing at Jian Hang's face. They settled at a table, Jian Hang sitting across from Su Qingyu. The waiter brought the grill, and the air around them began to warm. The sizzling meat on the grill next door filled the air with an irresistible aroma, making it hard to resist. Gulp. Su Qingyu covered her stomach, her face turning crimson. I only had some milk and bread this morning. Jian Hang stifled a laugh. Then you must be famished. Hey! Su Qingyu gritted her teeth. Don't laugh. As the waiter brought out the meat, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly picked up the tongs to grab a slice. The golden meat sizzled, releasing droplets of oil that danced in the heat. Ouch! She quickly withdrew her hand, feeling the sting on her fingertips. Jian Hang swiftly handed her a napkin. Aren't you being a bit reckless? Can you even cook? Su Qingyu took the napkin, wiped her hands, then lowered her head to blow on the spot that had just been burned. Jian Hang was taken aback by the delicate softness of her skin, which turned a noticeable shade of red. He retrieved the tongs and said, Allow me to handle the grilling. Under Jian Hang's deft hands, the slices of meat were flipped and cut into pieces, emitting a cloud of steam and a tantalizing sizzle. Su Qingyu watched him, captivated by his long, fair fingers, agile and graceful. As the meat on the grill gradually changed color, glistening droplets of oil danced upon the iron plate. Su Qingyu felt her heartbeat resonating louder than the sizzling meat, and when she discreetly lifted her gaze, she found Jian Hang engrossed in his task, the shadows of his eyelashes cast by the warm light. If only Lazy Sheep and Little Sugar knew she was dining with Jian Hang, they would surely be taken aback. Su Qingyu's lips curled into a smile, unable to suppress a soft chuckle. She picked up a piece of beef with the communal chopsticks, her voice sweet as she said, I'll grill too, Jian Hang. There has so much pork belly, beef, and shrimp. Which do you prefer? I'll cook it for you. Jian Hang paused briefly and replied nonchalantly, Any will do. Su Qingyu pondered for a moment, then let us have a bit of everything. Sound good. The heat from the grill enveloped them in a misty white haze. Su Qingyu stared intently at the grill. It seemed to be cooking just perfectly. She picked up a slightly charred piece of meat and placed it in Jian Hang's plate, saying, Thank you for your efforts. You eat first. Jian Hang smirked slightly. At least you have a conscience. Let me take over. However, Su Qingyu took the tongs willingly, skillfully flipping the meat. The alluring aroma of grilling meat filled the air. As they stepped out of the barbecue restaurant, Jian Hang tucked his hands into his pockets and glanced at the sky. Shall I escort you back to the hotel? Sure, Su Qingyu replied, her voice betraying her undisguised delight. Flurries of delicate snowflakes drifted down, shimmering under the dim glow of the streetlights, creating a picturesque scene. What a poetic moment. Su Qingyu tilted her head towards the sky, feeling the icy snowflakes land on her face, melting into droplets. It's snowing, she murmured, her breath visible in the chilly air. This city doesn't get such beautiful snow. Jian Hang stood beside her, a thin layer of snow quickly accumulating on his black down jacket. He turned to Su Qingyu, noticing a few snowflakes resting on her eyelashes, glimmering like tiny jewels under the warm light. Today has been truly delightful, Su Qingyu said softly. She shook her head. My mother hasn't returned to the hotel yet. Shall we wander a bit more? Her gaze drifted elsewhere, longing evident in her eyes, as she implored. I've heard the night view of Hufong Street is exquisite, especially when it snows. Shall we explore a little longer? Jian Hang checked his watch, noting it was just past 7, hardly late. He nodded, all right. Su Qingyu looked up at Jian Hang, her eyes sparkling. Jian Hang, you're so wonderful. A warmth spread through Jian Hang's chest. Though he maintained a composed demeanor and averted his gaze, just as long as you know. They walked side by side. Su Qingyu stole a glance at Jian Hang, noticing his rapt attention on the falling snowflakes. His profile appeared exceptionally gentle beneath the streetlight. They strolled along the cobblestone path of Hufong Street. Su Qingyu could detect a faint scent of laundry detergent emanating from Jian Hang, mingling with the smoky aroma of the barbecue restaurant, providing an inexplicable sense of comfort. The shops lining the street glowed with warm yellow lights, and the antique architecture seemed particularly serene under the snowfall. Occasionally, hurried pedestrians passed by, their footsteps crunching softly in the fresh snow. Su Qingyu couldn't help but sneeze. Shall we head back? Jian Hang in Guit? Su Qingyu shook her head, no. Jian Hang sensed a slight change in her tone, a hint of playful coaxing. As they passed a sugar painting shop, Su Qingyu halted. An elderly artisan was crafting intricate designs with syrup, the golden liquid flowing over the stone surface, soon forming a vividly lifelike rabbit. Would you like one? Jian Hang asked. Then let us buy one to try. Su Qingyu looked up, pleasantly surprised. Yes, let us get 2 rabbits. How much? Jian Hang in Guit? 10 yuan. The elderly man replied with a warm smile. Jian Hang paid and handed the sugar painting to Su Qingyu, saying, Here you go, the sweet treat. It was a reference to Su Qingyu's QQ nickname. When their fingers brushed while she accepted the sugar painting, Su Qingyu felt a jolt of electricity race from her fingertips to her heart. She quickly withdrew her hand, pretending to focus on taking a bite of the sugar art. It's quite sweet, she remarked after tasting it, her cheeks flushing as she averted her gaze. Chapter 54. Could it be the feeling of infatuation? You should eat less sugar. Be cautious of cavities, Jian Hang remarked, lacking the romantic touch. I'll eat as I please, Su Qingyu mumbled softly. They passed a tea house with a few patrons inside. The warm air was infused with a delicate fragrance of tea. They originally intended to enter and choose a window seat, as outside the snowflakes danced gracefully, while inside the warm atmosphere would allow them to sip tea and admire the snowy scenery, a perfect indulgence. Just as Su Qingyu was about to suggest it, her phone rang unexpectedly. She glanced at the caller ID, and her heart tightened. This enchanting, snowy night rendezvous would have to conclude prematurely. The streetlights cast a warm yellow halo against the drifting snow. As Su Qingyu stepped on the thin layer of snow, she heard the soft crunch beneath her feet. Jian Hang stood beside her, their shadows elongated on the snow, occasionally overlapping and then separating. Shall we go inside for a moment? Jian Hang turned to her, extending an invitation. A few snowflakes rested on his eyelashes, sparkling under the warm light, contrasting beautifully with the deep clarity of his dark eyes. Jian Hang remained oblivious to Su Qingyu's incoming call. Su Yinggu, reluctant to refuse. Felt the chill of the air and shivered slightly. All right, she agreed. The faint scent of citrus lingering at the tip of her nose, her mother's perfume that she had secretly spritzed before leaving home, mixed with Jian Hang's refreshing cedar scent, quickening her heartbeat. Well, let me call my mom first. You can go in ahead. Jian Hang not that, instinctively reaching to adjust her loosened scarf. Thankfully, reason prevailed just in time. Jian Hang casually pointed at Su Qingyu's scarf and remarked, It's come undone. Su Qingyu felt the area he pointed to flush with warmth, and she softly replied, Oh, as she bent down to tidy her scarf. After Jian Hang entered the tea house, Su Qingyu dialed Su He's number. When the call connected, her voice involuntarily softened. Hello, Mom. What is going on? Why are you calling at this hour? Su He's tone was slightly displeased. It was an accident, Su Qingyu fibbed. Mom, can I return to the hotel a bit later? Su He expressed surprise. You're out now? Alone? Mom, I'm an adult now. It's not late, and nothing will happen, Su Qingyu said, anxious about being refused. While adding a coaxing tone, Please, Mom, you are the best. Since entering middle school, Su He and Su Hai had argued occasionally, and since then, Su Qingyu had stopped indulging them, becoming increasingly quiet and reserved. Su He's heart softened. All right, but you must return by 8:30 at the latest, understood? Su Qingyu clenched her fist in excitement, making a victorious gesture. Okay, I promise to be back on time. After hanging up, her spirits lifted, and her steps felt light and joyful. She carefully arranged her hair and ensured her makeup was flawless before cautiously entering the tea house. Jian Hang had already ordered a pot of tea. As she sat down, the delightful aroma of tea enveloped her. I wasn't sure what you liked. So I ordered West Lake Longjing, which is fragrant and refreshing, sweet and smooth. Give it a try. Jian Hang poured her a cup of tea. As he spoke, the white mist he exhaled dispersed into the air. Amidst the fog, Jian Hang's gaze seemed as gentle as flowing water. Su Qingyu found herself momentarily entranced, her heart skipping a beat. She swore she wasn't infatuated. It was just that Jian Hang was undeniably handsome, and in a remarkably understated way. Why aren't you drinking? Jian Hang asked, surprised to see her lost in thought. Oh, I will, Su Qingyu exclaimed, abruptly lifting her teacup and taking a sip, only to feel her lips sting from the heat. She pressed her lips together tightly, inhaling deeply, the tea's emerald clarity and fragrant aroma refreshing her spirit. Delightful. Jian Hang, you seem different from usual. Different how? Su Qingyu asked, puzzled. Jian Hang merely smiled without answering. Unable to resist, she tugged at his sleeve. Come on, tell me. Realizing her action was overly intimate, she averted her gaze and straightened her posture, muttering, if you want to say, then fine. I don't think there's any difference. They sat in silence, facing each other. It was quite pleasant, really. The snow outside was breathtaking. Jian Hang instinctively glanced at Su Qingyu. In this unfamiliar city, encountering a familiar high school classmate felt rather nuanced, subtly bridging the gap between them. In school, Jian Hang had always held a slightly better impression of Su Qingyu compared to other girls, responding to her more. However, today, as Su Qingyu grasped his hand tightly in the barbecue restaurant, his heart fluttered, a natural reaction. Who wouldn't he feel their heart race in the presence of a beautiful girl? Furthermore, Jian Hang was currently engrossed in entrepreneurial pursuits, with no inclination toward romance. Su Jia served as a cautionary tale. Though, as Zhang Chong had pointed out, Su Qingyu did treat him differently. After all, wasn't he that woman once the same? Ultimately, she had only deluded herself and become the subject of laughter. Yet, Jian Hang wasn't easily deceived. Rather, during the monotonous grind of high school, coupled with the surrounding ridicule and the blatant favoritism of their homeroom teacher, Su Jia had presented herself differently, and she was, after all, quite attractive. Nevertheless, Jian Hang was convinced that Su Qingyu was not that kind of person. She merely regarded him as a good friend, nothing more. Lost in thought, Su Qingyu locked eyes with Jian Hang. Jian Hang, what do you wish to do in the future? Her tone was remarkably earnest. Jian Hang snapped back to reality, laughing heartily. My aspirations are quite simple, to become a wealthy man, a billionaire. With that, he turned the question back to Su Qingyu. Do you believe me? Boys of this age often boasted, and Jian Hang was curious whether Su Qingyu shared this sentiment. She lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering like stars, filled with admiration and unwavering certainty, devoid of any insincerity. She nodded. Yes, I believe you. This truly took Jian Hang aback. The wind chimes hanging in the room chimed, scattering the warm yellow light overhead, producing a crisp and melodious sound. Jian Hang inwardly cursed himself. Could it be that he was genuinely feeling a flutter of emotion? Chapter 55, afraid of being seen by him, yet fearful of being overlooked. Jian Hang dismissed this absurd notion from his mind, setting down his teacup and looking at Su Qingyu. Why do you trust me so much? Don't girls your age usually say boys just like to boast? A gentle blush crept onto Su Qingyu's cheeks as she averted her gaze, fiddling with her teacup. Her voice soft yet resolute, because you are Jian Hang. In my memory, you are intelligent, determined, and unpretentious. You have never uttered empty words. At Chongning, you were the top of your class, yet you never exhibited arrogance. On the side, you taught yourself math competitions and programming. Initially, I was quite surprised. But seeing your dedication, it's evident you are genuinely committed to your studies. Su Qingyu raised her head, her eyes sparkling with admiration. So when you say you want to become a billionaire, I truly believe you can achieve it. After a pause, she continued, Jian Hang, you will surely succeed. Jian Hang felt a bit bashful from her praise, clearing his throat to change the subject. Su, the campus belle. I didn't expect you to pay me so much attention. Su Qingyu's cheeks flushed deeper as she gazed out the window, retorting playfully, Jian the academic prodigy. I didn't expect you to be so self-absorbed. As their words fell, they both erupted into laughter. Jian Hang noticed Su Qingyu's fingers absent-mindedly tracing the edge of her teacup. Outside, the snow seemed to fall heavier, the swirling flakes dancing beneath the dim glow of the streetlights. Detecting a hint of melancholy in Su Qingyu's eyes, Jian Hang inquired curiously, Are you troubled? Su Qingyu bit her lip, appearing hesitant to speak. Ultimately, she slowly replied, There are some issues at home. Is it serious? Jian Hang asked with concern. As expected, the steadfast Su Qingyu shook her head. Thankfully, her gaze betrayed her. It was nothing. One could easily speculate that the matters of wealthy families often revolved around a parent's infidelity or discord leading to divorce. In this regard, Jian Hang felt an immense gratitude towards his parents for providing him with a warm and loving home. Reflecting on this, Jian Hang felt a wave of sympathy for Su Qingyu. He sighed softly, refilling her teacup, and reassured her, since we're out to relax. Let us not dwell on unhappy matters. Everything will be all right. Su Qingyu turned to him, her tone laced with a hint of urgency. Will it really be okay? Jian Hang not that family. Thank you for comforting me, Su Qingyu said, straightening her back and sipping her tea, warmth flooding her body. Looking back, Su Qingyu's family went bankrupt in the second semester of their sophomore year. The massive amusement park development project was likely secured in the first semester of their sophomore year. Jian Hang felt it was time to intervene in this matter. For some reason, Jian Hang's response brought Su Qingyu immense comfort. She smiled knowingly. Since you say it will be, it surely will. Do you really trust me that much? Jian Hang asked, intrigued. Of course, Su Qingyu teased, unable to resist. After all, you are Jian Hang, the MVP who led the basketball team to victory against all odds and the future billionaire. Jian Hang ruffled his hair. It's not a big deal, but it's always nice to be complimented, haha. So nontai Qingyu curiously presidhoth. Then why did you refuse when Senior Lin Xiaowei wanted to interview you? That would have been far more honorable than my personal flattery. Considering it was for the school newspaper. I genuinely had no time, Jian Hang replied candidly. I had to study, strive for the top, assist my parents with their business, and self-study advanced mathematics and programming. I didn't even have time to sleep in. This was the key to Jian Hang's eventual rise to billionaire status after initially failing the college entrance examination, Su Qingyu mused. With such determination, audacity, and resolve, combined with his innate intelligence, there was nothing he couldn't achieve. As she contemplated this, admiration shone in her eyes. Jian Hang quickly raised his hand in protest. No, I plan to be modest. Su Qingyu laughed heartily, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, slightly reddened, her gaze playful and mischievous, resembling a clever and cunning little fox. Jian Hang thought to himself, he must not be swayed by her beauty. In this lifetime, it was only the beautiful women who pursued him. He would never chase after anyone. The tea house was filled with the fragrant aroma of tea. Groups of patrons sat leisurely, sipping their drinks. Jian Hang and Su Qingyu engaged in delightful conversation. Unbeknownst to them, time flew by swiftly. Before Su Qingyu could check her phone, Jian Hang thoughtfully reminded her, it's nearly 9 o'clock. Su Qingyu sprang to her feet in a flurry, exclaiming, this is it. My mother is definitely going to scold me. She pulled out her phone and discovered that he had already attempted to call her 3 times. Is your mother really that fierce? Jian Hang inquired with curiosity, jesting. Does she hit people? Indeed, Su Qingyu replied, going along with Jian Hang's playful tone. She is the type to wield a stick. Jian Hang chuckled, his shoulders shaking with laughter, and after a moment, he stood up and said, come on, let us take a taxi to get you home. Is it really that amusing? Su Qingyu thought to herself, realizing she had merely echoed his words. Jian Hang was surprised to find Su Qingyu quite humorous, a stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. In a way, it was rather endearing. After settling the bill at the counter, they exited the tea house. Snow continued to fall, a cascade of goose feathers, stunningly beautiful. Jian Hang, do you really mean it when you say you'll take me to savor all the culinary delights of Hangzhou? Of course, Jian Hang replied, hands in his pockets, scanning the street for an available taxi. But aren't you afraid your mother will find out you're out with a boy and come after you with a stick? Not at all, Su Qingyu blurted out without a second thought. Jian Hang was momentarily taken aback. A taxi had already stopped in front of them, and the driver rolled down the window, asking, where to? Su Qingyu hurriedly stated the name of her hotel and climbed into the back seat. Jian Hang Sumai Fai Li. Following her inside, they sat with a perfectly comfortable distance between them, not too distant, yet not overly intimate. In the cramped space, the dim lighting cast flickering shadows on their faces, a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman, exuding an undeniable atmosphere of tension. As the taxi began to move, a thin mist formed on the windows. Su Qingyu instinctively traced the date of the day with her fingertip on the glass, only to hastily wipe it away. Anxious about Jian Hang seeing it, yet equally concerned he might not. In any case, her heart brimmed with anticipation and anxiety for what lay ahead. At that moment, Su Qingyu felt her heart racing uncontrollably, as if it would leap from her chest at any moment. She recalled the 300,000 yuan Jian Hang had transferred to her after their class reunion in her previous life. That had been the only comfort and gratitude she received after her family's downfall. Most importantly, it had been her mother's lifeline. Yet, her mother had ultimately passed away. Jian Hang had also met with misfortune post-reunion. At that time, burdened by crushing financial strain and the psychological toll of her parents either having passed away or being in a coma, coupled with the scorn of once friendly peers, Su Qingyu had long since crumbled under the weight of despair, living as if she were a mere shell of her former self. But now, she had been reborn. Her family had not gone bankrupt, and her parents were alive and well. And Jian Hang, he seemed to have transformed, becoming more extroverted and radiant. How wonderful! In this lifetime, Su Qingyu vowed to let Jian Hang know the sincerity of her heart. In her past life, she had silently followed him for a decade. The glow of the streetlights filtered through the window, casting alternating shadows across their faces. Stealing glances, Su Qingyu observed Jian Hang, who appeared relaxed as he gazed ahead, his profile sharply defined in the shifting light. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes. Su Qingyu was caught off guard and leaned toward Jian Hang. "Are you all right?" he asked swiftly, steadying her with a firm hand. The warmth of his palm radiated toward her, causing her ears to flush. He held her arm steadily, his breath whispering close to her ear. Su Qingyu felt her ears nearly igniting with embarrassment. "And no, I'm fine," she stammered, straightening her posture hastily. Jian Hang, confirming her well-being, gentlemanly released her. Truthfully, the previous moment had made him slightly nervous as well. They both took a moment to regain their composure. Suddenly, the driver made another sharp turn, and Su Qingyu's body unexpectedly leaned against Jian Hang again, her right hand inadvertently resting on his thigh. Jian Hang stiffened, clearly taken aback. "Sorry about that. The roads are slippery in this snow," the driver apologized, glancing in the rearview mirror. He could not help but comment, "Youth is truly wonderful." Su Qingyu quickly withdrew her hand, shifting back to her original position. Jian Hang noticed her embarrassment as she distanced herself further. Had it not been for the driver's age, which was similar to his father's, he might have blurted out a sarcastic retort about youth. "Can you even drive?" Su Qingyu straightened up quickly. "You." Both Jian Hang and Su Qingyu spoke simultaneously before halting. "You go first," Jian Hang said, awkwardly directing his gaze out the window. Su Qingyu looked down, saying, "Thank you for seeing me home. It's nothing. It's late, and it's not safe for a girl to go back alone," Jian Hang replied, striving to maintain his usual demeanor. Su Qingyu felt a warm glow in her heart, her hands slowly clenching on her knee. Finally, the taxi arrived at the hotel entrance. The latter part of the journey had been almost entirely silent. Though awkward, there was an exhilarating thrill to it. Su Qingyu felt this short ride was far too brief. Reluctantly, she alighted from the vehicle. Jian Hang lowered the window, saying, "Get some rest." Su Qingyu nodded and turned toward the hotel entrance. After taking a few steps, she glanced back. The taxi was already driving away. A hint of disappointment washed over her. Yet today had brought her a long-lost joy. This snowy night, this tea house, their conversations, and the unexpected occurrences in the taxi would become some of her most cherished memories in this lifetime. Chapter 56. The Interrogation of Parents, the Thrills of Youth. As Su Qingyu's figure receded into the distance, Jian Hang withdrew his gaze. The driver broke the silence in the car, saying, "Young man, that girl was your girlfriend. Wasn't she? She's stunning, even more beautiful than a movie star. Thank you for the compliment, but she is not my girlfriend. We are high school classmates." Jian Hang emphasized the words high school. "Which of your eyes saw us as a couple?" he thought, but out of politeness, he held back. I understand," the driver said, glancing at him through the rearview mirror. "Young people are just shy, very normal. But that girl is not only beautiful. Her personality seems quite lovely too." "Personality?" Jian Hang chuckled, unable to resist teasing. "Master, you're impressive. In less than half an hour, you've already discerned her character. But you really have misunderstood. We're just classmates." "Classmates are great," the driver exclaimed, growing more animated. "From classmates to lovers, and from lovers to wedding bells. How romantic. My wife and I were high school classmates, and for the perspective of someone who has been there, you and that girl absolutely have a chance." Jian Hang thought to himself, do middle-aged people have such wild imaginations? The driver continued to regale him with tales of his own high school romances. Jian Hang offered perfunctory nods, occasionally interjecting with, "Oh wow," and at last, the car arrived at the familiar entrance of his neighborhood. Jian Hang paid the fare and nearly fled from the car, saying, "Thank you, driver." The driver slowly rolled down the window and shouted, "Young man, keep it up, and strike while the iron is hot." Jian Hang turned back, casting an exasperated glance at the driver. As he turned around, he was taken aback to find his mother standing at the iron gate of the neighborhood, her expression stern. Two piercing gazes bore into him. Jian Hang Yingan Sapi, approaching with a playful grin. "Mom, what a coincidence. Out this late? You little rascal. What do you mean by strike while the iron is hot? You were just now returning. How long have you been in Hangzhou to already know a girl?" Lin Guizhi wore a serious expression, resembling an interrogator poised for a rigorous inquiry. My classmate came to Hangzhou with her mother, and I merely took her out to indulge in some local delicacies and stroll through the food street. It was nothing, Jian Hang explained helplessly. Where did you think I went? Lin Guizhi's gaze was filled with evident disbelief. Let me tell you. Lin Guizhi pushed open the iron gate and instructed firmly, hurry inside, we're going home. Jian Hang obediently followed her inside. As Lin Guizhi shut the door, she continued to lecture him while walking ahead. You're only in your first year of high school. Don't get involved in any early romance nonsense. Jian Hang was displeased by her words. The mother and son chatted all the way to the doorstep. From behind the iron gate, Jian Fuyou overheard their conversation and guessed that Lin Guizhi had begun her interrogation of Jian Hang again. When the mother and son finally opened the door, he couldn't help but defend his son. You really should worry less. How could such a good boy go out to fool around? At most, he might go to an internet cafe to play games. And since it's the winter break, what's the harm in having a little fun? Dad, Jian Hang sighed and looked up at the ceiling. I wasn't playing games. Please don't say that. Jian Fuyou shrugged. Well, I wouldn't know about that. You truly are my biological father. Jian Hang sighed in resignation. I was just having a meal, showing my classmate around Hangzhou. Mom, don't overthink it. I'll go do my homework now. Fine, go study then. Lin Guizhi waved her hand dismissively. She and Jian Fuyou never concerned themselves about Jian Hang's studies. Jian Hang fled to his room, closed the door, and let out a sigh of relief. Lying on his bed, he gazed at the ceiling, and the image of Su Qingyu's smile at the tea house involuntarily floated into his mind. Gentle, resolute, teasing. What am I thinking about? Jian Hang sat up, retrieved his backpack from the desk, and pulled out several challenging math worksheets, immersing himself in work to stave off distractions. Su Qingyu returned to the hotel, quietly opening the door, careful not to disturb her already sleeping mother. Holding her breath, she cautiously made her way in the dark towards the bathroom. You're back? Her mother's voice suddenly pierced the darkness. Su Qingyu nearly jumped in fright, forcing herself to appear calm. Mom, you're still awake? I was waiting for you. Her mother turned on the bedside lamp, scrutinizing her. You mustn't do this again. You should inform me beforehand where you're going. It's not safe for a girl to be out alone at night. Do you understand? Su Qingyu nodded, her heart racing. She had expected her mother to inquire about who she was with and where she had gone, but instead, her mother merely smiled. Go wash up. You have to get up early tomorrow. This was somewhat uncharacteristic of her mother. Nevertheless, it was a relief, and Su Qingyu slipped into the bathroom. The warm water cascaded over her body. She closed her eyes, and Jian Hang's figure and everything that transpired in the taxi unconsciously resurfaced in her mind. His focused profile, gentle gaze, and the warmth of his palm as he steadied her. Su Qingyu, what are you thinking? She shook her head vigorously, pushing those whimsical thoughts from her mind. Yet the next thought was, what would Jian Hang do over the next 2 days? Secluding herself in her hotel room, Su Qingyu frantically caught up on her winter break assignments. She opened her math workbook, but found her mind flooded with images of Jian Hang's concentrated expression while solving problems. She opened her English book, but the sound of Jian Hang's fluent English pronunciation echoed in her ears. Su Qingyu, have you lost your mind? She slapped her face, forcing herself to focus. She opened her phone, wanting to message Jian Hang, but was at a loss for words. Finally, she clicked on Jian Hang's moments and discovered his latest update. Posted at 2 in the morning. The accompanying image showed a desk piled high with exercises. Jian Hang just finished 3 sets of math papers, getting ready for bed. In the comment section, Zhang Chong, speechless JPG Jian Go. Are you trying to make us all look bad? Jian Hang, stop with the nonsense. Have you finished your winter break homework? Ma Fan. Thumbs up JPG as expected of the top student. Seeing this makes me feel ashamed. Jian Hang. If you feel ashamed, then hurry up and start practicing. Lazy sheep. Scholar, could you tone it down a bit? Jian Hang. Question mark JPG, I'm not being flashy at all. Little sugar. Impressive, I aspire to be like you. Jian Hang. Oh, it's mutual. The expressions and tones Jian Hang might have used while responding to various comments vividly flashed through Su Qingyu's mind, causing her to chuckle softly. After a moment of contemplation, she left a comment. Which set of exercises did you buy? It doesn't seem like the ones assigned by the school. I'd like to get them too. With the message sent, Su Qingyu eagerly awaited a reply. Ding, her phone vibrated. Su Qingyu quickly opened the latest message. Jian Hang responded. I've already finished the ones assigned by school. I'll message you privately. Zhang Chong. Second speechless JPG Jiangu, you're my idol. Zhang Chong. Don't see me, I'm already off to do exercises. In her state of confusion, Jian Hang had already sent her a private message. Chapter 57. Just classmates, don't overthink it. Jian Hang. I bought 2007 college entrance examination mathematics, new question type simulation paper. 2. 2007 national A-level real exam simulation paper I. In 2007 College Entrance Examination Mathematics, New Curriculum National Paper, simulation questions. But these depend on personal foundation. Jian Hang. You're only in your first year of high school, and haven't learned many concepts yet. I suggest you first get complete solutions to first-year high school mathematics problems, 500 mathematics competition problems for first-year high school, or first-year high school mathematics breakthrough set. Jian Hang. However, these are not easy either. We could discuss them later. For now, just focus on thoroughly understanding the homework assigned by the school. Jian Hang. The same goes for other subjects. What the heck? Su Qingyu, slump her head on the desk. I know you're a top student. But do you have to work so hard? After feeling disheartened, Su Qingyu straightened up, clenched her fists, and silently vowed, "No, I must also strive harder." It was evident to all that Su Jia had been quietly working hard to change herself for Jian Hang. Although Su Qingyu disapproved of Su Jia's actions towards Jian Hang, she couldn't help but admire her determination. She thought to herself, she must do even better than Su Jia. Yet she wondered if Jian Hang, who was so engrossed in his studies, would notice her efforts and her desire to draw closer to him. Let us not dwell on that for now. Su Qingyu opened her notebook and began organizing her mistakes. With each word she wrote, she felt one step closer to Jian Hang. Outside, the snow continued to fall, yet a fire ignited in her heart. The next morning, Su Qingyu woke up early and started studying. So early? Su He awoke, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. When did my daughter become so diligent in her studies? Su Qingyu was startled. Mom, you're awake. She wrote furiously. Su He sat up, acting coy. Today I plan to go to the neighboring Haiqing to shop. Their furs are very famous. Will you accompany me? Su Qingyu hesitated for a moment. I want to study a bit longer. Why not let your college friends go with you? Su He observed her daughter, recalling the recent events at home. Her mood complex. Baby, is something bothering you? Su Qingyu's pen paused. Not at all. I just feel it's time to work hard. Su He fell silent for a moment, lifted the blanket, got out of bed, walked over to Su Qingyu, and gently stroked her hair. Is it because of the recent arguments between your father and me? At this tender age, a child witnessing their parents' quarrels inevitably harbors fears of divorce, often leading them to adopt an unusual diligence in their studies, hoping that exemplary grades might persuade their parents to remain united. The mere thought that her once-coddled daughter now treads on eggshells due to the tumult between her and Su Haisheng deepens Su He's resentment towards him, as well as towards the other woman. With a heart full of tenderness, she gazes at Su Qingyu. Su, du n'es pas yourself, Su evens down. Affectionately meeting Su Qingyu's gaze. Just be as you were before. Our family is quite affluent. Even if you attend an ordinary university, you need not worry about your sustenance or attire. You may continue to live freely and joyfully. Su Qingyu is momentarily taken aback, turning to behold her mother's graceful and elegant appearance, struggling to reconcile it with the frail visage she had seen in her previous life. Mom. Su Qingyu lowers her head. Regardless, one must strive, mustn't they? I wish to become better. Whatever decisions your father and I make in the future, do not let them sadden you. Su He gently assures, rising to embrace Su Qingyu. Just remember, you will forever remain our most cherished little princess. It has been 11 years since Su Qingyu last heard the term little princess. She feels a slight flush of embarrassment. I am no longer a child. As long as you and Dad are healthy, that is enough for me. This child, Su He rises, momentarily taken aback by her newfound thoughtfulness. Very well. If you choose not to join me, I shall invite my girlfriends for a shopping spree. With the new year approaching, I must adorn myself splendidly. Adorn splendidly? Su Qingyu's eyes widen in surprise. Indeed, didn't Jian Hang mention he would take her to savor the culinary delights of Hangzhou? Surely, she must prepare herself accordingly. Mom. Su Qingyu stands, a shy smile gracing her lips. Perhaps I should accompany you instead. This child, Su He muses, finds herself both amused and bewildered by Su Qingyu's sudden maturity. Then, let us hasten our preparations. The mother and daughter duo busily ready themselves before stepping out. After meticulously selecting their outfits, Su Qingyu, unable to contain her excitement, initiates a message to Jian Hang. Jian Hang, I have yet to witness the snow scenery of West Lake. Shall we go together? Winter sunlight streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the young girl's finely blushed cheeks. She had never before taken the initiative to invite a boy out, but for Jian Hang, she breaks that precedent. As her phone vibrates, Jian Hang is immersed in solving problems. He glances at his phone, unlocks the screen, and upon seeing Su Qingyu's message, pauses, staring at it for a moment before recalling his words from their day at Hafong Street. Rubbing his temples, a smile involuntarily creeps onto his lips. I didn't expect she would remember. Jian Hang's fingers dance over the keyboard, pausing momentarily, initially intending to suggest another day. He reconsiders. having been quite weary from his studies lately. Perhaps it is better to seize the moment. He replies, today, after sending the message. He glances at the time. It is nearly 1 o'clock, suggesting today might lead Su Qingyu to think him overly eager. However, once the message is sent, Jian Hang dismisses such thoughts and returns to his studies. The final challenging problem involves concepts from both sophomore and junior years. So Jian Hang sets aside his pen and decides to preview the material. With the high school curriculum still fresh, he finds the subjects manageable. Ding! His phone vibrates. Su Qingyu quickly responds. Sure. What time and where shall we meet? Jian Hang muses. 2 o'clock by Westlake. Okay. Su Qingyu adds a cute emoji at the end. Setting down his phone, Jian Hang chuckles to himself. Jian Hang, it's merely an invitation. It's not as if she's making a grand gesture. As the time approaches, he rises to select an outfit for his outing. Today, Jian Fuyu is at the factory overseeing shipments, leaving only Jian Hang and Lin Guizhi at home. With the new year approaching, Lin Guizhi plans to conduct a thorough cleaning and decorate the house festively. Jian Hang had intended to assist, but was promptly sent to his room to study. As usual, he dons a blue sweater paired with a black down jacket. He had contemplated dressing up more elaborately, especially considering that his companion is the Belle of Chongning. But he ultimately decides it is unnecessary. His reflection in the mirror reveals his tall, handsome figure, with his striking features remaining impeccable. Although his hair appears somewhat tousled, it possesses a layered charm. Jian Hang casually ruffles it, achieving a fresh and textured look, nodding in satisfaction. Son, are you heading out? Lin Guizhi calls from the kitchen. Peeking in. Dressed so handsomely, are you off on a date? Jian Hang chuckles. Mom, you must be the source of emotional support. It's no wonder you and Dad share such a strong bond. Enough chatter, Lin Guizhi threatens, raising her spoon. Given your recent diligence in studies, I'll allow you to enjoy a half day. Just be back before dinner. Understood. Jian Hang quickly puts on his shoes and dashes out. On his way to Westlake, Jian Hang finds himself pondering how remarkably beautiful Su Qingyu is, so captivating that any boy would find it impossible to resist daydreaming about her. Yet, he reassures himself, they're merely classmates, simply friends. There's no need to overthink it. Chapter 58. Do you really think I am your free companion? Upon receiving Jian Hang's reply, Su Qingyu nearly leaps from her chair in excitement. She cannot contain a squeal, glancing towards her mother's bedroom, relieved that she has not been discovered. However, a dilemma arises regarding what excuse to offer for her departure. Mom, Su Qingyu tiptoes to the bedroom door and knocks gently. I'm stepping out for a bit. Fearing her mother might pry, Su Qingyu quickly improvises. I'm going to the bookstore to buy some reference materials. Sue, reclining on her bed while applying a facial mask and scrolling through her phone, replies, all right, just don't be too late. Okay. Su Qingyu gently closes the door, nearly bursting with excitement. She checks the time. It is past 1 o'clock, and she must swiftly prepare. With great care, she follows each step of her skincare and makeup routine. Once adorned in her new attire, she spins in front of the mirror several times, ensuring she looks perfect before stepping out. She wishes to avoid giving Jian Hang the impression that she is the type to intentionally keep boys waiting, luring them in. By the lakeside, Jian Hang spots Su Qingyu from afar. She stands at the bridge, scanning the surroundings. Her knitted sweater accentuates her slender waist, and her beige trench coat flutters gently in the breeze, rendering her a vision of beauty akin to a painting. Their eyes meet. Su Qingyu's face lights up, her lips curling into a smile as she jogs towards him. Have you been waiting long? She inquires as she approaches, a hint of citrus fragrance wafting towards him. Jian Hang shakes his head. Not at all, I just arrived. Su Qingyu feels a flutter of nervousness. This marks their second outing together. This time, it is a formal date, uninterrupted by others. They stroll leisurely along the lakeside. Su Qingyu is both anxious and elated, her palms growing sweaty. Stealing glances at Jian Hang, she notices he is wearing a deep blue sweater today, enhancing his tall and handsome demeanor. Just as she is about to speak, a sudden click interrupts her. Turning her head, she sees a bespectacled boy with a camera capturing her image. She feels an immediate aversion to this attention. Excuse me, the boy approaches, seemingly oblivious to Su Qingyu's discomfort. I couldn't help but notice how beautiful you are and had to take a few pictures. Su Qingyu regards him coolly, offering no response. Jian Hang silently observed the unfolding scene, pondering whether the young man was either lacking in perception or overly self-assured. The boy, undeterred, shamelessly pressed on. Beautiful lady, may I add you on QQ? I'd like to send you some photos. Jian Hang chuckled softly to himself. If one is to request a QQ, they should at least conjure a more convincing excuse, as if they believe the girl is a fool. Nonetheless, it was the first time he had witnessed Su Qingyu being approached like this, sparking his curiosity about her reaction. He watched as Su Qingyu furrowed her brow, replying, "No need, please delete the photos." This reinforced Jian Hang's previous impression of Su Qingyu from his past life, aloof and distant. With this thought, he felt her attitude towards him was indeed somewhat different. It was no wonder that Zhang Chong had misunderstood her demeanor. "Don't be so cold," the boy insisted, stepping closer. "It's just a friendly request." Su Qingyu recoiled in disgust, inadvertently colliding with Jian Hang's chest. He instinctively reached out to steady her arm and address the boy. She said, "No, my friend. That's where you've gone wrong. Taking unsolicited pictures infringes on her privacy. Understand?" Su Qingyu's gaze lingered on Jian Hang's hand gripping her arm. Long and elegant, both beautiful and warm. It was at this moment that the boy noticed Jian Hang, sizing him up. "Are you your boyfriend?" he inquired. "No," Jian Hang replied, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Qingyu. "But that doesn't negate my request for you to delete those photos and leave immediately." Su Qingyu glanced at Jian Hang's profile, a sweet smile gracing her lips. His Adam's apple bobbed enticingly as he spoke, reminiscent of a sharp ice skate blade, undeniably alluring. The boy, emboldened, attempted to advance further. Jian Hang casually rolled up his sleeve, revealing a lean, muscular arm with prominent veins, exuding an impressive vitality. Beneath his tousle black hair, his dark eyes were piercing and cold. The boy hesitated, caught off guard by Jian Hang's stern gaze, and reluctantly decided to depart. "Wait." Jian Hang obstructed the boy's path, indicating the camera in his hand with a nod. "Where are the photos? Delete them." His tone was commanding, resolute, enough to quicken the heart. Su Qingyu gazed intently at Jian Hang's face, her ears flushed with warmth. Reluctantly, the boy deleted the photos, grumbling, "I've deleted them. Can I leave now?" "Let me check," Jian Hang insisted, refusing to relent. Frustrated and vexed, the boy, shorter and less imposing than Jian Hang, handed over the camera. "Be careful. If you break it, you'll owe me." Jian Hang disregarded his taunts, meticulously verifying the deleted images before returning the camera. "You may leave," Jian Hang remarked, raising an eyebrow with a smirk, "but approaching girls in such a brazen manner is hardly commendable." The boy departed, grumbling under his breath. "Shall we continue our stroll?" Jian Hang turned to Su Qingyu. She nodded, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. The Jian Hang from earlier had displayed remarkable boyfriend potential. Even in his high school days, his charm was undeniably compelling. As they walked together, Su Qingyu felt lightheaded, nervously clutching the hem of her coat. "Let us admire the snowy scenery at Westlake. Then I'll treat you to something delicious before I head home," Jian Hang said, his hands tucked in his pockets. "Otherwise, my mother will wield a stick at me." Su Qingyu recalled her previous exaggerations and couldn't help but laugh at Jian Hang's mention of them. Many years later, she would still remember their walk by Westlake, the innocent flutter of her heart, and Jian Hang's spirited discussions about his dreams. These moments would remain indelible memories of her youth, like the warm, dazzling sunlight of early summer, forever cherished in the most precious corner of her heart. In this new life, Su Qingyu resolved that she must leave no regrets behind. After their excursion at Westlake, Jian Hang led Su Qingyu to purchase supplementary materials for her studies. They walked for nearly half an hour to the bookstore Jian Hang had mentioned. Qingyu flushed, her cheeks resembling a delicate blush, her entire face glowing with a rosy hue, and with each breath, the frosty air added to her adorable allure. The bookstore was bustling with high school students, both boys and girls, and their presence undoubtedly added a vibrant touch to the crowd. Boys occasionally stole glances at Su Qingyu, while girls whispered excitedly, eager to approach for contact information. "Jian Hang, what materials do you think I should buy?" Su Qingyu asked, her gaze lost among the myriad of study aids. Jian Hang, assessing her recent exam results, selected foundational reinforcement and skill enhancement materials, along with a set of practice tests: English, physics, mathematics, and chemistry. Su Qingyu acquired 2 sets for each subject. "That is quite a lot. Can you carry it all?" Jian Hang inquired at the checkout. "Aren't you here to help?" Su Qingyu replied, her eyes sparkling with innocence. "So you truly see me as your free companion and laborer?" Jian Hang raised an eyebrow. "Very well then." Around them, murmurs arose. "Are they a couple?" "I'm not sure, but they seem close and quite well matched." "What a pity. A handsome guy like him is already taken." "Who says?" Boys whispered among themselves. "Maybe we should try asking for his number. He might not be your boyfriend after all. If we miss this chance, we may never see him again." After paying, Su Qingyu grasped a small portion of the books, while Jian Hang took the remaining 2/3. "Let us go," he said, aware of the whispers surrounding them, yet choosing to ignore them. "All right," Su Qingyu responded, naturally linking her arm with Jian Hang's. He found himself being led out of the bookstore. "What are you doing?" Jian Hang expressed exasperation. "This is quite dangerous, you know." Su Qingyu quickly withdrew her arm, protesting. "What is dangerous about it? Isn't it obvious?" It could easily lead people to misinterpret you as an easy girl. Jian Hang voiced his disapproval of her boldness. It's fine. Su Qingyu shrugged. You're not just anyone. That's true. Consider yourself fortunate that it's me who won to misconstrue your actions. Jian Hang replied lightly before adopting a serious tone. If you don't want to be approached, simply refuse. It's quite straightforward. I find it bothersome. Su Qingyu retorted. There are more direct ways. Why waste time explaining and declining? Jian Hang was taken aback. In just a few days, he had uncovered a different side of Su Qingyu. Realizing she was quite the slow burn type, his ambiguous remarks suggested that, upon becoming familiar, she revealed herself to be this intriguing individual. Su Qingyu chose not to pursue further inquiries, secretly wishing for Jian Hang to misunderstand something. After purchasing the books, they took a taxi back. The cab arrived first at Jian Hang's neighborhood. I'm heading out first, Jian Hang said as he exited, waving his hand. Su Qingyu felt a pang of reluctance. Just as she was about to instruct the driver to depart, a text from her mother arrived. Mom, I'm dining out with friends today, and we'll be back to the hotel later. Make sure to study diligently. Jian Hang, Su Qingyu called out, hurriedly opening the car door and awkwardly hauling 2 bags of books as she stepped down. Hey, young lady, you haven't paid yet, the driver reminded her. Su Qingyu looked at Jian Hang, seeking help. Observing her struggle with the heavy items, Jian Hang sighed, turned back, paid the fare, and took the books from her hands. Asking, why did you get out? Su Qingyu began to explain, my mom said, but before she could finish, a distance of 2 meters loomed between them. Lin Guizhi approached with 2 large supermarket shopping bags, exclaiming, Jian Hang, at last, you have decided to return. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a girl standing beside him. The most striking aspect was the girl's extraordinary beauty, which left Lin Guizhi flustered as she hurried to their side. Chapter 59, An Unexpected Confession. Mom, I can explain, Jian Hang declared, raising his finger in a solemn vow. Lin Guizhi strode over with an air of authority, her gaze darting between the two. Who is this? Classmate, Jian Hang admitted, adopting a sheepish grin as he accepted the items from Lin Guizhi. We are in the same class. She and her mother are visiting Hangzhou. Hello, I'm Su Qingyu. The girl quickly introduced herself, feeling a slight flutter of nerves as she curiously examined Lin Guizhi. Lin Guizhi shot a skeptical glance at Jian Hang before turning her attention to Su Qingyu. The girl was indeed strikingly beautiful, her voice soft and gentle, and her smile utterly charming. Lin Guizhi's demeanor softened as she recalled the time of day, and she warmly suggested, since you're already downstairs, would you care to come up for dinner? I just bought some groceries. Su Qingyu hesitated for a moment, glancing at Jian Hang. Observing this, Lin Guizhi shot her son a reproachful look. What? Are we not welcoming your classmate into our home? Turning back to Su Qingyu, she urged, Qingyu, please don't be shy. Come upstairs and sit for a while. Jian Hang, caught in the crossfire, protested innocently. I didn't say anything. Suin you nadie obediente. Then I shall impose on you, auntie. The two followed Lin Guizhi inside. Jian Hang discreetly made a face that elicited a laughter from Su Qingyu. How is your mom? Jian Hang in guit. It's fine. I'll return home early. Suin you replied softly. Jian Hang felt relieved. That's good. Lin Guizhi turned her head. What are you two whispering about back there? Jian Hang stood how Ms. Lin, am I now forbidden from speaking? That cheeky boy, Lin Guizhi huffed, then turned her attention back to Su Qingyu, asking Qingyu, did Annie seem a bit fierce downstairs just now? Su Qingyu, noticing Jian Hang shaking his head vigorously, quickly responded, not at all. I found you very welcoming. Once inside, Jian Hang spotted Jian Fuyo lounging on the sofa, casually munching on sunflower seeds while watching the news. Dad, we're back, Jian Hang announced. Jian Fuyo grunted in acknowledgement without turning around. Hello, Uncle, Su Qingyu said, her voice timid. This was her first visit to a classmate's home, especially a boy's. Jian Hang found it amusing, realizing that the usually aloof school beauty could also be nervous and shy in private. Jian Fuyo turned to look, momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he put down his legs and approached with a dignified air, asking, and who might this be? My high school classmate. Visiting Hangzhou with her mother, Jian Hang drawled, his tone lacking energy. Jian Fuyo playfully tapped Jian Hang on the back of his head and then warmly welcomed Su Qingyu. Gumin, Hang, pour some water. Jian Hang replied with an okay, placing the items on the coffee table before heading to get water. Su Qingyu couldn't help but notice the stark contrast between his obedient demeanor now and his usual rebellious self at school, which made her want to laugh. Lin Guizhi cheerfully invited Su Qingyu to sit in the living room to watch television. Please sit for a moment. Annie will prepare some fruit. Su Qingyu stood up, feeling a bit bashful. Thank you, Annie. As Jian Hang brought the water over, he whispered, My mom's cooking isn't great. I usually handle it at home. You'll get to taste my specialty. Su Qingyu was taken aback. You can cook? That's impressive. Jian Hang raised an eyebrow with pride. It's just cooking. What is so difficult about it? At that moment, Jian Hang and Lin Guizhi were busy in the kitchen, occasionally bickering playfully. Su Qingyu couldn't resist stealing glances at Jian Hang, who was deftly preparing ingredients with focused ease. Jian Fuyo sat across from Su Qingyu, engrossed in the television, chatting with her intermittently. Yes. Oh, thank you. Really, it's no trouble at all. Su Qingyu felt a wave of social anxiety wash over her. She was apprehensive about sitting there in silence, fearing that the conversation might dwindle into awkwardness and leave a poor impression on Jian Hang's father. Uncle, you keep watching television, Su Qingyu said, mustering courage as she stood up. I'll go help in the kitchen. Yes, go supervise Hang. Jian Fuyo replied with a smile. Su Qingyu hurriedly clarified. That's not what I meant. The young girl was exceedingly shy, Jian Fuyo thought to himself. He added with a chuckle. I'm just joking. That's how we are at home. Ha ha ha. Go on. All right. Su Qingyu turned and silently sighed in relief. She approached the kitchen, peeking inside. The kitchen was small, somewhat worn, yet impeccably clean. Jian Hang was busy stir-frying, while Lin Guizhi was washing vegetables. What brings you in here? Jian Hang asked upon noticing Su Qingyu peering into the kitchen. It's quite smoky here. Why don't you wait outside? It's fine. Su Qingyu shook her head and looked at Lin Guizhi. Auntie, can I help you? No need. Just stand here and chat with me. Lin Guizhi replied cheerfully. Sha? Su Qingyu felt a pang of anxiety. She dreaded struggling to find topics to discuss or engaging in forced conversation. Was Jian Hang teasing you earlier about my cooking? Lin Guizhi casually inquired. Su Qingyu felt a flutter of panic, glancing at Jian Hang's back as he stirred the food. No, not at all. Lin Guizhi chuckled. He speaks the truth. In our household, Jian Hang is the best cook. His father is no good at it, and I'm rather average myself. I have a clear self-assessment, Jian Hang interjected, turning around. What do you mean my cooking is lacking? Jian Fuyo protested from the living room. Lin Guizhi laughed lightly. Who was it that I asked to help chop vegetables last time, only to have him throw away all the celery leaves and keep just the stalks? How dare you bring that up? Jian Fuyo shot her a glare. If you hadn't been hovering around, I wouldn't have tossed out the leaves. Lin Guizhi retorted. I was just trying to teach you. Teach. More like create chaos. Listening to the playful banter between Jian Hang's parents, Su Qingyu felt a warmth in her heart. This seemingly argumentative yet affectionate interaction was something she had never witnessed in her own home. I made braised pork, Jian Hang announced, presenting a plate of enticingly glazed braised pork to her. I'm sure it's tastier than what you get at school. Su Qingyu recalled the first time she had taken the initiative to approach Jian Hang, which had been in the school cafeteria when she devoured all the braised pork, leaving her classmate Lam Yang in shock, questioning whether she was afraid of gaining weight. Could it be that Jian Hang had prepared the braised pork specifically for her? With this thought, Su Qingyu felt a rush of happiness. After finishing the vegetable prep, Lin Guizhi went to the living room to watch television with Jian Fuyo. My son is truly remarkable, Jian Fuyo beamed with pride, observing Jian Hang and Su Qingyu chatting in the kitchen. He has my flair from back in the day. What flair? Lin Guizhi teased, playfully tugging at his ear. Jian Fuyo winced, grinning through the pain. Being popular with the girls. Now that he has called her a classmate. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Guizhi admonished. Besides, that girl looks like she comes from a wealthy family. We can't possibly match. I don't agree with that. Hang is so intelligent and hardworking. He will surely excel in the future, Jian Fuyo protested, rubbing his ear where she had pulled. That is true. Lin Guizhi stood a bit taller, filled with pride. In the kitchen, Su Qingyu gazed in astonishment at Jian Hang, who skillfully julienned the potatoes. With each precise slice, the uniformly cut potato strips were neatly arranged on the cutting board. Jian Hang, you are truly impressive, Su Qingyu couldn't help but exclaim once more. Jian Hang's lips curled into a subtle smile. You've praised me for the second time. Aren't you getting tired of it? Su Qingyu's cheeks flushed slightly. But you really are remarkable. She had indeed not anticipated that he excelled in basketball, academics, and culinary skills. What is it that Jian Hang cannot do? Jian Hang retrieved 2 eggs from the refrigerator. My mother always mentions how terrible my father's cooking is. Truthfully, she's not much better. Thus, I took it upon myself to learn. Su Qingyu nodded, watching him expertly crack the eggs and whisk them. His long, strong fingers deftly manipulated the chopsticks, veins slightly protruding on the back of his hands. With a sizzle, the egg mixture was poured into the hot oil, instantly blossoming into golden egg flowers. Jian Hang flipped the pan with one hand, the egg flowers creating a graceful arc in the air before landing steadily back into the pan. Su Qingyu was entranced, and she instinctively blurted out, I truly envy your future girlfriend. The moment the words escaped her lips, both of them paused. Su Qingyu's cheeks instantly turned crimson, her heart pounding in her chest. Chapter 60. Do not cook for girls casually. Jian Hang was the first to break the awkward silence. It's just cooking. It's nothing extraordinary. Su Qingyu instinctively wanted to say that she could not do it, but recalling her previous silly remark, she chuckled awkwardly and silently stood by, contemplating how she might assist. Once the dishes were prepared, Su Qingyu hurriedly helped serve them at the dining table. She looked up at Jian Hang and quietly said, "Thank you for your hard work. It is indeed quite laborious, so make sure to eat plenty," Jian Hang said as he brought out the last dish from the kitchen. Upon seeing the table laden with vibrant and fragrant dishes, Su Qingyu's eyes widened. She was genuinely hungry now. Come, Qingyu, sit down." Lin Guizhi enthusiastically urged Su Qingyu to try some of Hang's cooking. This child has loved tinkering in the kitchen since he was little. Jian Fuyo eagerly snagged a piece of braised pork. Hang's braised pork is exceptional. It's far tastier than what his mother makes. What do you mean by that? Lin Guizhi shot a glare at her husband. What's wrong with my braised pork? Yours? Jian Fuyo. Lin Guizhi pretended to hit him, and Jian Fuyo quickly dodged as laughter filled the room. Su Qingyu observed this scene, her heart warming. She picked up a piece of braised pork and was instantly amazed by the flavor. How is it? Jian Hang asked, looking at her. Suinju nodded vigorously. It's absolutely delicious. Don't just eat the braised pork. Try this. Lin Guizhi added a portion of stir-fried vegetables to Su Qingyu's bowl. Hang says eating organic vegetables like these is good for your health. Thank you, Auntie, Su Qingyu said politely. Also this, Jian Fuyo chimed in, placing a piece of sweet and sour ribs into Su Qingyu's bowl. Hang specialty. I guarantee you'll love it. Soon, Su Qingyu's bowl was piled high. As she looked at the array of dishes, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. Since her parents separated, she had not enjoyed such a lively meal. Su Qingyu fought back tears. It's delicious. Jian Hang's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. Each dish was perfectly seasoned, neither too salty nor too bland, with impeccable timing in cooking. She couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be to have meals like this every day. After the meal, Jian Fuyo volunteered to wash the dishes. Jian Hang and Su Qingyu settled in the living room to watch television. Lin Guizhi peeked into the kitchen and complained, "Old Jian, you've misplaced the soy sauce bottle again. Oh, what does it matter where it goes? You don't understand. I organize things by frequency of use for convenience," Lin Guizhi said, smoothly accepting the plates Jian Fuyo handed her. Despite their occasional bickering, the atmosphere was warm. "Do you think my mom is rather chatty?" Jian Hang lowered his voice. "She just likes to worry." "That's a good thing," Su Qingyu whispered back. "Your family feels very warm." Jian Hang paused for a moment, then smiled. "You haven't seen them argue." He recalled the last time his father tossed his socks into the washing machine, causing his mother to ignore him for 3 days. Su Qingyu bit her lip. At least they still argue over such matters. Jian Hang looked at Su Qingyu, her youthful eyes sparkling with mirth, her lashes casting delicate shadows on her face. Hang. Su Qingyu hesitated. "May I call you that?" Of course, Jian Hang thought. How could he possibly refuse? Otherwise, you'd be feeling wronged. He sensed that Su Qingyu was somewhat downcast today, likely due to thoughts of her own parents. "All right, I'll call you that from now on." Su Qingyu felt a flutter of joy. She looked up into Jian Hang's eyes, locking gazes with him. Hang, when do you plan to return to Nanchang?" "Next week, just 2 days before school starts," Jian Hang admitted, feeling slightly awkward at the thought of Su Qingyu calling him a Hang. "Let's go together." Su Qingyu hesitated, "But don't let my mom find out, or she'll nag me. Also, I need your ID information to buy the tickets together." Su Qingyu assumed Jian Hang would be taking the train back, and she intended to accompany him, but her mother would surely disapprove. Given the high price of plane tickets and Jian Hang's family circumstances, it might be better to use the excuse of buying tickets together to help him secure a flight. However, Jian Hang decisively refused. "No need. Just let me know the schedule and time in advance, and I'll buy it myself." Oldait, Suin Junadif. Glimpsing the time, she realized it was nearly time to return to the hotel. Time had flown by. Before parting, Lin Guizhi grasped Su Qingyu's hand. "Come play often." "Okay, Auntie. Thank you for your hospitality." Su Qingyu politely bid farewell. "Goodbye, Uncle and Auntie." Jian Hang escorted her downstairs, saying, "My parents can be a bit too enthusiastic. I hope it didn't scare you off." Su Qingyu shook her head. "Not at all. Your mom is very kind, and so is your dad. I really like the atmosphere in your home." Jian Hang smiled at her. "Let me help you hail a cab." Su Qingyu's face flushed, her gaze shifting elsewhere. Hang. She gathered her courage. In the future, don't cook for girls so casually. It can easily lead to misunderstandings. Seeing Jian Hang's bewildered expression as he stared at her, Su Qingyu gritted her teeth. "I'm not misunderstanding anything." With that, she hurriedly hopped into a taxi, fleeing as if from a storm. Misunderstanding what? Jian Hang stood there, perplexed, then chuckled to himself. What an ungrateful person, not even saying goodbye. Jian Hang turned, his hands clasped behind his neck, leisurely climbing the stairs, as if to aid digestion after the meal. With a thud, he closed the door, stepping inside to change his shoes. As he stretched his neck and glanced up, he caught sight of his parents in the living room, exchanging knowing glances. Ahem, Jian Fuyo cleared his throat. Ahang. About this Su Qingyu. Jian Hang sighed deeply. I've already said she is just a high school classmate. Please stop asking. Oh, Lin Guizhi raised an eyebrow. Ignoring Jian Hang's protest, is she merely a classmate? Ever since she walked in, she has been sneaking glances at you. Really? Jian Hang was taken aback. Don't try to trick me. Of course it's true, Jian Fuyo interjected. I counted from the kitchen to the dining room and then to the living room. She looked at you at least 30 times. Jian Hang was both amused and exasperated. Dad, are you serious? Counting this? Why shouldn't I count? Jian Fuyo retorted with conviction. This is related to your lifelong matters. To be candid, Jian Fuyo and Lin Guizhi had initially intended to refrain from prying. But once Jian Hang left to escort Su Qingyu, the couple discussed and realized that the two children indeed had potential. Faced with the relentless inquiries of his parents, Jian Hang felt as if he could perish from embarrassment. He rubbed his forehead and exclaimed, what lifelong matters? We're still in high school, for heaven's sake. Jian Fuyo suddenly became animated. So what if we're in high school? Your mother and I were middle school classmates. Exactly. Lin Guizhi nodded repeatedly. Jian Fuyo emphasized. But I pursued your mother only after turning 18. He reminisced about youthful days, reflecting, back then, your mother was rather aloof. I pursued her for a full 3 years. Jian Fuyo. Lin Guizhi shot a glare at her husband, insisting, we're discussing serious matters here. Jian Hang observed his parents bantering back and forth, and suddenly felt overwhelmed. Mom. Dad. I'm exhausted. I'm heading to my room to rest. Lin Guizhi seized him by the arm. Wait. What does that girl's family do? Her family runs a company. Jian Hang casually replied, the richest in Hangzhou, in fact. Jian Fuyo and Lin Guizhi exchanged a stunned glance. They run a company? Jian Fuyo pondered. Lin Guizhi, in disbelief, murmured, the richest in Hangzhou? Alas, Jian Fuyo lamented. The disparity is indeed substantial. So, can I go study in my room now? Jian Hang asked nonchalantly. Go ahead. Lin Guizhi waved him off, but as he turned to leave, she quickly added, son, study hard, all right? Let's not think about anything else until college. Jian Hang gave a thumbs-up gesture to his parents as he entered his room, closed the door, and let out a long sigh. Initially, he thought his connection with Su Qingyu was insignificant, but with Zhang Chong's meddling and his parents' embellishments, he too began to wonder if there was something more between him and Su Qingyu. What needless worry, he thought. Jian Hang pulled out a chair from beneath his desk and plopped down. A message from Su Qingyu arrived, stating that she had reached the hotel. Jian Hang ziplit sukintin. That's good. Finally, he tossed his phone aside and retrieved a book on Olympiad mathematics competition problems, immersing himself in study. I truly envy your future girlfriend. The words Su Qingyu had once said, along with her expressions of shyness and surprise, occasionally flitted through his mind. Jian Hang propped up his right leg and glanced at his reflection in the window, brushing back a stray lock of hair. Keep it low-key. Low-key. This was something he absolutely could not share with Zhang Chong, lest he make a fuss over it. In the following 2 days, Jian Hang buried himself in front of the computer, researching and typing away. Jian Fuyo and Lin Guizhi watched their son with curiosity, bewildered by his activities, as the screen was filled with an array of incomprehensible English letters. Late at night, Jian Hang lay sprawled on his bed. Pleased as he gazed at the web page he created on his phone, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Ding! His phone vibrated at that moment. Jian Hang picked it up to see a message from Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong. Hey Jian bro, what you up to? Jian Hang. Contemplating life. Zhang Chong. My brother's truly profound. Jian Hang. Stop joking. What is the matter? Zhang Chong. There's indeed something. Today is Su Qingyu's birthday. Jian Hang. Suddenly, Jian Hang recalled that Su Qingyu had mentioned it during their last class before the winter break. Oh no, he had forgotten. Jian Hang. So? Zhang Chong. Are you really going to let her birthday pass without wishing her a happy birthday? Jian Hang. I didn't tea. Jian Hang. I'll send a message in a moment. Zhang Chong. All right. Originally, Tang Xiaodang and Lazy Sheep were planning to secretly prepare a birthday surprise for Su Qingyu, but she seems to have gone traveling out of province. Jian Hang. Oh hot? Exiting the chat with Zhang Chong, Jian Hang found Su Qingyu on QQ. Jian Hang. Happy birthday? After a moment, Su Qingyu replied, thank you. Su Qingyu. Sorry, I had something come up unexpectedly and had to return to Nanjing early. Jian Hang stared blankly at Su Qingyu's new message. Jian Hang. It's fine. Jian Hang. I'm sorry too. I forgot today was your birthday. Qingyu. It's all right. See you at school. Jian Hang. Okay. Chapter 61. I told you she feels different about you. On New Year's Eve, the community was aglow with lights, and warmth emanated from every household. Lin Guizhi was busy chopping vegetables in the kitchen, while Jian Hang assisted by washing vegetables and cutting meat, his movements deft and practiced. Jian Fuyo was not idle either. He emerged from the kitchen carrying a pot of freshly brewed chicken soup, the aroma wafting through the air. Ah Hang, your knife skills are getting better and better. Lin Guizhi observed as she watched Jian Hang neatly slice carrots, unable to suppress her praise. Jian Hang smiled lightly, his tone relaxed. Of course. Just look at whose son I am. You're getting sweeter with your words. Lin Guizhi chuckled, shaking her head, her eyes filled with pride. Jian Fuyo placed the chicken soup on the table and interjected. Ah Hang isn't just good with a knife. In the past 6 months, our family Taobao store has earned at least 5 times what it made last year. This kid is a natural businessman, just like me. Haha, Lin Guizhi secretly rolled her eyes. Your father is getting carried away again. Jian Hang felt a bit lightheaded from the compliments. Yet he humbly replied, I just got lucky and hit a good opportunity. Lucky? Jian Fuyo raised an eyebrow, incredulous. This winter break, your mother and I have realized that for our store to be profitable, we must study the market, understand customer needs, and grasp the theories of e-commerce. This isn't luck, it's clearly your talent. In this regard, your father is quite self-aware. Lin Guizhi chimed in with a smile. Ah, we owe it all to you. But making money is your father and mother's responsibility. Focus on your studies. Seeing your grades so good makes both your dad and I very happy. No matter how hard or tiring it gets, it's all worth it. Jian Hang felt warmth in his heart. Thank you, Mom and Dad. I will definitely work hard and get into a good university. Jian Fuyo curiously asked, Son, which university do you want to apply to? Definitely Jingda. Jian Hang replied without hesitation. The couple was taken aback, exchanging glances. Lin Guizhi, concerned, admonished Jian Hang. Don't push yourself too hard. Be careful not to wear yourself out. Recently, you've been busy helping with the store and staying up late studying. Your mother worries you might not be able to handle it. After saying this, Lin Guizhi shot a glare at Jian Fuyo. Jian Fuyo quickly added, Yes, your mother is right. Health is the foundation for revolution. Studying is important, but you must also balance work and rest. Understood? Jian Hang nodded. Don't worry. I'm strong and one tea wear myself out. However, upon hearing that his son wanted to apply to Jingda, Jian Fuyo felt both proud and excited. Slapping his thigh, Your mother and I didn't even graduate from high school. If you get into Jingda, I'll throw a feast and treat the whole village. Although Jian Hang's family lived in the county seat, most of their relatives resided in rural areas. Regardless of which university you attend, your parents will wholeheartedly support you. Lin Guizhi added. Absolutely, no doubt about that. Jian Fuyo nodded vigorously. Jian Hang felt a warmth in his eyes. In his past life, when he was accepted into an ordinary second-tier university, his parents had done the same. At that time, Lin Guizhi had been suffering from severe stomach issues, enduring without going to the hospital, saving money for Jian Hang. Jian Hang was unaware of this. Nevertheless, he was resolute in not accepting living expenses from his parents. Reflecting on the past, he felt fortunate for the decisions he had made. The New Year's Eve dinner was once again a showcase of Jian Hang's culinary skills. Once the dishes were prepared, the family gathered around the dining table, radiating warmth and joy. The aroma of the delicious dishes wafted through the air, creating a cozy atmosphere. Jian Fuyo pulled out a red envelope from his pocket, announcing, Ding, ding, ding. Son, this is a gift from your mother and me. Jian Hang glanced at the envelope, noting its considerable heft, at least 1,000. Not one to be modest, he chuckled and accepted it, saying, Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. He tucked the envelope into his pocket and began serving dishes to Lin Guizhi and Jian Fuyo. Here, try this braised crab. I've made it especially for you. Along with this fish, wishing our family abundance every year. Jian Fuyo took a bite with a satisfied smile, exclaiming, Your culinary skills are truly exceptional. It's a pity that once school starts, I won't get to enjoy such fine cooking anymore. He cast a wistful glance at Lin Guizhi. If you want to eat, you can make it yourself. I'm too lazy to cook. Lin Guizhi retorted with a laugh. The two resumed their playful banter. Jian Hang beamed with delight and suddenly felt curious. Dad, Mom, how much have you earned in the past 6 months? Jian Fuyo put down his chopsticks, pondered for a moment, and replied, after deducting costs and shipping, the net profit is about 200,000. 200,000? Jian Hang exclaimed in astonishment. Considering Jian Fuyo and Lin Guizhi's education and accumulated experience, it was evident that they had endured considerable hardships to reach this level. Jian Hang felt a sudden pang of bitterness. Dad, Mom, please don't work too hard. While money is important, your health is paramount. Jian Fuyo patted Jian Hang's shoulder, pride gleaming in his eyes. Don't worry, your mother's stomach issues have improved, and I'm making an effort to quit smoking. We won't have any problems, especially with such an outstanding son like you. We must strive to do even better. Lin Guizhi also smiled broadly. Yes, Hang, you need not worry. The family continued to enjoy their New Year's Eve dinner, sharing amusing tales about their Taobao store and future plans. Jian Hang's heart brimmed with contentment, feeling that all the hard work was worth it. After dinner, Lin Guizhi washed the dishes in the kitchen while Jian Fuyo tidied up. Jian Hang returned to his room, picked up his phone, and noticed an unread message. Upon opening it, he saw it was from Su Qingyu. Happy New Year. Jian Hang paused for a moment before replying. Happy New Year. Why did you message me so early today? Are you celebrating at home? However, after sending the message, Su Qingyu did not respond again. Perhaps she hadn't seen it, Jian Hang thought, dismissing it as he returned to the living room to assist his parents in preparing to watch the Spring Festival Gala. This was a staple of the Jian family's New Year celebration. As Jian Fuyo put it, it's essential for the family to be together. Not a single one should be missing. After watching the gala, the clock struck midnight. Jian Hang returned to his bedroom and glanced at his phone once more. Su Qingyu still had not replied. Zhang Chong messaged, Jian Ge, Happy New Year. Do you know any pretty girls in Hangzhou? Come back and tell me the truth. Jian Hang replied, Happy New Year. Just wait until you come back to get a beating. Ma Fan messaged, Jian Ge, Happy New Year. In the new year, continue to let me cling to your greatness. Jian Hang replied, Happy New Year. I hope you grow a bit taller, so you won't need to cling to me anymore. Ma Fan quickly responded, I'll take your good wishes. He Yaoyao messaged, Happy New Year. Don't forget our friendship, share some study tips, like your era notebook. Jian Hang replied, Happy New Year. I'll give you last year's when you return, but I remember you snatched it to make a copy before. He Yaoyang replied, sweating JPG. Is that so? I'll look for it. Tang Xiaodang messaged, Happy New Year. Jian Hang replied, Happy New Year. After responding to everyone, Jian Hang opened the chat window with Zhang Chong. Jian Hang wrote, Chongzi, what are you up to? Zhang Chong replied, what else? Just finished watching the gala. About to sleep. What about you? Jian Hang responded, oh, your life seems quite comfortable. Zhang Chong replied, what else could happen? It's winter break, bro. By the way, did Su Qingyu message you today? Jian Hang raised an eyebrow. Did she message you? Zhang Chong replied, not at all. I received messages from He Yaoyang and Tang Xiaodang. If the school beauty were to message me first, I'd be over the moon. Quick, tell me, did she message you? Jian Hang replied, she did. Just a simple Happy New Year, and then nothing else. Zhang Chong exclaimed, oh, I knew she felt differently about you. Zhang Chong realized, just a single message? Nothing more? Jian Hang confirmed, yes. Jian Hang added, you're reading too much into it. She probably just felt polite after I helped her with her questions. Zhang Chong expressed doubt. Really? Jian Hang, uninterested in further discussing this, originally intended to inquire if Zhang Chong had heard anything from He Yaoyang or Tang Xiaodang regarding Su Qingyu's visit to Hangzhou. However, he quickly reconsidered, thinking that if they had mentioned it, Zhang Chong would have already been pestering him with questions. Zhang Chong asked, bro, when are you coming back? Jian Hang thought for a moment. The day before school starts. Zhang Chong replied, playing dead JPG. Don't disturb me. Jian Hang Juke Sopti. He thought perhaps nothing significant had happened, just his overthinking. In the days leading up to the day before school resumed, Su Qingyu did not reach out to Jian Hang again. Out of concern, Jian Hang had inquired once about the study materials that she had purchased, hoping to naturally ask her what had transpired, but regrettably, Su Qingyu had not replied. Jian Hang, feeling vexed, ran his fingers through his hair. If she chose not to respond, then so be it. School was only 2 days away. Chapter 62. The transfer student, rumored to be a beauty. Jian Fuyo and Lin Guizhi insisted on driving Jian Hang to the airport, even though his flight was at 8:30 in the morning. Jian Hang thought they should get more rest and declined their offer. At 6 in the morning, Jian Hang lugged his heavy suitcase downstairs and looked up at the window of the apartment they rented, standing there for a few seconds before turning to drag his suitcase away. After catching some sleep on the plane, Jian Hang finally arrived in Nanjing. Upon disembarking, he was bombarded with a flurry of messages from Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong texted, Jian Ge, breaking news. Zhang Chong continued, did you know? Our class will have a transfer student coming tomorrow. Zhang Chong added, Jiang Ming said she's a stunning beauty. Ma Fan chimed in, I wonder how she compares to Su Qingyu. Zhang Chong declared, of course Su is the most beautiful, right Jian Ge? Jian Hang replied, that's for you to decide. Jian Hang rubbed his temples, deciding to ignore Zhang Chong's messages to avoid endless gossip. Arriving at the classroom door, he was the first to reach dormitory 401. Pushing the door open, he stepped inside, wrinkling his nose at the unpleasant odor. The dorm had been vacant throughout the winter break, and a faint musty smell lingered, mixed with an indescribable stench. Jian Hang dropped his backpack. and the first thing he did was open the windows for ventilation. Fresh, cool air rushed in, and Jian Hang took a deep breath. It was 10 in the morning, and based on his knowledge of Zhang Chong and Ma Fan, he estimated that they wouldn't arrive until 4 or 5 in the afternoon. With a sigh, he snapped a photo of the classroom and sent it to Zhang Chong and Ma Fan. I can't stand any longer. I'm cleaning up first. You two owe me a feast. Zhang Chong replied promptly. Brother, have you arrived at the dorm? Ma Fan responded. How can I possibly feel at ease? You worked hard. Brother, it's just a sumptuous meal, no problem. Zhang Chong added. Indeed, it's a trivial matter. Ma Ge is treating us. Ma Fan replied with a knowing glance. Interpret this as you will. Jian Hang's lips twitched slightly. It seemed he had underestimated these two fellows. With a sigh, he resolved to commence the cleaning, fetching water to wipe down the tables and chairs and sweeping the floor. However, he was taken aback when he bent down and discovered a mysterious black object lurking beneath Zhang Chong's bed. Terrified, Jian Hang leaned closer, nearly fainting. He recoiled sharply, pinching his nose in disgust as he used the broom to dislodge the offending item. To his horror, it turned out to be a foul-smelling sock discarded under the bed. No wonder the dorm reeked. He considered himself somewhat fastidious, having left the dormitory last semester. He hadn't anticipated that this fellow would indulge in such chaos. Perhaps he would just have to grit his teeth and give them a stern reprimand upon their return. Enduring the noxious odor, Jian Hang mopped the floor twice, with the balcony being a particularly grievous zone, laden with dust. Exhausted, he toiled for 2 hours before finally finishing. Hands on his hips, he surveyed the pristine floor, the tidy tables and chairs, and the gleaming windows, nodding in satisfaction. Only after accomplishing this did he unpack his suitcase, neatly folding his clothes into the wardrobe and arranging his bedding. He had brought a plethora of local delicacies from Hangzhou. Having risen early and engaged in such strenuous cleaning, Jian Hang had neglected to eat lunch and collapsed onto his bed in exhaustion. As he drifted in and out of slumber, he was awakened by the sound of heavy footsteps echoing in the corridor, accompanied by labored breathing. Jian Hang stirred, glancing at his phone. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Jian Hang, help me. Zhang Chong's voice drew near. Jian Hang rolled out of bed and opened the door, nearly bursting into laughter. There stood Zhang Chong, dragging a suitcase with his left hand, clutching 2 large plastic bags with his right, and a bulging backpack slung over his shoulders. The most amusing sight was how, after a winter break apart, his face had noticeably rounded, sporting a double chin. Have you moved an entire supermarket? Jian Hang rushed forward to assist. Don't even mention it. Zhang Chong plopped down onto a chair, wiping the sweat from his forehead. My grandfather worried I wouldn't eat well at school, so he stuffed me with an abundance of food. By the way, have you noticed? I think I've lost weight. Jian Hang struggled to contain his laughter. Yes. You've lost weight, so much so that your neck has vanished. Get lost. Zhang Chong laughed, tossing a pillow at him. This is called being robust. You have no idea. During the new year, I kept urging my grandfather to run with me, fearing for his health. Jian Hang raised an eyebrow and teased. I never knew running could yield such impressive results. I wouldn't dare try it myself. Just then, there was another commotion at the door. Ma Fan burst in, carrying a large woven bag, exclaiming excitedly, Brothers, I miss you all so much. Jian Hang and Zhang Chong turned in unison, bursting into laughter. Ma Fan was clad in a noticeably smaller down jacket, the zipper straining to contain him. Ma Fan, Zhang Chong feigned seriousness. Have you mistakenly donned last year's attire? Get lost. Ma Fan placed the woven bag down on the floor. This is what my mother insisted I wear, fearing I'd be cold. Oh, and I brought you all some local specialties. With that, he produced a large bag of beef jerky. This is a special delicacy from my hometown, incredibly delicious. Zhang Chong's eyes lit up, reaching for it, but suddenly hesitated. Wait, you aren't trying to make us gain weight with this beef jerky, are you? Ma Fan scrutinized Zhang Chong, unable to contain his laughter. And you dare to criticize me? Just look at your belly. It's nearly rivaling the well at the entrance of your village. This is muscle, Zhang Chong protested, patting his belly. Look at its elasticity. Jian Hang laughed so hard he could barely stand upright. All right, you two, enough of the bickering. If you ask me, you both are perfectly plump. One resembles a fortune doll from a New Year painting, and the other a lucky cat. A perfect match. Yan Ye, they exclaimed in unison. Jian Hang quickly raised his hands in surrender. All right, I want to say more, but seriously, have you considered a diet? Diet? Zhang Chong and Ma Fan exchanged glances. Replying in unison, we'll talk about that after this meal. Jian Hang retrieved a large bag of local delicacies from Hangzhou from under the table. I brought plenty of tasty treats too. Thus, the three gathered around Jian Hang's freshly made bed, indulging in a feast. The snacks brought by Ma Fan were indeed delectable, and Zhang Chong's assortment was varied. while Jian Hang's offerings encompassed a delightful array of sweet, sour, and savory flavors. After satisfying their appetites, Zhang Chong and Ma Fan both burped in unison. They glanced at their bellies, then at Jian Hang's, and quietly stepped back, distancing themselves from the remaining snacks. The atmosphere in dormitory 401 began to pulse with excitement. Zhang Chong sat cross-legged on the bed, brandishing a bag of chips while speaking animatedly. I heard the new transfer student is a beauty. Jiang Ning mentioned she was called to help in class a few days ago and accidentally saw her file on Li's desk. She is transferring from outside the province. Ma Fan, busy organizing the wardrobe, perked up at this. I heard that too. Does she have any photos? No photos, but Zhang Chong lowered his voice mysteriously. Jiang Ning said she is quite beautiful, with fair skin. Oh please, Ma Fan rolled his eyes. Last time, Jiang Ning said the new English teacher looked like Liu Yifei. Yet we ended up with someone sporting a receding hairline. Jian Hang, who had been lying on the bed reading, paid little attention to their banter. He wasn't particularly interested in the topic of transfer students. However, he did set down his book, unable to suppress his curiosity. Is Jiang Ning really that gossipy? Zhang Chong grinned. I noticed it at the end of last semester, Jian Ge. You've been so busy that you probably wouldn't have noticed. Following this, Zhang Chong continued with Ma Fan's earlier topic, thumping the bed in excitement, insisting, this time, it's definitely true. She said that girl is academically exceptional, ranking first in her previous high school. First? Ma Fan turned to Jian Hang with curiosity. Doesn't he that make her Jian Ge's greatest rival? Yan Yi, Zhang Chong queried. Intrigued. Why do you have no reaction at all? Could it be that with Qingyu, the beauty, you've lost interest in other girls? Jian Hang paused in his reading. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Chong, energized, strode over to Jian Hang's bedside, resting his right hand on the headboard. It's just a matter of time, haha. Though he didn't mind the joking in the dorm. Jian Hang set his book down, his gaze sharp and serious. But don't mention it outside. Of course not. Zhang Chong turned back, resuming his conversation with Ma Fan about the transfer student and various amusing stories from the winter break. It was not until the clock struck 1 that the two of them finally knuckled down to finish their leftover assignments. Ma Fan was one thing, but Jian Hang found it hard to believe that Zhang Chong, despite being a public welfare student, could excel academically. The morning sun streamed through the classroom windows as Jian Hang, Zhang Chong, and Ma Fan entered, finding that many students had already arrived. However, Qingyu was still absent. The classroom buzzed with excitement. Students huddled in small groups, whispering animatedly. Have you heard? The new transfer student is stunning. Is that true? I heard she is exceptionally bright too. Oh, both beautiful and intelligent. How is anyone supposed to compete with that? In comparison to Sue, the campus flower, who is more beautiful? I am uncertain, yet I believe the transfer student cannot possibly compare to Qingyu. Jian Hang raised an eyebrow, making his way to his seat. Zhang Chong, like a cat catching a whiff of fish, immediately gravitated towards He Yang and Tang Xiaodang upon entering the classroom. Two beauties, he feigned mystery, lowering his voice. I've heard you possess insider information about the transfer student. Early that morning, the boys had been comparing Qingyu to the new transfer student, which left He Yang and Tang Xiaodang feeling quite displeased. Zhang Chong suddenly approached them with his inquiries, which irritated He Yang. She had initially intended to roll her eyes, but upon seeing Zhang Chong's round face, which had grown quite plump, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tang Xiaodang was also amused, laughing heartily. After taking his seat, Jian Hang smiled slightly and pulled out a historical classic to read, which unexpectedly garnered a newfound respect from He Yang and Tang Xiaodang. At least Jian Hang was not a blindly conforming and superficial boy. Suddenly, a commotion of footsteps echoed through the classroom, accompanied by hushed whispers from the students. Jian Hang looked up to see Qingyu entering. She appeared somewhat haggard, with pronounced dark circles under her eyes, and walked with a light, almost ethereal gait. She quickly lowered her head and made her way to her seat without greeting him, tossing her backpack onto the desk and burying her head in her arms. What's wrong with Su? He Yang whispered. Tang Xiaodang shook her head. She seems very busy lately and hasn't responded to my messages. Jian Hang felt a pang of unease in his heart. He Yang and Tang Xiaodang exchanged puzzled glances, hesitating over whether to express their concern. She is the transfer student who came with Li Ban, came a voice that silenced the classroom instantly, even prompting Qingyu to lift her head. By the window, Li Liang approached, accompanied by a tall girl with her head held high. Chapter 63. The new student schemes, recognized at a glance. Li Liang stepped onto the podium and clapped his hands, as if announcing a significant event. Class, today we welcome a new student, Fan Yao. Let's give her a warm welcome. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted in a thunderous applause, as if Fan Yao were an international superstar. Indeed, Fan Yao possessed a pure and charming beauty, though she lacked the breathtaking allure of Su Qingyu. She was endearing and particularly captivating with her gentle dimples that made her smile almost irresistibly sweet. Hello, everyone. Fan Yao's voice rang clear like a wind chime. My name is Fan Yao, and I look forward to your kindness in the future. Another round of enthusiastic applause ensued, especially from the boys, whose eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. One boy even let out a low whistle, the volume stifled but still caught by the vigilant class teacher Liu Liang, who shot him a disapproving glare. The boy immediately recoiled, looking as sheepish as a quail. Jian Hang, however, showed no interest, his gaze fixed on his textbook as if the arrival of a new student had no bearing on him. Nonetheless, his peripheral vision involuntarily flicked towards Su Qingyu, sensing an underlying disquiet. During the break, Li Liang assigned Jiang Ning to take Fan Yao to the academic office for materials. As soon as they left, the classroom erupted into chatter. The new student's eyes are so big like talking glass beads, exclaimed one boy excitedly. And she's pretty too. Though she can't compare to Su Qingyu, she's definitely prettier than Su Jia. So the position of our class's second beauty might be changing. Another chimed in. She's quite approachable. I plan to add her on QQ. Sure. If you do, share her contact with me. Why don't you just ask her yourself? I'm too shy. Ha! Coward. The boys engaged in lively discussions. Zhang Chong glanced around and noticed Su Jia secretly watching Jian Hang. When caught, she hurriedly lowered her head to pretend to peruse her textbook, as though nothing had happened. Zhang Chong sneered, thinking to himself, you were so bold before, but now you become a mere footnote in Jian Guo's past. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a diamond-shaped patch of light on his math workbook. Jian Hang was deeply engrossed in solving a complex geometry problem, though his thoughts were occupied with words of comfort he wished to convey. The pencil glided through his fingers in a silver arc, inadvertently brushing against the unresolved problem for the 7th time. He Yangyang and Tang Xiaodang, the two close friends, exchanged worried glances, their expressions reflecting concern, yet neither dared to inquire about Su Qingyu's situation, as they seemed to know something. From behind, Zhang Chong casually asked Tang Xiaodang, what is wrong with Su Qingyu? Tang Xiaodang replied sadly, it seems something has happened at home. When I asked her, she was reluctant to share, and we didn't want to pry further. Indeed, it was as suspected. Su Qingyu had hurriedly left Hangzhou due to family matters. After a moment of silence, Jian Hang picked up an eraser from his desk and accurately tossed it onto Su Qingyu's table. She looked momentarily taken aback, picking up the eraser and asking, whose is this? He Yangyang, Zhang Chong, and Tang Xiaodang all stared at Jian Hang in bewilderment. Jian Hang pretended to be surprised, apologetic yet playful. It's mine? How did it end up on your desk? I was just tossing it around. Sorry about that. Su Qingyu glanced at him, then lowered her gaze again, placing the eraser back on his desk. It's fine. Those dark circles are quite pronounced. Have you been burning the midnight oil? Jian Hang in guit nun jialen. His tone laced with a hint of playfulness. Don't hesitate to ask if you need help with your materials. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu smiled slightly and nodded all right. Instantly, her mood appeared to lighten significantly. Zhang Chong and the others exchanged glances, clearly impressed. Indeed, it must be you, Zhang Chong whispered, giving a thumbs up. Tang Xiaodang sensed a hint of gossip and quietly pulled out her notebook to jot down the flash of inspiration for a story. The female protagonist is unhappy. The male protagonist teases her intentionally, seizing the opportunity to inquire, and although she doesn't express it, her spirits lift due to the male protagonist's concern. What are you writing? He Yangyang inquired curiously, leaning in. Tang Xiaodang quickly tucked her notebook away. Nothing. Suspicious. Is there something going on? He Yangyang's expression was skeptical. Hee. Tang Xiaodang stubbornly remained silent. Meanwhile, discussions about the new student grew increasingly fervent. Zhang Chong couldn't help but remark, bro, I told you, the new student is quite attractive. So what? Jian Hang replied casually, if you like her, go for it. Zhang Chong was momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, he retorted, am I the type to fall for every pretty face? I don't know, Jian Hang replied earnestly, not lifting his head. Haha, serves you right, He Yangyang smirked, relishing Zhang Chong's discomfort. I didn't realize you boys were all so superficial. Hey, lazy sheep, what have I done to irritate you? Zhang Chong protested, looking quite pitiful. He Yangyang ignored his forlorn expression and glanced at Jian Hang, praising, but Jian Hang is an exception. Surprised by the compliment, Jian Hang responded, thank you. Hey, Tang Xiaodang nudged He Yangyang's arm, whispering, it might be too late now. But how about we take Su for a stroll on the playground after class to lighten her mood? Sure. He Yangyang immediately agreed. Hearing this, Jian Hang glanced once more at Su Qingyu's profile. Just then, a boy shouted, quiet, the new student is here. The classroom fell silent instantly, As if someone had pressed the pause button. Zhang Chong curiously asked, "What happened with Su Su's family?" "I don't know. She won't say," Tang, shouting, pouted. "You should focus on the new student." Zhang Chong was perplexed. Why should I care about the new student? Jian Hang's gaze briefly swept over Fan Yao before returning, inadvertently catching sight of Su Qingyu gripping the edge of her clothing tightly, her knuckles turning white. Math class resumed. Encouraged by Tang shouting, Yang took the initiative to ask Su Qingyu, Su, how about we take a stroll around the playground? Su Qingyu, without lifting her gaze, merely replied, "No. I wish to enjoy some solitude." Yang turned to exchange a glance with Tang shouting, helplessly shaking his head, and the two decided to remain silent for the moment. Zhang Chong opened his mouth, struggling to utter a few words of concern, but ultimately fell silent, retreating back into his seat. In stark contrast to the silence enveloping this side of the room was the lively chatter emanating from the table at the back where Ma Fan sat. As soon as Fan Yao took her seat, her classmates flanked her, eagerly striking up conversations. "Fan Yao, which school did you transfer from?" "Z City No. 1 High School." She replied. A boy exclaimed, "That's a prestigious institution." "Indeed, why did you transfer?" Surrounded by inquisitive peers, Fan Yao smiled sweetly. "My mother was reassigned for work. I truly miss my old school." Su Wingyu Kunenchit had feasts tightly. Jian Hang finally solved the problem he had been grappling with earlier, leaning casually against the wall, twirling a pen in his fingers, attempting to clear his mind. Suddenly, across from him, Fan Yao turned her head towards them, specifically towards Su Qingyu, who was engrossed in her work. After a moment of hesitation, Fan Yao bit her lip and decisively walked over to Su Qingyu. "Jian Hang eschgeich mit Hirsch." And she paused for an instant, then nodded at him with a friendly smile. Out of courtesy, Jian Hang returned the nod. The classroom fell into a hushed silence, with curious eyes all turning toward them. "Is Fan Yao interested in Jian Hang?" murmured Luo Wei's deskmate. "Damn, why do girls only care about looks and height? So shallow." Luo Wei thought indignantly, then recalled Su Qingyu, grateful that she did not share such ignorance. "You must be Su Qingyu." Fan Yao extended her right hand, beaming, "Hello. We will be classmates from now on." Su Qingyu looked up and coldly retorted, "Do we know each other?" "Ah." Fan Yao blinked, feigning surprise. "No way. You don't remember me?" "I am." She hesitated momentarily, a glimmer of cunning flickering in her eyes, tilting her head slightly. "Perhaps you've forgotten? It's common for people to overlook things. No worries, we can get acquainted from now on." Su Yinggu scoffed lightly, "Im Sari. But I have no interest in you whatsoever." At her words, the entire class gasped in astonishment. Su Qingyu was indeed quite audacious. Yet, everyone was accustomed to her demeanor. Speculation ran rampant. Could there be some underlying tension between Su Qingyu and Fan Yao? If so, this could be quite thrilling. "Qingyu, you must have some misunderstanding about me." Fan Yao's expression turned slightly hurt. "It's all right." With that, she turned to leave, a meaningful smile gracing her lips. Chapter 64. The Undercurrents Between Girls. In just one morning, Fan Yao had already become chummy with her classmates. Her sweet smile and amiable demeanor seemed to grant her an innate charm, stirring excitement wherever she went. The boys surrounded her with questions, and the girls displayed immense interest, as if she were the new darling of the class. During lunch, several girls approached her, warmly inviting her to join them in the cafeteria. "Fan Yao, would you like to have lunch with us? We can help you get acquainted with the school." Fan Yao smiled gently, revealing her signature dimples, her tone soft yet slightly distant. "Thank you, but I have some matters to attend to, perhaps next time." The girls, though a bit disappointed, said nothing further and departed. Fan Yao's gaze then fell upon Yang, Su Qingyu's close friend. She approached him, her voice sugary sweet, first addressing Su Qingyu. "Qingyu, would you like to have lunch with me? I'm new here and not very familiar with the place. Will you keep me company?" Su Qingyu let out a weary sigh, fully aware that Fan Yao was deliberately provoking her, knowing well her disdain for her. Indifferent to Fan Yao's invitation, Su Qingyu turned to Yang, lazy Yang. "I'm hungry." Yang and Tang Xiaoding had been speculating about the dynamics between Su Qingyu and Fan Yao, and upon hearing Su Qingyu speak to her, their eyes lit up with delight. She excitedly bent down to pack her bag. "All right, let us go." Tang Xiaoding also appeared pleased, beginning to gather her belongings. This brief drama concluded in mere seconds. Zhang Chong felt a tinge of regret, but was nonetheless happy to see Su Qingyu return to her usual self. "Let's go together." "Wait for me in Jian Hang." Jian Hang leisurely packed his things, his gaze meeting Su Qingyu's as she turned away. The girl bit her lip, lowering her eyes, and without uttering a word, turned to leave. "Hey," Jian Hang felt a wave of frustration, thinking, "You weren't like this in Hangzhou. Are you trying to distance yourself now?" The thought left him feeling somewhat blocked. He had always been open and unreserved, and although he had harbored feelings in Hangzhou, they had been extinguished when Su Qingyu unilaterally severed contact. Now, seeing her so distant and aloof only served to clarify his thoughts. Friends, we're just friends. Zhang Chang's words were clearly heard by Su Qingyu, yet she offered no response. Jian Hang felt somewhat suppressed, standing up with a languid stretch, playfully tapping Zhang Chong on the head, exuding an air of exasperation. Why are you so eager? She didn't even call for you. Hey, what else with your attitude today? Zhang Chong winced, rubbing the spot Jian Hang had tapped, muttering, you're not usually so sarcastic. Jian Hang raised an eyebrow. Are you itching for it? Zhang Chong raised his hands in surrender. I wouldn't dare. Only then did Jian Hang turn away. Su Qingyu bit her lip, turning back in a hurry, her voice soft. I didn't mean it that way. Let us go together. Jian Hang glanced at her, pondering for a couple of seconds. All right, if you say so. Su Qingyu lowered her gaze, her lips curling slightly upward as she turned, brushing her cold hand against her flushed cheeks. Despite her earlier feelings of dejection due to Jian Hang, her spirits lifted considerably, and his teasing only made her more bashful. How could she not wish for Jian Hang to join them? It was merely that she had been too shy to extend the invitation herself. Meanwhile, Fan Yao, who had felt somewhat sidelined, sensed the brief flicker of confusion, anxiety, and delight in Su Qingyu's eyes as she turned away. In an instant, Fan Yao deduced Su Qingyu's feelings for Jian Hang and found the situation rather amusing. The onlookers in the classroom continued to pack their belongings, casting curious glances in their direction. Lazy Yang? Fan Yao attempted to draw closer, feigning curiosity. Is that a nickname? How adorable. Su Qingyu's disdain and aloofness toward Fan Yao did not escape the notice of Yang and Tang Xiaoding, although they were unaware of the specifics. They understood that Su Qingyu's aversion stemmed from a valid reason. Even without one, they would stand unconditionally by Su Qingyu's side. Thus, Yang pretended not to hear and did not look up, too disinterested to engage with Fan Yao's attempts at camaraderie. The smile on Fan Yao's face visibly faltered for a moment, yet she quickly regained her composure, her tone remaining gentle and polite. May I join you for lunch? Yang glanced at her, but offered no reply, instead turning to inquire if Tang Xiaodang was ready. This was a blatant disregard for her presence. Despite being disregarded, Zhang Chong felt that he could never maintain such poise. He lightly nudged Jian Hang's back with his elbow and leaned closer, lowering his voice to say, our new classmate seems eager to infiltrate Su's circle of friends, but it appears she has hit a wall. I can assure you, there must be some deep-seated animosity between them, of which we remain blissfully unaware. Isn't that obvious? Jian Hang mused, lazily reclining against the back of his chair, twirling a carbon pen in his fingers, a glint of curiosity sparking in his eyes. The more he pondered, the more intrigued he became. Contemplating seizing an opportunity to subtly probe Yang for information, she was notoriously unable to keep secrets. Zhang Chong mentally calculated his next move. Raising an eyebrow, Zhang Chong continued, Brother, do you think Fan Yao is being deliberate? With so many girls inviting her, she gets rejected by Su, only to turn around and seek out Yang. Isn't that blatantly aimed at Su? Moreover, Su has been acting unusually today. Although she usually comes off as aloof, she seems particularly, how should I put it, unapproachable, not extending any courtesies. Zhang Chong stroked his chin deep in thought. Jian Hang withdrew his gaze and replied coolly, it is best to refrain from prying into the affairs of girls. Zhang Chong pouted, fine, I want to ask. But brother, why do girls have so many issues? Jian Hang remained silent. In the interim, Fan Yao glanced back at Jian Hang, a fleeting smile dancing on her lips, before turning to another girl, Zhang Ping, engaging her in cheerful conversation. It was evident that Fan Yao possessed remarkable social skills, easily eliciting laughter from Zhang Ping with just a few words. Wow, this new classmate isn't simple at all, Zhang Chong remarked. In just half a day, she has already mingled with so many people. Jian Hang said nothing. However, he noticed that while Fan Yao appeared to blend seamlessly with her classmates, her gaze frequently drifted towards Su Qingyu, laden with an unspoken significance. Yang cast a disapproving look their way. What are you two whispering about? Nothing at all, Zhang Chong exclaimed, widening his eyes, then grinning shamelessly. I was merely being considerate of your conversation. Yang rolled her eyes, turning back to converse with Tang Xiaodang. Jian Hang twirled the pen in his hand, tossing it onto the table. Are we done yet? I'm quite hungry. Let us go. Tang Xiaodang quickly rose, ushering Zhang Chong out, while she linked arms with Su Qingyu. Yang hurriedly followed suit. Jian Hang and Zhang Chong trailed behind the three girls. Zhang Chong's curiosity began to get the better of him. Brother, do you think Fan Yao is trying to steal Su's spotlight? Jian Hang raised an eyebrow. Steal the spotlight? Yes, Zhang Chong lowered his voice conspiratorially. Look, Su Su has always been the school beauty. Now that Fan Yao is here, all the boys' attention has shifted to her. Plus, she's South deliberately getting close to Su Su's friends. Doesn't that seem like she's stirring up trouble? Jian Hang chuckled softly. Do you really think Su Qingyu would care about such things? Zhang Chong paused, then quickly realized, true, with Su Su's personality. She probably wouldn't even spare her a glance. The key is, if she were to give Fan Yao a look. Wouldn't a number of boys eagerly flock to her? When did you start sounding like a girl? Jian Hang frowned. Stop being so chatty. With that, he strode ahead. Zhang Chong hurried to catch up. Brother, wait for me. The group queued in the cafeteria, only to find Fan Yao right next to them. She glanced at Jian Hang, offering a faint smile that held a hint of curiosity and intrigue. Chapter 65. This scene felt oddly familiar. Jian Hang pretended not to notice and walked straight past Fan Yao. Her smile faltered momentarily, but quickly returned to its usual warmth. Watching Jian Hang's retreating figure, a flicker of interest danced in her eyes before she shot a knowing glance at Su Qingyu. Her gaze laden with clear provocation before she turned back to engage in lively conversation with Zhang Ping. Initially intending to sit together, they found no adjacent table for five. Jian Hang offered an empty four-person table to Su Qingyu and her companions, while he and Zhang Chong settled into a nearby corner. As soon as Zhang Chong sat down, he dove into his meal, all the while recounting the earlier scene. Brother, it's not that I'm being nosy, but the way Fan Yao looked at you just now, wow. I think she is definitely interested in you. Jian Hang set down his chopsticks, casting a cool glance his way. If you're so bored, why not use lunchtime to tackle those math problems you struggled with this morning? Zhang Chong immediately fell silent, focusing intently on his food. Jian Hang recalled how Zhang Chong later developed hypertension due to obesity and felt compelled to remind him. Haven't you noticed that your weight has surpassed the standard limit? Zhang Chong blinked, having already been teased about it at least 5 times that morning by Hian Yang, with even the usually well-behaved Tang shouting, stifling giggles. I'll eat slower. Zhang Chong swallowed hard. How does eating slowly help? Just eat less, Jian Hang said, sifting through the dishes on his plate. Having tasted numerous delicacies in Hangzhou, he had refined his palate over time. After finishing their meal and exchanging farewells with Su Qingyu and her friends, Jian Hang dragged Zhang Chong back to their dorm for a nap. Otherwise, he'd likely doze off in the afternoon. Ma Fan was already sprawled across his bed, though he wasn't asleep. Instead, he was eagerly scrolling through the class group chat on his phone. The new classmate had yet to join the group. Seeing Jian Hang and Zhang Chong return, Ma Fan sat up with a look of surprise. Fan Yao has been in our class for barely half a day, and the group chat is already buzzing. The boys are all discussing her, and even the girls are praising her personality. Ma Fan, currently on a diet, had skipped lunch, perhaps motivated by the relentless teasing from Hian Yang that morning, spurring his resolve to lose weight. Jian Hang kicked off his shoes and lay back on the bed, closing his eyes to rest. Zhang Chong leaned closer to Ma Fan's bedside, and the two engaged in animated discussion. It was only natural for there to be a flurry of excitement surrounding the arrival of a new and attractive female classmate. But Jian Hang found it tiresome to listen to. Ultimately, it was of no concern to him, and he preferred to remain uninvolved. Zhang Chong nodded. Fan Yao is indeed quite impressive. Ma Fan adjusted his glasses, his expression serious. I must admit, her social skills are remarkable. However, I sense she may be a bit calculated. Calculated? Zhang Chong blinked. What do you mean? Ma Fan lowered his voice. I can't quite put my finger on it, but it's just a feeling. Oh, and in the cafeteria earlier, she specifically glanced at Jinge. That look, wow. Zhang Chong replayed the scene in the cafeteria in his mind, increasingly convinced that it was more than mere coincidence. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Jian Hang frowned and turned over. Aren't you two going to sleep? Zhang Chong and Ma Fan exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. Jian Hang sighed, pulling the blanket over himself. Then I'm going to sleep. Please keep it down. Zhang Chong and Ma Fan quickly fell silent. The first class in the afternoon was physical education. The playground was bustling with activity. The boys changed into their sportswear, ready to play basketball, while the girls stood in small clusters at the sidelines, some chatting, others watching the game. As soon as Jian Hang stepped onto the court, he captured everyone's attention. Towering and agile, he dribbled, maneuvered, and shot with seamless precision, as if the basketball court were his domain. Each successful shot was met with a chorus of cheers from the sidelines. Fan Yao stood nearby, watching with Zhang Ping beside her. Did you know? Zhang Ping's eyes sparkled with admiration for Jian Hang. Last semester, Jian Hang led our class to victory in the school-wide basketball tournament, and even the upperclassmen were no match for him. Zhang Ping, with a mischievous grin, whispered in our class, apart from Jian Hang and Zhang Chong. The other boys' basketball skills are quite lacking, especially Luo Wei, who plays terribly. Despite this disadvantage, Jian Hang still manages to lead us to victory. Fan Yao, noticing the pride in Zhang Ping's eyes, couldn't help but be astonished. He's that remarkable? I heard he is the top student in our grade. Indeed, Zhang Ping replied, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Isn't he exceptional? He truly is. Fan Yao nodded, her gaze drifting towards Su Qingyu not far away. A smirk gracing her lips as she glanced back at Jian Hang, her eyes filled with possessiveness. Jian Hang! Jian Hang! A girl couldn't help but shout his name. Zhang Chong, watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of excitement and shouted, brother, you're so cool. Yet, Jian Hang remained unfazed by the commotion, focusing intently on the game. Each of his movements was clean and decisive, imbued with an innate confidence and composure. Amidst a cluster of girls, Fan Yao's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Jian Hang, a subtle smile playing on her lips, reflecting her admiration. Yao Yao, what do you think of Jian Hang? Zhang Ping inquired with curiosity. Fan Yao withdrew her gaze and sweetly replied, he's incredibly skilled, and he looks quite handsome while playing. The straightforward compliment elicited playful teasing from Zhang Ping. Wow, are you perhaps smitten with Jian Hang? Feigning shyness, Fan Yao lowered her head. Don't say such things. I merely think he's good at basketball. Zhang Ping laughed. There's definitely something going on. Observing from a distance, Yang couldn't help but ask Su Qingyu, Su, why do you dislike Fan Yao? Su Yingyu poursuit hardship. Remaining silent, Tang Xiaodang nudged Yang's arm, thinking how blunt he was, as it was obvious to anyone that Su Qingyu wished to avoid discussing Fan Yao. Jian Hang and Zhang Chong had refrained from asking, yet he had blurted it out. Earlier in the morning, she had warned Yang on QQ not to pry if Su Qingyu was reluctant to speak. Yang chuckled foolishly. Jian Hang, got! Someone shouted during the game. Yang and Tang Xiaodang's attention was drawn back to the court. They watched as Jian Hang caught the ball, executed a feint to bypass the defender, and leapt to shoot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, landing perfectly in the hoop. Good shot. Yang couldn't help but applaud. Su Qingyu smirked, turning to say, I'm going back to the classroom to study. Yang was surprised. Hey, why not stay a bit longer? Tang Xiaodang chimed in, then I'll head back as well. Since they both decided to leave, Yang felt reluctant to remain alone. During the halftime break, Jian Hang noticed that Su Qingyu's little group had vanished. I want to play too? Luo Wei swaggered over, his demeanor infuriating. But I want TB on Jian Hang's side. This made others exchange glances, feeling awkward. I won't play either. You all go ahead. Jian Hang dismissed Luo Wei as if he were invisible, wiping his sweat and moving to Zhang Chong's side. Where's the water? Luo Wei, fuming, shouted. What do you mean by that, Jian Hang? Are you trying to show off? Jian Hang continued to ignore him, which only fueled Luo Wei's rage. Ma Fan timidly said, I won't play either, before scurrying over to Jian Hang. Luo Wei, stop yelling. He hollered. Then I won't play either. Me too. Me too. Eventually, only Luo Wei remained, standing alone, his figure appearing desolate and forlorn. Zhang Chong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ma Fan, wishing to avoid conflict, urged Zhang Chong to quiet down. He casually acknowledged her request and turned to fetch the water left on the bench. Jian Hang, Fan Yao unexpectedly appeared before him, handing him a bottle of water with a sweet smile. You play basketball so well. Here is some water I bought for you. The court fell silent, all eyes turning to them. Jian Hang politely declined. No, thank you. Fan Yao continued to smile. It's all right. I'll leave it here. You can take it when you want. She set the water down next to Jian Hang and left with a slight smile. Jian Hang stared at the bottle, feeling a bit overwhelmed, thinking, we've known each other for barely half a day. Is this really necessary? He tossed the bottle to Zhang Chong. Chongzi, here, drink this. Zhang Chong found the scene oddly familiar. Whispers circulated around them. Does Fan Yao like Jian Hang? I don't know what's going on. If she doesn't like him, why buy him water? How infuriating. First Su Jia, now Fan Yao. Jian Hang's really lucky in love. Don't forget, Su Qingyu also handed Jian Hang water before. You're overthinking. That time, Jian Hang led everyone to victory in the basketball match, and Su Qingyu bought 2 crates of water for everyone. It was only natural for her to give him a bottle. True, Su Jia, overhearing the boys' chatter, cast a resentful glance at Fan Yao. Why is it that now there's a Su Qingyu and a Fan Yao? How am I supposed to win Jian Hang over? Su Jia, unwilling to accept this, forced herself to maintain a nonchalant expression. Nearby, a male classmate, noticing her distress, looked shocked and quickly urged others to be quiet, fearing she would overhear. The hushed voices only made Su Jia's lips twitch in annoyance as she turned away, fists clenched as she headed towards the classroom. Meanwhile, she pondered whether her dream of Jian Hang embracing her while ignoring Su Qingyu was prophetic. Chapter 66. Fan Yao's maneuver was brilliant. Fan Yao buying water for Jian Hang stirred ripples throughout the class, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. As the boys entered the classroom, they clustered together, animatedly discussing the incident, their voices brimming with envy and admiration. Isn't Fan Yao being a bit too forward? Buying water for Jian Hang. One boy remarked with a hint of jealousy. Indeed, Jian Hang is quite fortunate. A new student is so attentive to him, another echoed. Do you think Fan Yao is interested in Jian Hang? Someone couldn't resist gossiping. Isn't that obvious? The boys' chatter grew louder, even reaching the girls' side. Yang and Tang shouting couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves. Fan Yao's move is absolutely brilliant, Yang scoffed, making such a fuss on her first day. As if she wants everyone to notice her. Tang shouting nodded in agreement, quietly adding, yes, isn't she a bit too obvious? Bruce. Jian Hang surely has no interest in her, yet she insists on getting close. Tang shouting emphasized her certainty, hoping Su Qingyu would overhear. Yang sneered. Such a person clearly has ulterior motives. What do you think, Su? Su Qingyu sat at her desk, gripping a pen tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Noticing her silence, Yang and Tang shouting exchanged glances and fell silent. Tang shouting felt a pang of concern, sensing that Su Qingyu was troubled. At that moment, the classroom door swung open. Jian Hang entered, his demeanor calm. Zhang Chong followed closely behind. The moment Jian Hang stepped in, the previously noisy classroom fell into a hushed silence, all eyes converging on him. Fan Yao and Zhang Ping followed closely behind. Before taking her seat, Fan Yao cast a lingering glance at Jian Hang's retreating figure, a sweet smile gracing her lips. As Jian Hang settled down, Yang could not contain her curiosity and inquired, Jian Hang, did you drink the water that Fan Yao bought for you? Originally, Tang shouting was contemplating how to reassure Su Qingyu, and now it seemed that the lazy sheep had taken the initiative to ask the person in question. At that moment, Tang shouting couldn't help but mentally give Yang a thumbs up while also straining to hear Jian Hang's reply. Jian Hang, without lifting his gaze, replied nonchalantly, I gave it a Chongzi. As he spoke, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the smile playing at the corners of Su Qingyu's mouth, though it vanished almost instantly, leaving him to wonder if he had imagined it. Zhang Chong, that clumsy oaf, happened to notice Fan Yao looking their way and scratch his head. Sorry, Jingo. I drank your water. The classroom fell into a hushed silence. Fan Yao struggled to maintain her composure, managing a smile to mask her embarrassment and irritation as she replied. It's fine. I should have remembered to buy 2 bottles. Tang shouting couldn't help but admire Fan Yao's adeptness in handling the situation. Yang, disregarding Fan Yao, raised an eyebrow and asked Jian Hang, why did you give it to Zhang Chong? He had good intentions towards you. Jian Hang closed his book and glanced at Yang with a hint of impatience in his voice. Why do you care so much? Yang was momentarily speechless, her mouth closing awkwardly. Despite feeling humiliated and angry, Fan Yao maintained a composed smile, though she tightly clenched the hem of her shirt. Jian Hang shot Yang a sidelong glance, silently urging her to understand and refrain from further comments. He was not usually so indifferent toward girls. Suddenly, Su Qingyu burst into laughter, covering her mouth to stifle it, her shoulders shaking with mirth. Jian Hang, feeling a bit vexed, said, if you're going to laugh, just laugh. Don't hold it in. Zhang Chong, seeing Su Qingyu finally smile, joined in the laughter. Right? I find it amusing too. Ha ha. Yang shot a disapproving look at Zhang Chong. The two began to bicker again. Tang shouting, in pain, covered her ears, urging, calm down, everyone calm down. Upon hearing Jian Hang's words, the sourness and anger in Su Qingyu's heart dissipated significantly. She loosened her grip on her pen, a slight smile forming at the corners of her mouth, a barely perceptible glimmer of joy in her eyes. What initially seemed like a minor incident during gym class turned out to be just the beginning. Unbeknownst to others, Fan Yao was far from giving up. Before evening study, Jian Hang arrived at the classroom early, only to find Fan Yao there as well. You're here quite early. She stood up, her tone gentle. Jian Hang, I apologize for being abrupt this afternoon. I just thought you were working hard playing basketball and wanted to check on you. If you don't like it, I'll be more mindful in the future. Jian Hang looked at her in surprise. No need, and besides, we're not that familiar. His words were honest, devoid of any emotion. Fan Yao's smile faltered momentarily, but she quickly composed herself, softly saying, that's all right. We can get to know each other gradually. Jian Hang felt that her words could easily be misconstrued. Taking a couple of steps forward, he deemed it necessary to clarify. He then stepped back, turning to face Fan Yao with a serious tone. Fan Yao, I think it's important to explain. Just as Fan Yao had taken her seat, hearing her name, she promptly stood up again, her face beaming with a smile. Jian Hang continued, familiarity between classmates should develop naturally. Though I am unsure why you are being so deliberate in your actions, I must say I am not fond of it. Upon hearing these words, Fan Yao's smile completely faded, and unfortunate timing had Su Qingyu, who had just stepped into the blind spot of the classroom door, overhearing him. Fan Yao noticed the smile tugging at Su Qingyu's lips and the provoking glint in her eyes, which ignited a surge of frustration within her. To conceal her emotions from Su Qingyu, she quickly lowered her head to compose herself. Jian Hang had already turned to head back to his seat. You're here, quite early. Suinju gritit squeakly. Jian Hang, pleasantly surprised, felt a surge of happiness. Su Qingyu seemed to have regained her composure. He smiled back. Aren't you here early as well? Isn't the monthly exam approaching? Su Qingyu clenched her fists, declaring, I must make significant progress. Keep it up. Jian Hang and Gao. Despite the events on the basketball court, speculation regarding Fan Yao's feelings for Jian Hang circulated among their peers. However, Jian Hang's demeanor towards Fan Yao remained indifferent, akin to that of a stranger. He hardly made an effort to greet her. The contrast between Fan Yao's overt friendliness and Jian Hang's aloofness became increasingly apparent, leading others to believe that Fan Yao had no ulterior motives, as she was equally warm towards everyone. Su Qingyu remained oblivious to Fan Yao's presence, her heart unperturbed, for she understood that no matter how much Fan Yao tried, Jian Hang remained unmoved. However, ever since Jian Hang had rejected Fan Yao, Yangyang's attitude towards Jian Hang had shifted dramatically. When Jian Hang asked Zhang Chong to pass him an eraser, Yangyang immediately offered her own. When Jian Hang finished writing on his draft paper and was about to rummage through his bag, Yangyang promptly handed him a new notebook. In short, she found herself increasingly fond of Jian Hang. Are you all right? Jian Hang asked. I'm fine, Yangyang replied, grinning broadly. Isn't mutual assistance among classmates what it's all about? Jian Hang accepted the items. Thanks. Once when Jian Hang asked Zhang Chong to help him fetch some water, Yangyang instinctively tried to take over the task, only to hit the brakes in time and hand her own cup to Zhang Chong instead. Could you grab mine too? Yangyang smiled brightly. Zhang Chong, taken aback by her unusually friendly demeanor towards him, retorted, Don't you have legs? Yangyang, incensed, shot back. Zhang Chong, are you asking for trouble? The two resumed their playful banter, prompting Su Qingyu and Tang Xiaodang to intervene. Jian Hang shook his head in exasperation. What a couple of clowns. Chapter 67. These two have a secret. After being rejected by Jian Hang, Fan Yao felt disheartened for a few days, but soon she adjusted her mindset. After all, throughout her life, she had only encountered boys who greeted her with smiles and attentiveness. Jian Hang's indifference was a first. This realization made Fan Yao view Jian Hang as more genuine than the other boys. At least he was not pretending. Consequently, rather than retreating, she found herself harboring a growing fondness for him. The allure of what one cannot attain is irresistibly enticing, isn't it? Determined to approach Jian Hang through academics, Fan Yao resolved to change her strategy. Indeed, it was through learning. After all, the rivalry among top students is always steeped in academic fervor. During every class test, Fan Yao was particularly diligent. Her already commendable grades, coupled with her deliberate effort, ensured she consistently trailed closely behind Jian Hang, even pushing Zhang Chong, the perennial second, to third place. On one occasion, they both achieved perfect scores, sharing the top position. Liu Yang stood at the podium, his face beaming with pride. This test saw two students attaining perfect scores, Jian Hang and Fan Yao. Everyone should learn from them. Applause erupted in the classroom. Fan Yao humbly smiled at her classmates. Thank you, everyone. Let's all work hard together. Zhang Chong pouted, muttering under his breath. When Jian Ge got perfect scores before, she never asked everyone to applaud. Double standards. The last word slipped out so quietly that his expression turned sheepish. Tang Xiaodang heard him and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Zhang Chong gasped, quickly clamping his mouth shut, cautiously glancing around to ensure no one had noticed him, before finally exhaling in relief. Fortunately, if Su Jia, who was the closest, had overheard, it would have been disastrous. Moreover, the class monitor Jiang Ning, who was all about business, patted his chest in relief and reminded Tang Xiaodang not to let this slip. Tang Xiaodang merely responded with a perfunctory "oh" and fell silent. Yangyang turned to Jian Hang and inquired, Do you think we can change our homeroom teacher with the class reassignment in the second year? Zhang Chong interjected gleefully. You should be more concerned about your grades. Otherwise, you certainly won't be in the same class as us. Yangyang rolled his eyes, as if I want to be in the same class as you. The applause gradually subsided. Yangyang shot a fierce glare at Zhang Chong, promptly turning away to sit obediently. During the break, everyone couldn't help but speculate on who would emerge as the top student in this month's exam. That essay given, it must be Jian Hang. His scores in other subjects completely overshadow Fan Yao, a girl remarked. Another boy disagreed. Fan Yao's previous school was significantly inferior to ours. Once she adapts, she will undoubtedly rise swiftly. Amid the clamor, the focal point, Fan Yao, seized the opportunity during the distribution of materials to approach Jian Hang's desk. With a sweet smile, she said, Jian Hang, I finally tied for first place with you this time. Jian Hang did not lift his head, responding coolly with a simple a gesture of polite acknowledgement. Yet, Fan Yao seemed unfazed. She relished the challenge, finding interest in the most formidable obstacles. Qingyu, what score did you achieve? Fan Yao inquired nonchalantly, her gaze laced with a hint of provocation. Shall I assist you with some tutoring? Su Qingyu glanced at her 98-point math test paper. Not particularly distressed, she had indeed not studied diligently before, her foundations being relatively weak, making it impossible to surge ahead all at once. Instead, it was Fan Yao's remarks that were irksome. Su Qingyu coldly raised her eyes. Do you have an abundance of time? Are you so eager to tutor others? Oh, I know you're the top of the class. Her tone was calm, yet her presence was commanding. Although aware of Su Qingyu's pointed remarks, Jian Hang, sharing the title of top student, felt a subtle implication directed at him. Fan Yao was taken aback by Su Qingyu's unflinching demeanor, which delivered the most infuriating words with a composed tone. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to regain her composure. I didn't mean it that way. You've misunderstood. What have I misunderstood? Fan Yao found herself at a loss for words, and seeing Jian Hang also looking at her, and Su Qingyu, she forced a smile. No, nothing. After saying that, Fan Yao hurriedly left to distribute materials to the next student. Zhang Chong could not help but applaud. Though I'd rather not get involved in a dispute between girls, I didn't expect Su Su to be so formidable. Yang Yang turned to him. Oh, now you know? Su Su has always been cool. She is just very kind to her friends and family. Heh, it's my honor, Zhang Chong chuckled. Su Qingyu bit her lip, genuinely worried that Jian Hang might perceive her as fierce. In truth, Su Qingyu turned to glance at Jian Hang, hastily diverting her gaze. I'm not always like this. After saying that, she quickly turned away. Jian Hang chuckled softly, thinking to himself, is this her way of explaining herself? She was so powerful just now, and now she's acting shy. It's rather endearing. During the break, He Yang and Tang Xiaodang invited Su Qingyu to join them in a convenience store for snacks. Su, are you coming? Tang Xiaodang asked. No, I'm doing exercises. Su Qingyu declined without looking up. The two exchanged surprised glances, silently linking arms and walking away. Su Yingyu, who used to listen to music and read comics during breaks last semester, was now so serious, which piqued Jian Hang's curiosity. He glanced at Su Qingyu's desk, where she was pressing down on the math materials he had taken her to buy in Hang City. Judging by the degree of wear on the paper, she had likely completed 2/3 of it. However, Su Qingyu's performance in math this time was rather disappointing. Unable to contain himself, Jian Hang asked, are you sure you understand all these problems? Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu looked up. The problems you've done, Jian Hang pointed at her desk. Improving your scores isn't about how many problems you solve, but whether you truly grasp the methods to solve them. You need to learn to apply your knowledge across similar problems, understand? Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, but nodded, I understand that. Jian Hang suddenly felt a bit intrusive, chuckling lightly. All right, just don't blindly solve problems. Thank you. Su Qingyu hesitated for a moment. Hang. After saying that, she calmly turned around, her heart pounding like a drum. After so long into the semester, she had finally managed to say it out loud. Hang. Su Qingyu mouthed the words silently again, her heart racing even faster, a delightful fluttering sensation. She felt both excited and happy. With familiarity comes comfort. Next time, she would be able to call him that naturally. Contemplating this, Su Qingyu also thought about how Jian Hang's genuine concern for her, though somewhat stern, was undeniably handsome. Meanwhile, Jian Hang was also taken aback, recalling how Su Qingyu had indeed mentioned she would call him that in Hang City, but he hadn't expected to hear it suddenly. His heart raced uncontrollably. What? Zhang Chong leaned in, a look of skepticism on his face. Did I just hear incorrectly? It seems like I heard. Jian Hang maintained a facade of calm, though inwardly, he felt distressed. Zhang Chong's gaze bounced back and forth between Jian Hang and Su Qingyu, probing. Did Su just call you Hang? Hang. Zhang Chong exaggeratedly emphasized the two syllables, sending chills down Jian Hang's spine. He shoved Zhang Chong aside, retorting. What's the big deal? Don't you call her Su too? That's not the same. Zhang Chong felt that for the first time, Jian Hang was being unreasonable. How is it different? Jian Hang rubbed his ear, which had been too close to Zhang Chong's mouth, impatiently saying, stop bothering me. Zhang Chong acknowledged with an O, sensing that there was definitely some secret between Jian Hang and Su Qingyu. Chapter 68. Jian Hang. It's so difficult being a guy. Every time there was a pop quiz, Fan Yao's rank was always closely following Jian Hang's. Their names constantly appeared side by side on the ranking list. Lost in thought, Su Qingyu's mind conjured an image of Fan Yao holding hands with Jian Hang, igniting her anger, especially as she recalled how her family had been disrupted by Fan Yao's mother, fueling her rage further. Jian Hang was inherently a genius. It was impossible for her to surpass him in a normal context. Zhang Chong also worked hard, and others too. Whether they surpassed him or not didn't matter. But Fan Yao was an exception. Su Qingyu remained unable to accept the reality of her performance being inferior to Fan Yao's. She began to stay up late, solving problems, waking up early to memorize, even compressing her meal times to the extreme. What is up with Su Qingyu? She seems so driven lately. Jiang Ning couldn't help but ask. Su Jia had seen a slight improvement in her scores, realizing it was far from enough to catch Jian Hang's attention. She needed to progress even more. Even Su Qingyu had started to work hard, hadn't she? Noticing Su Jia's silence, Jiang Ning chose not to press further. Since Su Jia stopped being overly dramatic about Jian Hang, Jiang Ning's gaze towards her had softened considerably. Su, why don't you lie down and sleep for a bit? I've noticed you dozing off in class, He Yang said sympathetically. Yeah, I see those dark circles under your eyes. Although they don't affect your beauty, you should still take care of yourself. Your body can't take it. Tang Xiaodang expressed her concern. Jian Hang and Zhang Chong exchanged glances. Indeed, having recently observed Su's performance, I cannot help but reflect on my own indulgence, which has led to my fall from second to third place. Zhang Chong solemnly nodded, affirming the need to learn from Su. Is that all? He Yang retorted with dissatisfaction. Tang Xiaodang shot Zhang Chong a displeased glare. Suddenly the focus of everyone's ire, Zhang Chong awkwardly fell silent. Su Qingyu and Jian Hang also felt compelled to remind her that learning requires a balance of work and rest, progressing steadily. Do you understand? It's only the first year of high school. Why the rush? Though Jian Hang's words were blunt, He Yang and Tang Xiaodang discerned his underlying concern for Su Qingyu. I understand, Su Qingyu replied, then I'll take a moment to rest. He Yang and Tang Xiaodang sighed in relief and returned to their seats. Zhang Chong's eyes darted around, pondering that despite her claims of indifference, it was evident that the illustrious Su was quite receptive to Jian Ji's guidance. Could it be? Zhang Chong's mind exploded with a thought. Could these two already be involved? Tang Xiaodang, noticing Zhang Chong's sudden excitement, leaned back cautiously. Are you all right? Zhang Chong vigorously shook his head. No, I'm fine. He was currently exhilarated, but without evidence to substantiate his theories. He thought, I'll keep observing, surely. I'll uncover some clues. Tang Xiaodang, watching his expressions shift from surprise to contemplation to pride, felt a pang of anxiety. Zhang Chong, she cautiously inquired. It's quite normal for grades to fluctuate. Don't feel too pressured. Relax, and you'll surely reclaim your second place. Zhang Chong, somewhat bewildered by Tang Xiaotong's words, took 2 seconds to realize that she was showing genuine concern for him. Don't worry, it's just a drop from second to third. I'm perfectly fine and will continue to strive. Thank you, Xiaodang. I didn't expect you to care so much for me. I'm quite touched. After saying this, he foolishly scratched the back of his head with a silly grin. This guy is getting self-absorbed again. Jian Hang sighed in exasperation. He Yang wanted to chide Zhang Chong further, but observing Su Qingyu's condition, she felt genuine worry. And as expected, after several nights of staying up late, Su Qingyu's body protested more swiftly than her grades improved. One morning, she entered the classroom with dark circles under her eyes, and, upon sitting down, could not suppress a sneeze. Su, are you all right? He Yang asked with concern. Su Qingyu rubbed her sore nose, her voice somewhat hoarse. I'm fine. Perhaps I just didn't sleep well last night. He Yang frowned. Don't push yourself too hard. Your health is paramount. Suinjuri man sayident. Lowering her head to continue her work, Jian Hang noticed her fingers swiftly calculating on the draft paper and thought perhaps he should find time to discuss her study methods, to see if they were misguided. During the break, Jian Hang helped her by going to the infirmary to fetch some cold medicine. He tossed the medicine onto Su Qingyu's desk, saying, remember to take it. You can't keep going like this. Your health will deteriorate. Su Qingyu looked up, slightly surprised. Thank you. It's just a minor cold, she said with a slight smile. I'm fine, don't worry. So stubborn, Jian Hang sighed helplessly. Luo Wei, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of jealousy and couldn't help but sarcastically remark, Jian Hang, aren't you overstepping? Su Qingyu's affairs are not your concern. Jian Hang regarded him with a look of incredulity, too disinterested to engage in conversation. Seeing Jian Hang's indifference, Luo Wei, infuriated, scoffed, are you harboring ulterior motives? The classroom instantly fell silent. This remark undoubtedly piqued the curiosity of their classmates, who began to observe intently. Jian Hang could no longer hold back. Just as he was about to retort, Su Qingyu spoke up first. Luo Wei, can you not overthink things? Moreover, what concerns me has nothing to do with you. Please refrain from meddling for the sake of seeking attention. Su Qingyu's cold words were devastatingly effective. Luo Wei felt wronged, a bitter feeling swelling within him. He merely worried about her being deceived by him. Su Qingyu, impatient, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and shot him a frosty glare, saying, "Mind your own business." She despised those who merely spoke of concern while secretly meddling. In contrast, Jian Hang, though rarely vocal, acted on his concerns, like when he proactively bought her cold medicine. Reflecting on this, Su Qingyu straightened her back, her heart fluttering with joy. After all, this meant she and Jian Hang had developed a solid friendship. It must be said, Su Qingyu's prowess in retorting was remarkable. Had it not been for their genuine interactions in Hangzhou, Jian Hang would have doubted whether the quiet, slightly anxious, obedient Su Qingyu was truly the same as the one before him now. Su Qingyu turned away and tore open the medicine Jian Hang had bought, mixing it in water to drink. Who would have thought, He Yang exclaimed, that Jian Hang has such a gentle and considerate side. Zhang Chong secretly delighted in this revelation. Chiming in, do you think he treats all girls this way? Otherwise, what? He Yang replied, puzzled. Tang Xiaodang was pleased, hoping for an advancement in their relationship. Ignoring Zhang Chong's teasing or praise, Jian Hang shrugged helplessly at the furious and embarrassed Luo Wei and said, "You see, I didn't say anything." Ha! Zhang Chong couldn't help but compliment, "Jian Ge, I've discovered you have a bit of a mischievous side." He quickly added, "I swear, I'm not insulting you. It's a compliment." Jian Hang. Witnessing this scene, Fan Yao was somewhat surprised. It seemed not only was Su Qingyu concerned about Jian Hang, but Jian Hang appeared to be as well. If she were to steal Jian Hang away, wouldn't that leave Su Qingyu in a pitiable state? The thought thrilled Fan Yao. Meanwhile, Su Jia observed everything unfolding before her with a sense of defeat. She pondered why her dreams could predict the future, but never offered her more hints, at least to give her a chance to regain Jian Hang's understanding. Perhaps those dreams were all false. If so, why had she invested so much thought into Jian Hang for so long? It was utterly ridiculous. As she began to doubt the content of her dreams, Su Jia gradually calmed down. She thought perhaps she could stop pouring so much emotion into Jian Hang and merely seek an opportunity to mend their relationship. After all, being the top student at Chongning High School, even if her future were to falter, she wouldn't end up working in a factory tightening screws, would she? Su Jia was not one to give up easily. She would treat even the slightest possibility with utmost seriousness. Chapter 69. This girl is quite stubborn and resistant. After chemistry class, Zhou Langhua called Jian Hang to the corridor, asking, "I heard you're recently working on Olympiad math problems, planning to compete next year?" Jian Hang nodded, "Yes, that is my intention. But your class, Li Ban, is responsible for the Olympiad class. She holds a bias against you. Will she allow you to join?" Zhou Langhua raised an eyebrow. "Moreover, the fees for the Olympiad class are not insignificant. I don't intend to join the Olympiad class. I just need to register for the competition," Jian Hang answered honestly. "Li Ban is the one responsible for submitting the list of participants. You can't avoid her." Zhou Langhua sighed, "But don't worry, I'll think of another way. By the way, do you want to join the Olympiad class early? I can help negotiate the fees. The school offers reductions for public service students." Jian Hang replied helplessly, "Teacher, you just said Li Ban has a bias against me and wouldn't let me in the Olympiad class." "Huh? Did I say that?" Zhou Langhua appeared perplexed. Running her fingers through her hair, "Perhaps I've been too busy lately. My mind is a bit scattered." After muttering to herself, she looked up and asked, "Just tell me if you want to participate. I'll talk to Li Ban about the rest." Jian Hang hesitated for a moment. "I'll think it over." "All right. Give me your answer after the monthly exam. Let's head back to the classroom for now." Zhou Langhua waved her hand and left first. Jian Hang gazed at her retreating figure, silently lamenting. How can one not go mad in this corporate rat race? Teacher Zhou has it tough too. As soon as Jian Hang sat down, Zhang Chong leaned over. "Bro, what did old Zhou want with you?" Jian Hang absent-mindedly twirled the pen in his hand. "Nothing much." The matter concerning the Olympiad class barely registered in Jian Hang's mind. He was fully focused on preparing for the upcoming monthly exam. In contrast, Su Qingyu, having resolved to surpass Fan Yao in grades, was akin to a fervent firebrand, diligently scribbling away, her desk cluttered with exercise books and notes, nearly drowning in a sea of textbooks. Su, are you all right?" Tang Xiaodang observed Su Qingyu's frantic demeanor with a hint of concern. Without raising her head, Su Qingyu replied briskly, "Oh, I'm fine." He Yang and Tang Xiaodang exchanged glances, shrugging helplessly. Recently, once Su Qingyu entered this study frenzy mode, not even the collapse of the heavens could draw her attention from her work. Zhang Chong murmured. She is so intense. It's quite alarming. Jian Hang reminded him. You entered school ranked second in the grade, and now you're at most third. Chongzi, you should feel a sense of urgency, you know? Zhang Chong shrank his neck. I understand, I've indeed been too lax lately. Jian Hang turned around, idly spinning his pen, casting a glance at Su Qingyu's back, thinking, this girl is quite stubborn. However, when the monthly exam results were released, everyone was taken aback. Jian Hang, usually composed, was also left speechless. Su Qingyu's scores had not just stagnated but regressed, plummeting from the top 10 to beyond the 20th place, and her overall ranking had fallen past the 300 mark. Last semester, she had been around the 100th position. Yang Yang, Zhang Chong, and Tang Xiaodang, who sat behind her, dared not breathe a word. Jian Hang remained silent, wanting to give her time to compose herself. Meanwhile, he maintained his position as the top student in the grade, outpacing Fan Yao by over 40 points. In this monthly exam, Jian Hang once again claimed the top spot, with Fan Yao closely following as the second, and Zhang Chong securing 8th place. Our class occupied 3 spots in the top 10, quite commendable. Everyone should learn from them. Li Liang stood at the podium, casting an appreciative glance at Fan Yao. During the break, Su Qingyu ventured alone to the vending machine. Yang Yang and Tang Xiaodang attempted to follow, but were rebuffed. Jian Hang witnessed this scene and thought he needed to find an opportunity to talk to Su Qingyu. Otherwise, she would certainly become entrenched in her own thoughts. Fan Yao continued to graciously respond to the praises of others, but her competitive spirit intensified upon noticing Jian Hang's indifference. While Su Qingyu's silence only added to her satisfaction. After school, most of the students had left the classroom, leaving only a few tidying up. Qingyu, you go ahead. I'll catch up with you later, she instructed Yang Yang and Tang Xiaodang, her tone and demeanor unchanged. Yet Jian Hang could see that she had indeed come to terms with things. He told Zhang Chong and Ma Fan to leave first, staying behind for a moment. Zhang Chong, perceptive as always, shot him a knowing look. Bro, we'll head out first. You got this. Get lost. Jian Hang Vito. The classmates cleaning the room hesitated to approach Jian Hang and Su Qingyu, unsure whether to interrupt them, so they waited nearby. Jian Hang felt a bit exasperated. It was always women who comforted him, and he had never actively consoled a girl. Hey, he called out, his voice trailing gently. It's just one monthly exam. It's all right. Su Qingyu stirred, lifting her head with a dazed expression. Did she not hear what I said? Jian Hang thought, bemused. Aren't you going home? Oh, I'm going now. Su Qingyu numbly began to pack her bag. It seemed this setback had hit her hard. Jian Hang sighed helplessly. As he watched Su Qingyu sling her bag over her shoulder and rise, her steps light, he seized the opportunity. I'm heading to the school gate to grab a bite. You coming? Su Qingyu looked at him in surprise, then lowered her head. Sure. The way she averted her gaze appeared unexpectedly obedient, forming a stark contrast to her usual nonchalant demeanor. They exited the classroom one after the other. Are you really okay? Jian Hang couldn't help but ask. Su Qingyu shook her head. I'm fine. All right then. As they passed the trash bin beside the playground, Su Qingyu set down her bag and pulled out a piece of paper. Jian Hang noticed it was the score report handed out that day. Calmly, Su Qingyu crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it into the bin before walking away. Witnessing this, Jian Hang thought, has she finally come to terms with it? That's the spirit. He quickly caught up to her. Su Qingyu, one exam doesn't define everything. Su Qingyu turned her head, her eyes brightening. I wasn't worried about it anyway. How stubborn indeed. Jian Hang chuckled in exasperation. They reached the school gate, where Jian Hang spotted the familiar black sedan. From a distance, Uncle Li rolled down the window, enthusiastically waving at them. Jian Hang politely nodded in acknowledgement. At the school gate, he said, I'll take my leave now. Okay. Suinju Nadif. Just as he turned around, a loud thud echoed behind him. He spun around to see Su Qingyu had fainted. Chapter 70. Mother-in-law audits the son-in-law. Jian Hang rushed over and swiftly picked Su Qingyu up. Seeing her pale face, with beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, a pang of alarm shot through him. He immediately cradled her in his arms. Uncle Li, to the hospital. Uncle Li, visibly flustered, hurriedly exited the car and opened the door. As Jian Hang placed Su Qingyu inside, Uncle Li frantically fumbled for his phone. I need to call Master and Madam right away. Head to the hospital first. We can call on the way, Jian Hang said, maintaining a calm demeanor beyond Uncle Li's expectations. The sleek black Mercedes sped towards the city hospital. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Luo Wei and his companions. Luo Wei stood frozen in shock, as if struck by lightning. The basketball in his hands clattering to the ground and rolling a few times before coming to a stop. Was that Jian Hang? He asked the two boys beside him. The first boy replied nervously, yes, it's him. The second added, he carried Su Qingyu into the car. Luo Wei's eyes brimmed with shock, anger, and despair. His fists clenched tightly. Since the beginning of middle school, he had harbored feelings for Su Qingyu, though it was hardly a secret, as he had openly confessed and shown interest. Yet, Su Qingyu had always been distant and indifferent, hardly exchanging words with him. And then there was Jian Hang, who was merely slightly better in academics. A tad more handsome, and had a temperament far less amiable, yet he effortlessly captured Su Qingyu's affection. Luo Wei could not comprehend what merit this insufferable pauper had that Su Qingyu found appealing. Meanwhile, Uncle Li drove while notifying Su Haisheng and Su He about the situation. Jian Hang shielded Su Qingyu's head with his hand, minimizing her discomfort from the car's bumps. Her forehead brushed against his warm palm. Slowly, Su Qingyu opened her eyes, and as her vision cleared, she found herself gazing directly into Jian Hang's concerned eyes. He seemed anxious, his focus unwaveringly fixed ahead. Jian Hang's eyelashes were indeed striking. Dense and beautiful, his eyes were captivating, deep and dark, complemented by a prominent nose. Handsome indeed. And then, Su Yinggu's gauze treval downward, ultimately lingering on Jian Hang's lips. Her heart raced unexpectedly fast. Su Qingyu found this dream remarkably vivid, as real as the scene of the two of them traveling from the library to Choning that day. She tilted her head back, yearning for a clearer view. Jian Hang sensed a jolt in his lower abdomen and glanced down, only to find Su Qingyu awakening. His face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "You're finally awake." Previously lost in reverie while studying Jian Hang's features, Su Qingyu's gaze suddenly collided with his piercing, intense stare, which swiftly morphed into a look of delight, relief, and perhaps a hint of reproach. The abruptness of this emotional shift stirred her heart into a tumult. "What are you dawdling for?" Jian Hang furrowed his brow and muttered, "You're not daft from the bump, are you?" In an instant, Su Qingyu was jolted back to awareness. "You." She realized she was resting on Jian Hang's thigh, a rush of crimson flooding her cheeks and creeping to her ears. She hastily attempted to sit up, only to have Jian Hang gently push her back down. "What do you mean, you?" "Just lie down," he said, his tone laced with veiled frustration. "Do you think my words were mere whispers? Is academic achievement more important than your health?" Su Qingyu felt somewhat guilty and spoke with diminished confidence, unable to fully recline, her body tense and her neck aching. Jian Hang continued to admonish her. The more he scolded, the more embarrassed she became, mortified by her fainting incident at school. Her eagerness to improve her grades had indeed backfired, resulting in a setback far greater than anticipated. Studying was truly arduous, and Jian Hang was undeniably impressive. Inside the vehicle, Uncle Li, initially anxious, felt a weight lift from his chest upon seeing Su Qingyu awake. When Jian Hang remarked on the possibility of her being daft from the collision, Uncle Li had intended to caution him against such comments, but Su Qingyu spoke up. Uncle Li felt no need to interject further, listening to the exchange between the two young individuals while occasionally stealing glances in the rearview mirror, marveling at the vibrance of youth. "I'm feeling weak. I have candy in my bag." Suinju murmureth. Jian Hang quickly deduced that her fainting was due to exhaustion compounded by low blood sugar. He rummaged through her bag, discovering an assortment of candies nestled at the bottom. "These, I found them quite delightful. I picked them up when leaving Hangzhou," she explained, her gaze averted, flustered. During their previous outing, Jian Hang had taken her to a shop where the owner claimed the candies were a local specialty, and he had thoughtfully purchased some for her. Su Qingyu recalled his words, "I know you love candy. I bought a bit for you to try." Though the candies were merely mediocre in taste, the fact that it was Jian Hang's first gift made them extraordinarily enjoyable to her. She had secretly stashed some away. Anticipating their departure, Jian Hang unwrapped a piece and, without a second thought, held it to her mouth. Su Qingyu hesitated before opening up. The moment her tongue brushed against the candy, her heart raced like a drum. The warm, soft texture momentarily stunned Jian Hang, who instinctively withdrew his hand, his heart pounding violently in his chest. In that charged, awkward moment, Su Qingyu suddenly noticed Uncle Li's presence. "Help!" With no time for further contemplation, she blurted, "It's so sweet." Jian Hang, nervous, grabbed another candy from her bag, swiftly unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth, saying, "Is it really that good? Let me try." As soon as he spoke, a sharp, invigorating flavor shot through his senses. "This is terrible. What flavor is this?" At that moment, Uncle Li interjected, "Miss, your father and mother are aware you fainted. They've gone to the hospital." Clearly unaware of the earlier exchange, Uncle Li's words prompted Su Qingyu to sit up straight, and upon grasping their implication, she protested vehemently, "No, I don't want to go to the hospital. I'm fine." She dreaded facing the man she referred to as her father. Uncle Li looked troubled and turned to Jian Hang for assistance. "Su Qingyu," Jian Hang's voice was serious and authoritative, "you're not a child anymore. Can you stop this nonsense?" Like a bucket of cold water dousing her, Su Qingyu instantly wilted. Uncle Li cast a grateful glance at Jian Hang, astonished and somewhat moved by how the usually headstrong young lady was willing to heed this young man's words, indicating her genuine concern for him. While aware that Su Qingyu's fainting was likely due to exhaustion and low blood sugar, Jian Hang felt it prudent to ensure she underwent a thorough medical examination. When Sui arrived at the hospital, she found Jian Hang seated on a bench outside the ward, engrossed in his phone. His emotions had only just begun to stabilize since their arrival. Hearing footsteps, he looked up to see an elegantly composed, middle-aged woman approaching, her features bearing a resemblance to Su Qingyu's. Jian Hang quickly stood and politely greeted her. "Hello, Annie, I'm Jian Hang, a classmate of Su Qingyu." Sui paused for a moment before breaking into a warm smile. "You're Jian Hang? I heard from Uncle Li that you brought Su to the hospital." "Thank you so much." Jian Hang nodded slightly. "It's no trouble. It was the least I could do." Sui scrutinized Jian Hang, a glimmer of appreciation crossing her gaze. The young man before her was tall, handsome, and exuded a calm demeanor, each word and gesture reflecting an air of composure. "How is Su doing?" she inquired with concern. The doctor said she merely suffered from exhaustion and low blood sugar. A bit of rest should suffice, but a thorough checkup is advisable. "She is currently in the scanning room," Jian Hang replied. Sui exhaled a sigh of relief. This child, she doesn't know how to take care of herself at all. Realizing how considerate this young man was, her fondness for Jian Hang deepened. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she regarded him with curiosity. "Jian Hang, since you're Su's classmate, you must have a good relationship." Jian Hang hesitated for a moment before responding. "We sit together." "Oh, you sit together? That must mean you're quite close." Sui smiled, pleased. The more she observed him, the more she found him agreeable. Unable to resist asking further, "Jian Hang, where do you live? What do your parents do?" It felt somewhat like an interrogation from a prospective mother-in-law. Out of politeness, Jian Hang obliged. "I live in the county. My parents run a business in Hangzhou." "Hangzhou?" Sui's eyes widened. Could it be that Su Qingyu's unusual behavior in Hangzhou was because of Jian Hang? She felt a mix of excitement and curiosity, but recognized that continuing to pry might not be appropriate. Unlike Su Haisheng, who held a more traditional view on education, Sui didn't oppose Su Qingyu dating, believing that as long as the young man had good character, it was perfectly acceptable. Getting to know him sooner would provide deeper insight into his character. She couldn't help but scrutinize Jian Hang once more. This boy was not just decent. He was remarkably impressive. Just as Jian Hang felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, perplexed by Su's motherly scrutiny. The ward door finally swung open. Chapter 71. The confrontation. He withdrew. As the door to the ward opened, Su Qingyu felt her heart leap into her throat. She immediately spotted Su standing at the door, her heart racing with anxiety, fearing that her mother would discern her feelings for Jian Hang. Qingyu, attempting to maintain her composure, spoke with a slightly shaky voice. Sui hurried over to support Su Qingyu, her concern evident as she inquired, "How are you feeling now? Are you still unwell?" "I'm fine, just a little tired," Su Qingyu replied, casting a furtive glance at Jian Hang, who stood a meter away. "You, my child, while academics are important, is your health not of greater significance?" Sui chided, her tone echoing the very sentiments Jian Hang had expressed in the car. Su Qingyu's eyes brightened with realization. So, Jian Hang cares for her just like Sui does? This conclusion filled her heart with an uncontrollable sweetness, and she chose not to argue further. "I won't do this again," she obediently nodded, murmuring softly, "I'm fine. I just didn't tea at breakfast." "You didn't have breakfast?" Sui exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "This child truly drives me to distraction." Su Qingyu stole a glance at Jian Hang, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Jian Hang, thank you for today. You can head back to school now." "No worries, Jian Hang struck. I informed Jiang Ning. I'll return once you wake up and confirm you're all right." Sui felt a flicker of satisfaction at his words. After all, it was rare to find a handsome young man who was so attentive and thoughtful. Sui assisted Su Qingyu back to the hospital bed, with Jian Hang following closely behind. Uncle Li hurried in with takeout kanji. He handed Jian Hang a portion as well, saying, "Young man, you should eat too. You've been busy all afternoon and must be hungry." Jian Hang graciously accepted the kanji and sat down on the edge of the empty bed across from Su Qingyu, beginning to eat. Uncle Li went to handle the payment. Su Qingyu attempted to hold the kanji herself, but Su insisted on feeding her like a small child, spoonful by spoonful. Unable to resist, Su Qingyu reluctantly complied. This only made Jian Hang think she was even more spoiled. As Su sat nearby, seemingly engaged in casual conversation, her gaze frequently darted toward Jian Hang. The more she observed him, the more she found him agreeable. Jian Hang's demeanor while eating was refined, exuding an air of calm composure in every gesture. Quite impressive indeed. Sui thought to herself. Su Qingyu lowered her head to sip the kanji, her heart fluttering with anxiety. She sensed Su He's gaze flitting between her and Jian Hang, which only intensified her nervousness. Surely, her mother wouldn't notice anything amiss? Sneaking a peek at Jian Hang, she found him engrossed in his meal, completely oblivious to Su He's scrutiny. Su Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Sui suddenly spoke up. Jian Hang, you and Su are desk mates. You must often study together, right? Jian Hang put down his spoon and replied politely. We occasionally discuss problems together. In truth, their discussions had been minimal. He had kindly brought up topics a couple of times. But Su Qingyu had been too engrossed in her own studies to pay attention. It was likely her study methods that had led to her decline in performance during the recent monthly exam. With this thought, Jian Hang cast a reproachful glance at Su Qingyu. Sui smiled, her tone tinged with curiosity. Then your relationship must be quite good, right? Su Qingyu felt a pang of anxiety, almost choking on her kanji. Jian Hang nodded. It's all right. Su Qingyu's face flushed bright red. Mom, when did you become so nosy? Fine, I want to pry. Just know you can't continue like this, understood? Sui's tone was stern. Suinju nodded, casting an apologetic glance at Jian Hang. The thought of her mother interrogating Jian Hang like a criminal made her feel even guiltier. Sui Shingrashdin, hurriedly removing his black leather gloves and handing them to Uncle Li. Qingyu, I heard from Uncle Li. Fortunately, you're all right. Sui couldn't help but scoff derisively, retorting, from the company to here, it shouldn't take more than half an hour, yet you arrived 2 hours later. Truly, the busy elite have little concern for their own daughter. Su Haishang frowned slightly, but replied gently, it's a project for an amusement park investment. As the words hung in the air, both Jian Hang and Su Qingyu turned their gazes toward him, fearing her parents would argue in front of Jian Hang. Su Qingyu interjected sadly, please stop arguing. Sui forced a smile and glanced at Jian Hang. All right, I'll step out for some fresh air. Jian Hang, taken aback by the tension, felt it best to excuse himself. Upon entering the ward, Su Haisheng immediately spotted Jian Hang. Recalling having seen the young man a few times at the school gate, it was evident that his daughter had a good rapport with him. Jian Hang met Su Haisheng's gaze with calm composure. Hello, uncle. Hello, Su Haisheng nodded. You are the one who brought my daughter to the hospital. Thank you. It was nothing. Since Su Qingyu is fine, I'll head back to school now, Jian Hang said as he prepared to take his leave. Uncle Ali, please see him off, Su Haisheng instructed. Before Uncle Li could respond, Jian Hang declined. No need, I'll take a cab back. Thank you, uncle. Su Qingyu quickly added, Hang, be careful on your way. Jian Hang nodded. You take care and rest well. Su Haisheng stood there, momentarily stunned by the exchange between the two. Suinju, Hang. The way they addressed each other was evidently intimate for one and distant for the other. Su Haisheng rubbed the bridge of his nose, realizing that his daughter had developed feelings for the young man. He had previously assumed it was Jian Hang who was pursuing her. Su Qingyu, aware that her father had caught on to something, felt unperturbed. Once Jian Hang left, she turned coldly to her father. What brings you here? Is it not natural for a father to check on his sick daughter? Su Haisheng replied, somewhat exasperated. He thought of the matter regarding Fan Yao's transfer and felt guilty. Originally, the teacher had no intention of transferring Fan Yao to your class. But she mentioned it herself, and your guidance director, unaware of the specifics, agreed without a second thought. Qingyu, this was an oversight on my part. Su Qingyu turned her face away, staring out the window in silence. The tension between them lingered. After a prolonged silence, Su Qingyu finally spoke, Dad. You and Mom should get a divorce. Why? Su Haisheng was momentarily taken aback. Didn't you say you didn't want your parents to divorce? Yet I wish for you both to be happy. Su Qingyu averted her gaze. Life is too long to endure mutual torment. Su Haisheng hung his head, sitting down on the edge of the bed, suddenly looking much older. Do you and your mother think that I love that woman? That is not the case. Su Haisheng stood up in agitation, taking a deep breath. I'll come to see you another day. After a pause, he added, and I do not agree to a divorce with your mother because I have always loved her. With that, Su Haisheng turned and walked toward the door. Sui stood at the entrance, coldly observing him, then smirked, her expression akin to one who had just heard the most ludicrous of jokes. How absurd. Chapter 72. So, I was merely infatuated, wasn't I? As the first evening self-study session concluded, Jian Hang hurried to the classroom. The moment he stepped inside, the previously boisterous classroom fell silent. All eyes turned toward him, as if his face bore some monumental secret. Jian Hang frowned, feeling a twinge of unease. Yet he maintained an air of nonchalance as he walked towards his seat. His deskmate, Jian Yang, stood in the aisle, scrutinizing him with a furrowed brow. As Jian Hang approached her, he raised an eyebrow. Excuse me, could you let me pass? Jian Yang reluctantly let out a sound of acknowledgement and stood up to allow Jian Hang to pass. She and Tang Xiaodang had already contacted Su Qingyu and learned that she was unharmed, which finally brought them a sense of relief. However, the more Yang observed Jian Hang, the more she felt an unsettling air about him, convinced that he harbored ulterior motives concerning her dear Su Su. Initially, she intended to directly inquire as soon as Jian Hang sat down, but before she could utter a word, Zhang Chong eagerly approached. Yang closed her eyes and took a deep breath. I shall endure. Jian Hang glanced at Yang, puzzled, then turned to see Zhang Chong beaming at him, his eyes gleaming with concealed gossip and excitement. It was evident that this fellow had already caught wind of Su Qingyu's fainting incident earlier that afternoon. Spit out already. Jian Hang sigh. Zhang Chong chuckled lightly and dove straight into the matter. Jian Hang, I heard you played the hero again today, with the welcoming party incident included. This marks your second time carrying Su Su, right? Come clean. Is there something going on between you two? Jian Hang raised an eyebrow and calmly opened his textbook. Believe it or not, it was merely a coincidence, nothing significant. Oh, just a coincidence, you say? Zhang Chong feigned surprise, covering his mouth. But I've heard that not only did you carry Su Su, but you did so in a princess carry. Upon hearing this, Jian Hang rolled his eyes at Zhang Chong, who had previously spoken quite normally but now had adopted a sarcastic tone, likely influenced by his banter with Yang. Before Jian Hang could respond, Yang pushed Zhang Chong's head away. Enough nonsense, she said, unable to contain her frustration. With a skeptical expression, she turned to Jian Hang and asked earnestly, honestly, Jian Hang, she furrowed her brows, hesitating, then sighed and nervously raked her fingers through her hair. After all, as a 16-year-old who had never experienced the stirrings of love, the idea of having a crush was quite daunting. I'm anxious for you, Zhang Chong interjected, pushing Yang's arm aside. Let me ask instead. His usually shy classmate, Tang Xiaodang, was now fixated on Jian Hang, her eyes shimmering with excitement. A low chuckle erupted in the classroom as several girls huddled together, whispering and occasionally glancing toward Jian Hang's desk. Jian Hang sighed in resignation. I'll say it one last time. There's nothing between us. It was just a coincidence that she fainted, and I took her to the hospital. I couldn't possibly let her go alone, could I? Would you all remain indifferent if a classmate fainted before you? Good point, Zhang Chong replied, his enthusiasm deflating as he slumped back into his chair, realizing that any misunderstandings were now impossible. Jiangu, it's no wonder you're so handsome. You'll remain single for life. Zhang Chong clapped his hand against his mouth. No, wait, I'm in until now. My bad, slip of the tongue. Yang remained unconvinced. Then why is it always you who rushes to Su Su's side when something happens? Jian Hang was momentarily at a loss for words. I can't be bothered to explain. Haha, you really are the lazy one. Zhang Chong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Jian Hang believed he had articulated himself clearly, yet Yang continued to gaze at him with a mix of irritation and sympathy, while even Tang Xiaodang appeared slightly displeased. I'm gonna read, Jian Hang declared, pulling out a chemistry textbook. Stop reading. Yang snapped, shutting the textbook with a flick of her hand. She leaned forward and whispered, Jian Hang, honestly, do you have a crush on Su Su? Tang Xiaodang, Zhang Chong. Two distinct sounds of laughter, whether mocking or gleeful, echoed from behind. Jian Hang shifted slightly to shield Yang from view. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by Su Su's aloof demeanor. In matters of friendship, familial love, and romance, she is a girl with a sincere heart. Don't let her misunderstand your intentions. Great, so what you're saying is that I'm lacking in sensitivity, Jian Hang retorted, amused. No, that is not what I meant. Yang hurriedly denied, her eyes widening. What I mean is, even if you do have feelings for Su Su, don't voice them. What if she doesn't like you? Jian Hang, following her line of thought, speculated, you mean to say that? After a brief pause, Yang shook her head. No, I mean she nervously fiddled with the rubber band on the table. What if she doesn't like you? Wouldn't that make future encounters quite awkward? Jian Hang found her reaction amusing and chuckled lightly. So, it seems I'm just being overly sentimental then. That is not what I meant. Yang shot back, irked. Zhang Chong voiced his strong disapproval. Yang, I don't appreciate your words. What do you mean Su Su doesn't like him? What is wrong with Jiangu? Initially intending to gauge Jian Hang's feelings for Su Su through Zhang Chong and Yang's questions, he was taken aback by their responses. Tang Xiaodang sighed in exasperation. Can you all stop arguing? Didn't Jian Hang say there's nothing going on? If other classmates overhear, they might misunderstand. Ifan Jianyang, who typically remained silent and unassuming, turned around and spoke to Jian Hang in an unfriendly tone. I think you were absolutely right earlier. Don't let yourself be led astray by false hopes. Dumb, Jianyang. You're really something, Zhang Chong exclaimed in frustration, rising to shout, but Jian Hang restrained him. Who is really getting carried away here is still up for debate. Jian Hang v. Mak Lai Di. Qingyu, you got all wrong, Zhang Chong grumbled, turning away in annoyance. All right, everyone, let us put this matter to rest. Jian Hang raised an eyebrow. Next time, let us not create misunderstandings out of thin air. I don't mind being misunderstood, but Su Qingyu is a girl, after all, and she has her pride. Otherwise, he mused, why does she blush so easily? Meanwhile, Su Jia, who had been eavesdropping on He Yang and the others, felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Although Jian Hang had ceased to acknowledge her, she could not help but feel a sense of unfairness about how events had unfolded. Fan Yao hadn't anticipated that Jian Hang and Su Qingyu's relationship would progress so swiftly. They seldom spoke in class, so how could misunderstandings arise? However, judging by Jian Hang's words earlier, it seemed more like Su Qingyu had a one-sided crush. Interesting. Even the aloof heiress has something she cannot attain. With a light heart, Fan Yao flipped open her workbook as the class bell rang, signaling everyone to settle down. Zhou Langhua spotted Jian Hang and inquired, is Su Qingyu all right? Jian Hang nodded. She fainted due to low blood sugar. Glad to hear that, Zhou Langhua said, shaking his book. That is why I say, while studying is important, you must also take care of your health, all right? Scattered murmurs of agreement echoed from the students. Although Su Qingyu was not seriously harmed, He was extremely anxious and insisted she stay in the hospital for a day to rest properly. Coincidentally, tomorrow was a day off. Having overheard He Yang and Tang Xiaodang's conversation, the two planned to visit Su Qingyu in the hospital tomorrow morning. Why don't we go too? Zhang Chong thought, realizing a golden opportunity had presented itself. We must seize it, Jian. Jian Hang didn't ponder much on it. He was simply concerned that Su Qingyu might become disheartened over her declining grades, and thought it would be a good chance to share some study tips with her. All right, let us head over in the afternoon, Jian Hang agreed with a nod. Afternoon works well. Less crowd, more opportunity for privacy, Zhang Chong mused with a mischievous grin. Noticing Zhang Chong's devious smile as he muttered to himself, Jian Hang knew he was spiraling into wild thoughts again. He casually grabbed a notepad and playfully smacked it on Zhang Chong's head. Let us go, old 8. Can you not remind me of my regrets? I'll definitely rank in the top 3 next time, Zhang Chong retorted in annoyance, grumbling as he followed behind. Chapter 73. Not much, just feeling displeased. After the evening study session concluded, Tang Xiaodang and He Yang strolled home side by side. The night air was slightly cool, and the streetlights cast a gentle glow, illuminating the two figures. Tang Xiaodang clutched several books in her arms, occasionally glancing at He Yang, her words seemingly lodged in her throat. Xiaodang, you seem a bit off today, He Yang finally remarked, tilting her head to observe her friend. Is something bothering you? Tang Xiaodang bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before ultimately shaking her head. It's nothing, just that Su seems a bit different lately. Su? He Yang raised an eyebrow, a flicker of confusion crossing her mind. What is wrong with her? Is it perhaps related to Jian Hang? With a sigh, Tang Xiaodang thought that He Yang was not entirely oblivious. She initially intended to subtly reveal Su's secret crush on Jian Hang, but reconsidered, believing it would be best for Su to disclose such matters herself. With a smile, Tang Xiaodang suggested, why don't you ask Su directly? Upon hearing this, He Yang's brows furrowed immediately. Wow, Xiaodang, it seems there really is something going on. Both you and Su are keeping secrets from me. How unfair. Is Jian Hang truly in love with Su? Tang Xiaodang sighed helplessly and shrugged. I haven't said anything, so don't jump to conclusions. You should really just ask Su. He Yang pouted, her mind racing with anticipation for the interrogation of Su Qingyu the following day. Meanwhile, Ma Fan, having eaten sparingly for dinner due to his diet, found himself weak and famished after the evening study. Jian Hang and Zhang Chong each took hold of one of his arms, dragging him to the convenience store to purchase instant noodles. Yi, Shongxi, aren't you having any? Ma Fan mumbled through mouthfuls, devouring his food at a corner of the cafeteria. Ugh, Zhang Chong grimaced, pulling away. You just spat your saliva on my face. Jian Hang reclined casually, one leg draped over the edge of the chair while he idly sipped water, his mind vacant. At this hour, the cafeteria was nearly deserted, with only a few students stopping by the shop to grab something. Suddenly, a group of boys surged into the room. Through the glass doors, Jian Hang had noticed them before they entered. Leading the pack was Chunyang, behind where the three sat. A stone pillar conveniently obstructed the view between the convenience store and themselves, preventing Chunyang and his group from seeing them. After completing their purchases, Jian Hang could hear the sparse sounds of movement behind the pillar. Rather than leaving, Chunyang and his group settled down nearby. The trio was not acquainted with them and had no desire to greet them. A peaceful coexistence seemed preferable. Unfortunately, Chun Yang's group did not share the sentiment. TSK. Jian Hang really thinks too highly of himself. One boy scoffed, dripping with sarcasm. Zhang Chong, incensed, nearly stood up but was restrained by Jian Hang. Another boy sneered. What does he think he is? Just because he has decent grades and can play basketball, he believes Su Qingyu would actually like him, right, young ge? The boys exchanged glances, all understanding why they held such disdain. After all, Su Qingyu was the school beauty. She was stunning, came from a well-off family, and possessed an admirable demeanor. Notably, she had never been seen close to any boys besides Jian Hang. Yang Ge, are you targeting Jian Hang today because of Su Qingyu? One boy inquired tentatively. Chun Yang's expression darkened instantly. He gulped down some water and coldly retorted. Su Qingyu? Huh, does Jian Hang really think he stands a chance? Has he looked in the mirror? Just because he hugged Su Qingyu twice, he thinks he can win her over? Dream on. The other boys chimed in, agreeing vocally. Exactly. Jian Hang acts all aloof, but he is just a bookworm at heart. How could Su Qingyu possibly like him? Don't be upset, Yang Ge. Su Qingyu hasn't expressed any interest in him. Jian Hang simply isn't worthy of her. Hearing these words, Chen Yang felt slightly mollified. Yet the memories of Jian Hang's interactions with Su Qingyu ignited his anger once more. Chen Yang, while not unattractive, was proud, especially as he came from a well-off family, making him one of the more privileged students in class aside from Su Qingyu. Naturally, he harbored feelings for her, as it was only logical. After all, they shared a desk, and seeing her beautiful face daily would stir any boy's heart. However, he had no intention of confessing during high school. Fearing rejection would lead to ridicule, just like that foolish Luo Wei. One boy, with a tone of disdain, continued to flatter, of course, Yang Ge. Your uncle runs a company. In terms of background, you and Su Qingyu are the best match in class. Chen Yang chuckled coldly, a flicker of pride crossing his eyes. Naturally, Su Qingyu would never look at a poor boy. Someone like Jian Hang doesn't deserve to stand beside her. Yet, Su Qingyu was quite hard to impress. Just look at Luo Wei, who was nothing more than a sycophant. Fury surged through Chen Yang as he snapped. Don't ever compare me to that fool Luo Wei. The boys nodded in agreement, and Chen Yang's anger began to subside. Listening to their laughter, Zhang Chong's face flushed with indignation, ready to brawl. But Jian Hang held him firmly in place. Are you done eating? Jian Hang casually inquired of Ma Fan. Ma Fan swallowed hard, glancing at the less than half-finished bowl of noodles. Why, yeah, I'm done. Good, let us go then. Jian Hang stood up, seizing the half-eaten bowl of noodles and pouring the remaining water into it. Jian Ge, what are you doing? Ma Fan sensed impending trouble. Jian Hang, with the bowl in hand, approached Chen Yang's group, nonchalantly observing them. What a coincidence. You heard everything? The boy who had been most vocal earlier turned pale with fright. Yes, I heard every word, Jian Hang nodded, smiling. Chen Yang stood up, asserting. So what have you heard? Aren't we merely speaking the truth? Nothing much, Jian Hang replied, weighing the bowl in his hand. His smile fading and his gaze turning icy as he tossed the entire contents at Chen Yang, drenching him thoroughly. I'm displeased, and if I am not comfortable, neither shall you be. Since Jian Hang had been awarded MVP in a basketball tournament, the other boys had grown wary of provoking him, and their demeanor was notably more subdued than before. Now, confronted with Jian Hang's imposing presence, they felt a sudden urge to retreat. Chen Yang clenched his fists and stepped forward, only to realize he lacked the advantage in size and strength against Jian Hang. The other boys instinctively backed away. Fear and helplessness etched on their faces. You wouldn't be foolish enough to run to a teacher like that idiot Luo Wei, would you? Jian Hang done that. Oh, but you just said not to associate with that kind of fool. Chen Yang gritted his teeth, glaring furiously. Don't ever let me hear you whining again. Jian Hang's gaze lifted slightly, his cold pupils reflecting the harsh light, a chilling aura emanating from him as he smirked. Otherwise, it wouldn't merely be about spilling instant noodles. With that, Jian Hang shoved his hands into his pockets and declared, I'm leaving. Zhang Chong and Ma Fan had never witnessed Jian Hang in such a commanding light. His presence was overwhelming. Gradually, they regained their senses. Ma Fan quickly lowered his head and hurried to catch up, while Zhang Chong, relishing the moment, made a face before strutting away with pride. Yang Ge, are you alright? Don't stoop to that guy's level. Should we tell classly about this? But would that make Yang Ge just like Luo Wei? Chen Yang, unable to restrain his frustration, waved his hand dismissively. Get lost, you bunch of useless fools. Brother, you now reside in my heart. Whether in academics, looks, or combat prowess, you excel in all. Zhang Chong raised his thumb in admiration. I was quite startled earlier, Ma Fan said, still feeling a bit shaken as he touched his chest. But Jian Ge, you were absolutely magnificent just now. It's amusing to think that Chun Yang and the other 5 or 6 boys were actually scared of just you. Haha, the thought brings me such joy. All right, Jian Hang turned to remind them. Let's keep this matter under wraps, especially from Su Qingyu. Zhang Chong, puzzled, asked. Why is that? Jian Hang recalled the last time Luo Wei provoked them, and the shame that had washed over Su Qingyu, who believed the conflict arose because of her. Just don't mention it, or it might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Zhang Chong and Ma Fan exchanged glances, nodding in confusion. That night, Jian Hang's commanding actions quietly spread through the circle of boys. Although no one dared to vocalize it, everyone understood that Jian Hang was not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Shen Yang became a subject of private humor among his peers. After all, being drenched in instant noodles and not retaliating was indeed quite embarrassing. Chapter 74. I am secretly in love with Jian Hang and adore everything about him. On a Saturday morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow in the hospital room, where a faint floral scent lingered in the air. Su Qingyu leaned against the headboard, a study guide in her hands. Yet her thoughts drifted far beyond the pages. Images of the previous day, particularly her time in the car with Jian Hang and the moment he lifted her in a princess carry, replayed in her mind, prompting a smile to escape her lips. Uncle Li had noticed her demeanor several times, but refrained from inquiring, likely understanding the situation. Susu, guive. He Yangyang's voice echoed from the doorway, breaking Su Qingyu's reverie. She looked up to see He Yangyang and Tang Xiaodang entering, carrying a large bag filled with fruits and snacks. He Yangyang, grinning widely, immediately approached her bedside, his eyes sparkling as if harboring significant news. Miss, I'll let you two chat. I'll step out for a moment. All right. It was evident that Su Qingyu was in high spirits as she exchanged a knowing glance with Tang Xiaodang. Why are you two here so early? She asked, somewhat surprised. Of course, we came to see you. He Yangyang plopped down beside her, casually peeling an orange and offering it to Su Qingyu. We were terrified when we heard you fainted last night. Thank goodness you're all right. He then teased. Class was quite lively without you during last night's study session. We had to come and report the situation. Su Qingyu accepted the orange, feeling a flutter of nervousness, though she feigned composure. What situation? What gossip have you concocted? Tang Xiaodang settled into a chair nearby, chuckling as she shook her head. What else could it be? Naturally, it's about Jian Hang carrying you. Su Qingyu's face flushed instantly, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the edge of the blanket as her heart raced. Lowering her head, she murmured, what could possibly be between Jian Hang and me? Observing this, He Yangyang leaned closer, his eyes narrowing mischievously like a cunning fox. Susu, estoy pretending. The entire class is abuzz discussing Jian Hang's princess carry of you. What? What of it? Su Qingyu's cheeks deepened in color, her ears burning. She bit her lip, feeling a mix of sweetness and curiosity. Surely, she anticipated that this would be a topic of discussion. But she was far more intrigued by Jian Hang's reaction. Did Jian Hang say anything? Su Qingyu asked cautiously, her voice barely above a whisper. He Yangyang perked up at this, thumping his chest with enthusiasm. Jian Hang? He didn't say a word. But, I can tell from his demeanor that he is likely harboring feelings for you. Tang Xiaodang face-bombed in disbelief. Su Qingyu froze, a wave of astonishment washing over her, mingled with a guilty pleasure as she struggled to believe it. He likes me? Did he say that? Not directly, He Yangyang replied, raising his eyebrows with pride. But consider this. Jian Hang is typically so aloof, indifferent to everyone, yet he shows you such special concern. He carried you at the welcome party and again to the hospital. What else could this indicate, if not affection? Su Qingyu's heart raced even faster, the orange nearly slipping from her grip. She lowered her gaze, a smile creeping onto her lips, feeling as if her heart was brimming with honey, sweet to the point of overwhelming. Yet, in the next moment, she recalled Jian Hang's usual demeanor towards her, caring yet always maintaining a certain distance. Did he truly harbor feelings for her, or was it merely the concern of a classmate? Tang Xiaodang, sensing the tension, interjected as He Yangyang was about to continue, worried that Su Qingyu might get carried away with the notion of confessing only to be met with rejection. Although she suspected that Jian Hang likely had feelings for Su Qingyu, it remained mere speculation. Lazy lamb, hold your tongue, she cautioned. Su, here's the truth. Last night, everyone did discuss your situation with Jian Hang, but he clarified that he was merely helping a friend, and there's nothing more to it. Is that so? Su Qingyu lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously tracing the surface of the orange. Though she recognized the possibility, her heart still ached with disappointment. Oh, I understand. He Yangyang looked utterly perplexed. What is happening? Tang Xiaodang, wishing to protect Su Qingyu from heartache, had substituted the word classmate with friend in her recounting of Jian Hang's words. Not anticipating the outcome, She sighed, offering comfort. His intention was to avoid any misunderstandings that might trouble you. However, Jian Hang rarely gets close to girls, except for you. Indeed, Su Qingyu lifted her head, her eyes brightening, her spirits lifted. To be honest, having been single for over 20 years, returning to this life, she found Jian Hang had matured and grown more enigmatic than in her previous life, leaving her uncertain about his true feelings. Oh, Jian Yang exclaimed, incredulous. After all this time, Su, it turns out you're the one in love with Jian Hang? No way. He quickly covered his mouth. I shouldn't have cursed, but my mind is almost short-circuiting. Su, you're in love with Jian Hang? When did this happen? Does he know? And why didn't I know? You two keeping secret from me is just unfair. Jian Yang was visibly agitated, her eyes glistening. Tang Xiaodang hurriedly reassured her. I discovered it by chance as well. Liar. Jian Yang shot back, brushing Tang Xiaodang's hand away. It's true. Su Qingyu bit her lip, finally summoning the courage to meet Jian Yang's gaze. Yang, I do have feelings for Jian Hang. I didn't tell Xiaodang. She discovered on her own. You're the first person I've confided in. Jian Yang stared at Su Qingyu in disbelief, taking a moment to process before finally exhaling. She turned to Tang Xiaodang, demanding, how did you know? Perhaps, Tang Xiaodang teased, this is just the keen insight of a future web novelist. You missed many subtle hints that you didn't notice. Jian Yang scoffed, addressing Su Qingyu. When did you start liking that guy? Quite some time ago. Su Qingyu's face was now as red as a ripe apple. Could it be that you fell for him at first sight when school started, or was it during the basketball game? Jian Yang asked excitedly. Su Qingyu pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Jian Yang paused for a moment before suddenly slapping her thigh, exclaiming, wow. Su, you've been hiding this from me all along. I thought it was Jian Hang in love with you, but it turns out it's you who loves him. Su Qingyu felt her face burning, flustered as she called out to Jian Yang, keep it down. Okay, but Su, Jian Yang lamented, lowering her head, I did something. Su Qingyu's heart sank. What did you do? Last night, Lazy Sheep inquired if Jian Hang had a secret crush on you. Tang Xiaodang couldn't help but chuckle at the thought, and then, with utmost seriousness, she cautioned Jian Hang not to confess to you, as it was evident you would not reciprocate his feelings. Su Qingyu felt a wave of darkness wash over her, and asked Jian Yang, did you truly say that? Jian Yang lowered his head and murmured affirmatively. What did he say? Su Qingyu felt a tumult of emotions stirring within her. He responded, I guess I'm just being overly sentimental, but I'm unsure what he meant, whether he was simply echoing Jian Yang's words or genuinely admitting to harboring feelings for you. Dang Xiao Dang, fearing that Jian Yang's words might lead to misunderstandings, quickly interjected, did he explicitly state that he does or does not have feelings? Su Qingyu asked, trembling with anticipation. Tang Xiaodang shook her head. Su Qingyu let out a soft oh, uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. The joy stemmed from Jian Hang not outright denying his feelings, while her disappointment arose from the possibility that he might not have feelings at all, but chose to remain silent out of consideration for her feelings. Su, Jian Yang said gently, as he perched himself on the edge of the bed, I don't understand what it is you like about Jian Hang. Su Wing you lifted hergaze. And just the thought of Jian Hang made her eyes sparkle like stars. Well, I like Jian Hang, very much so. As for what I like about him, Su Qingyu met Jian Yang's eyes with an earnest and fervent expression. I suppose I like everything about him. Chapter 75. Oh, Su Qingyu, you're beyond saving. Jian Yang was momentarily speechless, taken aback by Su Qingyu's confession. Tang Xiaodang was equally surprised, realizing that hearing Su Qingyu openly express her feelings had an emotional impact on her as well. Infatuation is an exceedingly secretive affair. It harbors sweetness, sourness, and countless moments of uncontrollable daydreaming. Gradually, in the heart of the one who is first stirred with emotion, it weaves an intricate web. Henceforth, every little action of that person, even the most mundane glance, can stir tumultuous waves in the heart of the enamored. Tang Xiaotang's eyes glistened with emotion. Su, you're truly brave. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Su Qingyu's shoulders to openly declare your feelings for someone, something I could never do. Jian Yang paused. Tang Xiaodang, do you have someone you like? Tang Xiaodang was taken aback, releasing Su Qingyu and playfully swatting Jian Yang's arm in annoyance. I was just making an analogy, you know? Not a real one. I don't like anyone right now. Jian Yang responded with a bemused oh, scratching the back of his head before bursting into laughter. Su Qingyu and Tang Xiaodang soon joined in the merriment. Jian Yang couldn't help but reflect on Jian Hang's height, looks, academic prowess, and his usual demeanor. Indeed, he is quite impeccable. Su, that lad is undoubtedly decent, Jian Yang nodded. Despite feeling irked that Jian Hang had so effortlessly captured the heart of his goddess without any effort, he had to admit that, compared to other boys, Jian Hang was truly without fault. So did you tell him? Yang inquired. Su Qingyu lowered her head. No, I actually don't dare to say it now. I'm afraid he doesn't like me, and I would be merely deluding myself. Yang felt a pang in his heart. Just yesterday, Jian Hang had teased him with that very phrase, and now, his good friend was embroiled in similar turmoil. How could this be? Yang exclaimed incredulously. Su, you are the belle of our school. If Jian Hang knew you liked him, he'd be thrilled beyond measure. Tang Xiaodang nodded with a smile. Su, you must be a little braver. If you like him, pursue him boldly. Don't let regret hold you back. A wave of warmth washed over Su Qingyu, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She raised her gaze, looking at Yang and Tang Xiaodang, and softly said, Thank you both. I will strive to do my best. Yang chuckled as he patted Su Qingyu's shoulder. That's the spirit. The Su Qingyu I know is always confident, generous, and exceptional. Is that so? Su Qingyu frowned slightly. But aside from coming from a wealthy family, I have nothing else. My grades are quite poor. Would Jian Hang truly like me? Yang was momentarily a loss for words. Aside from being wealthy? Tang Xiaodang echoed. Nothing else? Yes, Su Qingyu replied, her large, innocent eyes wide with concern. I did poorly on this month's exam. With that, she lowered her head and irritably tugged at a corner of the bedspread. Yang exclaimed, Come on. While studying is important, it's not the most crucial thing for you. Tang Xiaodang added, Exactly. Besides, you could study abroad to enhance your qualifications and return to apply for a prestigious university. Your academic record will surely improve. Right? Yang said, suddenly realizing something. Leaning in seriously, Wait, have you even considered your future? Su, you really? Yang bit her lip. You must truly like him. He wants to attend Kyoto University, and I do too. Su Qingyu added meekly. Tang Xiaodang clapped her hands in excitement. Isn't there a recommendation policy for Kyoto University? I remember you won first prize in the National Youth Piano Competition, and if you can secure an internationally recognized piano competition award, like the Chopin International Piano Competition, the Tchaikovsky International Music Competition, the Van Cliburn International Piano Competition, the Leeds International Piano Competition, or the Queen Elizabeth International Music Competition, wouldn't that ensure your admission to Kyoto University? What international piano competitions? Yang was momentarily taken aback. Tang Xiaodang, how do you know so much? Dang xiao dang's my CD. I want to write a novel, so I occasionally look for material. Impressive. Yang genuinely admired her, especially for remembering such difficult names. Upon hearing Tang Xiaotang's words, Su Qingyu felt a sudden clarity. She resolved to start preparing immediately. Studying was indeed challenging, but with a bit of diligence, she could reach the score needed for admission to a top university. Given her past first-place finish in a national piano competition, she believed she could also achieve success in an international contest. Having never faced financial struggles and lacking a clear future plan, Su Qingyu had never considered excelling in academics or mastering a skill. It was only now, driven by her feelings for Jian Hang, that she found a clear objective. This sensation was truly remarkable. Just the thought of getting closer to the person she admired filled her with an invigorating energy. No, I must get out of here immediately and start preparing, Su Qingyu declared, throwing off the blankets. Yang and Tang Xiaodang exchanged worried glances and hurriedly urged her to lie back down. There's no need to rush, Tang Xiaodang chuckled. Yang reassured her. Didn't the doctor say you'd be discharged after your 4 this afternoon? Why the hurry? Yang felt a pang of frustration. Jian Hang is such a charmer. It's infuriating. Su Qingyu's cheeks flushed. What nonsense are you spouting? Suddenly, she remembered that Jian Hang, Zhang Chong, and Ma Fan were coming over this afternoon. In a flurry, Su Qingyu retrieved her phone from beneath the pillow. Only a few minutes remained until Jian Hang's arrival. I need to fix my hair, she stammered, gesturing towards the bathroom before hastily slipping out of bed and wobbling towards it in her slippers. Be careful, Tang Xiaodang called out, moving to steady her. I'm fine. I'm all set, Su Qingyu replied, running her fingers through her hair. It was a peculiar feeling. Before confessing her feelings to anyone, she could maintain a carefree demeanor. But after voicing it, a sense of chaos enveloped her heart. For her, the affection she harbored for Jian Hang had long ceased to be a secret. On the contrary, it had become a publicly acknowledged truth. It was peculiar. Yang propped her chin on her right hand, truly perplexed. Typically, she did not concern herself so much with her appearance. Could it be that? Yang pondered, could it be that Jian Hang is coming over soon? Suddenly enlightened, she shook her head in resignation. Su, you are utterly beyond redemption. Before the half-length mirror, Su Qingyu stared vacantly at her own reflection, her cheeks flushed and burning. Her heart raced uncontrollably, pounding like a wild drum. It felt as though, in the next instant, her heart would burst forth from her chest. In a flurry of anxiety, Su Qingyu hastily retrieved her phone, composing a message to Jian Hang.